Any person possessing a slither of a conscience should feel a responsibility for those around them, even those we only come into contact with for a short period of time. Within those fleeting moments, we behoove responsibility for their well-being and our own. This is a building block of society, and one that I, Phineas A. Gerhardt, take extremely seriously. Which is why I must confess to the horrific negligence I have undertaken this past month, and the punishment I am likely to face in the coming hours. I am, by all accounts, dead already. I long held a fascination with death. In fact, I seldom recall a time I did not find myself ostensibly connected to its decaying and spindly arms. In my near 30 years of consciousness, I not once felt I was truly among the living, and, in fact, concluded early on this was simply a sort of limbo for my soul to reside within. Perhaps that is how I became the Gravedigger for my village, a small but well-connected group of bodies that congregated, proliferated, and eventually ascended to whatever lays beyond the veil. I found the work deeply gratifying and felt not only that I was best equipped to undertake it, but that those crops left behind wanted me to be the one to tend to them, to prepare them for the coffin, and to help them see what I saw. Families would often remark on my disheveled state, my tattered and foul-smelling attire that evoked the scent of death, my unkempt hair and skin that seemed too worn, chapped and wrinkled for a man of my youth. But they quickly saw past such oddities and thanked me for the great care with which I tended to their loved ones. Of course, if the issues within started and ended with my unusual habits, we wouldn't be here. No, the truth is far harder to comprehend for those who shy away from death's loving embrace. For I am able to commune with its wants and needs during the waning hours when the moon is obscured and the eyes of God himself are blinded by its brilliant luminescence. When a body is laid to rest in my commune for the dead, I bring it into the mausoleum of the family name, lost to time for preparation. There I lay with it and allow my unconscious mind to reach out for the spectre in the realms that lay between. My still-living, dullard family that lived atop the hill in a building steeped in opulence did not care for such practices, calling them uncouth, barbaric, and downright insidious. But when one is so blinded by their own avarice and disconnected from the spiritual, it's unsurprising they would deign to call the most pure connection of life and death an act of, quote, demonic institutionalization. I did not recall the first time I communed with the creature in between this world and the next, but they did not frighten me on first contact. Perhaps because, despite their odd structure, their frame was hidden behind a thick veil. Their body was not built for conversing, the jaw struggling to move and tongue straining to click in a manner my mind could understand. But we would come to an agreement. For as long as I slumbered in the abandoned sepulchre, I would be granted passage to the true realms when this body eventually failed me. Perhaps it was a sixth sense that allowed me to understand the risks involved in this unholy arrangement. But all beings starved long enough shall eventually turn on those they trust. I did not wish to find out what would happen to me if I faltered. In time, I became adept at traversing the dreamscape, eventually able to bring the souls of those who had died in my company to the spectre for its own twisted desires. I did not dare to ask if it was for feasting, judgment, or an invitation for such things that were far beyond my understanding. I cared only about doing the work efficiently and properly. For a time, things were good. I felt purpose in every day's toil and adulation in every night's commune. My family desired for me to see a professional, to understand there was more to this world than living as a walking corpse, as they put it. But I brushed their concerns aside as the ramblings of the uninitiated and continued my work. Then the bodies stopped turning up. A mixture of longevity, job closures forcing a large swath of labor workers to migrate to the big cities such as Sturgeon, and low birth rates were major contributions to the decline of burials. And before I knew it, an agonizing 3 months had passed without a single one in Dondella. Communes with death each gradually transitioned from loving and familiar to unsettling, tense and without warmth. Each night, fear began to mount that they would take me if I continued to come up empty-handed. But, as if it were fate, a man showed up at my shack on the border of my commune. He obscured his face, his sallow skin peering out from beneath strips of fetid fabrics, marked by age and filth. His tall figure clad in a dark trench coat that I admit captivated me. In truth, I could not tell if they were man or woman, but the way they commanded a room struck an admiration within me. Perhaps I wished to see them as a better version of myself, and referred to them in the masculine as a result. They asked to be let in, and though I did not care for the living in great capacity, I felt compelled to open up, literally and figuratively, to this alluring individual. When I say that my home is a shack, I am not being facetious. It is derelict, rife with keepsakes from those I have laid to rest who parted with them as offerings in anticipation of meeting death. I have no need for anything beyond the basics, no desire for company, and prefer to sleep in the mausoleum. But, on occasions such as this where there is no offering to give the waiting dead, I argue it is wise to stay away from their looming gaze. If the visitor had issues with my home, they did not let on as they took in the surroundings before being guided to a chair in my sitting room. The room felt like it was shaking as they sat down opposite me, the very air itself flickering and dancing.
"You are doing divine work here, Phineas,"
they remarked. Every syllable pushed past their lips was given the utmost attention and care, making my skin shudder with excitement.
"But it is clear you are lost in the fray and are in need of help. A true man out of time, it seems. Fortunately, that is why I am here, to put the pieces back together."
They extended a hand, thick and calloused with scars strewn across the palms like a battleground. Following the road map of their veins, I spied small chinks in the armor where vulnerabilities peered out. A slew of hesitation marks there, red pustules where hair had been torn out, signs of a battle raging within and without. All coming together to paint the picture of a person constantly at odds with the very skin they wore as my hands stretched to meet their own. When I gripped it, I felt an inexplicable energy radiate from them, and as their gaze met my own, I saw something shift in the corner of the room. "You are not alone, stranger." The words burned as they left my lips and my eyes skittered in my skull, desperate to avert themselves from the thing behind the stranger. It was long, spindly, hidden behind a veil. In that moment, it could be mistaken for a sibling of my own emissary to death. If the stranger was rocked by my revelations, they didn't show it as the handshake ended and the image left my sight.
"The fact you can see it, too, shows me I have come to the right place. My name is Gail, and I find myself in need of your services."
They looked around my abode as they spoke, energy still radiating off of them. "You have a body that needs tending to? Rites to be read before burial? I have plots available." I prepared to stand up and show them, but they held out a hand and, like an obedient dog, I sat down and kept quiet.
"Your reputation as a purveyor of the pervasive precedes you, Phineas. Not many in this fair town don't know of the Gravedigger, who not only communes with the dead, but believes he shepherds them to the maw of the beast itself. I'm told that you eschew normal living with the opulence that your family name brings, and instead dedicate yourself to this macabre behavior. Is this true?"
My tongue lolled around in my cavity like a slug with salt on its back. My eyes stung from lack of blinking, and every pore of my skin bubbled with apprehension. Was this interloper about to cast me out? Was this my fate for not bringing fresh souls to my communes? Yes, it is. I assure you, I am under no flight of fancy or delusions of grandeur. I may be different to the masses congregating in the petri dish they call a town, but I am of sound body and mind. I simply serve and ensure my place when this flesh prison fails me. Is that so wrong? To want to live in a way that pleases the soul as much as the body? I stood with a start, perhaps the first time my heart had raced in as many months. A brief reminder that this body has its own drumbeat to march to, totally separate from my soul. It is petulant, and I expected the stranger to match my outburst. Instead, I saw a smile eke out from behind the fabrics covering their face, something sinister glimmering within it.
I take what you do with the utmost sincerity and admiration, Phineas. I do not wish to mock your practices, but rather help enhance them, in exchange for helping my mission.
They slowly rose from the table and turned away from me, unfurling some of the fabric around their face as they spoke.
I am not what I once was, disfigured by the heavens above for mistakes as a youth. Now I serve them in the hopes they will one day return me to the way I was. I must find those who have strayed from the path and either help them see the truth or send them to a higher judgment before this can befall them.
I dare not describe in this journal what I saw when the figure turned, only to remark that on this earth no such creature should exist or be allowed to walk with such turmoil present. Features displaced and some vacant. An artist with the most boorish mind, stooped in bizarre ideologies and assisted by herbs that opened the third eye, could not conjure such monstrosities. I somehow held my nerve, and instead looked away after a moment, allowing them to cover back up. I do not know if I can help you, I finally croaked, pushing back bile down my gullet. I prepare the bodies and carry the souls. I know not what happens to them after that. To meet a fate such as this.
Be not afraid, Phineas. I am simply trying to carry out the message of the Divine's will. Fortunately, you can help me with that. By bringing those I am tasked with seeking out, you can help me heal them and set their souls free. In return,
they walked over and handed me a small piece of parchment, faded at the edges and the crimson lettering still shimmering in the arc of the lamplight.
I will help you become even closer to your emissary. Closer to death itself.
If lightning were to have struck outside at that very moment, I would have considered it an omen of the things to come. Alas, the night was serene and cold when I gripped their hand and agreed to the terms, never asking why they needed someone like me in the first place. From that moment forward, all bodies brought to my garden were already encased in coffins made from obsidian mahogany, a thick seal around the sides and iron chains looped around from top to bottom. Whatever was inside, Gail did not want it ever breaking free.
Acquiring them was challenging, but not impossible. Those who have strayed too far from the path and lets the sickness consume them met a fate in life even worse than my own. They become demons incarnate. It takes all of my not inconsiderable skill to bind and subdue them. Now comes the hard part.
Gail pointed to the mausoleum, and a feeling of foreboding crept its way into me, nestling in the place that anticipation once resided.
We shall place the coffin in there. You will slumber alongside it and conduct your commune, cleansing it of sin and bury it in the waning hours before dawn. Should the grave remain filled come sunrise, we will have delivered their soul.
I am not a foolish man. Socially inept, perhaps, but never foolish. My instincts screamed foul, but one look from Gail's piercing eyes swayed me and assured me this was the right thing to do. After all, perhaps I was simply concerned over the prior lack of offerings. Yes, I thought, that must be it. Doing as instructed, we hauled the coffin into the mausoleum and propped it up against the far wall. The limestone screamed as the jagged edges of the coffin scraped against its skin. By the time our task was complete, the sun was beginning to set and Gail looked eager to take their leave. "You're sure this is the right thing to do, Gail? What about their friends, their kin? Surely they want a chance to pay respects." I felt it was only right to ask. This was still my job, my lot in life. Gail gripped at their tender arms, hesitation marks still raw and seeping.
I assure you, no family will want to see them in their sorry state. To that end, I chained their coffins shut so as not to invite unnecessary curiosity. I will return in 3 days with another.
They turned on their heel and left for the gates, the gravel submitting to their proud steps before they halted in their tracks. And something shuddered underneath Gail's shoulder blades.
But a word of advice, Phineas. The night can play tricks on your mind. Demons can too. Ignore anything you may hear or see outside of your commune. I'd hate to have to bury you, too.
Something in those parting words pulled at my guts and dropped them through the floor. Struck by a fear I had not experienced since I first properly communed with the visage that hung in the spaces in between. I did not want to cross this stranger. The night came and brought with it a renewed sense of foreboding. The once inviting mausoleum, where I joyfully prepared the bodies of the recently deceased and peacefully slept beside them, now felt akin to the open mouth of a malevolent beast ready to bite down the moment I showed my weakness. Was this how others felt around the domiciles of the dead? I sat in the crypt facing the coffin, attempting to make sense of the etchings scratched across its surface and the sigil in its center. They bore no resemblance to the language I spoke, or of those held within the books my parents encouraged me to read as an adolescent. In time, my mind drifted to halcyon days up on the hill, living in the manor house with my siblings and shying away from their boisterous activities, instead opting to peruse every ancient novel my father's library had within it. Even my vernacular, though outdated by modern standards, derived from those tomes I held as close to my heart as if it were a dear friend known since birth. Being accosted by my peers and mocked by relatives meant little to me if I was able to lose myself in the worlds they held within. I paused my musing as a faint scratching could be heard echoing around the small burial chamber. It was rhythmic, constant, and incessant. My ears strained to pick up the source and eyes inevitably fell on the coffin. The words of Gail hung in the air as a tangible threat greater than anything I had experienced. Before long, I saw a large rat race past my feet and into a small crack on the far corner, calming my nerves and allowing me to regress to the realms of childhood, a far more applicable location than this, with several hours still to go before my commune. It was during one particularly raucous evening that my connection to death truly began. My younger siblings, twins, were caught in Father's study by our elder brother Cochrane. He insisted he saw one of them making the other float as they, quote, cast aside their old identity in favor of one beguiled by the Nameless One, end quote, before dropping their twin to the ground in a heap and suffering a seizure. I was engrossed in a book, as always, but even I felt the need to check on the situation and ensure all was well. Hushed voices spoke about the twins. What would befall the Nameless One and that of their sister Lucinda? Would she forgive her sibling? Could any of the family forgive such a creature? Mother fretted and father dithered, Both then drank to assuage the guilt of raising children that largely failed to meet their exorbitant expectations. For a time, things were swept under the rug. Lucinda would suffer only bumps and scrapes, but her sibling would comment every night on something visiting them in their dreams. We didn't dare to use their new identity around them, lest we invoked the monstrosity within. Neither even now on paper do I risk it. But there was an abject sadness in their face when we failed to recognize what they'd become, as if they were proud of such a thing. Nevertheless, we inquired and ascertained that whatever they perceived was visiting them was simply doing so in their dreams. Cochrane was of an age where directness and bluntness were all he knew, and so he took to labeling our sibling as a freak, communing with demons. Regrettably, as the night terrors persisted, Father actually listened. I kept silent about my own nightly visits from the entity behind the veil, and Lucinda refused to elaborate when her twin pressed her to just tell them you saw it too. And whatever we as a family knew was going on was instead chalked up to one thing: them. I still recall the night they were taken. Under the cover and shame of a twilight sun did the emissaries come, cloaked and hidden to ensure no revenge could be enacted. They assured Father and Mother that they would take care of the issue, they'd be safe, and would one day return as the child they once knew. They kicked and screamed until a cloth was placed under their face and their fragile body fell limp. They were barely 15 years old and looked like a child in the arms of these gargantuan beasts draped in fine clothes. In that moment, as I peered up from my book, I saw that very same visage of death I'd come to know in my dreams, with arms wrapped around both individuals and peering down at our sibling. I said nothing as they were taken away, never to be seen again. I would come to find they'd gone missing from the main building soon after arriving, and a search party was underway. Mother fell into a deep depression, and Father denied any wrongdoing. Cochrane slinked off to the family retreat, and Lucinda, well, she was never the same. A broken family before, and an irrevocably shattered one after. We were never meant to be together, and my life's work ensured I had a path to follow that detracted from theirs, even if my father would forever remain irascible over the entire affair. My melancholy stops here, for a time, when something stirs me from my sonder, and my neck snaps to attention so quick that I damn near give myself whiplash. Someone is knocking on the coffin. A soft rapping that comes from weakened knuckles, but unmistakably there. I freeze like a rodent caught in the still widening eyes of a cat ready to pounce, waiting for the knock once more. I lean in closer to the fine wood and listen for breathing, words, or any kind of communication. Regardless of Gail's request, I cannot ignore someone's pleas for help. I am a gravedigger, not a murderer. As my ear is a few inches away, the chains rattle against the wall of the coffin as something horrifying bleats out from within. Guttural shrieks and inhuman howls of pain emanate from its structure, the boom rattling around the contours of the inscrutable tomb and creating a cacophony of suffering that threatened to burst my eardrums under the weight of its agony. Only as I am brought to my knees do I see the true source of the noises. It is shambling, shuffling in place as if standing on tired legs and bearing the weight on one to the other to ease the burden, swaying softly like a praying mantis ready to strike. Small, perhaps 4 feet tall, a bulbous head with a skull that stretches up like a spire. The light flickers as features come into place and immediately resign their positions from my view. Hollow sockets too deep to bear eyes, teeth as black as the coffin's obsidian material that jut out from where canines once resided, large nostrils attached to a small bridged nose, The skin is a bubbling, peeling mess, allowing blue and pink flesh underneath to peek out. It was a monstrosity beyond what I can accurately convey, and it hobbled towards me, within striking distance after just a few steps. I was paralyzed to the spot, unable to fight back or flee, begging my lord's retinue to sweep in and save me from oblivion.
Stay back! If you still have intelligence, then know I am not your enemy. I do not bring you harm!
I shrieked, staring down this beast as it stood still at the shout of my voice, perhaps itself shocked by my actions. We stood in tenuous silence for a few moments before the heavy thudding of the coffin broke my stare, and I instinctively turned on my heel to stare at it. Immediately realizing the grave mistake I'd made, I turned back, expecting the brute to be at my throat. But instead, I was met with a sight that shook my soul to its very core. Lucinda, floating in the air as the walls of the crypt crumbled away, like the fragility of time itself, and gave way to a landscape I'd become all too familiar with over the years, my nightly communes with death. Her eyes were rolled back in her head, and her neck bent at an angle so fierce her vertebra poked up through the skin like a weed, threatening to pierce the soft flesh that kept it contained. Her palms were outstretched and covered in blood stemming from long slashes on her forearms, legs twitching beneath the knees as toes curled over. "Sister?" I choked on the words and the sentimentality I'd long cast aside, but to see someone I loved in this manner, it is enough to distill the bile in the hearts of any man and allow blood to pump anew. She did not speak before her body was pulled into the veil that enshrouded my lord, her expression of grim acceptance never wavering in spite of her broken body. Instead, she opted to send a message with actions over words. With arms moving like that of a stiff wooden doll, her index digit outstretched behind me to a burning house on the hill. Our house. I awoke with a start in the cavernous cold of the crypt, knees buckling under the ache. The first thing my eyes met was the unforgiving structure of the coffin, dutifully propped up opposite me. My first thought upon waking was one that carried with me until I saw Gail once more. Who was in the coffin? Gail looked at me for a moment before shaking their head and chuckling.
I take it they showed you something you didn't like, Phineas.
They remarked with nary a moment's hesitation, as if expecting my rattled demeanor. I nodded and they sighed.
I suppose that's to be expected. Did they meet your emissary, at least?
Again, I nodded, opening my lips to ask the same question before Gail held up a heavily bandaged hand.
They were nobody, an unfortunate victim caught up in something bigger than themselves. They sought amnesty for their sickness and instead invited in something insidious. All you must know is they are now at peace. Now,
Gail pointed to another coffin they'd brought.
I trust you can do this again.
What choice did I have? Like a docile servant, I nodded and Gail patted my shoulder before leaving with the same promise of return in 3 nights. Telephoning the home yielded nothing, and our butler simply told me the family were fine and on a sabbatical of which they would call once they were home, before promptly putting the phone down. Perhaps it is in my nature to be distrusting, but I could sense his taciturn behavior even after a lengthy absence from conversing with one another. Something was wrong. I won't waste valued pages repeating the same events as before, for they were largely unchanged, save for the intensity with which they occurred. Though I will note 2 distinctive differences were within the final moments of my commune with that second coffin. As the malformed monstrosity made itself known, it crawled towards me from the top corner of the crypt, dragging the torso as something viscous and foul-smelling trailed behind them. Milky white eyes bleached by chemicals bore into my soul as a jagged and yellow tongue lolled out of their distended jaw. I did not cower this time, instead backing towards the coffin and remaining patient that soon the commune would take me away. As my back hit the coffin, something squealed within and pounded vigorously for release while a wet substance dripped onto my shoulder. Looking up, I saw where the other half of this creature has been hiding. Another face, far fouler than the first, smiled at me with a lipless hole filled with rotten teeth before leaping towards me. Shrieking and turning away, I again was greeted with the sight of a sibling floating in front of me. Cochrane, his skin stripped from his body and leaving a red paste in his wake. It did not take a medical mind to see he was fraught with damage. Muscles still moving, sinews stretched and tendons squeezing as the twisted structure that was once my brother spoke to me before the veil enraptured him and my lord chaperoned him away. Come home, Phineas. I did not dare to speak of this to Gail, nor on the third and fourth occasion when a visage of my parents appeared, both clad with the scars of torture and guilt. Gail had changed, becoming a person whose presence I began to meet with dread, scorn, and disgust. Each time I met them, their body grew more decayed, fetid, and rotted. I would spot various packets of filth adorning their clothing. Mud, fungal, and fecal matter from the streets was practically growing on their body. If they were aware of the detritus, they took no notice as they sauntered into my home on the final occasion, now a swagger in their step. It was only after multiple sleepless nights and a rapidly diminishing sanity that fear gave way to frantic anger and a desire to see an end to this.
Gail, I barely sleep anymore. My dreams are filled with visions of my home burning, despite repeated assurances to the contrary. I have seen things that will haunt my soul long after it departs this body for new pastures. You will not tell me anything of the coffin's contents, and I am no closer to my lord than I was when we started. Do not think me ungrateful for the offerings, but something feels wrong.
The air in the room was thick, hot, and foul as my words reached a fever pitch.
If you cannot tell me the nature of this arrangement at this late stage, I'll have no choice but to...
To what, Phineas? To tell the authorities? To tell the townsfolk? What would they do? You think they'd listen to the ramblings of a madman out of time? A man who, racked with such unimaginable guilt for his actions, regressed to the point of a hermit and communes with the dead.
Gail laughed, a hollow thing that reverberated from their belly.
You are so feared and vilified that they dare not come to you, unless it is with their dead. You are a murderer, Phineas. None shall offer you aid.
I did not understand. My rage simply built and I became inconsolable.
I have done no such thing, Gail. I offered you assistance when you came here. I was courteous and kind in spite of my disdain for the living.
I slammed a fist on the table, signaling for them to leave. They stood up, but made no movement as their eyes gleamed from behind the fabric.
Do you know why you detest the living so, Phineas? Because the first thing you said after the fire was, I wish I was dead with them. Cotard's syndrome, they call it. Though I think in your case, it's closer to survivor's guilt.
I felt the room spin as their voice began to feel distant, memories flooding my vision.
You said nothing the night your sibling was taken. Nor did you say anything when that fire was started in their bedroom, the one that consumed your home and your parents. You were always a casual observer of life's events, the definition of a wallflower stuck in a constant state of monocopsis. You are a fish out of water, watching everyone else swim comfortably well.
I fell to my knees and felt sickness overtake my body, turning my skin sallow as I struggled to breathe. The fire. I remembered the feeling of black smoke choking my lungs and sapping the life from me. The emissaries slowly pulling their veil apart as I resisted with all my might.
No, I did not cause the fire. I am no murderer.
I choked, barely holding back bile as Gail kneeled down in front of me.
Even if that were true, you most certainly are now, my friend. But all of that will go away by tomorrow, because you're going to complete one final job for me, and we will part ways as you requested. I will get what I want from the ritual, and you will get this.
I look at them and see a medallion with brilliant markings, a symbol of the Ouroboros snake at its center, and the light of a black sun shimmering down over it, burning its skin.
I will allow you to reach the state you desire most of all when communing with the dead. Your sins will dissipate, and you can finally be among the dead in the way you always wanted.
Gail stood up as they placed the medallion around my neck and walked to the door, where a white coffin, absent of chains with sigils I'd never seen before across its center, waited patiently. They did not look back as they stood in my archway, staring up at the setting sun with black clouds gathering.
I will do this, but no more, Gail.
My voice was hoarse, tired. They didn't seem to register as they responded.
Looks like a storm is coming, Phineas. Sometimes we don't even know what we want. It takes someone with a higher calling to figure it out for us. But the rain clears, and we harvest the crops. I shepherd them, just like I shepherded you.
They carried on walking, leaving me with the last of their coffins as I lowered it into the unforgiving hole in the earth's skin, staring at the creature I was putting into its arms with one overwhelming emotion surging through my normally numb, decaying, and despondent body. Regret. I chronicle this final entry after a night that I desperately wish to have been a figment of my imagination. A night that only existed in the worst nightmares possessed by those in the deepest circle of hell. That which is reserved for betrayers and ones who commit acts against their kin. But that is where I belong. Perhaps that is where I've always belonged, as Gail indicated in our last conversation. I did as instructed and kept watch over the coffin until the storm clouds gathered and I was forced into the mausoleum for shelter and to conduct my commune. But on this evening, the drizzle outside rapidly evolved into a deluge that, coupled with the heavens exploding, would keep me from a peaceful meeting with my lord. Instead, I would hear those same unholy sounds of retching, whooping, hollering, and shrieking emanating from the casket outside. Yet, something within their tonal cries was horrifyingly familiar and awoke within me the instincts to protect them from harm. Bearing my full weight against the crypt doors, I was decidedly unable to budge them with the sheer volume of waterlogged mud pushing up against it, even as the cries grew more tepid and panicked. Something shattered through the thick top of the casket, and the cries became all the more recognizable. I wish for this to be recorded in the annals of time for any who may investigate. I did not know who lay in that coffin before this moment. Had I done so, I would have sooner put Gail in a coffin of their own making than participated. For at that moment, the spell was broken, and the pieces began to fit together in my mind like that of a puzzle, showcasing the terrifying reality I had partaken in. Of course, I had heard rumblings of an individual that took despondent youths from their homes in the dead of night and sought to rebirth them, devouring them like the body of their martyr and absorbing their essence, their sins, if you will, mocking the authorities with talk of scripture and strange markings. Yet, the authorities never found those poor souls taken, and the bereaved families had no justice or peace. But they shall now. There were never any demons in those coffins, no evil to be purged or salvation given. They were people, young and vulnerable, as they were set upon by the hungry jaws of a predator and their foolish accomplice. I wish I could tell you that in certain plots within my cemetery, you would find the now sleeping bodies of those taken by the one the media dubbed the Antlion of Sturgeon. But it is my sad duty, to my great and everlasting disgust, to inform you of what I discovered upon exiting the sepulchre in the morning, staring at the garden of the dead in disarray. Each plot I had dug was unearthed, each coffin destroyed, and an unspeakable odor emanating from the pits. A thick layer of skin and chunks of torn flesh with distinctive bite marks trailing in its wake. Whatever they were now, they had shed their old form and experienced great suffering in their tribulations. Except for the latest grave, that which contains my greatest shame and ultimate sin, for which my Lord will punish me accordingly. During the night, the storm had become so fierce that it filled the grave to the brim with a murky soup of rainwater, dirt, and vegetation. But the front of the casket was still visible, as was what lay within it. A defiant fist had broken through the front, bloodied knuckles and torn skin frozen in time, bearing a ring that had been passed from my mother to my sibling before they were taken away so many years ago. A moment which set a chain of events in motion that would bring me here, bring my siblings to their own personal hells, and bring my parents into the blazing inferno that was once our home. I know this to be true despite my mental defiance to the contrary, and the imaginary assurances from our old butler. My sibling lay in that coffin, their fate these past few years unknown, but now ultimately ended at my feet. Gail was nowhere to be seen, but today's paper highlighted that something new had developed in the Antlion case. A gruesome new pair of murders, with a third victim being found alive. They had evolved and progressed, leaving me behind. I will commune with my Lord when the sun sets, and I will accept what occurs with full responsibility. Perhaps I will be granted the release from this earth that I have sought nearly all my life. Perhaps I'll find a way to atone for what happened to them. I still hear the soft splashing and scratching from outside the crypt, even now, but I know this to be a trick of an addled mind. The medallion Gail gave me softly hums around my neck, and my tired hands finally opened the parchment they had given me, finding now as good a time as any to peruse its contents. How ironic that Gail would anticipate my reading of this until it was too late.
Time to come home, Phineas. Do not be afraid. Gail.
The hour is late, and in addition to the soft splashing and scratching from the still open grave of my kin, I hear the voices of my parents at the entrance to the mausoleum begging me to open and join them, to come home. I slept for a few moments and saw my lord approaching me, their skeletal hands gripping the veil expectantly. I know I must not tell what I see, but the fright shall consume me long before I am able to articulate. This is my fate. I will now remain here with the rest of the dead, waiting for someone else to dig me a grave. I beg of you to ensure I cannot crawl out of it. Transcription started 1st of September 2023, 11:07 a.m. Patient Miss Lucinda G would be reported missing by her family when she did not show up to work that morning. Due to Lucinda's predilection for mental breakdowns and bouts of mania followed by psychosis, it was quickly determined she may have wandered off and could be a danger to herself. A search would be undertaken that evening but yielded nothing. It would be several days before Lou, as she preferred to be called, would reappear disoriented and malnourished in a field not far from where she was last seen. When questioned on where she had been, she said,
"The stars took me away, and nobody could hear them dancing."
She then fell into a deep sleep, and when she awoke, had no memory of where she'd been. Preliminary health checks showed deep scars on her lower back, cuts on her inner thighs, and hesitation marks on her wrists, but Lucinda denied making these herself. She frequently asked for her parents and spouse, neither of which could be located. Lou was transferred to a medical facility until discharge was approved, and was ordered to be put under monitoring until her new therapy session could be completed. A new specialist at the Inner Sanctum Therapeutic Services has been assigned to Lou. The following transcripts are a documentation of Lou's last known communications and movements until the incident on September 29th. Transcription started 9th of September 2023, 2:42 p.m.
Hello. You have reached the office of the Inner Sanctum Therapeutic Services. Unfortunately, we are unable to receive your call at this moment, but please leave a message at the tone and one of our dedicated team members will return your call within 24 hours. Thank you for choosing the Inner Sanctum, and remember, change starts from within.
Good afternoon? This is Lou. I'm just trying to reach someone as I've been transferred to your company. My current therapist is retiring early, and I wanted to know a little bit more about the methods of therapy you offer. The website is pretty unclear. I've got a lot of issues, and one of them is rearing its head right now. It's a problem my old therapist struggled with, and I'll be available for your call. Thanks.
Transcription started 9th of September 2023, 2:50 p.m.
Hey, this is Bennett. You know what to do.
Hey, B. It's Lou. I called the office like you asked me to, but they didn't pick up. Hard to feel wanted in the heat of the moment, you know. I'm having one of my flare-ups, and it's hard to ignore. They told me that these people would be available 24/7, and the first time I call... I know you're busy, on one of your business trips, no doubt, but I really need you. I need my brother. Call me back when you can, okay?
Transcription started 10th of September 2023, 0:30 a.m.
You have reached the out-of-hours service for the Inner Sanctum Therapeutic Services. Please enter your patient ID and then press hash. Thank you. We are checking your patient records. You are assigned to Dr. Rawlings. Transferring you through now. Please hold.
Hi, you've reached the office of Dr. K. Rawlings. Unfortunately, I'm unable to take your call at the moment. Please leave your name, number, and the reason for your call, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. If it's urgent, please hang up and call emergency services. Thank you, and remember, within you, there is change.
Fucking believable. Hi, Dr. Rawlings. It's Lou. I appreciate the call back earlier. The steps you outlined for mindfulness and anchoring were really helpful, but, well, Doc, it's happening again. I told you that something had happened before to cause my fear of the dark, but I didn't really outline why. I was hoping to tell you using the out-of-hours service I pay for and perhaps put myself at ease, but you're not there. So, I'll just tell you now and hope it reaches you before the morning. Maybe this'll help in itself. I used to bunk with my twin, Elle. We shared everything from food to clothes, hobbies to hatreds, dreams to nightmares, fears to... Fuck, what would it be? Bliss. That. My older brother, Bennett, used to bully us and scoff about how we were weirdo sissy twins. Our middle brother, Finley, just read quietly in Father's study and rarely ever came out or socialized with us. He was always... detached. Mom, Dad, they were always busy with some stupid function, charity ball they didn't give a fuck about, or affair with the other snobby elitists, so we relied on each other. Sorry, I'm a little jumpy. I know the more I tell you about what happened, the sillier it'll seem that I'm out in the night sky during the dead of night. But it was one night when we were teens. Our beds facing one another in the spacious bedroom whose window overlooked the Dondella below perfectly. Elle, they had fallen asleep pretty quickly. You know, they were always borderline narcoleptic, but me? I was struggling, tossing and turning in the heat of the mid-July night. Then I heard something creaking. You know how you get used to the way family move in your home based on the sound alone? Well, these footsteps were unlike any ones I was used to. Unsure, heavy, menacing. I didn't let on that I was awake, but I managed to creep my eye open just enough to take a peek at the source of the steps. It was a creature. I know that everyone has dismissed me and insists that I saw nothing, but I'm telling you, it was there. A weird skull that stretched up and had a ring around it, like a halo, coupled with hidden facial features save for bright, gleaming eyes. I thought I was seeing an angel, Doctor. It cocked its head to the side and reached out for me before I began to feel sleepy again. I remember floating, the cold air on my back just like this, and the sight of a bright, starry sky, with one in particular twinkling at me before getting so bright it blinded me. When I woke up, I was in my bed, and everybody acted like nothing had happened. Well, almost everyone. The stars sure are bright tonight. I think it's time for another trip. Thank you for listening, Doctor.
Google search logs, 0:45 a.m. Holiday destinations. Holidays without passports. Holidays without providing information on self. How to leave country without passport. How to disappear. Alien abduction theories. Side effects of antipsychotic medication. Message sent to Bennett Cochran. Subject: I need to talk to you. Sent 1:02 a.m.
Bennett, you haven't been answering your calls. I'm getting anxious. Look, I know you've got a lot on with your business and that weird experiment you're overseeing, but can't you see that I need you? You and the rest of the family were the ones who urged me to see these people, but I can't even get them to answer. I just feel like I'm being forgotten. I had that dream again last night. I told Dr. Rawlings about it, but it's bleeding over into reality again. Before you say it, yeah, I know, stupid bullshit. But I can't help what I fucking see, okay? I left out that one part like you told me to, but he's never going to believe me if I don't give him the full story. Can you check in on Phineas sometime? I'm not allowed to leave after dark and he doesn't even have a damn phone. Maybe he's got some advice given the way he sees the world. I won't keep blowing up your phone or your inbox. Not that you'd even see it with your Do Not Disturb function on, but please remember, your sister needs you. Love, Lou.
Songs searched on phone. Gorillas, Every Planet We Reach Is Dead. Jose Gonzalez, Crosses. Mazzy Star, Into Dust. Radiohead, Lift. Dark Ambient Soundscapes Volume 3. Cocteau Twins, Cease Swallow Me. Giles Corey, No One Is Ever Going to Want Me. Sadness, In the Distant Travels. Vessels, Yuki. Transcription started 28th of September 2023, 10:48 p.m.
Hello. You have reached the office of the Inner Sanctum Therapeutic Services. Unfortunately, we are unable to receive your call at this moment, but please leave a message at the tone, and one of our dedicated team members will return your call within 24 hours. Thank you for choosing the Inner Sanctum, and remember, you are a chrysalis waiting to blossom anew. Discard your old skin.
Okay, this is a message for Dr. Rawlings. I don't understand why I couldn't reach him, his voicemail, or anyone at this fucking therapy service. I'm in crisis, and I'm paying you to... Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not in a good place right now, and I just need to talk to someone. Please, could you call me back as soon as you can? I'm having auditory hallucinations, and I can't currently leave my bathroom, which I know sounds silly because it's my bathroom and my home. I've lived there for most of my adult life. Why would it suddenly be different now? But you know how sometimes when you maybe go see a scary movie or someone tells you something unsettling while out, you get back to your house in the dead of night with all the lights off and your mind just runs through all the inevitable possibilities of what is behind your front door that now you're not 100% certain you locked? Okay, that's how I feel now. I feel that there's something in my bedroom and that if I leave here, it will get me. The stars seemed different tonight on my walk. They followed me home, and I felt unsettled the moment I got through the door. Like something else was here, waiting in the walls or in the rafters. I know if I feel unsafe, I should call the police over you, but not only do I think this is exactly what Bennett and you have both said, Dr. Rawlings, a product of my imagination, but the weirdest thing keeps happening when I try to call the police. It just makes the busy tone. I don't know if this is still a part of my imagination. If you'll hear this when you listen back, or if my vengeful ex-wife has decided to come and put me out of my misery. But I'd welcome that over what I truly think this is. The stars.
Call list. Sturgeon City Sheriff's Department. Voicemail left. The Family Butler. Disconnected line. Inner Sanctum 6 times. No voicemail left. Minerva, ex-wife. No voicemail left. Bennett Cochran. Disconnected after 3 rings. Sturgeon Astrological Society 4 times. Several voicemails left. Google search logs 11:16 p.m. Is my internet service down? Is my phone service down? Cannot reach anybody. Connection issues? Where is everyone? What is the backrooms? Am I the only person alive? Unusual star patterns. Hallucinations in people with mental illness. Unusual star patterns overhead. How fast do stars move in the sky? Abduction stories. Email drafted but not sent. 2. Minerva Gahart. Subject. Why?
Minerva. Did you look at the stars tonight? They're truly something else. I spent so many months figuring out why you'd leave me. Why you'd up and gone in the middle of the night with nothing but the clothes on your back. I can still picture it clear as the sky above. I'd gone to visit my parents and to collect an anniversary gift. We'd had a fight about kids and you didn't want a surrogate. I told you I wanted to name it after my twin, and you... Well, you got that look in your eye that told me I should have kept my mouth shut. But typical me, I didn't. I've always been protective over my twin, and I refused to back down when you called them names. Said they were a forgotten shell and their shadow still haunted every corner of our home because I couldn't let go and be myself. You said other things that I don't think you truly meant. We got into things. I don't remember much of what happened, but I left in a fury and drove to the hills. The hills overlooking Sturgeon are beautiful all year round and give me ample time to think. Gosh, the stars are beautiful tonight. Have you seen them? I wondered, truthfully, if this was the life I chose or the life that was set out for me. I still wonder if my life was put on this path all those years ago when Elle was taken from us. Sometimes it feels like I'm truly adopting them, their traits and their loves, like I'm wearing their very skin. But the skin doesn't fit just right in some places. It's suffocating me and stopping me from growing, Minerva. I want to take the skin off, but I can't. I bought you a gift at the antique store in town. You always loved their curios and said it helped you feel the past wasn't just dust and faded memories. I thought that was so poetic at the time, but I think in truth, you just didn't want to think of what was lurking back there. I remember walking to my car across that empty parking lot and feeling something overhead. You know that sensation when someone's stare is boring into your very soul and you can just feel it? It was like that, but coupled with cold water dropped down my back. An instant freeze in my body that snapped me to attention and turned me around to find the culprit. And I saw the stars. Minerva, I've told you about that night. I told you what I saw and what happened. You were always passive about it, never fully in or out. I don't know if that's because you didn't feel like it was your right to judge, or you simply didn't care, but I always felt precarious about the subject around you. But I can't be now. As I looked up, I saw a pattern that I had never seen in the sky before. A complex, bizarre symbol that made my ears ring just looking for too long, twinkling in a rhythmic pattern before two of them broke off from the group. They grew in brightness until they felt like car headlights on full beam. Min, the stars were looking at me, literally, blinking in synchronicity and bearing down closer and closer. I took a step back and then began to run, the feeling of their burning light overhead as they followed me. I heard a sound. It was like the breaking of all the mirrors in the world, an all-encompassing smash that rattled my bones and made my blood boil. Then I woke up hours later with a taste of iron in my mouth and the feeling of itching in every facet of my skin, like I needed to peel it all off. I remember coming home and seeing clothes strewn everywhere, furniture dusty and rotting food like you let off a bomb in the house. I tried calling you, but you refused to pick up. You never did like phone calls. I never saw you again. To this day, I have no idea where you went. Maybe they took you. Maybe you simply wanted a clean cut from me. I wouldn't blame you. I tried talking to Phineas about you, but he dismissed it as problems of the living interfering with those of the departed. Bennett told me that I probably drove you away as I became more engrossed in my betterment. That I was like a cicada crawling out of my shell and Minerva did not match me anymore. He always referred to you with such disgust, but I always thought that was just because you weren't tidy. I wish I could speak to you once more, but it seems you can't hear my words. When I try to reach out, it's like all I get is static. My therapist said unkind things about you, that I need to let go of you for my true self to re-emerge after a long dormancy. I don't know. I feel like in a world of strangers, you're the only familiar face I have left. Minerva, have you looked up at the stars? Love, Lou.
Transcription started 28th of September 2023, 11:47 p.m.
Good afternoon. Thank you for calling the Inner Sanctum. Unfortunately, all our advisors are busy right now. We realize you're in distress, but please stay on the line and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. Remember, your skin is only temporary, and like a cicada, you can shed it to grow anew. Shed your skin, young one. Shed your skin.
This is Rawlings. I'm not available right now, but leave your name, number, reason for your call, and the Inner Sanctum pledge. Then I'll get right back to you. You are being watched. Your actions are being judged. You cannot escape who you are. Trust the Inner Sanctum. We can fix you.
I don't understand what is happening. Why is nobody answering? My brother, my friends, any business? What the fuck is going on? Doctor, I know you think there's something wrong with me. I know you think that my very identity is a construction of a broken mind, but I wish you could see what I see. I came out of my room when things quieted and found a shape sitting in my bedroom. It's just sat in the corner chair watching me. Not a single aspect of it viewable. I've been standing in my doorway for 15 minutes, observing me as I observe it. It hasn't moved. It doesn't make a sound. Am I hallucinating? Am I just crazy? Am I... No, I didn't tell them everything. I did as I was told. I kept my promise. I swear I kept my promise. Please don't be mad. It wasn't my fault. Hi there, you've reached Aerart. I'm probably sleeping right now, but if you leave me a message, I'll get back to you.
Lucinda, this is Dr. Rawlings. I've gotten your messages. All of them. I'm sorry that it's taken me a bit of time to get back to you, but things have been busy on my end. Truth be told, I wouldn't be calling you back so late if it weren't for the concern your messages raised. Lucinda, we cannot change what happened to us. We can only move past it. In your case, your desperation to make up for losing your twin has only intensified these unwanted changes and a desire to become something you're not. Judging by your other siblings, that seems to be a running theme. I don't subscribe to the line of thinking that you can be whatever you want to be. Your identity is fixed from birth, and not something that you can change like a pair of underwear. Facts do not care about feelings. That dangerous rhetoric gets us to absolve ourselves of problematic pasts and gives us genderless bathrooms. We have been here before, Lucinda. Every time you experience a psychotic break and regress into yourself, we have to pull you back out. There were no aliens, no specters of the dark taking you and changing you. The night they first, whatever it was, appeared, they were observing which one of you to take. And they had no way of knowing who was where, given how similar you looked. So, they observed. They watched. Night after night they would come back and watch. Your twin, Elle, knew something was wrong. They told your parents and insisted you'd understand too. Well, it was clear that they had delusions when it came to their powers, they were not wrong about the abductor. But you and your brothers all insisted they were making it up. That is the guilt you bear. Twinless twin is something we're still understanding, Lucinda. But it's not unheard of for the twin left behind to undergo changes in the absence of their sibling. An alteration to their appearance, behavior, mental state, and even sexual or gender orientation to make up for the loss they experienced. Now, I have tried my best to explain to you that you are what you are. To not only accept those things we cannot change, but to grow from it like a cicada. But you still live in a fantasy world where some otherworldly entities are taking you, where nobody is able to speak to you, and most concerning of all, where you have an ex-wife. Lucinda, you have never been married. Your desire to become this blue alter ego has completely disconnected you from reality. I am concerned. We all are. Your family is worried sick, and we must try to tackle these psychotic breaks head on. Please, please, call me back. I promise I will be here to answer your call and prove to you that you are not alone, that you can be saved, and you will be fixed. The inner sanctum will help you blossom and split from your skin.
Final call. 29th of September 2023, 3:38 a.m.
Hello. Who is this?
Doctor, have you seen the stars out tonight? They're beautiful.
Lucinda, thank God you called. Where are you? Are you safe? Lucinda, I cannot help you if you don't tell me what's going on. Remember, we can help you grow into the cicada that you are truly meant to—
Doctor, did you see the stars tonight? They're beautiful.
What? No, I didn't. Lucinda, that doesn't matter right now. You need to tell us where you are. Your tracker isn't providing info. It says that you're nowhere.
Dr. Rawlings, please. It's Lou. Now look outside. Please.
For God's sake, Lucinda. You break curfew, disappear on your loved ones for hours on end, and leave frantic voicemails to everybody fearing the worst. Now you decide that it's time for some stargazing? How will this help anything? How will this show that you've honed our teachings and truly changed?
Kenneth, look outside. Now.
All right, Lou. I'm standing at the window and looking outside. Now what?
Do you see the stars, Rawlings?
Oh my God! What is that? Fuck me! What the fuck is that?
Those are the stars, Kenneth. What are they?
I don't understand. How is this? They're looking right at me.
What are they, Rawlings?
Beautiful. They're beautiful.
It's a cold day in autumn. Uncharacteristically so, in fact. You pull up your hood to bear the brunt of the chill and step up the large marble steps towards the pair of huge oak doors with a single knocker. a hollowed-out deer skull wrapped within a silver horseshoe. You hesitate before grasping it in your right hand, the cold silver steel making your skin burn as you wrap the malformed skull emphatically against the door, still clutching your personalized invitation in your hand. You don't recall where you got it, nor who wrote it. You just remember it being there, a fixture of your furnishings, enticing you into looking at it. Once you did, the personalized message and accompanied sketch drew you in, and even with trepidation, you knew you had to be there. The measured footsteps click across the floor before opening, and a gust of warm air followed by a lilting piano rush towards you. Standing before you is a tall, well-built and handsome man in his early 30s, his raven black hair swept back into a neat bun. Something about his aura feels different, like the way the air dances on a hot day. The very visage of him swirling, an intoxicating sensation to be sure, but one that carries a sense of unease. You brush this aside as you greet him meekly, any sense of bravado you may have in the outside world eclipsed by his demeanor. He smirks and shows you those kinds of teeth that are far too white to be natural, practically seeing your own inelegance within them, your clear inferiority in that moment.
Someone who has it all figured out while you sift through the maw of your own ineptitude.
You are our honored guest for this evening, I see. Welcome to Sturgeon's most esteemed art gallery, highlighting the great artist Lacerva.
He gestures for you to enter. Transfixed by his dulcet tones, you silently obey as hypnotic feet take one step in front of the other, and you cross the threshold into the grand manor house, sporting the illusory artist's entire compendium. Inside, you are startled by the sheer magnificence of it all. A grand circular foyer with 2 spiral staircases on either side. Walking up them leads to a mezzanine that displays a balcony overlooking a strange marble carving in the center. Its depiction eludes you. Perhaps this is one of those abstract art pieces you're not supposed to get.
Or more likely, you were never going to get it regardless. A mouse staring wide-eyed at the magnificence of a spire made by deft hands.
Before you could finish the thought, hands grasping at frayed sleeves, the sharply dressed man saunters ahead and stands in the archway, hands clasped together in front of him as he takes a short bow.
My name is BCG and I am the curator. You may simply call me B. We are about to embark on a tour of their grandest works, their dreams to nightmares, their fears to blisses.
He smirks, as if recalling a fond memory before continuing.
I ask that you keep an open mind, you follow my lead, and above all else, you do not look away.
The affable body language shifts momentarily, and you sense an air of authority and power exude from him as he leans towards you, holding a finger out to his temple.
You will remember everything that happened here, my friend.
With that declaration, he turns on his heel and bounds through the archway into a misaligned door in the corner of the balcony. The door is ramshackled, decrepit, and chipping away. As you inspect it, you determine that this door would more appropriately be affixed to a condemned home in a rundown area, not inside a fine establishment such as this. B stands by its side, hands gesturing to the features as he begins speaking once more.
This is where our story begins. Some say it was a cold Thursday in the winter where the very edges of the door were fastened shut by the chill outside, as if wishing to encase our esteemed artist in nature's very cocoon once they emerged from the one made of flesh. Others postulate it was during the rainy season. The insects gathered at the front porch waiting for the artist's already desired blood. Regardless, the nameless artist came into this world with fists balled, eyes shut, and nary a scream leaving their body.
B produces a rusty key from his lapel and puts it in the barely visible lock. With a hollow clunk, the door swings open and you follow him into the darkness. You fumble around as you feel dirt and slurry cake your feet as you step through the door, trusting your feet to take you forward, but the feeling of uncertainty is mounting within you with every single step you take. You hear B's footsteps further down the hall and surmise this must be a bigger room than you thought outside. After a few moments, the sound of a light being clicked echoes through the room, and you see B standing underneath a single light bulb, grinning.
Born into the filth and muck of commonality and poverty, our nameless artist had to struggle to survive. There were no mirrors in the home, and their mother refused to tell them what they looked like, other than they were beautiful. Encouraging words, of course, but very little was left to their understanding. This is where the earliest signs of artistic genius began to bleed through. Once they were able to start drawing, they never stopped. By the age of 12, they began their journey to becoming La Serva, and started where most artists' roads begin: Impressionism.
With that, B began lighting oil lamps around the box-like room and stood to the right wall by a large painting with a cloth hanging over it.
But like all artists, they had their own spin on it. You see, from birth, La Serva had been beset upon by calamitous night terrors. Spectres of unspeakable grotesqueness and horror would come from their mind and wreak havoc on their sanity, but bless their imagination in the process. A weaker mind may have gone mad from the offset, but La Serva knew they were destined for greatness, even if that greatness would never come in their lifetime.
Your hands tremble with anticipation, as if seeing a new animal for the first time. Fingers dig into the insides of your palms, and you feel a bead of sweat trickle down your forehead, a nervous bounce in your right foot, and a feeling of itchiness across your scalp that you're desperately resisting the urge to scratch. Perhaps the humid air is affecting you. Or it could be the glint in B's eyes that suggests he has something more in mind to showcase. That knowing grin when a bully is setting you up for a fall, excited to showcase your failings for all to see. You know it because you've seen it before. Perhaps you were the victim, the bully, or the bystander, but you know it. It is a look of malice.
This, dear patron, is the first glimpse into the beautiful madness of the Nameless One. I present to you Destitution.
B pulls the velvet away, and you almost fall over in the presence of its splendor. It is the house belonging to the broken door you walked into, propped up on stalks made from bones. The very structure of the bestial-like building seemed imposing, leering towards the reader from the very painting. Every window a yellowed eye staring down at you. The porch a scattered sea of splintered wood sharpened into teeth. Above, a black sun radiating an ugly shade of puce that the house was basking in. Its very presence sets every hair on your body to attention. If B noticed your fear, he actively ignored it and looked upon it like a proud parent.
This magnificence is known to us now as anti-impressionism. La Serva sought to personify the maleficence within their own mind and project that distortion onto any and all spectators. I must admit, those would have been far and few given the family's secretive nature and eventual isolation of La Serva once their mother died. You see.
B gestures to the room itself, and as the light brings clarity, you see wallpaper and old furniture adorning the unchecked corners.
This was taken straight from La Serva's home upon their demise.
Your mind swells at the thought of someone's entire childhood home being stripped away and nailed down in an unfamiliar location, preserved for all to see. Is it a prideful moment or one of shame? You don't know, but you feel that overwhelming sense of inadequacy grow. It starts in your toes and rises up your body as your internal monologue confirms your suspicions. You will never achieve this level of public intrigue. Your works and your accomplishments will be forgotten in time. All that will remain of you is a memory, and in time, that too will be forgotten. You push these thoughts from your mind as B stands beside you, peering at something imperceptible to you. No surprise that the curator would find more insights than you, but intriguing nonetheless.
Do you see it, patron? The mark of La Serva?
He asks you in an inquisitive manner, sincerity in his voice. He points towards the window, a powerful digit with well-manicured and painted nails shaking at its target. You follow its trajectory until you gaze through the farthest back window in the painting. A dismal, pitiful thing that almost seemed to be an afterthought for La Serva upon painting it. The windows were slathered with a grease-like stain, running down the pane and almost completely masking whatever may lay behind it. But not enough to hide the thin figure descending from the ceiling with its feet never touching the ground. A body hanging from the rafters.
I heard its voice call out to me. At the tender age of 3, it whooped and hollered so frightfully, "Child, you'll bring a soul to me."
B recanted the poem with enthusiasm as he turned on his heel and walked to the other wall where another velvet cover hung over a painting.
La Serva's father was an unremarkable individual who drank and beat his wife. Not uncommon in those days, I'm sorry to say. He was terrified of his child and spent all waking hours avoiding them like they were diseased, claiming they had something off about them, and eschewing responsibility to La Serva's already worn-out mother. After one frightful nightmare during La Serva's childhood, the mother would find herself suddenly widowed, the selfish spouse saving the final act of violence for himself. Noose around his neck, belly full of booze, and a note, all that remains, cryptic in its intent. Quote, "The ills within this house will consume us all eventually." End quote. It was La Serva themselves who discovered the body, the mother stumbling upon them, staring up at the still-warm corpse and drawing fervently. Macabre? Yes. But it is always said that genius strikes at the most inopportune times.
With that, B pulled back the second curtain, and a most macabre image bore its way into the deepest recesses of the mind. A bloated body shaped like a rotten tree, swinging from the very rafters located in La Serva's home. The top of the painting is obscured mostly in darkness, save for the wiry hair split into branches and the wide, bulbous eyes sticking out as if threatening to leap from their sockets or apples falling when ripened. The noose wrapped so tightly around the neck it threatened to decapitate him, painted in the guise of a serpent constricting its victim as it continued to grip even tighter, the tongue yellowed and dripping sap from its very tip. The arms were caught mid-swing, held open like great tree trunks with the veins jutting out of the bark like skin. Insects crawling out of holes in the flesh as the body floated lifelessly at the sides. The toes drawn like roots ripped from the soil and pointed down towards the small figure beneath. A young La Serva, head bowed and busy drawing a crude depiction of their father with crayon. There are a multitude of feelings rushing through your body as you stare at this depiction of life sitting underneath what looks to be an agonizing death. Sadness, disgust, morbid curiosity, and something else. Something you cannot quite put your finger on yet. B studies you with intrigue, watching how you react and the way your head sways side to side, as if mimicking the very rhythm the father's body would have moved in until discovery. He leers as he takes a beat around the house, hand gently caressing various furnishings as he speaks.
La Serva would spend the next few years of their life here, perfecting the craft of anti-impressionism and focusing on painting the world as they saw it. Of course, they saw the world very differently from you or I. They saw it as a living, breathing entity, much like the house they lived in. In fact, their nightmares were chronicled in their journals, detailing how the town below felt as if it had consumed them should they ever step foot within it. This fear would eventually be conquered when they became of age and found a patron who would supply them with quarters in the city. But before they left to embark on the next crucial stage of their growth, they painted this.
B walked to the last covered painting in the derelict room, hands trembling as he held onto the delicate cloth and bore another smile that bordered on the insincere.
Sturgeon is, by all accounts, a place filled with the most unusual clientele. Rumblings of those with gifts that would disturb and terrify the public are commonplace within its citizens. It has long been said that the town was carved out of the flesh of a dead beast. But perhaps the beast isn't dead, but is instead waiting for the right time to strike.
Your eyes sting, and you realize you haven't blinked in quite some time. The air feels thick and your scalp bubbles and itches. You fight the urge to scratch or to blink as B pulls the cloth away and you feel time around you begin to dilate. Was this how a deer felt within the headlights of a juggernaut? Distance incorrectly judged, beacons speeding toward them before the sensation of broken bones and silence. Unlike the other paintings, this one has no border and is instead plastered onto the very walls. A stench hits your nostrils that makes you gag, but you fight the urge to vomit as your eyes take in every inch of this beautiful monstrosity. A top-down map of the town would be too apt a description. It is the carcass of a great lumbering beast whose taxonomy you could not place had you 100 years of research behind you. The torso has been hollowed out, gutted, and organs either repurposed or stripped entirely to make way for the metropolitan district. Complex arrays of grey towers with small eyes for windows, all staring up at you as ant-like figures scurry about on the streets below. Perhaps it is the lack of blinking, but not only could you swear you see the image moving, you feel drawn to it, both emotionally and physically, as if falling forward into the painting itself. A sensation that removes you from your sense of self, perhaps astral projection, overcomes you, and you find yourself seeing your body from the outside. Small but subtle changes immediately lost within the fear of the moment. You brace your feet for the impact that never comes, finally shutting your eyes out of instinct. But no impact comes. When you look upon the carcass once more, you notice B is pointing at a particular spot in the corner, a look of pride casting his face in an ugly light.
The scholars say this town, shrouded in secrecy and scorn, has not been locatable to the outside world for centuries. Glimpsed only through folklore tales, and that of those with sight beyond sight. Unless you were born here, or stumbled here through unusual means, you could never come across such a place. A town carved out of the flesh of an ancient beast, feasting on its very life force. A town like Sturgeon. Lacerva titled this, A Body Within a Body, on Desiccating Flesh. Aptly named, is it not?
While perhaps in another art gallery, college classes on art history, or even in furtive conversations with friends, you'd find the mere notion of an art piece declared to be on flesh a farce or something to mock. But you know immediately that this is not the case here. You break your gaze as he places a hand on your shoulder. You feel the force of his palm dig into your shoulder and send goosebumps across your skin. Maybe someone once placed their hands on you when you weren't ready, hadn't wanted them to, or simply done so with malicious intent. But that sensation of invasion is one universally recognized by humanity. You instinctively turn to meet his overbearing gaze, dilated pupils studying you as his nostrils flare.
This would mark a turning point in Lacerva's life. They began dreaming of Sturgeon every night from the moment they began painting this canvas until long into their adulthood. Each time it would show them the contours of its flesh, the complexities of its insides, and the lives of its individual inhabitants going about their business. Lacerva became those people, staring into them and absorbing part of them for their art, changing their identity in the process, and irrevocably altering their artistic perspective.
B paused and sighed, still keeping the hand on the shoulder as the other was firmly placed on its opposite, guiding you slowly towards the painting as he continued speaking.
It was at this time Lacerva saw something in Sturgeon. Perhaps you see it too. Maybe that's why you were called here, to witness the beauty of their work and fully understand it. Many patrons have tried, but...
The nails dig into your flesh, and you worry they'll break the skin, but B relents and guides you towards the door, controlling your every step.
To truly understand the Boon Period of Leserva's artistic timeline, you must experience it as they did. You must answer the question their art poses during this period.
The closer you get to the peach-colored door, the more aware you are of the intense heat coming from it. But there's something else. Something far more sinister as your eyes focus and B's guidance becomes more pronounced. The peach door is breathing. Hinges straining as the center of this archway struggles to contain the pulsating, hairy mass. Perhaps those weren't hinges, you thought, but the tired lungs of one of Leserva's artworks. You shudder at the thought and banish it from your mind, hoping it doesn't resurface the same way other ugly thoughts do. Violent ends for you and those who hurt you, ideations of disappearing into thin air without a trace and becoming something you're not sure you are. But all these thoughts have air within them, a life of their own, so they must inevitably resurface to the top of the ocean within your mind. You barely have time to register B stroking the side of the peach door with gentle precision, tracing leather-bound fingers down a particular patch of flesh and almost shuddering with delight as it vibrated to his touch. You are transfixed as the door slowly gives way to a circular room with a searchlight in the center that is routinely moving and fixated on different displays of artwork. Grandpa once told you about the idea of a panopticon, a prison with minimal guards that could theoretically keep watch of countless prisoners through fear of surveillance. But the wave of nostalgic memories is immediately replaced by the sickening reminder entering your brain as you step through the door. I know what it feels like to be watched constantly. To feel eyes boring into your skull at all hours, scrutinizing you, waiting for you to slip up so they can pounce on you. B whispers a question to you as the light begins to fade around the room and you are pushed to your knees in front of this grand monument to servitude situated in the center of the oval-shaped room. Your skin bristles as his words seep their way into your skull, but you ignore it for the moment as your eyes follow the sickly puce light as it directs your gaze to the northeastern wall where a painting sits. B's voice carries on the wind, but his form eludes you as he begins explaining the work.
Leserva would come to realize that the mark of genius comes with a price. Their mother used to tell them they carried the mark of Golgotha, a realm in biblical literature that saw the death of a religious figure. Leserva didn't fully understand this until they caught sight of their mother destroying an earlier creation, citing it as housing evil. The young artist looked at the fear in their mother's eyes, the shape moving within the painting, and they understood.
B pauses, a shudder in their tone as your eyes focus on the wall opposite.
This was the night their gift was truly born. The gift of manifestation.
Your teeth begin grinding in that way your parents used to chastise you for. Cramps fill your feet and the sides of your temples throb. You know you are not just witnessing art, but something worse. Something darker. A 30 by 40 portrait encased in bone-white trim and nailed to the wall was what initially looked to be something of a Rorschach painting. You'd heard of these, of course. Those odd blotches of ink that somehow form shapes only discernible to the individual, then extrapolated upon by experts in comfy armchairs to tell you that you have some kind of predilection for sordid activity A, or a propensity for unbecoming desires B. You hated those people in those boxes. It reminded you too much of the time spent at the inner sanctum. The cold eyes staring at you and telling you how to feel, how to think, assuring you that they'd call your parents to pick you up once you, quote, weren't sick anymore, but never did. How could your parents send you to that place instead of talking to you? Why did that man convince them more than their own kin? You lose yourself in the thoughts, and it's only when your eyes focus again that you clock why your teeth were grinding, your legs cramping, and your temples throbbing. It was your body's instincts urging you to flee. That you were seeing something beyond the purview of normalcy, and your best bet at surviving was to get far, far away. Just as it had been urging you to do since the moment you set off from your home to come to this place. But that overriding sensation of guilt, shame, and fear kept you rooted to the spot. Whatever was in that letter was far, far more convincing than your own natural instincts. So you stared. You stared and watched the black shapes on this white canvas spread out to every corner, twisting and writhing like a billion insects marching as one. They pulled at the edges, bubbled to the surface, and began to form a shape, slowly but surely. You see the head first, a small bulbous thing that juts out from the neck like it's desperate to escape its own fleshy trappings. The ears are pointed, the lobes hang like rotten fruit and seem to cling to the sides of the neck, which is wide and veiny. The jaw is immediately noticeable, and it catches you off guard. Its prominence, something that resonates within you, shaking hands, touching your own.
I don't know why you hate it so much. It's sexy. It makes you look cute. Not like the others.
The lips came next, thin and pursed, chapped and almost sun-bleached as they parted to show teeth locked in a grimace. Grinding. Your eyes meet its eyes. A shade of brown your last part had described as the shade of pure soil on the spring day. And you'd always sigh because it was such a dumb compliment. But it made you laugh. It made you feel seen for who you were, who you wanted everyone else to see. But these eyes were narrowed. Crow's feet littered the sides, and where they stopped, bright red blood vessels mapped the whites of the eyes like a stained battlefield where every tear had left a scar. The sallow skin and pock-marked areas littered with craters of spots or former ingrown hairs you'd spent hours picking at, forcing to bleed until your deft fingernails could claw out the rocky core, determined to never let anyone see you with less than smooth skin because you always hated the feeling of hair on your face. Nobody had ever told you that you looked beautiful with it, and you damn sure didn't want it now. This was you. Every bit of you that you'd shut away in a lockbox at the back of your closet or covered up with years of desensitization, sex, fashion changes, beauty products, or corrective procedures. All of it had bubbled back to the surface, and it was furious you tried to keep it from the light. And it shrieks. The enamel on the teeth rotted away from stomach bile and caked in a shade of ginger. The tongue covered in a white paste that undulates as every emotion this poor unfortunate creature felt on its own is hurled back at its older self, understandably distraught to witness a world where it, inexplicably, had moved on. But as soon as it had started screaming, it stopped. The face relaxed, and the lips turned down. Black streams ran from the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth as it simply gawked at you. Within a few moments, the painting had changed back to an odd amalgamation of shapes, slowly swirling on a white canvas. You didn't even notice you were crying until B appeared and handed you a handkerchief, before stepping back into the shadows.
That, my friend, was the tragedy of the self, or le Matheo della Sturgeon.
B pauses and takes in a deep breath, admiring the sight.
Also known as the ugliest person in Sturgeon. The true beginning of LeServa's gifts. For whoever gazes upon the painting for long enough, they will see the parts of them they wish to keep locked away. When LeServa's mother looked upon it, she saw a version of her she tried to ignore. A person quick to anger, quicker to beating her beloved child as a way of regaining control for what her husband had done. A person who could not live with the failures of their parenting. I'm sure you're curious if LeServa themselves looked upon the painting, but perhaps that will become clear in time.
You felt sick. Your stomach is in knots and you have the urge to vomit, but you remember your therapy, or at least the bit that stuck, and you hold your nerve. You came here for a reason, because you know you can't stay there. See this through to the end, no matter what. You are not a coward, but you are broken. You can fix this. You take a deep breath and your eyes follow the panopticon light, now a shade of indigo as it travels across the room to the east, resting on a wide canvas depicting a white ball with a single stain smeared across it, arcing down and ending in a circle. A noose. You feel the bile rise up again and the hesitation marks on your skin burn. You know what this represents, and it takes you right back to where you were on your first danger night. Dripped in sweat, a shaking hand gripping the bottle of water as its paired partner dishes out the pills. Someone online assured you it would be painless, but sometime later your insides were burning and your body shook, and you knew it was anything but. A swell of emotions rises within you. Shame, apprehension, concern, and above all, fear still holds the crown. You continue to stare as B begins discussing the art.
Like any genius crushed by the weight of their gifts in a world that seldom understands, Lacerva's life was punctuated by many bouts of mental instability. Ever more pronounced when their mother passed away after witnessing Lacerva's gifts for herself. She locked herself away in the abattoir and refused to come out, declaring she no longer lived with her child, but instead lived with the monster that will devour her essence. Ironic, unfortunate as it is, that she starved to death in the end.
B stifled a chuckle before continuing.
The next two paintings were done in a state of mania, the first using only Lacerva's bare hands, blood, and of course, their innate gift. Step forward and keep watching, young cicada.
Something about that painting's title sent shockwaves in your mind that jerked your body, but you held fast to the command and walked a few paces towards the display, eyes focused. Sure enough, something began to form around the noose. Shades of brown, green, and grey piled up like great spires. Dirty plates, mouldy food, and a living situation in utter filth surrounded the center noose and spread like a tidal wave of fetid and grotesque waste. It escaped from its imaginary boundary within the panopticon's indigo light and ran amok across the whole eastern wall as it depicted large insects tearing each other apart for supremacy of filthy kitchen countertops. Maggots proliferating in the rotting corpse of Lacerva's mother. Clothes caked in dust strewn across the wooden floors and discarded next to unfinished bottles of booze. Once it finished spreading and the rotting canvas was complete, you step back and take in the scope of all of it, as B continues.
Yes, a sorry sight to behold, but Lacerva's self-neglect began to take its toll in the aftermath of their loss. They barely ate, drank heavily like their father before them, and rejected the outside world all the more, trying desperately to hide their gift from prying eyes and to understand what this monster was within them, that their parents seemed to see, but was beyond their own purview.
Taking a look around, you see the source of the pain and frustration littering this wall of neglect. Ripped paintings. In every room, every corner of this decaying home were destroyed projects, ideas that would never be realized and had been thrown away in bouts of frustration, artist's block, and self-hatred. You look back to the center of the noose and notice it has diminished in size, moving to the one clean spot in the house, the drawing room. In fact, the longer you look, the more you think the wall itself is shrinking, as every facet of filth is shrinking into the center canvas once more, making you feel as if the walls will close in at any moment. That claustrophobic, crushing fear is enough to make your breaths labored and panicked, but you still keep your eyes fixed on the center, even as your heartbeat is thumping in your neck. Within a few moments, the filth and regret has folded into a drawing canvas being worked on by a tall individual with a wide gait, sat with their back to you. It almost looks real, but the oil markings belie its realism, and you take a step forward. They turn and stare at you, a menacing, piercing stare from icy blue eyes that stops you dead in its tracks. You can't place it, but you know this person. Their lips don't turn up, but you know they're smiling. Their teeth aren't bared, but you can sense their hunger. They say nothing, but you know their intent. Their hands continue to paint with the rest of their body obscuring the final product, eyes fixated on you. Their motions are blurred and manic, the joints moving far too quickly to gauge what is going on, but if you saw someone on the street painting that fast, you'd assume the end result to be one of sloppiness and abstract in nature. Once they're complete, they turn their body around and it fades to nothing, leaving only the finished canvas. It is the server, smiling joyfully with a noose around their neck, the body in the midst of falling off the stool that held them up.
Ego's Untimely Death is the name of this piece, where Lacerva made the conscious decision to put aside their fears, their concerns, and any notions of safety to become someone different, someone better. But they had to kill the self in order to do so. It would be after this final art piece we would enter the penultimate stage of their artistic journey, for they would have a dream so vivid that it would consume their waking hours.
The panopticon pulsates and the boom rattles in your bones as it swivels to the far corner and a black light bursts from it, burning a hole into the final art piece of the room. You feel tired, and as you walk over, your thoughts overwhelm you of your own brush with death. You could never bear the weight of two selves, let alone one. Why bother trying? They didn't even try to understand, to ask, and to support. It was straight to seeking help from the imaginary friend in the sky. Every day, you get told you're an abomination. Better off just proving them right. When you are about 10 feet away from the installation, you don't stand and observe. You fall to your knees and gawk at the display. A wood carving draped in crimson and bioluminescent colors beyond your understanding of the color spectrum. But it's the contents that captures your attention, and your lip trembles in awe of the mastery.
Many artists throughout history have drawn from their dreams, nightmares, and religious interventions to depict the ethereal realms beyond human understanding. Hieronymus Bosch being one of the most accomplished, but I venture even he would be swayed by Lacerva's raw vision, knowing they accomplished this piece in a fever dream of just 3 days. You are looking at the culmination of Lacerva's deepest and darkest fears made manifest for all to see before their self-imposed exile. Gaze upon the height of Lacerva's boon, delirio eterno.
Each carving told a story that fed into the next, intricate depictions of malformed beasts with appendages that defied its physiology, anthropomorphic birds in ornate armor dissecting hapless citizens and feasting on the writhing insects in their entrails. A grand battle taking place on a strange platform made from bones, marrow, and dust. Far above, great obsidian spheres with wide slits for broken teeth loomed overhead, silently watching the carnage. On the far left stood a black pit that the townsfolk had gathered around, some flinging hapless others into, their faces permanently etched in despair and fright as something unseen undulates in the inky maw. Casting your eyes to the center carving, you see warriors, mages, and all manner of nobility pointing and shrieking at something in the distance. The hollowed-out eyes and gaping jaws made all the more uncanny with the wood carvings. You follow their gaze and see a spectre floating in the sky. Black clouds gathered around them as bizarre insect-like creatures blast trumpets and bang drums to its presence. A sash filled with bulbous eyes flows seamlessly around their cloaked frame. Painted toes and bronzed skin dazzle even from the carving. But you cannot make out their face save for the eyes. Wide, proud, and manic as they stare down at the show of opulence and violence taking place below.
This is Lacerva's vision, a violent world full of unworthy souls willing to cast aside their own kin if it curries them favor with their peers, who will fight over the smallest of sentiments and die for their petty causes, who will shun anyone and anything that dares to be different in their world of innate ugliness. Lacerva saw themselves, enlightened and powerful, returning to Dondella and exacting the kind of justice it so desperately needs.
B trails off as the light moves to the last carving next to his position, 1 foot up against the steel door as he points towards the carving.
This is their vision, one that would take years for them to finally return to.
You walk over and feel disgust. It is a grand table stretching from one end of the carving to the next, piled high with the bodies of screaming, terrified citizens. Some human, many deformed and bizarre. You can't even tell what species they're meant to be, only that they're in absolute terror as they all stare to the center of this banquet. There sits a gargantuan figure, jaw dislocated and full of broken bodies, their flesh clinging to spire-like teeth, and some hands seemingly reaching out for assistance that will never come. Looking at the hands, you see the fingers turned into pincers that grasp and flay the closest victims trying to escape, pulling at their limbs in order to better devour them. Your mind could separate this as art, but something within it rings sincere, and it scares you to your core.
We will speak no more of this, for interpretation is vital in understanding Lacerva's journey. It was at this time they committed themselves to the institution known as the Inner Sanctum, where they cocooned themselves into a chrysalis and waited, growing, eating, and learning until the day would come that they would emerge anew. They returned to this hallowed ground just once in that near-decade span of time known as the Fractals, sequestering themselves away in my favorite art piece of them all, Entbehrung.
He opens the door, and for the first time, you can't sense anything behind it, let alone see anything. It is darkness for an imperceptible distance, and not even sound seems to emanate from within. B offers a hand to guide you in, and you acquiesce against your better judgment, knowing you've already come this far. But once the door shuts, you realize what kind of hellscape you've entered. No light, no sound, no senses whatsoever. In fact, after a few tentative steps, you stop feeling the floor beneath you, and the sensation of falling overcomes your body so powerfully you drop to the ground and curl into a ball.
This Vantablack space is designed to be representative of Lacerva's own mental state during this transitional period. On one hand, there was little inspiration, and their thoughts were clouded by darkness that snuffed out all sense of the former self, burying it away as best they could. On the other,
you keep your eyes shut tight, and you remember that when you were a child trying to make your uncanny reflection go away, you'd press your hands into your eyes to see colors, pretend you were descending a magical rabbit hole where you could be yourself and nobody would judge you. It soothed you then and seemed to do the same now. You tried to calm yourself, and after a few minutes you relax and look around, noticing the colors had followed you into the Vantablack room. Short bursts of bright pinks, wild marigolds and deep ochres float around you and past you, smashing against the wall and creating short after images that at first don't seem to represent anything of merit.
They create something remarkable, for this was the time when Lacerva began to understand the power of manifestation, harnessing one's emotions and desires and bringing them into the world fully formed.
B called from beyond the door.
It is here the wheels began to turn, and Lacerva started to undergo the final changes, with guidance from those close to them.
You keep your eyes locked on one spot where the colors smash against the barrier of darkness, watching as they form a pair of people, one with a reassuring hand on the other, sat on a bed, arms bound. They led them to a doorway with another person restrained and whisper into their ear before unfastening the straps and closing the door, leaving them with the unfortunate victim still tied down.
It is here the work of divinity began. It is here that the Antlion was born.
You look beneath your feet. A brilliant shade of yellow swirls around you and forms a pit not dissimilar to the one in the carvings. It towers around you, and you feel the sensation of sinking as you get closer to its center mass, something beginning to poke its head out. Instinct takes over, and you leap for the direction of B's voice, for anything that will save you. You remember how weak this body is, how useless it's been to you all this time, and that your parents were right to call the specialists, that fixing you was always what would happen. You feel yourself succumbing to the inevitable when a flash of light blinds you and B opens a door some 10 feet away that you leap towards. Clutching your chest and with blurred vision, B helps you to your feet and leads you on unsteady legs towards another room on the other side of the house. You don't know the route, and you see flashes of red velvet, grand marble, and something crawling along the walls. But you're so relieved to be out of that room and still struggling to keep your breathing in check that you barely register it. After a few minutes, you're led to an armchair in a dark room and placed gently onto it as B saunters around and moves a plinth in front of you, hosting a box and highlighted by a single spotlight.
And it is here the tour reaches its end, for this is the final stage, once the server had emerged from their chrysalis and begun their work in earnest. This would be where they married their artistic vision, their innate gift, and sense of righteousness together to create an entirely new kind of art. And in doing so, they would cast aside their old title in favor of a new one. But before we get to that, we need to understand the process they underwent. So, we have this. Return to Utero.
B stands beside the plinth and keeps his hands folded as he waits for you to get to your feet. You take a moment, but you do so and inspect the box. It's made from bone, and numerous sigils are carved into it that you won't even pretend to understand. You open it up to a blinding flash and the smell of a noxious gas that burns in your lungs and sends a ripple through your body. You don't know why B would wait for you to recoup before doing this. Perhaps it's like you see with predators in the wild, playing with their food. Nevertheless, your last coherent thoughts are that of confusion and terror as B holds you steady and speaks softly into your ear, steering you towards another light that swings overhead down the way.
Do you know what antlions do to their prey? They lure their victims in with a false sense of security, ensuring they are deep in their pit before springing the trap. The prey struggles naturally, but they can never climb out as the very walls themselves begin to melt around them.
Your eyes dart to the sides, and what walls you can see are twisting and breathing like the peach door. You feel sick, and your heart beats faster as B continues.
Then, in an instant, the antlion strikes with its jaws and drags the hapless meat underneath the earth, where it feasts on its essence before casting aside the skin and starting over, nourished by its target. Of course, an antlion in name is not an antlion in reality. There are always going to be liberties taken. Soon, you'll see for yourself. You will return to Utero.
You stand in an archway and feel B's hands interlock your wrists to the sides of two obsidian pillars. You try to pull, but whatever you were dosed with is slowly working its way through your system, crawling into your lungs and spreading through your bloodstream. Regret takes center stage for a duet with fear, and you think of your parents. You think of your partner waiting for you at home, and wondering why you took off in a hurry after reading a letter in a black envelope. You never had the heart to tell them the threat of exposure held within it if you didn't come here. You couldn't handle the shame of being thrown out into the sunlight and burned for all to see. Misunderstood, misdiagnosed, misrepresented. Another one of them for the masses to gawk at. No, you had to be here, right? You don't get the time to answer that question as a black viscous liquid cakes your skin. At first it just feels heavy, but then the burning sets in and you push past the weak moans to deliver an ear-splitting scream that surprises you. Once again, you feel you're looking in at yourself, suffering, the black tar bubbling as it eats away at the flesh on your back. You don't even notice B walking around you with a bag full of something he's affixing to your shoulders. They feel awkward, sharp, and weigh down your already weak skin, but you aren't able to resist. B mutters something, and you feel two sharp clasps in your shoulder blades, followed by another severe set of burning. When you are released, you fall to your knees and see B kneel down in front of you with a bowie knife, twiddling it in his hands. Gone is the expression of joy, adulation, or intrigue. He's detached, cold, and calculated as he talks to you.
You are to be the next in a line of many who failed to be reborn. The will of manifestation is alive within you, and your choice to come here showcases that. But before you can gaze upon the masterpiece, you must yourself be transformed. You must be the fallen angel the server would eventually become. Gail. So.
He grips the knife with a firm hand, his lip turning down in a grimace as he looks behind you and pulls at something your body struggles to recognize as your own, turning you towards a wall where a large mirror hangs.
Your wings must be clipped. You must be humbled before you can return anew. A cicada sheds its entire skin to become something more, but an angel must walk among its fellow man to recognize its own divinity.
You see what he has done to you. Tarred and feathered, yes, but something more has taken a hold of you. You see yourself in the way you want to be seen. Your skin smooth and luminous, lips bright and plump, eyes alight with the joy of life, and your very smile lighting up your soul. This is how you feel when nobody else but your lover is looking. The you that you want to see. But then your eyes travel up and you see the black tar crawling down your shoulders, burning your chest and your back. You see the black feathered wings twitching and convulsing from your back, unfamiliar with their new master and almost flapping to get away, like a fledgling learning to fly. And then you see the knife cut into one near the root. You feel a pain so intense your vision blurs, and it's as if a limb is being separated. Why would he do this only to take it away? You try to separate yourself from the experience, but all you can think of is the other you in the mirror. The version of you slowly being flayed away until nothing but ugliness remains. You hate it. You would give your very life to spend just a few more minutes in the presence of that version, to be that version of you. The pain stops, and you look in the mirror again. You hear a howling and realize it's your own voice as that same portrait of you from before howls back. The realization that you have always been, will now always be this person because of this sick individual crushes you like nothing else. This has taken something from you. Something irreplaceable. You had a feeling this ordeal would be painful, but there was no way of knowing the depths it would go to in order to do what this man had promised. You have no desire to escape, to tell someone, because you know what has been taken cannot be given back. Instead, you simply wait to be led away by B. And sure enough, he obliges, gently taking you to a red door some distance away. When he opens it, you recognize the room from the beginning, but it's far more vibrant now than it was before. You're standing at the top of the stairs as thunderous applause greets your presence. Unseen hands clap and voices cheer from the shadows, B leading you by the hand as you gingerly take step by tentative step down the red velvet stairs and into the spacious mezzanine. The pain is overwhelming and you fear you'll pass out at any moment, but fear and regret now battle with another player on center stage. Grim acceptance. You no longer care what happens and continue moving as directed until finally, mercifully, you are let go and fall to a heap on the floor, sat looking up at B as he walks to the large monument hidden under a veil by the stairs. He looks almost forlorn as he speaks to the unseen crowd.
Thank you all for coming. The tour of Lacerva's life is now complete. We have seen the birth, struggles, life, and death of Dondella's greatest artist, becoming Gail, the Antlion of Sturgeon. Now, we gaze upon their final art piece, their magnum opus.
He looks to you as deft hands grip the sides of the delicate velvet.
This is your destiny, should Gail look upon you and determine that you cannot be saved. For they named it after the very site where a martyr was crucified for doing what needed to be done. This is where all unsavable in this world go to meet salvation in the next.
He pulls off the veil, and your body goes numb. Fear, regret, acceptance, and everything else dissipates from you, and they leave the stage of your mind. Even your pain ceases to elicit a reaction as your mind struggles to comprehend the thing in front of you.
The product of manifestation. The monument to salvation. The Wound of Golgotha.
A gargantuan statue covered in a grey and bronze sheen looms overhead. In the very same moment, it shares an air of absolute genius with abject horror. The body is posed with its left arm covering its chest as if wounded, the right reaching out to you. Around it is a pair of sashes littered with burning eyes fixated on you. The head seemingly hidden behind one of the sashes and cowering its bulbous shape. It takes you a moment, but you see the various areas of the arms, torso, and legs where bite marks seem to form. Large swaths of the marble are missing, and muscle can be seen underneath. The intricacy of the art is astounding, you think, as you process what you see. Then you spy the various blisters. Some look red beneath the veneer of bronze and grey, and... Did that eye just move? What about that one? You feel the urge to move forward, despite the pain you know is still there, as if you're being called by this macabre piece. You do it without thinking and shakily climb to your feet, stumbling forward and trying to get a better look at the head. You don't know why, but you feel like you have to know. Your mind briefly thinks of the life you once led before you met the man in the therapy office. The one who was fixated on your name and why you'd insisted on changing it. Why you wore your hair in that way, and if he could learn more about you. You try to focus on the could-have-beens and the maybes, but it melts away the closer you get. It's only when you're just over an arm's reach away that you notice that B is no longer in the room. The applause and cheers have faded, and the beautiful colours of this mezzanine have drained. In fact, it looks almost dilapidated now. Rot seeping through the banisters above and an ill wind rattling around outside. You hear a small squelch and spy a blister has just burst on the statue. A soft, moaning noise accompanying it. But statues can't moan, you think, as your eyes travel up to the sash and stare at the eye in front of you. It's weeping. They all are, shaking and sobbing as they seem to silently plead with you. You recall all the reports of a cannibal killer operating in Dondella Sturgeon. 2 whiter than white presenters with perfect teeth and uncanny accents talking nonchalantly about a homegrown monstrosity the media dubbed the Antlion. Offhandedly mentioning his targets seem to be missing, vulnerable, and assumed queer. Someone calls in to make offhanded comments about the community, but you've long since purged that from your mind when the next tidbit of information was brought up with a suppressed dry heave from the co-anchor. You can still remember their relatable voice breaking through the malaise of media-friendly cadences.
There are even unconfirmed reports that this killer takes pieces of his victims and eats them. How would you know that he eats them, Miles? The, teeth marks.
You don't remember how only some of the bodies were found, but now you come face to face with the mass. You think you do know what happened to them. Your last conscious thoughts are that of what lurks behind the sashes, what passes for a head on this monument of destruction. You realize this is no statue, that whatever manifestation Lacerva has, it holds within it a hellscape you cannot even fathom. And as the last vestiges of your sanity ebb away, you hear 3 words echo around your skull before that same pronounced silence you felt in the Vantablack room eclipses your world forever.
1,150 miles.
All right. Dictation started, the music's on low, and the journey is underway. No time like the present, I suppose. At least it's a nice day for it. My name is Professor Luann Coleman, 53 years old. Proud woman. Head of the inner sanctum of therapeutic services and advocate for the protection of young people in Dondella, Sturgeon. I have been asked to do this dictation by the Board of Directors for the Inner Sanctum as they undergo reviews following recent incidents involving some of our patients. What better way to start than on the longest damn journey of my life, right? Okay, here we go.
Question 1. What are your main responsibilities and roles within the company?
Well, I ensure our staff are constantly vetted, trained up to the standard expected by our clientele and their loved ones. Regularly do seminars highlighting the importance of our company's therapy techniques, and do my own counseling sessions to get a general standard for both our new and senior staff to attain. I, of course, report to all of you on any matters pertaining to the general outlook of the company, set out targets for our staff, and oversee or approve new medication trials or therapy techniques for patients. Essentially, the buck stops with me. I didn't get that PhD for nothing. Oh my goodness. It's gorgeous out here today, isn't it? I hope you don't mind if I go off script a little here. This is an informal investigation after all, but don't you just love the way the town looks this time of year? I'm traveling down the dirt roads near the Golgothan Bridge. The sea is twinkling in that almost mystical way that makes you feel like you're in some kind of dream. The clouds overhead keep forming into little shapes I swear I can make out if I was foolish enough to keep my darn eyes off the road for too long. And the smell of the air is laced with barbecues, and it just evokes such strong sensations of nostalgia. I try to remind our patients of the importance of that. Remember who you are, where you came from, and, of course, the end goal of being in our care. To bring you back to our reality, safe and sound. I tell you, there are few things as rewarding as rehabilitating a member of our society in our care who comes through our doors so confused, detached from the real world, and in need of our guidance. To see them blossom out of their shell and go back home to their loved ones as someone they feel they haven't seen in so many years. Well, it's like raising the dead. I feel like the right hand of Osiris himself assisting the Roman god of resurrection whilst spitting in the face of Thanatos, death himself, and taking someone he'd already buried back from his clutches. All the more gratifying when it's a young person, giving them yet another shot at life. The bridge is coming up. I love looking out over the water and seeing if I can spy any marine life. Something struggling against the current to survive, and reminding us how difficult yet rewarding this journey can be. No such luck this time. Just a couple of dark shapes bobbing by the surface's edge, watching and waiting for their next meal, perhaps. On to the next question.
Question 2. How many years of experience do you have within this role and the company?
I've been fortunate to give some of my best years to this institution. I joined as an undergraduate some 25 years ago and interned with passion. They used to call me Wallpaper Coleman because I was basically always standing by the walls, taking notes, observing and shadowing. Not the most creative name, but it beat some of the more unfavorable ones I'd gotten in my youth, and in the media as times have changed. I became the head of the Inner Sanctum roughly 7 years ago, transitioning from my prior role as head of research and therapeutic enrichment. There, I was tasked with providing unique methods to help young people find their way, rehabilitate them, and ensure as low a chance of relapsing as possible. It was during this time I achieved my PhD with a thesis that focused on the experimentation and exploration of identity within young people, the benefits and the damage societally. I became a professor in my 5th year, achieved tenure, and went on to focus my efforts on bringing my lifelong goals to fruition. It was then that we saw our retention rate of patients go down, while follow-ups with successful implementation of our methods shot up. So, when the time came to choose a successor to our retiring head, I was fortunate enough to get the job. It's been more than rewarding to see my vision implemented and to have the board's support, which makes the recent mishaps all the more troubling. To know this happened under my watch. Well, it's no surprise you wanted to query me, and I can only apologize that I was unable to meet you in person. But you know how strenuous the job is. Bah. Apologies if you hear a rumbling sound. My Twitter just went off. I've been going viral for a series of comments I made, and I haven't muted the responses yet, hoping to ride it out and sift through the ignorance. Some people really don't have anything better to do with their time than to spew hatred at those for having an opinion. It's quite sad, really. But I digress. There's a long way to go on this journey, and only so many questions I can answer. I'll restart the dictation at my next milestone.
999 miles.
All right. Been a good hour and a half. Peed twice, and my voice needs a slight rest from the singing to my driving playlist. So why not answer a question or two before my brain turns to, well, mush?
Question 3. What inspired you to work with the Inner Sanctum?
Well, I think their message spoke to me at a time when I myself was feeling lost and unable to break out of my shell. I spent a lot of time thinking I was something I wasn't, confused on who I was deep down, and past all the bullshit, if you'll pardon my language. I was a 20-something who thought she knew it all and wouldn't listen to anyone else. No different to the millennials and zoomers who wouldn't miss an opportunity to tell me online that I'm no different as a boomer. Times change, but labels and sweeping generalizations don't, I suppose. If we don't divide ourselves by our race, it's our class, gender, sexuality, age group, or living area. We are a tribalist society at heart, and I think barriers will always be put up. We need to feel special in some way, some form or another, as the current youth of the world keep showing us in their grandois ways. Stumbling in the dark with nothing to light the way but the flames of youth and their unbruised egos. Sorry. This does link back into the question, I assure you. My mission statement has always been to look after, enrich, and protect young people who are led astray by the dregs of society, or who fall victim to unfortunate genetic and social predispositions. I knew the Inner Sanctum was doing good things, but needed something new. Something like, well, Me? I don't want to brag, but when you've spent your life being told by everyone and their dog that you can't do certain things because you're a woman, and thus automatically lesser, well, that builds up a unique kind of motivation that can spur anyone to do great things. Spite. Of course, as times changed, that glass ceiling grew higher and higher, but it was always there, mocking me as I kept ascending with the constant fear I'd ultimately get splattered across it instead of smashing it. Even now, being at the head of the Institute, I still worry I will never be able to go further. Not even with his guidance.
850 miles.
I'm on the aptly named Myopic Road leading out of Sturgeon, and into the large forested area bordering on the great swatches of land. It's like coming out of civilization, going back through a tunnel in time to the ancient forests of our long-forgotten relatives, and entering the primordial soup that begot our earliest ancestors. In essence, coming back to what we once were. Very appropriate for the philosophy I myself share. We cannot escape who we are, always veering off the path and back towards that inevitable car crash that is self-actualization. Ugly doesn't begin to describe how that can be for some of us. It can alienate you from so many of those who are supposed to love you, even after you finish your period of self-loathing. Suddenly the phone doesn't buzz as often, you're not in the group chats with your friends, who once were stalwarts and now barely even acknowledge your existence or your struggles. Colleagues who had all the time in the world for your preamble and idiosyncrasies have unfollowed you across all social media platforms. And you tell yourself, it's not personal, it's just business. People grow apart. After all, it's just social media. It's not a big deal, right? But you hate yourself for it. And you often come back to the same burning question each time. What part of me was so ugly that it drove them away? God, this song is lovely. Mazzy Star's always been in a staple of my playlists. Something about Into Dust just caught me off guard the first time I heard it, speaking to my soul and calming the boiling, frothing seas of conflict within me, making them more than a tepid vestige of indigo as far as the eye could see. All right, well, enough rambling. Next question.
Question 4. In your own words, what happened leading up to this review?
In short, a series of misgivings, failings, and incorrect assertions on the ways to tackle addled minds. But, to back things up, there were a handful of patients under our care during the last 18 months that have each met unfortunate ends to their time with the Inner Sanctum. First was patient Finley G., and then 27-year-old male suffering from Cotard syndrome, a condition where the individual believes wholeheartedly they are dead and living within a world of other dead people. He had been brought to us after suffering a nervous breakdown following an incident at his family's estate that took the lives of his parents and caused severe damage to his siblings. Inexplicably, this disconnect from reality ultimately led him to take a job as Dondella's sole gravedigger, a job that one would think would snap him out of his delusions since he would be interacting with people deader than himself, but he simply rationalized this away to therapists by explaining that, quote, his boon was in the form of a waking mortality granted by his god beyond the veil, provided he kept them fed. When pressed with this, he would refuse to elaborate. Finley preferred being referred to as Phineas, a facsimile of himself that allowed him to embrace the notion of a turn-of-the-century hermit gravedigger cavorting with specters. But I refused to acknowledge this individual and would instruct his other therapists to only call him by his birth name as a means to ground him in reality. Now, suffice it to say, it had negative effects while he was in our care. He would cower in the corner and demand we, quote, recognize his connection not as a malady but as a gift from his lord, and that by calling him by that shadow self, we were only making things worse. He was ultimately sedated and underwent several unsuccessful attempts at cognitive behavioral therapy before his 6-month review. It was a tough decision to let him go, but I was assured by my associates that he would be best left to his devices and delusions, that we'd all done all that we could, and now only a specific kind of therapy was possible in order to bring him back to sanity. This was an unorthodox one-to-one set of sessions to be conducted at his home and facilitated by an accredited member of the Inner Sanctum. What happened after that, with the Graves, the alleged rogue accredited member of the Inner Sanctum, and the Doe? Well, I hardly have a crystal ball, do I? But it's regrettable, to say the least. I hope they find that poor soul alive and well. Truly, I do. With our other patient, Lucinda, it was even worse. A 23-year-old female who preferred the nickname Lou. She was suffering from a multitude of things, but chief amongst them was survivor's guilt, one half of a twin pairing, and never able to reconcile with what happened that night. She was never able to acclimate to our therapy sessions, and despite multiple attempts by Dr. Rawlings and Lucinda's carer, Bennett, she sank further into her delusions before the critical incident in September. Kenneth was awoken by a call from Lucinda that urged him to look outside. We don't know what happened to him or to Lucinda. This was recent, hence this unpleasant inquiry. So they're still looking for the pair. Some of our more superstitious alumni think Lucinda manifested something. But I say there has only been one instance of a patient of ours being able to do such a thing, and I am not entirely convinced it isn't a specific malady to them. We never told Lucinda that her brother was a patient here sometime before her. Perhaps that was another oversight on our part. I realize that this proverbial sword of Damocles is inches from my head, but I assure you that in neither case am I culpable. Should we have kept Finn for longer? Absolutely, we could have done so, but with what recourse? Should we have vetted the alleged criminal he's rumored to have assisted? Again, yes, but we did our diligence and found nothing. In every case of negligence, there's always collateral damage, and if the fault is on my shoulders, I'll own it. But I cannot be found at fault here, and that's that.
770 miles.
I just passed a section of the road where the forest gives way, and sky almost blasts you with its brilliance on a clear day like this. Now I can see the Rocky Mountains on the left and the steep drop to the right. A small sheet of metal, the only thing between us and oblivion. That's how I look at my work, sometimes. That of the inner sanctum. The thin line between a person and their erasure of sanity and self. Humbling when you think of how fragile we are. Half a century I've been on this rotating ball of dirt and ice. I like to think I know a few things. Certainly more than the know-it-all Zoomers or self-righteous hypocrites of the ultra-woke calling themselves millennials. Labels are exhausting. Ugly self-labeling stemming from an old tribalist mindset that makes people feel they need to be different, to self-diagnose and to come up with their own safe spaces. Ignorance at its finest. Soon we won't even need the inner sanctum. Everyone can just identify, codify, and fix their maladies in one happy bubble. Why even bother with specialists? why bother with anything? Sorry. I'm just frustrated. My phone hasn't stopped notifying me of tweet replies since I left that last comment. We all say things we regret in the heat of the moment, right? But I know what I support and stand for is just... I won't let any uneducated snake in the grass try to take that away from me. All right, next question.
Question 5. Have you ever formed any unprofessional attachments?
What? No, of course not. The entire way up the corporate ladder, I'd be ogled or belittled by my peers, told I couldn't wear trousers because they didn't show off my frame appropriately. Like I or anyone should listen to them. I got where I am on my merits and nothing else. I wouldn't jeopardize that position by fraternizing with a coworker. That would give satisfaction to my elder peers that I was a typical woman, while they would bang interns or the secretaries and high-five in their boys' club. Disgusting. Standards for men in power are drastically different. We have a long way to go. Have I done anything unprofessional? Yes, without a doubt. I'm a human being, and I'm prone to making mistakes. As I said before, I'll own them every time if I feel I'm at fault. But no professional attachments. Christ. I need a break. Maybe a trip away somewhere for a while when all this is blown over.
700 miles.
I passed into Dondella County not too long ago. The locals here say that the restless souls of the dead wander the bog swamps that surround the large swaths of land between the little interconnected towns. It's like a place frozen in time, save for the main city, where you can see ordinary folks go about their lives and act out the same banal activities and hear to nuclear family norms their ancestors have done for thousands of years. Never growing, just existing. In the last town, I got out to ask for some directions, and when the woman went to tell me, her husband gave me the stink eye and said, "We don't help outsiders," before ushering her inside. Maybe my tone was too rough when I spoke to her. Who knows? But these yokels need to get with the times if they're ever to step into the larger world. Anyway, I'm passing through a long stretch of open road as the sun begins to set, and there's nothing but bogs and quagmires. So, let's get to another one.
Question 6. What do you know about the online handle Gen Inquisitor, the patient designated number 27, and what is your relationship to them?
I have no recollection of that handle. Nothing at all. Is that someone who follows me, perhaps? My account is very popular in many circles, and I've been interviewed by several outlets, but I can't place the name. Patient 27 is a special case within the inner sanctum. He came to us covered in mutilation marks. He had led a largely sheltered life on the outskirts of Dondella. Father was an abusive alcoholic accused of something unforgivable, while his mother tried to protect him. She would ultimately let him down and leave him at a vulnerable age after claiming he was a monster in weight. The same thing his father said in his suicide note when patient 27 discovered him. He had no name when admitted here, only the artist nom de guerre La Serva. But after healing some of his wounds and providing stable appointments, I helped him come up with a new name, more befitting of his new outlook and mission in life. Gail. Gail was always troubled, but brilliant. He could see things others couldn't, was able to detect if someone was deceiving him, and had access to information no ordinary person should. I don't need to tell you about Sturgeon's rich history of unusual individuals with powers beyond the veil of believability. That's why there's such a vested interest from the outside. But Gail's were unusual even by those measurements. He possessed the gift of manifestation, the literal ability, within parameters, to make what he wanted occur. It is limited to short bursts, but when witnessing it, you couldn't help but feel you were in the presence of something greater than yourself. Remarkable is the only appropriate word I can affix to him. I was proud to see him rehabilitated. To answer the last part of the question, my relationship to him was not unlike that of any of my patients. Professional. I admit I enjoyed seeing his progression to becoming a stable member of society, but I wouldn't be good at my job or running my clinic if I didn't care for the well-being of my patients. That's all it was, though. Professional curiosity.
Question 7. Liar.
It just says liar over and over again. I don't understand. What are you implying? Are you trying to say I'm deceiving you about my online dealings? About who I fraternize with outside or inside of work? How dare you? I have put in more time than any of you have sat on the board to be where I am. I did not climb up the ranks and bring this clinic out of financial ruin and disrepute to have another condescending conglomerate of men who think they know better, and women who are so under their thumb they may as well be meshed with the dirt under their fingernails. Tell me I'm a liar or a cheat. Oh, I get it. A men's club once again trying to intervene. Telling me a smart, childless, and unmarried woman is somehow a goddamn threat to them because I have nothing they can take, and they have nothing I want. I'm over the hill, as they love to say, trim but lacking the curvaceous childbearing body with big tits and a massive ass that they love to drool over. No, I clearly have to be taken down a peg for doing nothing but my goddamn job and doing it far more efficiently than any of those dickless pigs could dream to do. My predecessor? Functioning alcoholic with an affair that got his 18-year-old receptionist pregnant. He doesn't pay child support. Urged her to get an abortion whilst lobbying against it. Everybody knew. Nobody said a word. Why? Because he's a fucking man. My old boss in R&D. Closeted pedophile. Never acted on it. But sure as hell had innate desires that were later uncovered when he took his own life out of shame. Still got posthumous awards. Still took credit for my work. Why? Men's club. Always the same tune. I will bring this up with the HR department, and I won't hesitate to walk. Expose you for the world to see and ensure that this company burns to the goddamn ground. This is not a caring place when bad practices get exposed. Christ, I need a break. How could you ask that? Did you try to entrap me? Are the rest of these questions like this? Yeah, let's take a look. Oh.
620 miles. Question 8. What would you have done differently with your relationship to patient 27?
For God's sakes. Everything? Nothing? I don't know. I wasn't to know you were aware of... Shit. Gail is a man with a vision. I still don't know if I fully believe he's capable of what's been said about him, but maybe I would have questioned his dedication during our sessions. He was always so adamant about his art, his mission, and his desire to help people. I thought it was admirable, in a way. He wanted to help people from making terrible mistakes. Lord knows the last thing we need is men pretending to be women and entering our safe spaces to rape more of us. You'd think more people would understand that plight, but Twitter is clearly not the place for it today.
Question 8. What would you have done differently with your relationship to patient 27?
What kind of question is that? Of course I do. I didn't get into this profession to half-ass it or write a prescription and call it a day. That's what sycophants do. I do this because not only is it my life's work, but I am the only person who can save these people. I gave up my best years, chances at true love and bliss for these poor souls. How can you even ask me that? Do you ask a surgeon if they can heal people? Do you ask an accountant if they can look after people's money? Again, I feel unfair scrutinization coming into play here for untoward reasons. I would not be here if I was unable to perform the most basic of my duties, and that of the inner sanctum. Change comes from within. I adhere to that motto every day of my life. Furthermore, I think I can stop people from making bad changes. That's something I've always been passionate about. If someone comes in with delusions of grandeur that they're living in a bygone age, it's my job, and that of my staffs, to remedy that and help bring them into the real world. If they believe the world is out to get them and the stars are following them, or that they may or may not have a spouse, again, I have a duty of care to help. The same can be said if they come into my sanctum bloodied, battered, and bruised with self-inflicted deformities because their brain has convinced them that it is neither man nor woman. It is my job to follow the science and to help them find their way back to what they were supposed to be. Facts don't care about feelings. I think I see something in the swamp. It looks like a deer has gotten stuck and is being dragged under. The poor thing's wailing and thrashing against the embankment, trying desperately to get free. I'm trying to get a better look as I pass by, but it wasn't a deer. I'm speeding up.
580 miles.
No more swamps for a while. I'm past the halfway point of Kenosha County, and the road has switched to a dirt trail with just enough room for a car and a half. You'd need to mount the forest floor in order to let anything else come past, so you need to drive slow. It's got good air around here, though. Intoxicating. It's letting me think clearly and prepare one of the many apologies I'll need to send to you guys when this is over. That's for sure. I put my phone on silent. No sense in listening to that drivel anymore. I'm not taking the post down, though. I have to stand by my words or I'm good for nothing. My fellow like-minded sisters all agree with me, and I even got an endorsement from a nice gentleman who runs an alternative podcast, so there are some positives there. All right, next one.
Question 10. There is someone about to flag your car down. Will you stop for them?
What? I don't see... Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, that's not possible. They're limping into the road and their torso is... It's... Why are they looking at me like that? Jesus Christ, I can't stop. They're covered in blood and they might be a threat. I have to keep driving even if it means... Move, god damn it! No. How did you know? How the hell did you know it was going to be there?
Question 11. What was wrong with them?
They were bisected, holding their lower half and making the legs move like some kind of deformed stilts. Their entrails dropping all over the floor. They were deathly pale and naked. Their body was slashed and violated. Markings all over and chunks of their skin missing. They looked as if they knew me. What is going on? How can they move? How can they even be here? How did you know about that? What else are you going to ask me, huh?
Question 12. Are you lovable? You don't think you are.
No!
Rest stop.
I've always detested the bubble that local communities sequester themselves in. Like little insects. They congregate at the feet of more powerful societies and take the scraps back to their little hovels, proliferate until they get out of control, and then the surrounding areas need someone more competent to come in and fix the issue. In nature, that'd be a predator, like a wasp. In the world, that would be the doldrums of progress and governmental oversight. Being here, in this pimple on the asshole of the world, makes me yearn for the days when war kept the idiotic population in check, kept them educated on the world around them, and ensured that bubble stayed popped. Now, with traditions becoming more important, the bubble is reinforced and nothing is getting through without their say-so. They hold all the marbles, and we have to barter just to get in. You know what my idea of hell is. It isn't the fire and brimstone in biblical retellings, nor the house of lies in more ancient cultures. No. It's monotony. The idea of doing the same banal tasks over and over ad nauseum until my body is desiccated, worn and broken. My mind a useless husk that can barely remember how to wipe my ass, let alone pontificate. My value as a person plummeting into the floor now that I can't birth children or sexually satisfy my husband. I see these poor, broken souls popping out stupid kid after stupid fucking kid, smiling and doing the chores for their lazy husbands, never once experiencing a powerful thought or even a goddamn orgasm. And I weep for them. It will never be me. So long as I live, I'd sooner bite down on a cyanide capsule and choke. How long have I been here? Maybe half the night? First thing I did was get out and try to find any scotch I could drown myself in, but that didn't work out too well. Place only has damn good coffee, and so I'll have to resign myself to being alert, agitated, and anxious. Having come to terms with it, it's likely what I saw on the road was some kind of a sick deer or other wildlife in the middle of its death throes, but my mind cannot shake the possibility of it being... something that should stay buried. I've had to private my account due to the harassment from fringe groups and would-be slacktivists. They've even getting death threats for having an opinion. Good to know the thought police are out in their droves today, What is our world coming to where voicing an opposing ideology causes so much damage? If these people's minds are so fragile, they'd be better served coming to our inner sanctum and seeking treatment. Hell, we'd been talking about expanding, why not? Reach as many people as we can, even outside of our borders. Get as many places to sign it into law that if you have those kinds of maladies, physicians can recommend you to us. That's all we want to do. After all, take in the weary and send them back out well. I wish I knew how you'd uncovered so much about me. But I suppose that's hardly relevant now. What matters is you do know. And I need to address those concerns.
Question 13. What do you know about Patient 27, and what is your relationship to them?
You ever get the feeling you're in the presence of something beyond your understanding? Something greater than the sum of your parts? Surely you know someone who was an absolute train wreck of a person, their demons overcoming them, and their days spent recused in a dingy alleyway with a needle or a pipe, only to have an angel inexplicably appear in front of them, at the very lowest moment of their lives to provide divinity. Suddenly, the lying, stealing junkie is a reformed member of society, all for God, glory, and goodness. Oh, that's similar to what happened to me the first time I met Patient 27, Gail. It felt like the air moved around him when he spoke, as if divinity lived within him. It's hard to explain when out of his influence, but he truly commanded a room and your attention. When he was brought to us, a broken soul with such deep welts of abuse, he refused to speak to anyone until I came in and sat with him, asking him about his paintings. Something within him stirred, as if he expected no one to know the artist formerly known as La Serva. But I am diligent in my background checks, and I found the derelict home he had spent most of his life in. The paintings that sat there, oh my God, such beauty and sorrow held within them. By this point, if you know anything of La Serva, you know there was something else inside them. Something more. Once he opened up to me. I did my usual routine of trying to find the root of the problem through cognitive behavioral therapy and enriching his mental health with an activity he derived pleasure from: painting. I remember watching him draw a portrait of me during his Sonder period and feeling the strength leave my knees when I gazed upon it. He had depicted me with every essence of what I truly despised. The fears I held and the ugly sins I'd buried deep in the house of my subconscious. He ripped up the floorboards and dragged them into the light, kicking and screaming. From there, the fascination grew. How could someone so talented be so broken and confused? What was his purpose beyond languishing here in a small padded room? What could I do to help? And that was when he told me he had a vision. One where a faceless, bodiless voice called to him and spoke of a grand project.
Save as many souls as you can. Bring them into your masterpiece and show the world your divinity. You'll know how to get them.
So, in essence, I became the right hand of his masterpiece. Interpret that how you will, not that you'll figure it out without assistance from a much younger, smarter undergrad who got her PhD long before any of you could pay to have one provided to you as an honorary. You people have no fucking clue of what it means to be a part of something greater than yourself. So let's crack on with the inquiry, because God knows it's not going to change anything now. But it's adorable that you think you can, in any shape or form, make an impact on therapeutic services and rehabilitation without my steady hand steering the ship and guiding us towards a better future. Hell, maybe I'll take my early retirement, deny you the satisfaction of sending another independent woman off into the sunset, and watch as you fawn about trying to fix things you have next to no understanding of. Yeah? You could even bring in another younger woman like my assistant Rhea, a barely 30-something with progressive and woke ideals who will champion inclusivity whilst leaving her own gender in the dust to rot. Oh, don't think I don't know about your scheming. Since she joined us, it's been one thing after another. Use preferred pronouns, Coleman. Use the name they want to go by, Coleman. Let them use the right bathroom, Coleman. Right bathroom? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you want a lawsuit on the Inner Sanctum's hands? No, absolutely not. But that's what you'll get if you start giving into these aggressive and dangerous policies. Facts do not care about feelings. I swear if one of the richest authors in the world champions our causes at every given opportunity and keeps rapists out of our safe spaces, you'd think any successor of mine would follow suit.
And no, before you say anything, it is not hypocritical. My policies were about making young women feel emboldened and powerful enough to do anything if they put their mind to it, by leading by example. Hers are about indoctrinating young people with dangerous ideas that you can change what you are. You can't. Not now. Not ever. That is why we are here. To fix them. Forget this. I'm going to bed. I'll decide when I wake up tomorrow if I want to continue or just want to tender my resignation here and now.
"545 miles.
Question 14. What goes on behind the bookshelf?
The self-indulgent man, then, craves for all pleasant things or those that are most pleasant. Hence, he is pained both when he fails to get them and when he's craving for them. For appetite involves pain. Aristotle spoke about that in his lectures. It seems appropriate now. I'm driving through the final area of the journey, a series of battles long since finished and left to gather dust, moss, and insects as nature snatches back settlements once beholden to the strange folk who eked out a living here some centuries past. Even now, large mortar buildings and black obsidian castles stain the land with their presence. Monuments to the hateful rhetoric that once swept across this land and beyond. A delusional emperor and his greedy concubine trying to claim artifacts from every sovereign entity in order to awaken the null god and bring about an empire that would span millennia. Sadly, they would be betrayed by their own people during the Great Famine. Their fates left unmentioned by the pages of history. Gail and I will not end up like that. Never. So what use is there in hiding? The bookshelf houses a room I constructed when I first took over in order to conduct some off-the-book experiments and therapy treatments. You'd have never approved it if I pitched it, and I was in a position where few questioned me. Many of my inner circle fully supporting the notion that these poor, confused people could be fixed. In the past, there have been many scientists, psychologists, and pioneers left vilified by historians for their perceived barbarous actions towards the frail, deluded, and afflicted among our communities. They would shock them, deprive them, and in some cases lobotomize them to bring them either back to sanity or some peace, but in educated circles, they were ultimately vindicated for their deeds and seen as a necessary step towards a better society. I will be viewed in the same way, eventually. Gail used the room as a way to find out if the person was able to be saved. During the aforementioned Sonder period, he would always pick someone out from the patient list, bring them to the room, and paint them in the same way he painted me. He'd watch for the secrets to be laid bare and then judge them on if they were worthy. I'm unsure of the criteria. He would always tell me it was beyond normal understanding. But the end result would always be the same. Rejection. When that happened, his face scrunched up in frustration, and that of the recipients a look of terror. He would turn to me and say the same thing every time with a look of hunger across his face.
More for the sculpture.
Please don't make me say it. If the families are ever going to hear this, I don't want them to know we failed to fix their loved ones, nor do they need to know how they met their end in this world. If you push further, you won't like what you find.
440 miles.
I passed by the maligned gateway to the Emperor's conclave not too long ago. Locals don't dare venture near it anymore, since it's said to contain his endless spirit, bound to the very god of the void, Noldus. He sought to bring into the world. As punishment, Noldus would anchor his spirit and keep only 3 sensations alive within him: hunger, fear, and pain. Emperor Marius's dying words were that one day his kin would inherit his desire to bring about the Null God era, and he would be vindicated. His concubine and children were lost to time, most thinking they were killed by the rebelling townsfolk for decades of ruin, tortured and executed as a statement to the bourgeoisie. Others postulate that they may have fled to a neighboring territory under a nom de guerre, a place that allows for fresh starts with minimal inquiries so long as you can protect yourself and show an aptitude for unusual talents. I wonder if anywhere comes to mind. There's always been something haunting about folk music, and I find solace in Don McLean's Vincent more and more these days. The story of a misunderstood artist, vilified by his community for seeking the truth within his art, painting unashamedly regardless of the way the town abused him, beguiled by night terrors, visions of horrific deeds, and an overwhelming desire to leave this world with his art lost to time. Many know his genius now, but few know that without his ultimate support in his brother, Theo, Vincent van Gogh's legacy truly would have been lost to the ages. Perhaps even stopped before it could peak, thanks to Theo pulling him back from the brink on so many occasions. I was his Theo. He just didn't know it. Sometimes I wonder if he does, even now. I'm going to prison when I reach my destination, aren't I?
Question 15. Do you believe that you should change people?
It's not a matter of should, but must. These people are destined to a life of suffering, misunderstanding, and prejudice if they continue down their path of delusion. I'm simply stepping in to help fix them. Those special among them are chosen either for absolution or blissful freedom in the loving arms of Gail's divine art. We give them purpose beyond their existence. It is as simple as that. Hang on, there's a tunnel up ahead. This isn't marked on the map, but it's the only route to the destination. God damn it. My God, it's dark. Even my full beams are barely lighting up the long stretch of darkness. You'd think even a place as sparsely populated as this would want to ensure driver safety, right? But that's just the way the world works now. Cut corners wherever you can... What is... How are you here? How are you fucking here? Oh! Is this a joke? An elaborate prank to make me confess? To show me what a stupid, stupid woman I've been? Because you will not catch me out that easily. I know prosthetics when I see them. I'll prove that. That thing lying in the road isn't them. It can't be. It can't be. Get up. Get the fuck up. You think you can mock me? Do you know who I am? The friends I have. I will put you in this entire misogynistic company on every news outlet in 1 hour flat. I have friends in the government. The Attorney General thinks I'm a goddamn hero for women's sex-based voices. And you think I won't call on her? You aren't real. You can't be real. You can't be real. I watched you. I did. You. No.
Doctor. Why?
Help!
is possible? Did you know about this? Is this in your fucking inquiry?
Question 16. What did patient 27 tell you to do?
He told me to help him with his work, to make sure that they were compliant, that they didn't struggle when he set upon making them beautiful for his art. Sometimes he'd ask me to document it, but put it on monitored websites for like-minded individuals to get a kick out of. Other times, he'd ask me to rouse them from unconsciousness mid-fear and try to keep them calm and tell them that there'd been a mistake, that they could go home. Then he'd come in with a fire in his eyes and tell them that he didn't make mistakes. Divinity didn't make mistakes. They were there because this was always where they were meant to end up. That you can't change who you are.
Question 17. Did you do it? Of course you did. You're weak. How did it feel?
The tunnel is beginning to wind. There's still no way to see past my beams. I'm having trouble focusing and I...
Unknown.
I don't know how she does it every day. Honestly, woman's on a mission.
You ever think she gets tired of it? Especially with all the obstacles and people against her.
Nah, Dr. Coleman's one dedicated woman. She'll fight for her gender till there's nothing left in her. I think she'd continue on spite alone. It's inspiring in a way.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Sometimes I feel like we're in the minority, but you hear her speeches and read her books, and it's like... I don't know how long she could do this, though. It does seem to be a degree of... Damage is an unfortunate and inevitable part of our line of work. You need to accept that when working here, since it is one of those things you just have to sit back and watch. Change is inevitable, right?
200 miles.
All artists must suffer for their work, and I have suffered more than most.
Gail told me that the last time I saw him, it was late, and I was cleaning up the cicada chamber, as we came to call it. He asked me an odd question.
Do you think God forgives those who commit sins in this life if it means absolution in the next?
I stared. I wasn't a particularly religious woman, I am still not, but I thought on it for a while. I told him the ends justifies the means, and if it was in the name of something greater than yourself, you should go forth without regrets. He smiled and looked at me, pressing me on the fact I didn't have a husband or any children. Asked if I was content being a sinner myself, as he pulled up my social media profile, saw the bio and read it aloud to me.
Inner sanctum head psychiatrist, lesbian, tea lover, unashamed turf, rad femme, and gatekeeper. Proud advocate for women's sex-based rights, not your safe space.
He knew I was gay. Something burned behind his eyes. He started reading my recent posts. The tone, not quite disappointment and not quite adulation, rang out.
Women don't have penises. They're just men in dresses trying to enter a woman's safe space and rape her. Keep these predators away from us. Look at this poor, misguided child with the she, her in his bio. You're not fooling anyone, Clive. My followers see through your disguise, pedo. Gross. You're standing up for these sick men? Just say you hate women and lesbians. You're not an ally if you advocate for these gender reforms. They're just children.
It went on like this for 15 minutes. I felt the room close in around me as he continued until he put the phone down and stared at me. A presence I'd only felt directed at those in the cicada chamber now firmly directed towards me. I'm not trying to hurt anyone when I love. I don't invade spaces that harm women and try to indoctrinate or groom children. They're totally different. I tried to stammer, less angry,
and more wanting not to lose his trust. He shook his head and put the phone towards my face, a specific post highlighted.
40% and growing. Myself, my friends, and the Turf Army will try to help it along every day. We will never stop if you try to harass us.
Dated 2 years before I met Gail. I felt a lump in my throat.
You've been moonlighting, I see.
He sighed, pulling his coat up to cover the rest of his face.
Clearly, we have different views on how to go about this. You never wanted to save them. You just want them eradicated. My work will continue unabated and alone. I will try to save every soul I can, my own way.
I remember an overwhelming sadness rising within me, like losing a loved one as he made for the door, ignoring my pleas. He pointed toward the door where his art still hung and said 4 final words to me before leaving for good.
By the way, your portrait has changed.
That was the day my world began to crumble around me, when mistakes were made with Finley and Lucinda, when things got to... this. Shit.
Clifftop Rest.
A beautiful view. I can see my destination in sight. A sea of glowing lights, complex towers of machinery and steel, a bastion of bustling life and vibrancy. On a night like this, it radiates with such luminous beauty that it may as well be bioluminescence to me. Gail would paint something stunning, I'm sure. Hmm. 20 years on, and 9-inch nails still knows how to hit you where it hurts. Oh. That wasn't a prosthetic laying in the road, was it? None of them were. I don't know how, but it looks like the portrait wasn't the only thing that changed. Gail knew all along this would happen. Maybe I don't need to reach my destination after all. I could end it all right now. Take what I know with me to the grave. But Gail would want his art shared with the world. Why else would he get his curator to put it on display now? He did send me a letter, you know. The curator, I mean, told me I was a welcome patron anytime, and that Gail felt it was best we go our separate ways. The methods I employed were too messy, and 6 failed subjects was enough to let him know he needed to do this his own way, with his own methods. The Antlion of Sturgeon began surfacing not so long after that. Seems he got what he wanted. Good for him. Now I'm just a fan, watching from the sidelines, trying to help however I can.
Question 18. Did it make you feel loved? Did Patient 27 show you the love you crave?
Of course he didn't. Maybe I will never get that kind of love. I've always been someone who lusts from afar, but I don't think that was the kind of love I wanted from him. Beyond the obvious, I think I wanted his approval. I'm sure my contemporaries would draw and quarter me for even saying I wanted a man's approval. But he was different. He's someone with vision who truly shares our ideology, and I think we all have one person who breaks the mold. Right? No, it didn't make me feel loved. Maybe nothing ever will.
Question 19. Why do you hate 27's victims.
Hate is a strong word. I just don't want them in my spaces, in our spaces, for that matter. Women have struggled for aeons against male domination, abuse, rape, and grooming. Marriage as an institution was purely to use women as bartering tools. Virginity is still seen as something sacred, with creepy fathers going to hymen check their daughters. This and more are things a man can never understand. They're trying to take away our history of systemic oppression, the growth we have shown in our modern society, and even going as far as to say they're with us. How dare they? I got told to refer to women as something other than that in order to make them feel safe. Why should I adjust my terminology when it's simply not wrong? That's saying nothing of the freaks in the middle, those who seem to linger between man and woman, picking and choosing what parts of the gender spectrum they want to assimilate, like a cyborg. They're even more insidious, and you never know what to do with them, how to trust them. I despise what these people stand for because they seek the eradication of my people. This is a war for survival of womanhood itself. You could never, ever understand the plight.
Question 20. Why do you hate yourself?
They're laying over the cliff edge. Piles of bodies clambering up the ridge and stepping over each other's broken bodies to reach the car. They're staring at me. Some with melted eyes, but all of them staring at me. They're pointing to pieces of themselves, still climbing. I'm losing my fucking mind. I have to leave. I have to leave now.
$106 miles.
Is this real? 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 Is this real?
66 miles.
I'm almost there. So close to my goal. And yet it feels so unbelievably far. Every part of my body aches like I've run a marathon. The surroundings no longer look familiar, and if I stare at any one patch of land for too long, it begins to melt away and twist into something else. Like I'm looking at a bad quality video where the pixels spray across the screen when it detects motion. You've lost the plot, Luann. You've totally lost the plot. How much more do you know? I've been terrified to look further, but I have to know.
Question 21. Did you ever get used to the smell or the taste?
I only did it. He did it for the preservation, and I was curious, but I would never...
The arbiter of our pain screams and hits something, but does not stop trying.
No! I just need to get to my destination, then everything will be fine. Yes, everything will be fine. I'll be protected. I'll say I'm sorry, and then things will be fine. History will vindicate me. They'll understand the sacrifices.
42 miles.
Something is dragging underneath the car. Every bump evokes a noise from Luann, who frantically clutches at the paper like a frightened child.
Question 22. We know what you did. We all know.
Who the fuck are you? This is just some kind of hypnosis or lucid dream. Maybe that there's no way they could be here. That you would have access to this kind of information. You're not from the board, are you? Who am I even recording this for? Who's hearing this? I will find you, you hear me? I will strip you of your skin, and I will take great joy in devouring it like the animal you think I am. But I remember that animals have cunning, cleverness, and patience. Oh, you disgusting little prick. Who do you think you are?
The weak-willed flair of the vulnerable goes on a largely directionless and profanity-filled tangent until her voice grows hoarse and she begins choking, pulling over to the side of the road and vomiting as she sees what she's been dragging behind her.
23 miles.
I just want to go home. I wish I'd never worked with Gail. I wish I had never partaken in his barbarism and worked a safe job until I retired. I never meant for any of this to happen. I just wanted to help fix people. Bring them back to sanity and keep them safe. Keep us safe.
Question 23.
What is the Inner Sanctum's motto?
To help people break out of their shell and become the person they want to be. Become the person they want to be. Oh, God.
7 miles. Question 24. Do you know where you are going?
I was going on a meeting to finalize the... Or was I taking a break to see some... Where am I going?
Sobbing can be heard as the hateful flesh sack stops the car to let out the confused crocodile tears for half an hour before composing herself and pulling off the mask.
They're all from the room. Every single one of them is haunting me, determined to get back the pieces that I took from them. Desperate to go back to the lives they had, the futures we took from them. They won't stop until they can take me. Every night I dream of them pinning me down in the cicada chamber, flaying at my skin with scalpels and peeling it off like a fresh scab. I watch the sinew stretch and muscles tear as I scream, their hungry little mouths ready to exact upon me what I did to them. I wake up screaming in a cold sweat and full of unimaginable guilt. But it doesn't stop me going to work to do it again, does it? Hunter without restrictions, free to purge my land of any wolves among the sheep. But where am I going? I don't...
Question 24. Do you know where you are going?
No, I don't.
2 miles.
I see something on the horizon. It's dark out. The stars sure do look beautiful, don't they? But near this bridge, they seem to become fewer and fewer, like something is plucking them out of the sky and eating them. If I squint hard enough, it looks like an open mouth, waiting to welcome me into its jaws. I wonder if its belly is warm.
1 mile. Question 25. Do you know what will happen when you get there?
I will meet every single one of the people I've hurt. My nightmares will come true. They will have their revenge. But please, I just want to go home. I miss my mom. I miss my dad. Why aren't they here? Please.
0.5.
I've gone through the bridge and past the sharp teeth on either side, the hot breath steaming up my windscreen as I find a place to park by the back molars, the tongue-like pavement kicking up something slimy around me. I don't like it here. I want to go home. I don't want to stop the car. They're lying on each side of the car and staring at me. They're waiting. Please pick me up. I think I'm going to be sick.
Destination reached.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. I know what they want. It comes in waves and it goes in waves. My sanity barely held in my grip as if being pulled by a force far stronger than I could ever hope to beat. There's only one question left. If I answer it, then will you let me go? Give me a chance to explain myself in person, perhaps. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Question 26. Are you ready to do it all again?
Hey! Miss Coleman! Miss Coleman! Miss Coleman, are you alright? Did you take an unexpected trip?
Pardon? Sorry, what? Where am I?
You got here all the way by yourself. It's remarkable, yet every time I find myself impressed. Oh, well done, you.
Are you patronizing me? Where the hell am I? The last thing I remember was being in a car doing a bloody long journey, and then
He doesn't answer you. He doesn't even hear you. You haven't realized it yet, but you will soon.
Where's that voice coming from? I don't understand. Someone tell me where the fuck I am right now!
Hey, Mitch. Miss Coleman did it again. Crazy, huh? Man, she just can't stay put. But I can't say I blame her.
They're going to take you back now. Don't resist, Luann.
Take me where? What are you going on about? What are you talking about? Get your fucking hands off me!
Well, let's get her back to her room. Seeing this is always rough, especially when it's so aggressive. Apparently she had a stroke. The tumor was found while she was unresponsive and boom. 6 months later she's here. Borderline mute and stuck in her own body. Poor girl.
No, I can't be. That can't be. I was just...
Look in the mirror, Luann. Look at your frail body, the wiry, unkempt hair. The patient gown hath exposed the sheer volume of aging. This is where you are now.
Alright, Miss Coleman. You had quite a journey there, but time to rest now, okay?
Did you ever wonder why it was 1,149 miles, Luann?
My face. Oh my God, what happened to me? Was that hallway trip or was that...
It's the length of distance to hell, Luann. The exact mileage from Earth to the very depths of the abyss where you will spend the rest of your hateful life. This is your long goodbye. Gail's not the only one who can harness the gift of manifestation. I can too. He doesn't even know it yet. But I cannot wait to see the look on his face when he comes back for another of his lessons. My name is Lux Gerhardt. I was the twin taken that night. I was the doe found in that coffin. And I am the monster that put that little time bomb in your vile brain. But I'll tell you something, Luann. It rotted away long before I ever existed. Now, do you remember the last question?
No, God, please, no. Gail, help, please. Please help me. Please.
Question 26. Are you ready to do it all again?
Static glares through a faded oblong-shaped television, a relic from the 90s the masses have long since abandoned. After a few agonizing moments, it connects to the local channel and life begins to erupt from the screen. Pixels hurry to form vibrant colors and all too perfect teeth. A trained voice bleats out the usual dreck of the media's introductory platitudes.
This is a special news bulletin from the Sturgeon Nexus, your #1 source for news, covering Angleron, Menosha County, Dondella, and of course, Sturgeon Central. Your anchors, J.J. Watson and Trisha Hill.
The man, unsettling in his porcelain skin with no visible blemishes and pillar-structured teeth, bears them at the screen with an almost knowing hunger before his dead eyes flick to life as if someone flipped his proverbial switch, speaking clearly and concisely as TV people often do.
We apologize for interrupting your local broadcasts, but there's been a crucial update in the ongoing Antlion case. Moments ago, investigators confirmed the identification of 3 missing Jane or John Does. They were found in a mass grave 3 miles from the Dondella Cemetery, where they had been suspected to have ended up. Further details were not made public at this time, but senior investigators did promise there would be updates once the inquest had concluded. All 3 bodies are now with the senior coroner in Dondella County.
The woman chimes in, visible disgust and distress riddling her pristine features. Not a single skin cell out of place or bereft of defects. No, they wouldn't allow that on camera. She has to look even better than him, so the producers say.
Investigators were able to confirm these were victims of the Antlion based on missing flesh, organs, and their shared admittance to the increasingly scrutinized Inner Sanctum Therapeutic Services, a place where those with specific mental infirmities and disorders were admitted for extended stays. While the methods used are largely kept private, information has leaked out that has both locals and legislators concerned. Some lobbyists advocate that there is, quote, more fixing to be done, and that these methods do not go far enough. But for the time being, their doors are firmly closed, following a series of mishaps culminating in the mental collapse of their director, Professor Luann Coleman. Investigators have promised to provide updates on the identities of the victims, as well as information to the families still waiting for their loved ones who have yet to come home.
The man smiles, something hungry hiding behind his omnivorous lips, a mouth that has uttered more damage than most tilted into feigned sympathy.
Our thoughts are, of course, with those families. In other news, the Day of the Fireflies is coming to Sturgeon once again, where all cultures unite to give something precious up to the umbral door. What will you give over?
Well, JJ, I think I'd give over something precious to me. Something like
The transmission begins to fade to white noise as the volume is turned down and the listener walks around the still unseen room that reeks of ammonia and stale air. Footsteps echo and bounce incessantly off of marble floors and unforgiving walls. This is not a room for people to live in, to love in, to thrive in. That much is apparent. The man sighs in a way only the truly exhausted can. This job was beneath him, and he resented being called out in the dead of night to perform routine autopsies that could be done by his juniors. But the DA had been insistent on expediency, and his students could learn much from him upon hearing his dictations back. What use was there in fighting? He needed a vacation, that was certain. Still, it would be over before long. Dictation started.
This is the first of 3 autopsies we will be conducting today. It is 1:57 a.m. on the 18th of December, 2023. My name is Dr. Miles Bancroft, and I am the senior coroner and pathologist in Dondella County.
Alongside me is Dr. Gordon Faust from the Dondella branch of St. Martin's Hospital, and he will be assisting me during the first 2 autopsies and leading the third. You will forgive any informalities during our transcripts. These are being requested for internal use only, and I'm sure the DA will overlook any potential unprofessional quantities in our dialogue. Mr. Faust does enjoy his banter. Faust interjects. A slimy, surreptitiously dirty tone ekes out of every consonant he speaks. He feels foreign on the ears, unwanted, uninvited. I am merely here to do my duty by the association. If you wish for me to leave, I'm quite sure the governor would understand. No, that's quite all right. We will proceed, if you're ready. External examination. Summary. The first body is presented in a black body bag. At the time of examination, the body is not clothed. The body is that of an underdeveloped, malnourished 30-year-old Caucasian, measuring 64 inches in length, weighing 122 pounds, and appearing generally consistent with the age of 30 years. Are you going to redact the gender? I am. Do you take issue with that? I will withhold my thoughts for the moment. Proceed. The body is cold and unembalmed with expected lack of rigor. Lividity is, at this stage, non-blanchable on the upper body. Some non-blanching lividity is present in the hands, right lower side and upper thigh, coincidentally matching up with all visible bite marks and missing flesh. If you'll permit me to speak candidly, these wounds were not post-mortem, and it is my determination that the victim suffered a great deal. The corpse's suffering is not relevant. They made their choices, and the association is not interested in your misplaced sympathies. Please continue. The scalp is covered by short, cropped blue and green hair. The body hair is reduced and shows signs of routine maintenance to keep clear. The skull is symmetric, and there is evidence of repeated trauma in the parietal region. My best estimate is the doe was subjected to repeated bloodletting based on the numerous holes within the skull. The eyes are open and the irises are green. Pupils are asymmetrically dilated. The teeth are mostly natural and well maintained. 2 back teeth are missing. The anterior chest is of normal contour and is intact, though there has been cosmetic surgery done and 2 scars surrounding the areola remain, with no palpable masses. The abdomen is flat and the pelvis is intact. The external genitalia are unremarkable. That much is apparent. What a waste. May I remind you, Dr. Faust, this is a person laying dead in front of us. A person whose family and loved ones are desperate to know how they ended up in such a horrific situation. Doesn't look much like a person to me. More like an anomaly. Perhaps you should remember you are dealing with a corpse, Dr. Bancroft. It hasn't got feelings. I dare say it barely understood the concept in life either. Come now, your heart is bleeding so much it may as well be on the metal slab alongside this waste of meat. I will have no more of this disrespect, Dr. Faust. You will refrain from behaving in this manner or I will lodge a complaint. Am I understood? Crystal, sir. Very well. The back is symmetrical and intact. The upper and lower extremities are symmetric, normally developed and intact, though the right arm and thigh do have multiple scars, likely induced via self-harm. The hands and nails are damaged. I note torn ligaments in the left middle, index and thumb. The right hand is entirely broken and the nails split with soil, hair and skin underneath. These will naturally need to be inspected. Scars are present on the chest, right arm, and right thigh. Tattoos are apparent on the feet, forearms, left finger, left ear, neck, and back. Internal examination. Summary. So tell me, Dr. Faust, what does the association want with these victims? not unusual for your group to pay such close eye to things like this. Firstly, let us not jump the gun calling them victims. These people made decisions based on their weaknesses and illnesses to be where they ended up. We do not know for certain of their victimhood. Secondly, the Association for St. Martin simply wants to ensure due diligence is carried out on a case such as this. We are all, of course, closely tied to the methodology and those impacted by it. I will do my best not to interfere too much, Dr. Bancroft. Central nervous system. The brain weighs 1,340 grams and is within normal limits, though I spy old wounds across the tissue. Skeletal system. I expected there to be more trauma within. Perhaps a subdural hematoma with fractures of the parietal region causing fragments to splinter into the brain tissue. But while there are penetrative wounds, this is not the cause of the victim's death. Though it should be noted there would have been great pain during this process. Respiratory system. Throat structures. The oral cavity shows multiple lesions. Likely our doe bit down repeatedly on their tongue and cheeks during moments of great pain. The missing teeth could also be explained this way if the doe was subjected to blunt force trauma. This would also fall in line with practices of the— I advise you to stop there, Dr. Bancroft. You are not permitted to make such speculations or judgments on what a private institution does with its patients. Be very careful where you tread.
You cannot be serious. It is entirely my job to make these speculations.
Not while I am here. Continue, but no any such theories will be redacted from the record. The mucosa is intact, and there are old injuries to the teeth, newer ones to the lips and the gums. While there is no visible obstruction on the airway, it looks as if the doe choked during their final moments. We'll check the stomach contents. The mucosa of the epiglottis, glottis, and piriform sinuses are all anatomic. The trachea and major bronchi, however, seem unusual. This particular substance is almost tar-like, black and opaque. No odor, but feels warm to the touch. It is lining the interior of the victim's respiratory system, which could be a factor in choking. That being said, no further injuries are seen and there are no mucosal lesions. I take it you believe in alternative medicine, Dr. Bancroft. Not a fan of the traditional ways. You never change, do you? Can't leave well enough alone. Always prodding and poking at anyone who leads a lifestyle that doesn't fit with your worldview. You were always an instigator, even before it became the in thing to make your name off of being an unmitigated prick. I prefer to think of it as enlightened and unrestricted. I do not tiptoe around anyone, that I will not apologize for my views on how I think things should be. I think the current trend towards softness is a disease, and I aim to be part of the cure. So more restrictions for women, for queer people, and the most vulnerable in our society so that they don't end up on this slab. Keep them locked up and kept away from the sight of white men. If that's what it takes, yes. And what's wrong with being white? I can't be proud of that. I can't be proud of loving women. When did that become against the norm? It never did. It still isn't, and you know damn well that's the case. Nobody is replacing or overwhelming the most powerful groups in human society. They just want to exist without being assaulted in every waking moment of their bloody lives. How is that complicated to follow? There will be people who may one day hear this that feel threatened just by your rhetoric. Well, let them be. We will drag them kicking and screaming into our way of thinking. And if they don't... Oh, please do finish your thought, Gordon. I so want to hear you take your mask off fully.
No, I'll keep that for my online circles, thank you. Now, back to my original question. Miles, what do you believe in? How would you steer this soft, broken, confused world? I believe that a person's right to choose is one of the most important fundamental rights we have as human beings. It is not for you, I, the government, or any supposed deity to pass judgment on us for it. Oh, so you're one of the woke types, I see. You don't follow the Sanctum's teachings, then. Oh, what a stupid word! You people steal it from a black activist and turn it into an umbrella phrase as your security blanket for disdain for things outside your comfort zone. Don't like someone being gay? It's woke. Don't care for a character's gender? It's woke. Race or ethnicity are changed in a fictitious television show or video game? It's woke. Angry when the world elects to be kind to one another, regardless of their belief system, who they love and what they wish to be? It's woke. This redundant, childish term will die long before kindness and acceptance ever does, Dr. Faust. You are on the losing side. Cruelty does not ever succeed in the long run. It may be popular, it may be more fun, it may be infinitely easier to mock those you do not understand or that you dislike, but that doesn't make it right. Your idol, your leader, your chosen god, if this behavior is what they preach, then it is not remotely worth surviving to the next generation. I suppose you'd not listen to me, though. What with me being the enemy as a gay man. Don't be ridiculous, Dr. Bancroft. You are one of the good ones. At least we know what you are. I can see I've upset you, so I'll leave and let you calm down. I'll be back for my autopsy. Keep it fresh for me. That was not professional of me. I will make a note to redact the dispute and the submission of failure once the initial draft has gone out. Forgive me to those listening. My professionalism must always come first. But, if I may, in my line of work, I've seen many horrible things done by truly demonic people. Some due to bad choices and addictions, some in the heat of the moment, others for their own gain. But this, attacking someone, anyone, for the way they choose to live, someone not hurting anyone else. It is inhumane, and I will treat this doe with the same respect I'd show my own child as I would if it were a victim of religious persecution or ethnic targeting. Dondella is not the place it used to be. There's a foulness in the air, as if something is manipulating the very particles around us, pushing us towards some unknown evil. Maybe that is what the victim eventually encountered. Poor thing. The lungs weigh right 370 grams, left 352 grams. The lungs are unremarkable. Notes have been made for the lesions and mucosa. Cardiovascular system. The heart weighs 370 grams and has an abnormal size, but normal configuration. Evidence of some kind of infection present. As I inspect the aortic valves, I can see the black substances coating them. I also note it as blocking one of the ventricles. This would have ultimately been the main contributor to the victim's passing. Gastrointestinal system. Now this is curious. The mucosa and wall of the esophagus are intact, but they're a melange of black and pink. Whatever was assailing the trachea made its way down the throat and into the stomach. No discerning lesions or injuries, though I do not wish to assume this black substance is in any way healthy. The gastric mucosa is intact, again with the same pink and black coloring. Signs of burning lining the interior of the stomach. This black tar was eating its way out and would have likely caused perforation before long. But that is not what killed this doe. No food in the stomach. The mucosa of the duodenum, jejunum, ileum, colon, and rectum are intact and unremarkable. This infection spread through the body, but did not make its way further into the digestive tract. Urinary system. The kidneys weigh left 117 grams, right 112 grams. The kidneys are anatomic in size, shape, and location, but lesions are present throughout both. As suspected, the black substance has stuck to them and is acting like a tumor, spreading across from a single entry point. Genital system. Unremarkable. Fluids have been removed for analysis. It should be noted that there are pieces damaged. This damage was inflicted post-mortem. There is a branding of a cross on the left thigh. This was not done post-mortem. Description of injuries. Summary. The black tar substance present throughout the body would have contributed to a fatal heart attack following the blocking of the right ventricle and failure of the aortic valve. At present, I cannot say what this substance is, or say definitively that this was the cause of death. But I am hoping that after inspecting the other two victims, I can piece together a bit more of the last hours of these unfortunate people. I will, however, state that the victim imbibed this caustic liquid, likely under duress or forcefully, and its slow-acting agents caused their demise. It is, in my professional opinion, a homicide, and with the bite marks across the tender parts of the body and roughly 11 pounds of flesh missing, this is in line with what we know of the Antlion killer. Opinion. Time of death. Body temperature, rigor and livor mortis, stomach contents and witness statements approximate the time of death between 2 in the morning on the 15th of December 2023 and 6 in the morning on the 16th of December 2023. Cause of death. Fatal heart attack by poisoning. Suspected. Manner of death. Homicide. Dr. Bancroft takes a deep breath, bags up the first doe, and prepares for the second autopsy. He thinks of his family at home, the sense of fear constantly permeating the atmosphere, as if something was always haunting them. The outside world really wasn't the place it used to be. People weren't the way they used to be. Sure, no era is ever safe, and historical revisionism is a malady of the mind used by elected officials to make us hate any changes. He knew that. He clung to that, and he reminded himself of the trappings of such thinking. But that didn't mean that there wasn't an ugliness in the world that hadn't been there before. No. Maybe that was naive of him. Maybe it had always been there, lurking in the shadows and in hidden rooms that people boarded off for their own good. But when they thought it was safe to come out, they broke down the barriers and reared their heads to see if this world would be more accommodating to them. And they were. Bancroft took one last look at the first doe, zipping them up as he thought of his firstborn. Imagined them on the slab, being dissected in this way, without identity or dignity. The monsters amongst the community would relish in that, he thought, picking the bones clean even in death, ensuring this victim never stopped suffering. Conspiracy theories, hateful opinions, dark humor content, all proliferating like a cancer in a society that wants to play the ultimate bully. One who berates, beats, and abuses its victims, even in death, but would cry a foul and play the victim the moment they are challenged by someone else. They became powerful. So powerful that any circle of human influence had them lurking in plain sight. Now, they were Bancroft's bosses. They were Faust. They were all but financing the Antlion's antics, profiting off of it, relishing in it. Why? Bancroft shuddered at the question and the answer. Because that is what monsters do. Hatred does not have rhyme or reason to it, though they'd love to tell you that there is a method to the madness. Their chosen god doesn't like it, it's not normal, it's harming their own kin. Doesn't matter. So long as the reasoning holds water with their other monster populace, desperate to sink their teeth into more flesh through their antlion, the antlion they helped make. Even now, if they so much as heard his thoughts on this,
these calls for compassion, understanding, and love, it would fall on deaf ears. Bancroft thought back to his religious upbringing, long since abandoned, to the ideas that God was a benevolent entity who wanted the best for everyone. But that was a fallacy, Bancroft thought, as he looked at the partially eaten body of the second doe. God was a drunk driver asleep at the wheel, hurtling a vehicle containing all of us down a dark country road with the lights off and no seatbelt on. Time to move forward. Doe 2. This is the second of 3 autopsies we'll be conducting today. It is 3:02 in the morning on the 18th of December 2023. Once again, my name is Dr. Miles Bancroft, and I am the forensic pathologist in Dondella County. Senior coroner Dr. Faust has stepped away until the third autopsy, and I will be conducting this on my own. I would again like to apologize for the unprofessional outburst and subsequent disagreement between myself and Dr. Faust on our last autopsy. I recognize it will be redacted for public consumption, but to my colleagues in the DA hearing this, I will apologize unreservedly. Professionalism before emotion. Let us begin. External examination. Summary. As before, the body is presented in a black bag. There is a note attached to the top of the zipper. I was not aware of any prior inspections of the body, so I am assuming this was one of the detectives who found the body. I shall read it for posterity. This body has several irregularities and abnormalities. We think this doe to be... and there is a file on them if this is proven to be true. Please check database upon first suspicions of positive identity and contact if confirmed. This is... The body is not clothed, but is instead covered in a combination of what I assume is tar and feathers. A pair of wings affixed on the back. This is an angel, or at least an interpretation of one. I must say, this is a surprise. It seems our doe went through quite the ordeal. The body is that of a well-nourished Caucasian in their mid to late 20s, measuring 77 inches in length, weighing 238 pounds, and looking remarkably youthful for the suspected age. The body is warm and unembalmed with no rigor present. No unblanching lividity present. Ligature marks apparent across all joint markers, bruises on the upper interior, thighs, knees, elbows, and right side jaw. The scalp is covered with long, 18 inches to be precise, of grey hair. It does not appear to be dyed, suggesting a congenital condition rendering it grey. There is no pronounced body hair anywhere on the body, suggesting, again, a condition that inhibits the produce of hair. The eyes are closed. Upon opening them, Sorry. I was not expecting that. Left iris is an emerald green. Right iris is azure blue. Our doe was a recipient of the heterochromatic gene. My startling came from the pupil's dilation upon my examination. A trick of the light, perhaps, for they are now asymmetrically dilated. The teeth are... Hang on. Dentures. Top and bottom row. Likely fitted from a prolonged substance issue. ED, medication dependency, injury, or other unknown genetic issue. Hard to determine at this stage. Looking at the gums, they... Well, that's curious. The gums appear to have small, sharp teeth growing, protruding out of the lining by approximately 1.5 centimeters. They look almost like shark teeth. A cosmetic procedure gone wrong, perhaps. We'll file for study later.
appear to have caught my finger on one of the teeth. Sharp little things. The anterior chest is of a flattened contour and has been crushed. The weight of something heavy dropped onto them, likely being the cause of death. The abdomen, too, has become concave. The pelvis, however, seems to be intact on first glance. The external genitalia... It appears that this time there is something of note to report. Our second doe is a eunuch. There has been considerable work done on the lower extremities, and whoever did it was certainly someone with extensive medical knowledge. Clean incisions, no sloppy aspects to the procedure. I will investigate further after concluding the external examination. The back is symmetrical and intact, signs of internal trauma present from the crushing. The wings are likely affixed to an indentation beneath the shoulder blades, an incorrect assertion of how winged humans would perform. I'm going to separate the wings before continuing the autopsy. This is far stranger than I anticipated. I don't know who did this or how, but this doe has undergone extensive surgery. Their wings are not superficially attached to the stumps on or directly to the shoulder blades. Rather, they are deeply connected with ligaments, nerves, and muscle fibers. As if... I must inspect the pectoral muscles before continuing. Fiction enjoys showing us winged beings, angels if you will, flying gracefully with two wings on the back, but this would never work. The muscles need to be stronger and act like additional limbs. That is why the pectoral muscles would need to be significantly stronger, denser, bigger. Or have a smaller set of pectoral muscles beneath the main set. Pseudoscience, yes, but I am looking at it right now. This person either underwent multiple invasive surgeries to have this done to them, or they were born this way. Naturally, I will lean towards the former, which unfortunately ties us into the Antlion's modus operandi. I just did not envision it being this virulent within the victim's body. I will leave the wings for the time being. This is uncharted territory. Yes? I have examined the first, currently on the second. Yes, it is presenting irregularities. How did you... Are you sure? No, I don't mean to question your... I understand. I will do as you ask. Thank you. The upper and lower extremities are symmetric, normally developed and intact, though there are signs of surgical work done on all four limbs, likely muscle replacements. The hands and nails are clean, no evidence of injury present, no markings or tattoos visible. Internal examination. Summary. The brain is unusual. It has multiple white lesions across it. A mold-like substance, perhaps. No, that can't be right. The brain weighs 1,515 grams. This is definitely unusual. It feels as if something is vibrating within the brain itself. I'm going to dissect and check. cicada inside the cavity. How is this possible? I see no entry point. The larvae itself would have either starved to death or the host killed long ago. This creature made noise until I pulled it out. Now it lay still in my hand, dead. I cannot explain this phenomenon. I will bag up the cicada for study. The brain will go separately. Skeletal system. The exact same bone fragments as with our previous doe, though these line up almost perfectly with the white lesions across the surface of the brain. An experimentation? Maybe a dye forced into the tissue. Unknown at this stage. Respiratory system. Throat structures. The oral cavity shows no lesions. The mucosa is intact, no injuries to the lips, but gums are blackened and the teeth, as previously reported, are smaller and sharper than expected. I also note more of them than perhaps there should be. Identical obstructions present in the airway as with our previous doe. The mucosa of the epiglottis, glottis, piriform, sinuses, trachea, and major bronchi are anatomic. No injuries, no mucosa lesions. Rings. Concentric rings underneath the epidermis. They run smoothly where the ribcage should start and cover the anterior area to the bottom of the navel. I count 12 of them. How is this possible? What monster did this to a living creature? It appears the rings are removable. I will do my best to keep them intact as I cut them free. Yes, this is Bancroft. I'm in mid-procedure at the moment, and you're on the recording. Not that you would mind.
Doctor, how far into the second autopsy are you at present?
Currently in the midst of the internal examination. The findings were, as you accurately predicted, unique. I will report those findings once concluded.
So you haven't seen it yet? We expect there to be something that defies reason within the body. If you'd be so kind, we'd like you to live report to us, in addition to the recording. That can always be redacted later if the information is sensitive. Proceed, Doctor.
This is...
Go ahead, Doctor. Report what you see.
I'm staring down at a sprawling, densely packed city running from pubis to clavicle, seemingly hidden underneath the concentric rings, though the space defies understanding. There's spires on top of houses and municipal buildings jutting up to just beneath the last layer of skin, their black brick design reminiscent of Victorian-era housing, but with an immediately far more uncomfortable atmosphere surrounding them. There's a culture of some sort in the space where the stomach should be situated. No, not a culture. Small creatures, the size of pillbugs. Red eyes, cavorting in long flowing robes, their faces hidden and only small spindly appendages coming out from where hands should be. Some seem to be conversing openly on the streets, others ferrying large carts of food, which appear to be pieces of the victim's organs, from one place to another. How is this possible? How is any of this possible? I know Sturgeon is a unique place, but surely this is an elaborate hoax. A pre-made body with lifelike organs, or perhaps a...
We know what it is, Dr. Bancroft. So do you. Let's not waste precious time pretending it is anything else. The Antlion has been here. Continue your observation. Dispense with the normal proceedings.
I see small picnic tables where these things have gleefully torn pieces off of the doe's flesh, spewing a viscous black liquid around their dwelling and pasting it to the walls. This seems to be conducive with the liquid found in the throat and that of the first doe. Whatever the black liquid touches, the internal walls seem to grow a virulent mold that sizzles as it spreads. In the center of this strange, macabre facsimile of a town, there lays a pedestal atop a series of remarkably built marble steps. A pair of statues standing on either side of a pyre that's connected to a thick black pipe. An antlion on the left and, on the right. There's a larger cloaked individual stood in front of a crowd, speaking impassionately in a language I can't understand. But his hand signals and accompanying imagery certainly explains his agenda. Sacrifice. This is a joke, isn't it? A way of punishing me for wanting extra time off or for my outbursts. This is absurd. Please just tell me this is a fallacy, Governor.
Do not use my title or name again. What are the figures doing, Bancroft? Give me every detail.
There's a small, screeching individual brought to the front forcibly by members of the crowd, now chanting eagerly as the poor soul is thrown at the preacher's feet, struggling to get up and staring around for help from someone, anyone. They're looking from hood to hood and pleading, reaching out in easily grasped signals of understanding. But nobody's coming to their aid. They all simply point to the pyre. The dark flames have been lit and they pulled their hoods down as they shoved this person onto the fire and sang a chorus. My God. They're cicadas. Each one of them a bulbous cicada, now screaming their chorus. But the one they pushed in, it looks different. Like a larvae, or something else. They beg for clemency, for help, in any language that's universal. But the fire burns, and so their resistances cease. The body falls limp over the pyre before being pulled into the black pipe.
Remarkable. Simply remarkable. Manifestation is truly something. I'm glad I could be here to witness it through your keen eyes, Doctor. It's not often I get to plunge my hands into the muck and the mire of the outcasts. Should you discover anything else, include it in your report.
In nome di Patri, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, requiescat in pace. I may not believe, but I hope Noldus guides you to safer shores than the ones you ended up upon in this life. I hope they grant you amnesty, clemency, safety, and love. I'm sorry we failed you. The best I can do is report this to the detectives before the other superiors, and hope they catch the animal that did this to you. The body of the second doe is emitting a black smoke, permeating from the throat, it seems, likely affixed to the pipe inside the town. The residents are gone. The residents within are gone. The whole thing is empty. There's just a cavity now, How is this?
Purveyor of the dead, hear us. We were made angels by a demon with a coat fashioned from that of the divine, enabled by monsters without form or name, singled out for our otherness, sought to be molded, changed, and saved. But there is no saving that which does not need salvation. Wound us with blackmail, manipulation, understanding, entrapped us, changed us, devoured us, denied us rest. The Antlion is growing. The tarred angel of Dondella has a secret, has many secrets, but only one matters, Doctor. Only one will make a difference. The Gravedigger, the stargazer, the artist, the traveler, the playwright, the reclaimer, all are connected, all manifested. Join the dots, kill the Antlion in its den. Drown it, starve it, burn it, eat it, kill the Antlion, save our souls.
I need to get out of here. Bancroft? You look as if you've seen a ghost. This body's beginning to affect your constitution. What? Did you not hear the... with the wailing? I'm afraid not. You're tired, Doctor, and I likely didn't help with my ugliness earlier. Forgive me. I will take over from here. I assume the second door is almost finished? Yes. Yes. Cause of death was the black mold we found on the first dough. I may need to inspect further, but a break would be nice. I will simply observe this one. Please go ahead. This is the final of the 3 autopsies we are conducting today. It is 4:14 in the morning on the 18th of December 2023. My name is Gordon Faust, and I will be leading this final autopsy into our third doe found at the crime scene. I realize this may be out of protocol, but I will be doing this in a more informal manner than Dr. Bancroft, with permission from our seniors at St. Martin's Hospital. So I will do my best to be respectful during the process. Shall we? External examination. Summary. The third body is presented in a black body bag. At the time of examination, the body is fully clothed, wearing a black hoodie, fashionable hakama pants, leather boots with straps, and several charms adorning the body. It is unknown why this body is the only one clothed. The body is that of a well-nourished, normally developed Caucasian aged between 18 and 25, measuring 60 inches in length, weighing 116 pounds, and appearing generally consistent with the age range specified, though this is speculative. Gender is unknown at this time, though we will soon ascertain that. The human body is a truly remarkable thing, is it not? It is a monument to perseverance. We have fought against our cousins in the hominids genus and beaten each one of them with our intellect, ingenuity, and propensity for violence, using our bodies to the best of our abilities. Who would have thought that one day we would grow so bold as to even become chameleons who could change their very sex? Some say this is becoming enlightened as we further understand ourselves. Others say it's an insidious path of subterfuge. Shh! We have had fears of the uncanny for hundreds of thousands of years. Something deep in our amygdala that screams danger when we see people who aren't quite people. Some historians think we sat at campfires in the dark, fearful of the things that look like us. Others postulate it's a creature all its own breed that wears human skin to lure in victims. Many names have been given to this beast. Perhaps now we just found a new one that we've grown to accept, to let into our society, like a sickness, until an appropriate monster of our own could help cull their numbers.
You speak as if you admire the beast that did this. Is that in line with St. Martin's practices?
Somewhat. You could say it's a joint venture. The very state itself turning a blind eye to one brand of beast if it takes care of the other. You heard our leader on the phone. You see our media. You just don't want to believe it. Let's see what secrets the third and final door holds.
Stop! Stop! My God, they're alive! Jesus Christ, put the saw down! It's not alive, Doctor! It was never alive! Do not let the demon fool you! The only demon I see here is you!
It's all right. It'll be okay. We're going to get you help. I know you're scared. I don't know how this happened or what you remember, but we'll make this right. Can you tell me your name? I know it's hard, but please, try.
Aerart.
Their last name is Gahart. Their first name lost to time. My finest work.
You were the beast that did this to these poor souls.
Indeed. I am the right hand of divinity, destined to bring change through this town, and then the world. Our doe here will be the arbiter of that change.
Not if I stop you, here and now!
Hush now, little man, for there must be a witness to my deeds. You will be the one to sound the trumpet heralding the end of Gomorrah and the start of something beautiful at their hands with my guidance.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I failed you. I failed you.
Dr. Miles Bancroft took an extended absence following this incident. While he tried to reason with the higher-ups at St. Martin's, he was summarily shut down and put on paid leave. The Inner Sanctum offered him aid for what he experienced, but he refused. One night, he was paid a visit by two individuals claiming to be from Sturgeon's information agency, politely but sternly reminding him he endangered others' safety if he talked about what he saw. Specifically, about who he saw. He acquiesced and took his family out of Dondella shortly after this encounter. but not before dropping all his findings to the detectives in charge of the Antlion case, those piecing together the events as we speak, at great risk to his own well-being. Somewhere in Dondella County, a TV flickers to life in a desolate room. Its lone occupant's exhausted and pain-rattled skull jerks up at the slightest hint of stimuli and begins to focus on the colors of the logo.
This is Sturgeon Nexus, the nexus for your news across Sturgeon, Menosha County, Kerala, Angleron, and Dondella County. Here are your hosts, JJ Watson and Trisha Hill.
Those two reporters were back again. Something looked different, but the occupant's vision had yet to fully recover. This was still a learning curve for them as the tanned one with the booming voice spoke.
Good evening, Sturgeonites. Tonight we bring you news of a most macabre kind. A mortuary clinic in neighboring Dondella County, the site of a grisly murder, a terrifying error, and unexplained phenomena. OF Province has more.
The camera cuts to a young reporter standing in the middle of a location that makes the occupant's synapses scream when it comes into view. Sterile, static blasts cold, the room as the occupant clutches at their ears. They were there once.
Thanks, JJ. It was here, at the Buckmcgraw Memorial Hospital, deep in the bowels of its mortuary clinic, that Senior Coroner would undergo quite the experience. While investigating the recovered bodies of those suspected to be victims of the Antlion killer operating in Dondella, it would go from a macabre affair to a downright horrific one. Visiting assistant Gordon Faust would suffer an accident with a circular saw, and in the aftermath, the body of the unidentified third doe would go missing. Dr. Faust was, of course, well known for his divisive opinions online, and causing no shortage of animosity towards marginalized communities, but had plenty of support to boot. In recent months, he'd even been caught associating with...
The voice continues on for some time as the occupant's head spins. They knew this man. This Faust, this hateful, spiteful little creature. The one who had attacked them. Why? Why would he... The reporter is wrapping up as it goes back to the studio.
Our thoughts go out to Dr. Faust's family and the recouping of Dr. Bancroft. We were informed before going on the air of the wishes of the Dondella County PD. The Sturgeon Nexus was asked to honor the embargo and not disclose any information publicly at this time. The screen darkens and the host begins to grow. Or maybe it's just their shadow. No, definitely their form. Ever so slightly, it is twisting. The occupant feels a staleness in the air. Something is coming.
But we believe in the freedom of the press, and as such we will not be honoring that request. We have reason to believe the Antlion infiltrated the building and has taken the third doe, a missing member of the famous Gerhardt family. Their name is...
Static blasts the room as the occupant clutches at their ears. The sound malicious, painful, foreign, unwanted. The broadcast wraps up with a sign-off that leaves the occupant chilled to the bone as heavy footsteps and the buzzing of flies begins to encroach on the last vestiges of safety they still have.
We'll provide more at 11, but for now, we return you to your scheduled programming after a word from our dear sponsors.
The smile creeping across the host's face is enough to make the dead switch graves and turn a rainbow gray. 3 words spilling from his lips that paint the ugliest picture Dondella has ever seen.
The Inner Sanctum. Take care out there.
The Sturgeon National Library presents The Celestial Event Over the Emperor's Kingdom by the Bard of Dondella. Copyright Sturgeon Nexus Limited, Dondella, Minotia, Coralla, Angleron, and Sturgeon, 1795. 4th edition, translated in 1977. Introduction. The Bard of Dondella's The Celestial Event Over the Emperor's Kingdom was first printed in quarto in 1795. While it was initially described as a tepid reception upon first impressions by theatregoers, something within the play caught on with the disenfranchised art groups and vagrants that populated Sturgeon's neighbouring territories at the time, and before long, it was being seen in droves by those the wider community saw as undesirables within its borders. Very few first editions survived the Great Purge of 1818, those that have remained have been coveted by collectors ever since. The second edition in 1839, though more commonplace, is largely disconnected from its peers due to rabid retranslations by scholars who did not fully understand its material, thus leading to the third edition which, despite insistences by the church and ruling government at the time to the contrary, was largely kept in its original form and released to the public in 1895 on the centennial of the original release. Due to language barriers and educational gaps between the bourgeoisie and the working class, it was eventually requested to be translated by a member of the Sturgeon National Archives in 1976. This 4th edition would see widespread success and become a cornerstone of Dondella's art community and eventually wider Sturgeon, finding success across its borders and being adapted into multiple plays, television shows, and audio dramas. Eventually, it would receive the modern adaptation for today's audiences, the 5th edition that you're reading now. The Bard of Dondella was a reclusive, pugnacious sort, an eccentric who was so attached to their privacy we ultimately know very little about them. Birth is estimated to have been in 1766, and death shortly after the Great Purge in 1818. They lived their entire life in Dondella, and upon being made bard, did so while fully disguised for fear of outside persecution over their artwork. They were buried in the Dondella Cemetery, in a grand mausoleum that attracts pilgrims to this day. Ultimately, this play of war, tragedy, strife, experimentation, and the human condition in the face of horrific adversity is a thought-provoking piece of literature that parallels, at least to a certain degree, a historic period in the once thriving kingdom of Angleron, before it was absorbed into modern-day Sturgeon. This period, known as the Nameless War, was marked by great battles with rival kingdoms and a final conflict that left Angleron scarred and devoid of any true power in its aftermath. In fact, there still stands a spot where the castle once sat, now nothing more than a crater that spans 3 city blocks. Known as the Wound of Golgotha, it has served as an inspiration to artists ever since. Not much is known about the history of Angleron prior to its absorption into Sturgeon, for few records survive. But the Bard of Dondella claims to have descended from this kingdom, and fervently described the play as autobiographical to a strict degree. Alas, they never elaborated, and now we are left only with the play itself. The celestial event is akin to a half-remembered dream, a conflict one wishes to never go back to, but must take up arms once more. It is the last garrison before self-destruction, and we hope you enjoy it. Synopsis and cast notes. A strange phenomenon has appeared over the skies of a forgotten kingdom during tumultuous times. This play follows how each of them interprets it, and the consequences as a result, based on the historical events that befell the kingdom of Angleron in the 17th century. Translator's note. Stage directions and descriptions have been faithfully adapted from the original. Though unconventional, we feel it is vital to keep them and carry authenticity. It is not for the translator to definitively state if the events within are historically accurate as depicted. Cast: Emperor Marius IV and Empress Desislava, played by Philip Donnelly and Erica Sanderson. Dual rulers of Angleron seeking the ultimate artifacts of power to remove the sickness from their kingdom and the interlopers at their door. Demons of ungodly size and shape, shifting beasts that cannot be trusted. They will do whatever it takes to secure the kingdom. Ula the Obsidian Blade, played by Mimi Brown. The kingdom's greatest champion and the Emperor's personal bodyguard. A half-human, half-angel beast who has no autonomy of their own and yields only to the Emperor's wish. Much lurks behind the armor they wear for others' protection, but it will take a great tragedy to unearth such a thing. Erembor the Tinkerer, played by Jackie Dan. A mad woman seeking only the pursuit of knowledge, she communes with something otherworldly for her designs. It has been claimed she makes unholy weaponry for the kingdom, but few have ever seen what is in their workshop and came out willing to talk at all. Vedanta the Great Machinator, played by Hannah Popel. A soothsayer and advisor predicting a calamity in the heavens. General Cole, played by Rob Aldridge. Dissident member laying in wait, desires an end to the bloodshed and a freedom for the people. The Crown Prince, the next in line to the throne. Little is known of them, but they are spoken of in reverence by the royal family. Prince Fallon, played by Harry Locke. A shutaway desiring only the knowledge and the stars, works closely with Vedanta as an understudy. Princess Lyric, played by Caspia Huntington Davies. A rebellious princess working with General Cole and the interlopers to free the kingdom. Prince Bilbo, played by TJ Lee. A braggadocious, foul-mouthed individual with a silver tongue, directionless and the eldest member of the Emperor's children. The Duke of Harper's Wake. A tall, mysterious individual shrouded in a perfect ivory cloak. They do not speak, only using sign language to communicate. The Envoy to the Stars, played by TJ Lee. A short, stout individual emblazoned in bright purple robes and eccentric in their behavior. They speak for the Duke of Harper's Wake. Lady Moreau, played by Mary Hall. A high-ranking noble who is in charge of the financing for the kingdom. A conniving and unscrupulous individual, he is ruthless in ascending to the top. Master Mikhail, played by Andy Faber. Minister of Trade and representative of the Onyx Mines. Mikhail is an anti-royal individual who backs General Cole in the hopes there will be a more equal opportunities kingdom in the future. Hira Monk Lavelle, played by Alan Curtis. The appointed head of religion and commander of the Holy Sector of Spies. Ambassador Eritral, played by TJ Lee. A Machiavellian-type dignitary from the nation of Kerala. Does not mince words and is keen to see the fires of conflict stoked between the three nations. Kerala is a small country that profits off of the arms race, as well as selling information. Ambassador Jorik, played by Hannah Davies. A clever and battle-hardened member of Minotia who is attempting to quell the conflict between her nation and that of Angleron. Opening prologue narrated by Christopher James. Special thanks to Gareth Johnson, Dario Knight, and Unbound Theatre. Please consider supporting the theatre or the actors in the links below. This presented by Dusklight Radio.
Upon the third day of the third month, in the third age of Emperor Marius IV, a great change swept through his kingdom. For 7 long years, a civil war had been taking place, largely seen as an operation masqueraded by neighbouring nations Kerala and Minotia in a concerted effort to destabilise the strongest power on the continent. Demonic forces and unspeakable entities have repeatedly stormed across the fields, killing indiscriminately along the way and only capturing a chosen few for nefarious and unknown means. The losses were immeasurable, and all involved were tired, reaching a torrid stalemate that had begun to take a toll on the mental fortitude of its ruler and his family. During the 7th Annual Peace Summit involving the Emperor, his advisors and various dignitaries, it was observed that sometime after 6 p.m. a schism did appear in a spot overhead in direct course with the sun's directional pattern, eventually producing an ugly, fantastical light in the shape of a downwards triangle no larger than a hay bale, which began pulsating from above the sky. While various scholars and religious authorities across the continent viciously debated its meaning, there were those in the kingdom and beyond who formed their own unique interpretations of this sky-anchored growth, mocking them from the heavens. And from them grew 4 distinct theorems. The first took it as a sign of their success in the ongoing rebellion against the kingdom, charting its growth with that of their desire to blot out the very skies with their ambitions, hiding their disloyalty from the gods themselves. Declaring it a sign of providence, they amassed all their groups in one camp and prepared to move on the capital when the rays were at their strongest. The second felt the glowing rays of the tumour on the skin of the now reddened sky and decreed them to have enhancing properties that, basking in their glow when the sun was at its zenith, would ensure loyal subjects to the Emperor could better serve the kingdom, imbued with divine skills and calling themselves the Pervaded. Not much is known about the third group's immediate reaction, for they amassed under the cover of night in the workshop under the great onyx mines and shrouded their congregation's conclusions in total secrecy. But it is clear that when they emerged, they were filled with a purpose. But it is the fourth group's theory, where our tale begins, where only one opinion truly mattered. Of Emperor Marius IV and his court advisors on the eve of the light's entrance, now known as
Act 1. The Dissimulation. Act 1, Scene 1. The Emperor's Court.
The Peace Summit, hosted by Emperor Marius IV and Empress Desislava, will now begin, and we thank you for convening at such an hour. I'm Vedanta, Chief Advisor and Chancellor to His Majesty, and conductor of this meeting. In attendance this evening are as follows: Princess Lyric, Prince Bilbo, Prince Fallon, Ula the Obsidian Blade, Lord Moreau, Chief Exchequer, General Cole, Leader of the Holy Army, Ehrenbor, Chief Weapons Researcher, Master McHale, Representative of Trade and Foreman of the Onyx Mines, Magister Lavelle, Head of the Holy Church and our Spy Division. Lastly, our visiting dignitaries. Representing the province of Kerala, Ambassador Aerart. Representing the nation of Minotia, Ambassador Jorik. In addition to them, from far-off nations beyond the Silver Seas, the Duke of Harper's Wake and the Envoy to the Stars. The Crown Prince is marked as in absentia due to illness and regrets their inability to attend. Noted also is the intimate meeting of which this is being undertaken. Courtiers, jesters, and others of lower status have been instructed to stay at home. With that, this session can now begin.
Members of the court, at this hallowed peace summit, we are facing dire times. Dark forces are at our door. We cannot allow this conflict to continue. 7 winters have passed, and the court of our nation's populace have fallen to their claws, tusks, and machinations. I shudder to think of the losses our neighbours in Kerala and Minotia have experienced at our hands, and out of these demonic forces from whence we know no origin point. But we have called this peace summit not to ruminate on death, but to look forward to life.
Indeed, it is through the struggles and strife of our kingdom that we were forced to find alternate methods of progressing in the face of our enemies. Praise must be given to Master Ehrenbor the Tinkerer for his great devices, General Cole for his decisive and effective way of running our army, and to Vedanta for the predictions she has made with frightening accuracy. But still, it is not enough. Other methods were required in order to not only become victorious, but to survive entirely. Such desperation ultimately led us to this.
Pray tell, your majesties, what are we looking at here? A new weapon? A peace offering? I assume this is something you wish to share with all neighbouring nations in a bid for unilateral peace and a united front against our demonic enemies, no?
Or, my dear friend, it is something that can bring utter ruin to the kingdom of Minotia, setting every building ablaze and each of its kin into forced servitude, with nary a single armed soldier storming the first cobblestone street. Maybe it'll be a gift to my humble nation. Put it in the hands of the deft spies that can utilize it appropriately in exchange for perhaps becoming a vassal state of the Empire.
You would do well to hold your tongue in the presence of enemies. Even if there is a mutual ceasefire, Aerart, I need only take a few steps, and your slithering tongue will be separated from its cave.
And yet, I would not need move at all to inflict greater damage. Perhaps poison is within you that only I have the cure for. Perhaps there is an agent waiting in Minotia to hear from me that, upon failing to do so, will start a coordinated attack on your most vulnerable areas. Oh, I can do so much more with careful planning than you can with a well-trained pair of arms.
Enough. You are both visiting dignitaries and will restrain yourselves in the company of fellow nobles and their majesties. If it will ease your consciences, none of us save for the chief advisor, Vedenta, know of what is under that cloth. It has been a well-guarded secret for as long as they have found it. I too am eager to hear of its true purpose. Perhaps something that will aid the Church and our connection to God. It is only through him that we may find the answers to banish these foul demons from our land.
The Duke wishes to ask the Hieromonk a question prior to the subject's unveiling. They wish to know how you propose to collaborate with a god that has long since abandoned this realm and left you to fight with his other children.
How dare you even question the wisdom of the Lord our God?
My lord is not questioning anything, Hieromonk. Where we are from, we are in active contact with the gods themselves. We speak with them and they speak to us. They provide us with ways to appease them and in turn offer us gifts. We have seen your god, a paltry little thing that got bored of his playthings for greater pastures before being slain by the Unspoken One. Your god was a wasteful thing, a petulant child playing with forces it truly did not understand. These demons, as you call them, are merely another form of life trying to dominate, just as we did before settling into our comfy beds with others waiting on our every whim. My lord wishes for you to know that your god died in pain, alone and forgotten, like any normal man.
I wish to hear what the rest of the summit has to say in retaliation to such a bold declaration of active alternate gods. We face an enemy that we cannot stop with conventional means. I'm willing to hear nothing but brutal honesty if it means our survival. Speak.
Your Majesty, I do understand the old ways have meaning, tradition and relevance, but I put my faith into my machines more than anything beyond this realm, answering my prayers and fixing my problems. If I see an issue, I create something for it. This is the way of the craftsman. Perhaps there is a god out there that suits my needs, perhaps not. But I fail to see how the one we have at present will solve our problems where my weapons and machines are far more efficient. They do not require prayers, tithes, or empty words. They merely require competency and a desire to use them properly.
I agree with the Tinkerer. We in the Onyx Mines have our beliefs, but they do not interfere with the current climate at hand, and we would gladly put aside our notions of godhood to survive.
Emperor, Empress, I have long held the belief that there is a force in this universe guiding us to a true purpose. A divine entity that wishes only for us to succeed. A part of me still holds on to that notion, that perhaps the answer lies beyond the pale, and we will not know until our end has met us. However, I have seen the horrors this war has produced, and I struggle to reconcile with any truly good power existing that would not have intervened for our kingdom's sake. I will put my faith in the throne, in the two of you.
You cannot be serious. This is blasphemy of the highest order. My lord, my lady, you must not let this go unpunished. There must be recompense. I married the two of you. I watched you ascend to the throne as I did your mother previously, and her sister prior to that. I have watched over 4 generations of this dynasty all pledge themselves to our true God. Madness speaks when sanity is drowned out by its great howls and wails. You must hold fast to your faith.
General, what of you and what of our children? You are all either at adulthood or fast approaching it. I wish to hear your counsel. Do not hold back on my account.
I wish only for this conflict to end and peace to reign. Many in my position would salivate for such battles, but I'm tired, and my retinue even more so. None of us care for a god or goddess. We only want to rest. Whatever path grants us that is the path we follow, my lady.
I approach 19 winters this season, and I've done as instructed since birth. Follow my instincts and allow them to carry me to glory. This nation's god does not, nor has it ever, factored into that, and to pretend otherwise would be disingenuous to our responsibilities as a ruling monarchy. I will not continue this lie. I am in service to Angleron, nobody else.
Old, haggard men that debate and squabble like baseless animals over which particular law contradicts one another in their holy books, which ones they will abide by today and which will be abolished tomorrow. Petty conflicts that amount to nothing for these lecherous pigs who will just as quickly frequent a whorehouse as they will burn it down upon discovery of their dirty little secret. I would sooner see every con man pushing his or her brand of lies strung up by their thumbs until they renounce their stupidities than I would support them. The richest in the land are the most pious, the most helpful, the most loving. Nonsense. Utter bloody nonsense.
The truth has always been in the stars. Ancient things that hold secrets far beyond any mere man's understanding. No. I have no love for the church. I have only love for that which Vedanta teaches me, and will continue to do so. It is as simple as that.
You know my position already, Your Majesties.
Very well. Then I wish for you all to see what we have discovered with the assistance of the Duke of Harper's Wake and the Envoy to the Stars. An artifact from an age long since past that within it holds the ability to cure our realm of its sickness, bring our own force to the demonic enemy, and find our true peace. I am told there are several of these strewn throughout the continent and beyond. One that allows for painted worlds hosting all manner of realities and creatures, possibly binding them. Another to strip the flesh from its owner and birth something new if their heart is pure. I admit I am unsure what ours holds, but our magnificent Vedanta and Erembor shall work tirelessly to unlock its secrets so our army can be victorious. I present to you the attire of the Nameless.
Am I among utter insanity? Has there been a plague of heresy and godlessness sweeping our beautiful kingdom? A righteous world cannot be run without fearing God's wrath and desiring his love. Faith is of the utmost importance, and these outsiders must not hold sway over our policies.
Haramonk, you have served our kingdom for 4 generations, and in that time I have watched our borders grow smaller, our crops wither, our babies die in record numbers, and demons appear at our doorstep. Are you to tell me this is divine? This is righteous? Are your emperor and empress, all of our king, to lay down and allow this place to become dust?
You asked me to choose between my majesty and my God. This is not something I can do. Even you must answer to God.
And we do, Hieroman. We just don't answer to yours. Please allow Ula to pass the message on.
We wish to thank our friends from Harvest Way for helping us understand the true path to victory. You will all have your tasks in the coming days. I trust our neighboring friends will wish to find their own artifacts and bring them here.
We already know of ours and anticipated such a moment may arrive. It has already been procured and sent to your Tinkerer's workshop for further study. We will assist however we can, Your Majesties.
As have we. I sent Minosha's priceless treasure to your chief advisor's chambers ahead of time. We will also stay to provide assistance.
If there is nothing more, Your Majesties, I will take Prince Fallon for their lessons now. We will experiment on the artifact in the interim.
As will I, Your Majesties. I will confer with Master McHale on my findings.
Good. The Onyx Mines have their own methods for these things and will be happy to help.
I will be in the upper floors with our sibling, should you need me.
I will be in the armory preparing.
The Duke wishes an audience with Prince Bilbo, sensing some kinship in his words that could better unite our two nations. Would their Majesties mind?
Not at all. It will do the boy some good to get diplomacy past his steel tongue. Love him, though we do. You will go, won't you be?
If it pleases you, Mother, I would rip the sky asunder.
Very well. If there is nothing more, we will reconvene in 2 days.
The sky will split open and reveal us to them and them to us. As we gaze into the unknowing, unceasing schism of the cosmos, we see what lurks in its depths. As the unseen one plans the undesired acts and the unacknowledged reneges. Ruin will befall the creators and their kin. This land will crumble to dust if there sits a defiler on its throne. See how the very heavens give way to its horror.
My word. What is this? The very flesh of the cosmos. It is seeping through into our kingdom and reaching out to us.
That shape and its colour puts me at unease, as if a great battle were to start at any moment. I must see the troops immediately.
It is beautiful in its own way. I can hear something on the wind, but it is far too soft to grasp. I want you to look into this, Vedanta. Give it your full attention. Erembor and Master McHale can handle the artifacts in your stead.
Your daughter is a remarkable individual. How could she have seen such a thing? Perhaps it is... no matter. The Duke wishes to retire to the chambers and speak with Prince Bilbo. We will be available should you need us.
My head. Father, what is it?
There is a wound upon the world, and through it comes evil far greater than anything we have faced since. I fear that even with our newfound gifts, we may not survive this if your predictions ring true, my daughter. I do not believe that slaying a hieroman brought us on, rather that it is always going to occur. A calamity befalls nations not because they renounce virtues, but because the calamity does not care for them. It strikes because it is destined to do so. It is in its nature. Perhaps what is beyond that veil, that strange and ugly shape, host beings of such ancient and ferocious gait and power that they are no different to a calamity.
Act 1, Scene 2. Erenbor's Workshop.
You have seen the calamity unfurling in our sky, I presume?
I have not. I have no need to. It is by my design it dwells there, growing in stature with each pair of sapient eyes befalling it.
Your planning is clearly beyond my reckoning. I do not wish to speak out of turn. The visions you impart to me, they have granted wondrous machinations, tools of destruction man could only glimpse within a shameful dream that he dare not utter to another soul, even with stains on his person. What would you have me do with these artifacts bestowed by their majesties? I sense great secrets within, powers not befitting of man.
You are a master crafter, Erenbor, daughter of Elamon. You will play a pivotal role in the events unfolding. Your tools shall help turn the tide of conflict, usher in an age of Malum. All will fall to its knees at the Emperor's feet, for it must be so. The undefinable will take the throne. The flaxen will be strewn across the holy courts. The bonds of blood shall be tested, and all will ultimately bask in the glow of the dissimulation. This is what must come to pass.
I still do not understand why you came to me. Why not to the Emperor or his advisors? I am gifted with my hands, yes, but I am limited in my capacity. What shall I do next?
Be patient, Erenbor. There will come a knocking at your door with a false voice. You must recognize it and not let it in. To do so would cause a calamity to befall the kingdom. For now, work on your tools. Provide them for the Emperor. Be patient. We will meet again soon.
Do you see, my prince? The sore on the skin of the sky is no coincidence. It is divine providence. This is further proof of such a thing. I saw in the formation of our great and bountiful cosmos that something would come into our borders and infect us slowly from the inside out, rotting the flesh and writhing in the wounds, poisoning the mind to believe it is something it is not. The detritus it leaves behind forming more vile abominations that will eventually take over the kingdom itself. This is the end I spoke of.
The potential of a calamity does intrigue me, Master Vedanta, though I am more so captivated by the entity that Erenbor appears to be speaking with. Perhaps a sickness of the mind beguiles her to speak in a second voice. The woman is clever and talented enough with machines to do so. Perhaps even finding a way to record her voice and carry it out of a musical instrument. Or collusion with these people from Harper's Wake. If that is so, she's to be brought before the Emperor, my father, and tried for treason.
My prince, to act rashly is to march into death. Say you were to barge in there with accusations aplenty. How are you to know you would not immediately be struck down by a trap, a machination of Erenbor's making that gravely wounded you? There would be outrage, yes, but Erenbor is a famously private tinkerer, and you know of this. The blame would be on you, as would the consequences of any damage. Furthermore, we both know what your father would say if you brought to him such accusations with no proof beyond hearsay, do we not?
One's word is merely one version of a larger story. It is not the full tale. Very well, Master Vedanta, I relent. But I wish to learn more of Erenbor, her origins, and of this entity which she speaks. Perhaps we could come to her workshop another time at her behest. Could you do that?
I will endeavour to, my prince. But for now, you should ruminate on your training, and when sufficiently rested, come to my chambers. There is something I wish to show you. Something to better understand the stars themselves and the entity with which Erenbor may have been communing with.
The mice did come knocking on one summer's eve, their curiosity taking them down a long and winding tunnel. It was too late for them to return to the surface where the light gave them strength. The path was too narrow. The only way was forward on tired and broken paws, their skin stripping itself to the bone, and eyes, though accustomed to the void, losing their shape. Through strife, suffering, and sheer will, they came to the end of the tunnel as the sun hit its peak and burned all things on the surface. There they saw a formless being offering them shelter in exchange for something they were petrified to give up, even in their simple-minded states. But it did not matter, for their fear gave way to a desire for security, and so they embraced the formless beast. But of course... They never could have imagined what it would ask for in return. For an ancient beast knows many ways to entice, entrap, and enslave.
Act 1, Scene 3. Soldier's Courtyard.
Are the Flaxen ready to march? I do not share full confidence with our contemporaries that success is absolute due to the glow above. I fear something else is brewing, a malignant thing awaiting its opportunity to strike.
My lady, are we right to put our faith in the shape at all? Perhaps it is foolhardy to trust in corporeal things. I am but a common man made better by the station which your majesties have given me, but I sense trepidation in you. It would be wise for us to heed it.
My visions have not been wrong yet, General. As the unseen one plans, the undesired acts and the unacknowledged reneges. Ruin will befall the creators and their kin. This land will crumble to dust if there sits a defiler on its throne. I believe we're the unseen ones planning, though I am not certain on who the undesired and unacknowledged are. I can certainly take my guesses. Do you have doubts about its success?
I do not go into any conflict with an assured sense of victory at hand. I've learned through countless skirmishes and massacres that to do so is only to invite misery and to pour more blood on my hands, staining them so deep that my skin may as well be crimson. Alas, I look upon our kingdom having been at war since you were but a child, watching the decisions made by the rulers in their perceived wisdom, and my mind turns to our populace who starve, suffer and scream incessantly. I've heard that over in Kerala they did away with royalty long ago, in favour of a republic that sought to raise the common folk up as well as bringing nobility down until all stood on equal footing. With no doubt there was resistance within and without, but they have flourished since then. A land of equality driven by common sense. Yet, I still believe in the power of a righteous ruler. Someone like yourself, Princess.
If only my parents saw it the same way. Still, we've exhausted those options over the past winter. This appearance in the sky and their quest for power only concerns me further. Flaxen must act and do so soon. While we topple one foe, another waits on our horizons. How many do we have in waiting?
Over a third of the reserve army, all of my troops and volunteers by the droves. The holy spies and the king's guards will find themselves overwhelmed. I will keep the bulk back in the hopes that this can be done peacefully, thus preparing ourselves for the demonic enemy at our borders. I will alert our troops and we will proceed on the new moon.
Very good, General. Soon, Angleron will have a new path forged. I can only hope my kin will join us. If only we could bring Ula into our ranks. They may pose a problem if things do not go our way.
Surely we can take on one man, milady.
That is no man, nor woman. Truth be told, I've never known a time without Ula, or what lurks beneath that shell. Father has remarked before that they are single-minded in their loyalty to him, and tellingly did not dismiss whispers that they are descendants of something more than mere human. But you saw the strength they displayed. We would be wise to keep an eye on them.
Yes, my lady. How does the Crown Prince fare?
Frantic.
Act 1, Scene 4. The Archives.
What a mess we find ourselves in. I would not have guessed in all my years that their majesties would act so rashly. To immediately turn on Hieromonk and the Holy Army like that for their own self-preservation and that of their Crown Prince, it's almost inconceivable. Of course, I am not foolish enough to stand in the way of them publicly, but privately...
Privately, you would have my own network of agents do your dirty work in order to order a ceasefire and give us reparations if you're installed as the new ruler. With your financial colour, I imagine that would be no difficult task, though I must say there is risk behind your venture. Should you be caught, Kerala will offer you no aid. We do not care for rats exposed to the light. We snuff them out like vipers.
I understand better than you how risky my proposal is. However, the company my majesties keep is... it is repugnant. Ula, the half-angel, half-man thing. Erembor, the corrupted craftsman who lays with her fellow woman. Bilabo, the braggadocious. Fallon, the intellect taken in by the unseemly and unholy forces of Vedanta, their chief of staff. Lyric, the mighty's abominable gift to see visions and her close relationship to a commoner in General Cole. And then there's the Crown Prince. That freak of nature must never sit on the throne. Their Majesties plan to use these gifts from the Dark Realm for their own disturbed and fetid bloodline will bring ruin to us all. It must be stopped. Here amongst death was a final insult, a black mark on an already stained canvas of sacrilegious practice. What say you, Jorik?
What say I? It is not a matter of what I say, but that of their excellency. They accept your offer for a ceasefire and expansion of territory, but wish to have your aid in fighting back the demonic enemy on our borders. But if you're asking what I say you are a coward, a traitorous wretch who seeks to step over any single body still writhing or stiff from cold if it brings you even a hair closer to your lofty ambitions that far exceed your station. You are a peacock prancing in front of a star shower and daring it to outshine you. It will, Moreau. The stars cannot be denied, and we all must answer to someone. If there is nothing more, I will take my leave. Your very presence makes my skin feel fit to break out in hives.
Charming woman. I will have to remind her of her own place within the hierarchy, it seems. A soldier that has come home from battle one too many times?
If your lordship would deem it so, I could have her meet with an unfortunate accident before taking her leave from Enosia. Subtle, without pain and without suspicion.
In this ever-changing world, women are too often apt to forget their betters. This will at least send a message to other rebellious types like Princess Lyric, a woman who should be focused on birthing rather than fighting.
Now, my lady. Let us not judge too harshly or place one's hand over an open fire whilst telling others it's ice. For I know what sort of person you visit in the dead of night when you think nobody is aware. You have dark predilections, do you not?
I deign you to watch what you say and hold that venomous tongue, Ambassador, or I will use all of my not inconsiderate influence to bring the full force of Angleron onto you.
I know where the demons come from, Lady Moreau. I know that the famine has not spread further due to your intervention, and furthermore,
I know why. You are a noble, and much like anyone of your exorbitant wealth and stature, you get bored. So, when you and your other rich kin congregate like golden-clad simians under a certain moon at a certain time, you provide some entertainment. Young, supple, vulnerable. Your men pluck them from the streets, feed them treats laced with alchemic compounds to make them dance to your tune. Sometime later, you got bored again, and a certain contemporary you had been wooing finally let you into their inner circle, did they not? What was that name? Di misteri dom cerno...
Stop! I beg of you, do not speak his name. It is clear you know more than I could have ever imagined.
It is our nature to know these things, my lady. We are small, but we are deadly. Kerala's sigil is that of the stonefish, unseen, unassuming, and deadly when it strikes. You became a part of this order, and in doing so, you followed their doctrine to bring about the demonic presence across our continent and the calamity in the sky. You orchestrated this with your peers, using the souls of those very same people you seek to rule to fuel your ambition. I must say, I'm impressed. Not at all fond, but impressed.
I did not know so many would pour through Aerart. Truly, I did not. I wanted a small contingent that could join me in overthrowing the monarchy, yes, but not the endless number of horrors. As for the calamity in the sky, I do not know of how it came to be there. Perhaps it was us, perhaps it was always meant to be. But I have taken this path, and I am steadfast in my beliefs as I was before. I will sacrifice as many souls as necessary, for I believe something far worse will happen if the Crown Prince takes the throne.
You speak of this Crown Prince as if they're a demon themselves. Surely they're just an eccentric. Even our spies have been unable to glean so much as a scrap of their personage. Pray tell, what do you know?
We have spoken enough. Remove Jorik discreetly, and perhaps I will tell you after. There is much to be done, and I fear we do not have much time with which to do it. Many forces converge on this kingdom, some more powerful than any of us. We must be ready.
Very well, my lady. But indulge me once more. Who could be a greater threat than that of the demons, the calamity, or the supposed freakish Crown Prince?
The Duke of Harper's Wake. That creature could be the doom of us all if left unchecked. You will get no information on them, their homeland, or their envoy, but know this. They serve something far more horrifying than anything we deal with here. If it were within my power, I would have them eradicated from the land down to their very cells. But we are puppets to them. We just have to hold fast that we perform perfectly and that they don't change their tune.
Act 1, Scene 5. The Duke's Chambers.
Fascinating antiques you have, many of them far beyond my understanding. Odd structure, seemingly pointless in their design. Are they recreational tools?
No, Your Majesty. They are tools from our land we had hoped to use in order to better assist your kingdom in the coming days. Some are of benefit to the Majesties, some less so. We would be happy to show you them, but first, the Duke wishes to know something of you.
Very well. Ask. I am not one to mince words or hide my intent like so many simpering fools in this kingdom of wasted potential and endless hunger.
Do you know what true power is, Your Majesty?
Aside that from which my parents wield, that which General Cole holds, or even that of Ula and their mighty sword. Or perhaps you refer to the mighty intellect Vedanta lords about the place, or the deft hands skilled enough to produce a weapon of such destructive capabilities our enemies would soil themselves in its mere visage by Erembor the Tinkerer. Oh, no. No, you must mean the power of subterfuge our surreptitious enemies brazenly display like their very members betwixt their legs as they sit at our table and discuss surrender terms. You certainly don't mean the religious power of fear that old zealot had at his fingertips, and I would assume you aren't direct enough to refer to the artifacts, so I have no earthly fucking idea what power could be. Enlighten me, learned folk from beyond the sea.
True power comes in two forms. The first is within information held over others and away from others. The secrets we keep locked up from ourselves, from our loved ones, and from our enemies. There is, in this kingdom, a secret that your family is determined beyond a shadow of a doubt to keep from the outside world. We know this. But we also know that there is something else, a lie within a lie that has been kept from you, eldest prince of Angleron. Of course, that is only the first form of power. The human form, if you will. The Duke posits that there is a second form of power, one that you are seeing manifest itself above your skies. A power so great and frightening, it does not bear a name in your tongue or a form you can comprehend. It is destiny manifest. You, in all your swagger and fervor, are powerless to the ties that bind us. Prince.
Okay.
Look upon my blood and know what true power represents. It is the essence of divine right. When this refined fluid flows freely, dissidents quiver in fear, for they are in the middle of a fight for their lives with their ruler, and the very forces of the kingdom's righteous fists manifested into the bodies of a 10,000-strong force. You think you know of me? You think because I possess a tongue sharper than any steel in this kingdom, with more venom than a basilisk, that I am somehow a boor, a dullard walking blindly towards his inevitable obscurity? No, scholars from beyond the sea, I am not a passive observer to this incoming storm, but the one standing on the edge of the precipice, daring the storm to strike me, so I can catch it in a bottle and hone it for my own means.
And should you capture this storm? Hone the terrifying power within? What will you do with it then, my prince? The Duke's interest is piqued by your bravado.
You may have knowledge beyond me, but I am not immune to the whispers that persist within the walls of my home. I know of what you speak, and I have a plan of my own. But trust must go both ways. I know nothing of your home, of your motivations, or even what the esteemed Duke looks like beneath those unusual garbs. Perhaps I have a means to remedy the sickness here. Perhaps not. What do you offer in exchange? What does a person such as you from a land far beyond our own gain from such an alliance?
This is Harper's Wake, a painted world shrouded in the spaces between realms. A world beyond the spectrum of your understanding and free of the shackles of morality this kingdom is bound to. We have watched patiently, electing to wait until someone who could see our world for what it truly is arrived. That person is you, Prince Bilbo de Frederick, the rightful heir to the throne. Should you decide to take back what is yours, we will assist. Perhaps the Duke will even show you what lays beneath their garbs.
This is magnificent. I see individuals wearing such unique outfits, their faces contorted into pure ecstasy. Colors. I cannot place their name, but they're wondrous. I have no earthly understanding of the things I see around, what I can only assume are proto-people, but they look like angels. I wish to see my kingdom like this, free from the demonic invasion, sedition, betrayal, and madness. Everyone in the same throes of bliss and free from the concerns of this realm. I will be their eternal emperor. I accept your proposal, but what do you and the Duke want in return?
Change. Harper's Wake merely wants change, exacted by your deft hand.
End of Act 1. Act 2. The Gestation. Act 2, Scene 1. Erenbor's Workshop.
Spawn of the unknown. It pains me beyond words to harm another living thing, but gifts must be tested. You understand this, yes? Truly, I am sorry, but your kind invaded our kingdom, razed our lands, and took our people for your unholy deeds. It is only natural we fight back, yes? Warfare is built upon the ideals of innovation. Primitives start with their bare fists, teeth, nails, and feet. But eventually, a rival began using a rock and some sticks, so there was a desire to innovate. Accelerate some time, and now we not only have a Hydra from Kerala bearing down on us with its serpent tongue and many heads, but a grand giant from Enosia threatening to step on us with one large, singular blow. We may be mighty, yes, but we are not invulnerable. No man, nation, order, or idea is. So I ask you, Demon Spawn, what is the most terrifying thing one sentient creature can experience? What thing can drive any rational person to untold violence, to the creation of instruments whose sole purpose is to inflict misery? The different, the unwalked path. You are not the only new and unusual things marching at our door, demon. We have enemies within and without. Thankfully, I have developed a way to best use you both. What is your name and purpose?
My name is Yondor Minakut. I am the third-rank soldier in the Flaxen army under General Cole and Princess Lyric. I was born to serve and safeguard the rights of any of Angleron's subjects. I am part of the change sweeping this kingdom in the coming days.
Good. Very good. And what will you do now?
Whatever it is Noldus desires, Lady Erenbor.
Act 2, Scene 2. Vedanta's Chambers.
And so it is written that when the great powers converge and an unseen influence outstretches its greedy hands, the chrysalis will finish its gestation, and the calamity will befall this land. It is as I thought. This is predestined to occur, down to the very last minutiae of action. There is no escaping fate, no grand revelation at the 11th minute of the 11th hour that turns back the great dials on the clock that Father Time himself hoards like a dragon. No. All things must eventually end. All must turn to dust. I was Vedanta before I knew of this, and I will be so after. My priority is to instruct the prince on his next steps.
You wish to see me, Vedanta?
Yes, my lord. Come in. I take it you rested. You seem more balanced than before. That is most fortunate, for what I have to relay to you will be extremely taxing. I must insist you follow my directive and trust in me. You are my sovereign lord, my prince, and my student. But that last one must take priority when sharing this information. Do you understand and consent?
You have not failed me this far, Vedanta. I have grown sufficiently under your teachings, and as you know, I care not for my royal heritage, nor the concept of class that is most hideously coupled with, like a parasite latched to a sickly host. I am your student, and I see this as a path to lead me forward. Educate me.
Sit. Breathe in the smoke and cast all thoughts from your mind. You must ignore all impulses that this body of meat, lightning, and water implores you to abide by. Your mind, a window to your thoughts both deep within you and bubbling to the surface. Render them blank. Turn the mind to a blank ocean with no bubbles, froth, or life within. Even your breathing, you must ignore. Your body will do that for you as your inner self separates from it, if but for a moment. You're becoming empty, my lord. You're becoming one with null. What do you see?
I see a path, a doorway.
Go through it. Let me be your spectre and haunt your every step. Dictate unto me what you see.
I am in a chamber, grand in design with multiple pathways, leading on towards multiple gateways I can step through. Stairs that lead to nowhere, to everywhere, to all that lays in between. Impossible structures and angles, with gilded doors and ramshackle archways of filth. They rotate around me until I am at the apex. Each viable path laid out in front of me like a fork in the road of time. I don't see the hands, but I feel them gesturing to each one. First, an archway of stone leading to the tombs of my kin. The next, a locked gate leading to a sanitarium. A wailing voice shrieking to me from beyond the purview. The third, a pulsating mass. The hide of a great beast bursting from its confines as it barely holds back something unholy. The fourth archway, made of wood and bone, somehow contains an endless expanse beyond our borders, a great moor rising in the distance. The fifth, a gilded door, with a big top carnival beyond, a group of oddly dressed individuals beckoning me in. The sixth,
Say it, my student. Speak it into existence and make it so in your mind.
It's a triangular door, through which I can see a view of our very kingdom from far above. I am gazing from the abyss as the abyss gazes at us. But there is something more. Something calling from the highest set of stairs in this space, and forming from seemingly nothing to greet me. There is something within our kingdom, though I wish to see it.
Do not stray too far, Fallon. But if you feel safe...
I see something in the Duke of Harper's Wake's chambers. He's...
My prince, there are some things you are not ready to see, and some you are not meant to see. Keep your focus. Follow the voice.
Almost ready. The chrysalis is almost complete, and I will spring forth anew. You must ensure they do not wake me early, Vedanta. I trust you, just as I trust Fallon. Let the wolves come to my door, hungry and snarling, with their disease-addled minds boiling with hatred and malice, looking to tear the flesh from my bones. Let them try and fail to stop the wheel of progress. Let the machinations of this cursed dynasty bring ruin. But do not let them open my doors until the schism has reached its apex. There is still work to be done. But I will bring an end to this charade, and our enemies shall know the rage of the unacknowledged. Speak with Lyric. Confer with Marius and Desislava. Be mindful of Bilbo. Something is coming. Fallon must be prepared.
You have my word, my sovereign.
That was unexpected. As if a most freezing slumber overtook my body. My lungs feel tight, and my very breath cooled to the touch. My mind addled and sluggish. What happened, Vedanta?
You opened yourself up to Null, and something spoke through you. Something powerful. Something that has guided me as it now guides you, my prince.
It mentioned something was coming. That I must be prepared for. Pray tell, Vedanta, before I succumb to sleep and anxious dreams, what may that be?
Nothing short of blissful silence, ambling its way to the finale of this kingdom.
Act 2, Scene 3. Their Majesty's Chambers.
My love, have you been staring at the sky this whole time? I've been gone since supper, yet here you still stand. You must eat something. Fragility does not become you.
It has grown since last you were here. I am watching our potential demise loom overhead, moment by moment, gnashing its teeth and licking its lips before devouring us whole. Will the annals of history remember us as we are in this moment, my love? Will they remember your smile, Bilbo's sharp wit, Fallon's incredible insight, Lyric's kindness, our Crown Prince's mere existence? What will become of them if this calamity comes to pass?
It matters not what history says, only what we create for those long after we are dust to learn from in relative peace due to our actions. Be they perceived brutal and stained red with blood by some, pure and without folly by others, or largely perceived as no different to our ancestors surviving against the elements. They were afraid. They were armed with nothing but their own instincts, their kin and the will to persist beyond the veil. They killed. They made choices that many of our most learned scholars would consider barbaric. They did what they had to do. They lived. and eventually brought us here, to this moment, to this era of humanity's greatest test, and we will surpass it.
I'm afraid, Desi. Death is a reality I've learned to meet and greet with the same decorum I would give our most revered guests. That much I am at peace with. It is the world we leave behind, and that of our children that frightens me, a world with demons encroaching on their bedsides, monsters wearing human skin who would deign to eliminate our crown prince. They will never understand. Instead, they will fear, which will turn into hate.
Perhaps understanding is not the aim, my love, but respect. And if respect cannot be earned, then fear will take its place with tenterhooks that will burrow so deep into man's heart that they will never be removed. We will carve this world out for our children, our crown prince. If the calamity takes us, it takes us all. But I believe in a different outcome. I believe by the end of this, our worries will be at an end.
Valen will thrive under Vedanta's guidance and proves already wise beyond their years. Lyric is a master strategist and tactician with unyielding conviction. Bilbo may be crass, but his wit and sharpness is beyond reproach. Our children are all destined for greatness. We have done well. But the Crown Prince?
They will rule, absolutely and without opposition. It was always their destiny as written in the stars. Even that schism in the sky will not stop them. It is limited to our world, our skies. It cannot compare to the brilliance from which the Crown Prince draws upon, and our artifacts will only tighten the grip they will have around history's pretty neck. Come now, no more worrying. We have something far more pressing.
Indeed. It is time to see what these artifacts can do. My hope remains that they will keep the demon threat at bay, giving us some room to breathe.
Oh, my love. They will do much, much more than that.
Act 2, Scene 4. Flaxen War Council Room.
It is decided then. With the arrival of this calamity, we will escalate our plans. Come dusk, we will gather our forces and storm the front gates. It is my hope and belief that with our numbers outweighing the royal army, my parents will do the smart thing and surrender. They are not evil, nor are they foolish. They are simply misguided and worn down by this conflict, too focused on the outside to deal with the issues within. The transition should, if all goes to plan, be a smooth and simple one. I will act as lead advisor with General Cole remaining head of our army, but we will allow the people to elect someone new within a solar year, should that be their wish. Our focus must be them, our unseen kin who starve or worse in our streets. Are we in agreement?
Aye, my lady. I do not enjoy this subterfuge against our majesties, and my heart is still with them. But we of the Onyx Mines cannot continue this way without severe consequences. You have our support and our resources.
The Onyx Mines have always helped to steer this nation in the right direction, Master McHale. I trust they will continue to do so alongside me. The test of the artifacts is due to commence soon. Are you certain you wish to be the one?
Aye, my lady. I share yours and General Cole's fear that the wrong person wearing those cursed things could cause untold damage. Better it be someone like me who, above all else, wishes to see Angleron prosper in peace. If that means the end of me, the Onyx Mines shall remember me fondly, and I will have a place in the Giant's Maw under the mountain. I will dine with the great ones and never tire. I only hope I can live long enough to see Angleron's new dawn rise.
If you do not, know that our history books will never forget your name. It will be remembered by our scholars, our children and their parents who are alive, loved and free. I will ensure it. General Cole, what say you?
It goes without saying of my loyalty, Your Highness. I have already readied our troops and the reserve armies prepared to march when the sun begins to set. Angleron will unite as one to remake itself anew, ready for a new age and the threat at our doorsteps. I only hope that certain caustic elements do not find a way to become combustible.
I appreciate your concern, General, but we cannot prepare for the unprepared. Only for that which we can anticipate. You taught me that. But if there is one thing I could do to put your mind at ease, perhaps I can oblige. You wish to speak to Ula, yes? Get them to join our cause?
The alternative being to simply have them eliminated. Yes, I would feel comforted knowing such a behemoth was on our side or not involved at all. You have a plan for approaching them?
Master McHale, would you be so kind as to outfit me with your finest blade? I wish to duel our beloved and esteemed Ula.
You cannot be serious, my lady. The mere thought of you...
Of me battling such a beast as the obsidian blade is terrifying, and you are concerned I'll be cut into ribbons. I'm well aware of the skill differential. I do not plan to best our finest swordsmen. I have an alternate method in mind, if you'll humour your princess's wild indulgence.
Your Highness,
Ula the Obsidian Blade, your skills are beyond reproach, as is your loyalty. Whilst this request may seem petulant, foolish, and suicidal, I ask that you uphold the loyalty and indulge me. Will you do this?
For the royal family, I will do anything that is asked of me.
Good. I wish you to duel me, and should I get a hit on you, ask that you become my personal guard and swear fealty to me. If you win, I will see to it you have the freedom to leave our servitude, if that is your desire.
I would never leave the comfort of the royal family. You will get 3 attempts before I retaliate. Should you fail, I will instead request that you answer one question of mine, as truthfully as you are able.
You have never asked us of anything. How fortunate I was able to rouse your curiosity right as I needed it. Perhaps this is fate.
Slow. 2 more attempts.
You are an anomaly, even to us, Ula. I've no doubt my father knows of your origins and what lays beneath that armour. Perhaps mother too. But even I do not know, and yet you've been here since I was but a child. I admired you. Your strength, your technique, and the way you carry yourself in any room. You say so little yet convey so much. I wanted to be just like you as I became a woman.
Good, but predictable. 1 more attempt. You flatter me, Your Highness. Skilled though I am, I have my flaws.
Oh, I know. I'm not as witty as my elder sibling, pensive as my middle brother, or as talented as the Crown Prince. But I'm one thing above all else. Observant. And do you know what I have observed of you these past 12 winters, Ula? You are far too lenient when it comes to the royal family, because loyalty trumps all else.
I will keep my promise. I am now and will always be sworn to you directly, Lyric Ophelia de Frederick. I will inform your father of this change.
Excellent. We have some things to discuss before you depart. More importantly, I have a mission for you.
As you wish, my lady.
Act 2, Scene 5. The Crown Prince's Chambers.
Father, how fares my sibling? And how fare you?
If I recounted a story of when each of you were born, my daughter, come sit, I will recount it to you. When the eldest of the family, Philibert, was born at daybreak, it is said that every church bell in the kingdom ceased to function for the duration of the sun's rotation across the sky. Such was his power of will and defiance, the very fabric of our institution stopped in awe of him. His name was taken from that of my forefathers. Something of an ironic title now, looking at his disposition, I suppose. It means to laugh at oneself and find joy. I sometimes worry about him. It is never easy for the firstborn to be passed over for the throne, but his sharp tongue and sharper wit do not make for good judgment. When Fallon came into the world, we opted for tradition. He was and is the spitting image of me, bearing my curious nature with your mother's directness. Fallon meaning descended from the ruler. What he lacks in constitution, he makes up for in intellect. Second in line, he never protested being passed over like his brother. When you were born, nary a dry eye was in the palace. It'd been a difficult birth, and upon your arrival, you didn't cry so much as sing. So he named you Lyric, song-like child of Angleron. Everything I could want in a successor, more beautiful than the stars during winter solstice, measured in their decision-making, skilled with all manner of weaponry, a natural diplomat, and remarkable foresight. If you did not have such mental ailments, we know how I feel. Which leaves us with the youngest, the Crown Prince. The night they were birthed, the weather turned foul. Great winds from the east billowed and shook the foundations of the palace. Lightning struck outside, threatening to pierce our very windows, and I sensed spirits manifesting in the room with us as their first cries rang out, dispelling all in an instant. The world was silent, eerily so when Sovereign took their first breath. That is the only birth that has ever scared me, Lyric. But it's the one where I knew something otherworldly had been brought into our kingdom. Something with great power that over time could dispel any enemy. I only wish they saw what we saw.
Pray tell, you speak so cryptically of my kin. You speak as if they are otherworldly.
Would it be so far-fetched if that were to be true? My daughter, there is but one thing I've never told you about Sovereign's origin. Perhaps when you enter their chambers you will understand. It's been many moons since you saw them last, has it not?
Yes. Vedanta told me that Sovereign needed rest, that the rejuvenation process was complex and could not be disturbed. I wished to be by their side, but I understand. I was hoping to confer with her on how much longer we must wait.
Judging by the calamity outside, I'd wager not long. Stay by Sovereign's side, Lyric. Guide him as you would do when they sit upon the throne. Your mind is too sharp to go to waste. Know that I and your mother are immensely proud of you in all that you do. For our bloodline, no action is without merit. It is time I took my leave. The artifacts must be tested, and I relish in the chance of respite here in my child's chambers. A reminder what I am fighting for, of the narrative I am trying to protect, the lineage I am trying to protect.
Father, you have yet to tell me of the one thing you never concluded. About Sovereign's conception.
There was no conception. On a night not dissimilar to this, I awoke to find your mother cradling a newborn babe. When I asked her of its gender, its place of origin, or anything of the sort, I was met with silence. A blissful, unending silence on her part that enraptured her. She simply told me it was divine will, and this was the beginning of a new age, that our new sovereign had arrived, our crown prince. She loved them, loves them like it is her own child. Once, in a stupor, she told me of who she suspected Sovereign came from. But I must say no more on the subject, not now. Know this, my daughter. Whatever you hear inside those doors, know it is what Sovereign must go through in order to rise anew. A cocoon within which they will gestate, pupate, and emerge a better version, a truer version of themselves. While they fight their battle, we have our own to attend to. Do not delay too long.
End of Act 2. Act 3. The Test. Act 3, Scene 1. Testing Chambers.
Master Mikhail, are you quite sure that this is what you want? The Onyx Mines are in need of a competent leader, and your loyalty has never once been in question.
Yes, your eye for detail and repartee with which you command your kin is to be admired. There is no need to...
There is every need, my lieges. I do this not to prove my loyalty to the Empire, not to save face for an act of defiance, not to curry favour and advance my station. No, I do it for this, and this alone. Papa, I know you have long tried to understand the plight I suffer with. Since I was young, I have known myself to be different. To see the world in a shade that no other around me can identify. To hear things that would rattle the constitution of lesser folks, and to know things that would test the very foundations of one's faith and moral compass. I have known since I was old enough to carry the McHale name in my heart with pride that I was one of them. A distinctive entity beyond the norm, and therefore something that would lead a life of subterfuge, scorn, and strife. I know you and Mother would do your absolute best to shield me from the hatred of the world. For though I do not doubt our own king would largely accept and love me, it is the outside world which would find means and methods to eradicate me. For humanity fears what it does not understand, and hates what it cannot control. It was not that long ago that our borders were expanded, and we came to know of others beyond our purview. We did not meet them with the godly kindness the church preaches, or the welcoming arms of our elders talk of. We assimilated. We dissected. We commodified until there was little remaining of who they once were. What made their persons special was stripped to the bone. At our last gathering, I was encouraged to be myself and announce the new name I had taken in celebration of my true self. But upon doing so, rage was what I saw across the faces of some of our kin. Even now I can envisage the immediacy of their virulent disgust. It is not something I can ever erase from my memory, nor the words spoken to me, despite your best intentions and that of Mother's. I fear this is the life I am consigned to. A human born desperate to be in the skin of a demon. The very thing our lives are dedicated to eradicating. Your brother was right. I am an abomination who cannot change what I am. I know you will try to stop me. So this letter will reach you when it is already far too late. Papa, you did your best, and this is not your fault. I only wish there had been a way to find joy outwardly and peace inwardly. But in death, I could hope for nothing more. I pray for a world where one day the concept of demons is eradicated from the human consciousness, where one's soul is determined by its owner and nothing more. But alack, it is a dream that will not reach the deepest of sleeps that I will embark upon. I do this for my child, who would never see the dream you hold within my grasp. Please, for you, for our kingdom, I would give anything. Do you hear, my lords? The sounds of a white dove against the blue sky, and a beautiful pink sun. That is my child. Yes.
You were brave, Master McHale. Truly, truly brave. We will honor you.
And still the calamity grows in size. But we will face it head on. For your children, our children, for all of Angleron.
Act 3, Scene 2. Bilbo's Chambers.
I dare not think of this as anything more than a flight of fancy, but my rational mind is steadily giving way to the possibility of this world, as if it is in a pool of clear water, slowly being engulfed and dragged under the surface by a soft, almost comforting pair of hands. How is it I can look like that? How can I possibly behave like that? It is beyond reproach. It is unthinkable. The very idea of such dalliances makes my stomach quiver. And yet, I cannot deny what my own senses are unabashedly receiving. This is true.
I see His Majesty has found our doorway to his liking. How long has His Excellency stood in front of it on this day?
It has only been minutes, I assure you. I am no narcissist who fawns over his reflection and swoons at his features, be they chiseled and exuding strength or soft and displaying wisdom. Need I remind you that you are a guest in this kingdom?
Wrong. You have been standing for half a day, if not more. Your legs are shaking, and I would venture a guess you have not eaten today. You are changing, my liege. Slowly but surely, you are changing.
A half day? Nonsense. I only sent the maid away mere moments ago. The food was not to my liking, and I wish no company. Not out of the ordinary for a man of my disposition, surely.
Perhaps not, but we believed something else has happened. You have become enthralled with the mirrored world, my prince. Harper's Wake is calling to you. Perhaps it is time you became our guest.
Such a thing? In a time of war and strife such as this? What of your assistance to my parents? To our kingdom? Was that now why you came?
We came to observe, and we found you. A much grander prize than any other. This world will cease to be of interest to you should you spend one afternoon in Harper's Wake. I assure you.
Oh, but how would we even get there and back before things unraveled here? I cannot abandon my post. I am no coward, and I would sooner bite off my own tongue than utter the words of retreat or recuse.
We have no need to take a prolonged journey. You need only do one thing if you are willing. Allow the Duke to place their hand on your face and touch the mirror.
Touch the... Are you quite well? Or did you perhaps...
If you do as we say, you will awaken to whom you truly were meant to be.
Act 3, Scene 3, King's Court Hall.
And as I explained to my assistant, you cannot rule a nation whilst feeding the pigs, gourmet.
Lady Moreau, my time in this kingdom is running short. I must have an audience with the Crown Prince. You said you could facilitate this.
I said it could be done if you removed Jorik. Has it been done?
I have spies in place to administer any means of death I or you wish to see put into action, my lady. But I wish to see the Crown Prince before any such action could take place. My position is tenuous, and like any coiled snake, I would only have one shot before someone discovers me. My exit must be swift for the safety of our nation.
You are a spy. Your entire nation is built on subterfuge. Do not tell me you have issues killing one woman. You jest, surely.
You do not know Jorik the way I do. She is a calamity, a force of nature unrestricted by the limitations of a common man. Should I fail, she will raise entire villages just to make me flinch. A human like that, you do not wish to cross, even if I have the means to. I may poke and prod at her, but I am no fool. A viper does not bite a tiger unless it is backed into a corner. I need the meeting, milady.
Oh, very well. Come with me. We should have enough time if we're discreet. It's me. We have a visitor. He wishes to see the Crown Prince.
Oh well, by all means,
Send him on down.
What?
What would you have me do with him, my lady?
Whatever they desire, Erembor.
Act 3, Scene 4. Erembor's Workshop.
Are you back in the land of the living yet, Ambassador? I hope so. I'd be so forlorn if you missed out on the festivities. After all, we're about to make you a whole new man.
What trickery is this? Why would you stop me seeing the Crown Prince? My agreement with Moreau has no bearing on Angleron.
Oh, but it does. Especially if you involve the Crown Prince. It could be murder, or that pesky poison your people are so good at. Or maybe outright influence. It matters not. The main issue is that your interference is not needed. Your body, however, well, that could do with some tinkering. You were one of them all along. My, this world truly has surprises.
And those surprises shall remain. I will rend the flesh from your bones and rip out your voice before you ever utter a word of my origin or Minos's great secret. We will not be exposed.
And so the mouse travels further down the tunnel, not realizing it can no longer back out. Only forward, always forward, until the light of the sun itself threatens to erase it.
Erembor, you don't need to do this. You don't need to do any of this. I have seen the stars. I know what is coming.
You know a version of what is coming, Vedanta, not what is. I have seen in my own divinations. I know my path.
Erembor, you are a wise machinator, and I would not call your skills into question. But I will challenge your perceptions. We have both seen the end. You would do well to heed Vedanta.
I'm sorry, my lord, but I have someone else I must answer to, and they have a plan.
None of it matters, Erembor. We are all just momentary glimpses, names affixed to creatures of no face, body, or space. We are devised in the minds of those who hear our words, and each one hears us, sees us, and knows us differently. We are all a matter of perception, don't you see? None of this will matter when the end comes. We will cease and we will return to just being alive for a flicker, a snapshot in the annals of time. Kronos himself barely moving from his throne to acknowledge us. I implore you to think of the bigger picture, of your bigger picture.
They told me you would use your flowery words and intellect, but I am resolute. I have no need to harm the demonic ambassador, no. Instead, I will simply escalate my designs. Yes, perhaps it's time. The emergency is nigh. The mice are trapped. The beautiful, unforgiving light of the sun is ready, and the burning will commence. Awaken, awaken, my children. Your time is now.
I do not understand why you helped me. I am the enemy. I am a demon. The very spawn you've sworn your lives to eradicate. I am vulnerable, cornered. You can inflict any justice upon me you wish.
You could have harmed us at any moment, yet you chose not to. You defied expectations, and lived on your own terms. For what reason I am unclear. But I will find out, and should I change my mind then, I will turn you in to the Empress and Emperor. But for now, you have my trust. We must disable these traps and stop Erenborg. Are you with us?
I will join you in the courtyard. I must first attend to a fellow snake. One that must swiftly be devoured.
Act 3, Scene 5. Hallway.
Who is it? Who goes there? I am the Lady Financier of Angleron, Augustine Moreau. You will respect my name and the rank it carries. Show yourself!
20 long years have I waited. I thought I would need to wait another winter, perhaps more, before I could be in a position to safely dispose of you, Lady Moreau. Did you not wonder how I knew of your little rituals? Did you never wonder where that information came from?
Stay back, you foul creature. I will send you to your maker and away from the halls of the just and good.
Just and good? You! A farce if I ever saw one! You're not a snake, Moreau. I was wrong. No, you are the parasite that lurks within the sneaky creatures. You're the spores and the mushrooms. You take charge of those with skill, and you command them to do your bidding at the risk of their mortality. I know where the demons come from, because I was once a little boy, shipped along with his dirty immigrant family from Enosia to be a part of your ritual. It tore apart my mother, my father, and my sister. But not me. It changed me into this. And now, I will show you what awaits you on the other side, you parasite!
A little insurance policy I picked up from Erenborg. Old magic dispels any of your filthy kind from coming near me. Always thought it would come in handy should the demons break the front lines and invade our castle gates. Seems that it worked perfectly. Do you want to know something before your wretched little life is snuffed out, Demon Eritral? I still remember each and every one of you we used so fondly. Enough joy erupts within me when I think of your family's last moments that it is akin to a climax. But this is the greatest joy, to eliminate one of you with my bare hands. Maybe the Emperor will promote me. What a joy that will be!
Choke on your vile words, you fucking animal! Let your very head be separated from its body and do no further harm! A death too quick, Eritral. Yes, we can kill two birds with one very efficient stone. For a demon can be revitalized by feeding.
Act 3, Scene 6. Courtyard.
Come now, soldiers. We have but days until the march. You must keep your focus. There can be no dalliances on the battlefield. Chambers, show me your riposte technique with Minocote.
Yes, sir. At once, sir.
The time of the Null God is nigh. We will serve and be of service. Our kin on the border will know of our deeds here. We will embolden their march upon this profaned capital.
General, call!
My siblings, our instructions are clear. Weaken their defenses and ensure our kin on the outside know to strike for the Null God.
It's Ula! Ula, the Obsidian Blade has come to save us!
This is the one we were warned about. The Obsidian Blade of the Empire, Ula. Do not let their demeanor or skill deter you. Continue fighting!
Should we help them, General?
No. Ula has the capability to take them all down. Fear not, they will not falter.
What in the hells are you? 32 warriors cut down. You must cease. We will overwhelm you. Curse you!
I am the Obsidian Blade. Long have I served under the Defrederics. Long have I been a part of this realm and defended it. By my count, it has been nearly 300 lunar cycles since I first fell to Earth. 200 since I became the Obsidian Blade, a monkey I was given by Emperor Mortimer Ludwig de Frederick.
Nonsense! Utter nonsense! Humans do not live such long lives. You fragile things have but a century at best.
I am no human. I merely have the privilege of being among them. Be not afraid.
We must inform the princess. The timeline must be pushed up immediately.
General Cole, word from our front garrison. They say the demons are marching, 200,000 strong, behemoths as tall as our grandest towers. They will be in full view come the morning, at our gates in 3 moons.
As above, so below, it would seem. Our time is almost upon us. There's no more left to hesitate. Ula, are you prepared?
I am, General.
Then tend to our wounded and prepare the men. We march at dusk.
End of Act 3. Act 4. The Emergence. Act 4, Scene 1. Testing Chambers.
So, our greatest asset now is stained with the blood of our clansmen, our kin, our friends. The price of security and sovereignty grows ever higher. Tell me, will even this stop the calamity above? Will this better prepare us for what is coming? What you know is coming, Vedanta?
Am I permitted to speak my mind, your lordships? Uncensored. I fear I may not have an apt answer otherwise.
You would make a poor advisor if we shackled you now or any other time, Vedanta. You have not once steered us wrong in our time together. We welcome your honesty. Our egos will not be so easily bruised by harsh words from the person we placed our trust within as an advisor for so long. Speak.
My rulers, you requested I delve deeper into the void between realms, and I have done just that. The answers within do not lie, for they have no real reason to. It is a matter of whether you feel aptly prepared to heed them. Many men, women, indivisibles of power before you have seen unfettered scribblings on the walls, Clear clandestine laws set out to safeguard them from themselves, and multiple advisors of the pious, the greedy, and the genuine warn them of the coming downfall. But each and every time, they ultimately stumble into the same quagmire of failure, corruption, bloodlust, and greed that the veritable elephant grave surrounding them is full of. I fear the reality of it is that, despite you both being the most steadfast, honest, and bereft of all the evil traits that would so easily and readily corrupt the outer shells of so many before you, I fear that despite your goodness and just rule, you cannot stop what is coming. In short, you will save Angleron from the current ill fate marching upon its borders, but at a great cost.
You wish to see me, Vedanta?
Yes, my prince. Thank you. I was just finishing telling our rulers what I had foreseen. I assumed you may wish to be here for this moment.
Indeed. Mother, father, I too have seen what is coming. I spoke with the Crown Prince and became their conduit for a moment. I know of what will befall Angleron, and I request to leave with Vedanta on the morning rise, go beyond the kingdom's borders and study. I do not wish to be here when the worst comes to pass.
My boy, you're nearly an adult and by far the most studious of my children. If your wish is to leave, it's not my place to stop you. Every ruler, every father, and every man knows when it is time to let go and allow his fellow man to find his own kingdom. I only wish it could have been this one.
Thank you, Father, for allowing me to discover myself, to learn incessantly and to grow from an ember into a grand light that I can shine onto new kingdoms. It will be your light, Mother's light, Angleron's light.
I always knew you would be the first to leave, despite being the youngest. Something about you was always full of adventure, despite spending far longer in those dusty libraries than I or your father knew. Knowledge is power, my son. It is time for you to share that with the rest of the world. With a woman like Vedanta by your side, I feel that will be an easy task. You may leave here today, but I, your father, Lyric, Bilbo, and Sovereign will always be your family. Even if the kingdom is naught but ashes, it will still be your ashes.
My lordship, my lady, it has been the highest honour to serve you these past 5 winters. I am but 21, and you have treated me with the reverence of someone much, much older. I have grown immensely fond of your son, and I will do all in my power to protect him, as much as I am sure beneath his currently shaken constitution, he will protect me. But before I rescind my role, I do have one final piece of advice for you. When the eye of God looks upon you, do not hesitate to spit at it.
Act 4, Scene 2, Crown Prince's Chambers.
I regret the departure of our brightest child, but we must remember that all things are in pursuit of the ultimate goal, of bringing about Sovereign's true self. The preparations are almost complete. The long, spiteful days are finally giving way to blissful, serene nights. The once bashful celestial body that was our moon bringing itself to the forefront once more, eager as the unseen gods to bear witness to the day at hand. I knew from the moment you came into our lives you were to be something special. We're all born different, my child. I was always confounded by the physical closeness with which others discovered so easily. It was never something I felt I required. I felt wrong. But I had no place in society, for I could not bend to their expectations of me. My duties as a future empress. All I wished to do was sequester myself away, become a hermit that was passed into legend, for at least in private scorn would I have had my peace. But then I met your father, a man who encouraged me to blossom anew and be the great tree I was destined to be. Not one made of paltry materials planted by future usurpers and fair weather interests, but one of stone, iron, steel, unbreakable in its foundations and resolute in its desire to stay rooted and grow in spite of those who would wish to see otherwise. I am a behemoth of iron in a forest of wood. So is your father. So are your siblings. So are you. Oh, forgive your mother for rattling on, but had I the choice or ability to pluck you from the deepest recesses of my consciousness, the realm that lay between my heart, my soul, and all that makes me a complete human, I would have gladly done so. The same as I would for your siblings, equal in their beauty and growth. For me, no pain, physical, emotional, or spiritual, is too far in order to see you thriving. For you, for us, I know the future will be secured.
But still, my love, the calamity above. Vedanta's words, we must take heed of them. Sovereign is indeed the future, but...
Sovereign is the only future. There is nothing beyond their reign. If it does not come to pass, the calamity will only be a flickering ember before the winds of death blow us all away into the gaping maw of the unseen ones. Heed Vedanta's words, yes, but not abide by them. We must focus on the task at hand and not allow ourselves to be mired by cowardice, indecision, or hesitancy now that the final dawn draws upon us. My love, you know what is coming. You have always known. We will stand atop the mountain as rulers of naught but death. But we must play our role perfectly.
Yes, you're right. Otherwise, what rulers, what parents are we? Our youngest taking flight to gain more knowledge, our daughter destined to rule by any means necessary, our eldest assured for stranger tides, and our crown prince, the end of all things and the start of something new. I will steel myself, my love, for you, for our kingdom, for our sovereign.
You will be the change this kingdom needs, Sovereign. But not before I lay the foundations for you. Just wait a little longer, my prince. All things come to pass with enough time. Even the cliffs erode when the waves smash against them with patience.
We must prepare the final tests. The subjects will soon be ready. Let us gather in the court and begin. Time is ever our enemy, and I intend to slay it before the day is done.
Act 4, Scene 3. Royal Court.
You have all pledged your loyalty to our kingdom, fighting off the enemy at our borders, and those within we have gained word of this morning. There is little time left. We must escalate our tests. There can be no more dallying. Our weapons must be tested. Those of you who stand here do so of your own free will, and with loyalty to the kingdom. I will not punish those who wish to leave, but know you will only be hindering the kingdom should you do so.
Once the weapon is unveiled, however, you will not leave this place. You have been selected carefully beyond your ranks, your titles, and your class for a special reason. We believe this will assist us in our tests. If correct, you will leave here with the gratitude of the kingdom and enough gold to cover your expenses for 2 years. Should injury or death befall you, we will ensure your loved ones are looked after. If you have objections, do not waste time holding them in, for none shall hear you from the grave.
The kingdom thanks you, and so do we. Before you is the attire of the nameless. We will hand out one piece to each of you and request you simply try it on and report on your feelings. The task is simple, but the risks are as we have outlined.
The Duke wishes to know if honor is this important to your subjects. Is money and the respect of a territory so powerful that it would send a man to his death?
Of course. Though the option to leave is of course available until the weapon is revealed, as we said. It is our duty to protect secrecy, would you not agree?
Oh, indeed I would, Mother dearest. Secrecy is of the utmost importance, and you will die screaming all the same, my loyal subjects. Lips sealed with the unbreakable steel of a bond, a promise, a pact. But all things resurface eventually. There is a buoyancy to the truth that simply must rise above the muck and the mire. I have sat back and watched the machinations of this kingdom for so long. First, I watch as my rightful position as heir is taken by my younger sibling. Never told why beyond their special nature, and instructed to smile and nod like a good prince. Then, my kingdom beset by corrupt nobles playing with decadence and sacrilege, the likes of which would make the devil blush, causes the issue at our very doorstep. This happened under your purview, and yet you cared not. As if you welcomed the final nail in Angleron's coffin so you could bring about this change.
My son, that is hardly fair to put on our shoulders. The conflict has been going on for...
I am not done, Father. You have allowed snakes into our den that have not so much taken root to feast on the hen's nest as they have laid eggs to usurp whatever loyal chickens you had left roosting. You have no clue of what is coming, but you still cling to the one hope in this world you think you have. You have already lost your youngest, now you'll lose your eldest. For I have seen what lies beyond this pallid and pathetic land. There is a sea of wonder beyond the limitations of this realm, in the mirrors that the Duke and the Envoy have revealed unto me. There, I can be king. I can be myself. I can be.
It has been a most interesting sojourn to your kingdom, your majesties. But Prince Bilbo was always our prize. And now that we have him, we shall be taking our leave. I do not believe we will see each other again. But should you survive, Harper's Wake would welcome you with open arms and minds.
I should think not, dear envoy. You may have taken my boy's fancy for the time being, but know he is a fickle individual with an attention span that could barely fill a thimble. He will tire of you and see through your ruse. Know that when he does, you will regret ever crossing the de Fredericks. Bilbo is by far the most dangerous of my children, and he would sooner render my flesh than assist me if it meant getting vengeance for a slight against his honor. My son, I do not agree with your decision, but that was never my purpose at this stage in your life. Be who you are meant to be.
The sun shall never be outshined by its celestial twin, for they share the same light. We are proud of you nonetheless, my boy.
When this kingdom is naught but bone, ash, sinew, and broken dreams, I shall return to rule over it. That is my promise. I left a parting gift for you on the steps of the court. Use it however you wish.
I see. That boy is equal parts cunning as he is vicious.
What did he leave for us?
The biggest snake in our hen house.
Act 4, Scene 4. Unknown.
What hellscape is this? Have I descended into a nightmare? A stupor? I can sense so little around me. This feels different.
You know where you are. Erebor the Tinkerer. You have only to speak its name, and it will become clear.
I am dead? This is the realm of the recently departed? I do not understand, my lord. I did as you instructed. I followed the plan.
You were warned of a false voice, Erembor, daughter of Elamon, to not let it in when it comes knocking. You think I do not know of the corruption that has overtaken you? That it is beyond my purview?
You simply need to allow some of those demons to be converted to my cause, all still serving Naldus naturally, and we can overthrow these deluded rulers. We can become gods ourselves, Erembor.
But to betray the Empress, I swore an oath.
And do you think they would wish for your oath to be upheld if they knew of the kind of woman you are? The kind of women you enjoy? Never. They'd sooner string you up in the very dungeon you occupy as a freak alongside the demons you torture. They will never understand you the way we do, Erembor. The Crown Prince is a beast among beasts. It must be eradicated.
But my lady, I was merely acting within your divinity. But these demons, are they not a part of your grander plan? Please, my lady, I only wish to see your divine judgment shine upon the kingdom.
You had a purpose, a goal, and you squandered it. The Crown Prince shall rise, and your allies will be slaughtered. Make your peace, Erembor. It will not come quickly.
What will become of me? What will become of Erembor the Tinkerer? Is the Crown Prince not the enemy? The unknown? The unassailable threshold that man was never meant to cross? I thought it was different for them. That they were the enemy of all you sought. What are they?
They are the future, Erembor. You spoke of the mice gleefully entering the tunnel, too foolhardy to go back, and therefore marching to their very demise. If that allegory were to ring true, then you are the fool who believes the demons will not roast your flesh because they walk and talk like you. An outsider you will forever remain, my fallen child. But fear not. It's not the demon who looks like the demon who is the most dangerous. It is the demon who most looks like a human. Naldus embraces all forgotten and different children into their loving arms. Eventually.
Act 4, Scene 5. Entrance to Angleron.
Today we are marching for a new chapter in Angleron's history. One that will be devoid of the subterfuge, blood, screams and tears that have predated each reign for the last 1,000 years of its history. I know you love the Emperor and the Empress. I do too. But sentiments cannot abide destruction, and that is what they are seeking in this pursuit to end the war. I do not trust they have the best interests of our kingdom at heart, nor that of our unseen citizens who are ostracised for who they are and who they love. They have allowed nobles to cavort with the very demons that stand at our gates, and all to serve their greater purpose. Today we put a stop to this madness, and we can do it without spilling unnecessary blood.
We will march with purpose, not with hatred. We will not accost any standing by, and should the Emperor's Guard lay down their arms, we shall not seek blood. Minimise any destruction and be proud of your decisions today, my soldiers. The flaxen is for all. It will be the symbol with which we bring Angleron into a new age of peace.
Today we stand not as an army, not as a rebellion, but as kin. Fallon and Bilbo have both departed, and I march to depose my parents. So from this moment forth, you are my family. The flaxen are my creed, and I will die defending it. We will depose them, restore order, push back against the demons at our doors, and ensure the calamity does not befall us. For Angleron, for history, for the flaxen.
It seems they've begun to march. Another of our children is ready to fly away. Oh, Lyric, you really are too gifted for your own good.
Preparations are in place. All that is left now is to confront them. Bring out the materials to greet our daughter with. This will be a summit to remember. Like a creeping illness or a predator lying in wait, it matters not how far you run, how good you behave, or how well you wish. Death finds us all eventually. It will grip us with its decaying, spindly hands and force us to dance until we are no more. Be sure you don't lose your footing. The Reaper hates two left feet. Memento mori indeed.
End of Act 4. Act 5. The Calamity. Act 5, Scene 1. Forecourt of the Summit.
General, Ula, Lyric. I am to assume this is a rebellion. To what title has my most gifted child anchored herself to? Knowing full well it will drown her in the process.
We are the Flaxen, Father. I'm pleased to see you and Mother are in good health and ready to speak. I take no joy in this, but I must ask you both to abdicate. The Flaxen outnumber the Emperor's elite guard significantly. We have observed the past few days with great concern and with numerous threats to our safety, seek to refocus our efforts away from the torturous methods involving weaponry by a madman such as Erenbor.
Ah, yes, the Tinkerer. Well, you need not worry. It seems she was ceremoniously handled before your arrival. Here.
Monstrous! Who is responsible for this? Was he not entitled to a fair trial?
He attempted to subdue the will of the Crown Prince. This could not stand. Either your elder brother did the deed, or at the very least was assisted by someone else. Someone who has been waiting for this day just as much as we have.
Look above you, both of you. Cast your eyes directly north and gaze at the Onyx Mines. Look at the beasts marching upon our capital. We cannot survive with our current methods. You must listen to me. The calamity will come for us.
You are by far the most capable of my children. It should have been you to rule this kingdom. Regrettable that may have been, this is far more egregious. A part of me wishes to see this insolence punished, but I have far too much love and respect for your tenacity. Simply lay down your arms and swear fealty, then we can forget all of this happened.
Is there no convincing you? No swaying your conscience? Father, please, do not make me do this.
Apologies, my lady. but Lyric and the Flaxen have a far better vision for a united future of the kingdoms, and Kerala has elected to ally with them. We hold you in great esteem, but I will cut your throat should you resist.
Of that I have no doubt. How amusing.
Same for you, your lordship. Minosha is very grateful to you. But there is a future to consider, and I will not ally with a regime that allows creatures like Moreau to hold office. It's not personal, I assure you.
Ah, a demon. Fascinating. Even in the waning hours of this chapter of Angleron's history, it provides twists and turns we could not have foreseen some days ago. To think we'd be here. What a stupendous occasion.
You have done remarkably, Lyric. Tactical, pragmatic, beautiful. Truly you were born to rule. But you have your limitations like any mortal. There are deep, dark oceans within which swim ancient beasts the likes of which you cannot comprehend. You are royalty, yes. Clairvoyant and gifted, absolutely. But limited. Gods have no such limits.
Gods? I thought we dispelled that nonsense at the summit.
No, my dear General. I said it wasn't hieromonks. We have a god. Their name is Sovereign. They are awake.
What is that? Oh my god! It just wiped out the demon army! Over by the Onyx Mines! It's on fire! What is that? It's the Crown Prince, lad. And they're awake.
And you will worship him.
Act 5, Scene 2. The Crown Prince's Chambers.
It is time, my child. They have kept you safe, kept you away from the world until you were ready. But all parents must let their children go one day. To brave the horrors of an uncaring, unrelentless world of misery and hatred. You are strong. You are their sovereign, and you have been sufficiently prepared.
Sovereign looks at their body, finally complete and draped in the attire of the Nameless.
You are the symbol this kingdom needs. You will be everything they wish to know, but fear to ask. But remember, my child, there is a greater threat beyond the horizon. Simply cast your gaze to the mountains and remember that something has been knocking at your door. Soon, it will find its way in. Be prepared. I hope you've been paying attention.
Sovereign nods and feels the power coursing through their veins as they break from their chambers and begin exacting their power on the enemy at the gates.
You'll remember everything that happened here.
Act 5, Scene 3. The King's Court. A day after Sovereign had subdued the demon threat with the horrifying power of the Attire of the Nameless, the Flaxen, its cohorts and allies, had all agreed to lay down their arms and swear fealty to the new sole Emperor.
So it shall be that on this day, I, Marius de Frederick IV, do abdicate my throne and give power to the Crown Prince, henceforth known as Sovereign de Frederick.
I, Desislava Maria Cantrell de Frederick, do also abdicate my throne and give power to Sovereign de Frederick. May they forever reign in glory and with impunity.
This feels too familiar, as if I've walked this world once before and am sleepwalking into oblivion. The stars. Why, the stars look positively beautiful tonight, do they not?
Lyric sees a vision of Vedanta in the sky, calling to her.
My lady, listen well. You are seeing through the veil of what this is, but you must press forth. The moment is nearly upon us. The calamity will unfurl, and the usurping beast will seek to claim its prize.
Beast? The calamity has a form. I do not understand. This was not in my vision.
It was in my own, that which urged me to flee. It was the shape of an antlion. Be wary. More is coming. The stars have much to tell you. Beware the veiled practitioner.
Indeed, a momentous occasion for a new reign, it seems. Not the one I would have hoped for, but no blood spilled is a victory, I feel.
No, you misunderstand. My eyes do see something beyond the stars. Why, pray tell, do I see something in the mist? Fallon in the Valley of the Dead. Mother and father in an alternate kingdom burning. Myself, wandering the fields of Elysium with no end in sight, and
so this coronation shall be completed. Arise, Sovereign de Frederick, forever ruler of Angleron.
Pardon the intrusion on this most exquisite coronation of your most grotesque creation, your former lordships. But it was a necessary one. We have been discussing and elected to expedite the process of which your kingdom is reduced to nothingness. We grow tired of the song and dance. The secret has been revealed, and so we shall dispense with the pleasantries. This entire event is nothing but a farce, a protective shield for your crown prince. We will put a stop to it before it remembers what it is. Harper's Wake cannot tolerate another abomination. As decreed by our rulers, the Inner Sanctum. The Duke of Harper's Wake unveils themselves and produces the form of an antlion which lunges for the Crown Prince. Marius and Desislava standing in protection, taking the brunt of the attack. Ula and Cole unsheath their blades and separate the antlion from the Emperors. Desislava is mortally wounded. Marius is nursing a bad wound. Sovereign begins rising from their throne and preparing to fight.
Mother, why would they do this? Because you protected our sibling?
We did what any parent should do. Shielded them, protected them, prepared them. We would do it all again. My children, remember, through hardships, through cruelty, through strife, love will always triumph.
Mother, no! Do not go onto the eternal path. I cannot walk with you there yet. I'm not ready. Please.
The mother, then the father.
this wretched bloodline shall be eradicated. All but one. All but one!
You will not harm any of our kin. Of that I can assure you, even if it is my last act in this realm.
And it shall be, for your prodigal son has returned, and he has come for Sovereign. Your secret has been revealed. The building shakes violently, and Bilbo rises into the air, draped in a similar attire of the Nameless from Harper's Wake.
I told you I would return when this place is naught but ashes, so I shall make it my kingdom. You have all cowered in fear of the creatures at the doorstep, ignoring the calamity above as if it was something to bury your heads in the sand over.
Brother, please, listen to reason. We can still fix this. We can go back to the way things were.
My son, if you would only act...
Bilbo strikes Marius down with the powers granted by the attire, killing him. Sovereign rises to meet him as the Antlion battles with Ula and Cole.
You are everything I wanted to become! Everything I should have been! It is unjust! It is a sin against the order of things! It will be corrected on my very soul! I will erase you from the inside out!
Bilbo rips the ceiling off of the building as the calamity widens, and we see, for the first time, a human eye peering in and looking at the kingdom as someone in the distance screams. It's not a calamity. It's a wound. As Sovereign and Bilbo do battle, the calamity widens and proceeds to engulf all of Angleron.
I am the calamity! And you all know what it means to ascend!
Life, death, the purgatorial states in between. Such is the way for the chosen few who seek to find their truest selves and fall afoul of the evils that lurk within mankind, hiding within human skins. They will climb the steps of purgatory, only to be kicked back down and forced to climb anew. But with every ascension, there is one fewer step. The ease is apparent, and their strength is growing. They will one day arise anew and slay the evils of this world. Or, at least, that's what I believe. As for what I see, well, I can't reveal all, but I will say that though the journey must start anew, our Crown Prince will have a different path this time.
End. Fourth edition modern translation in 1977 by Oliver Gerhardt. Revised 5th edition completed in 2023 with assistance. Dedication. To my grandchild Lux. I know you will find solace in this fairy tale. You have been listening to The Celestial Event Over the Emperor's Kingdom, a Sturgeon play written by TJ Lee. Recorded at Unbound Theatre. Learn more about Unbound Theatre at their website, linked in the description below. Cast: Emperor Marius IV was played by Philip Donnelly. Empress Desislava was played by Erica Sanderson. Ula the Obsidian Blade was played by Mimi Brown. Erenbor the Tinkerer was played by Jack Knight. Vedanta the Machinator was played by Hannah Popel. General Cole was played by Rob Aldington. Prince Fallon was played by Harry Locke. Princess Lyric was played by Caspia Huntington Davies. Prince Bilbo was played by TJ Lee. Lady Moreau was played by Mary Hall. The Envoy to the Stars was played by TJ Lee. Master McHale was played by Andy Faber. Hieromonk Lavelle was played by Alan Curtis. Ambassador Jorik was played by Hannah Rogers. Ambassador Eritron was played by TJ Lee. Officer Yundal was played by Andy Shaw. Noldus was played by Dark Somnium. Officer Chambers was played by TJ Lee, and Officer Damshun was played by Alan Curtis. Special thanks goes to Dario Knight and Gareth Johnson.
LastGiantUnderTheMountain.net. Addendum 8th of August 2000. I made this website as a private blog of sorts, as a way to upload my journal documents in the events the materials are seized, lost, or degrade in quality. Seems appropriate to embrace the digital age, and who knows, maybe someday this will be something I can add to the Dondella Restoration Committee's historical section, if they ever recognize the trip even happened. As much as I want to add photos, I think for now I'll leave them off the blog. It's one thing if people stumble over the journals, it's another entirely if they see what we found. To that end, I'll also not be revealing the location of our expedition, nor will any sleuths find it on the map. If I ever have any present-day thoughts, they will be here in italics to save confusion. The counter is currently sat at 6 and the journals were uploaded 2 weeks ago, so, thanks for the 2 people, not me, who visited, I suppose. Alright, I've got some grandkids to entertain, so I'll leave it here. Enjoy an old man's ramblings. May they help you as they helped me. Oliver. Expedition Log, April 6th, 1970, 9 p.m, clear sky. We've made our first stop outside of Dondella, a small outcropping of forests near the Menosha County border. Not that crossing it at night bothers us necessarily, but we won't get many opportunities for peace like this. At worst, all we have to worry about as we sleep for the night is our fellow man looking to creep up on us for a quick smash and grab, or the local wildlife taking us for a free dinner. In both cases, they'll be gravely mistaken. The weather is calm, though we anticipate it will turn in just 4 short days, roughly around the time we pass Mantis Bay and head into the Grand Gap separating Sturgeon from the next major city. Still, not much to be done. The stars look beautiful tonight, and I thought journaling would be a good way to pass the time while my companions arrange our food and lodgings. We had a rock-paper-scissors contest, and I emerged victorious. I was hoping to have initially started this some ways back, when Rodney Saunders, our family's caretaker and my dearest friend, and Archie Downey,
Our brother since school days and a fellow explorer decided on discovering this majestic and elusive Harper's Wake 2 months ago. Countless hours of planning, drinking, wistful thinking, and more drinking culminated in this expedition as commissioned by the Sturgeon Historical Society. For our families, it means another notch on their familial bedpost. For us, well, it's a personal kind of glory. I have long had a fascination with Harper's Wake and the lands surrounding it ever since I heard of them in the most famous place Sturgeon ever birthed, the celestial event over the Emperor's Kingdom by the Bard of Dondella. Though likely embellished in its recounting of Angleron's undoing and the disaster that turned the once proud kingdom into a husk that we will pass on our journey, the notion of Harper's Wake persisted in the minds of the romantic and the daring as a place of wonder, a frontier unexplored, one rife with mysterious creatures, unusual customs, and practices far beyond the modern man's comprehension. And, like any young man who hasn't yet grown up, I was enraptured to find it. Our journey will likely be perilous. I don't doubt that we will emerge from our cocoons as a totally different type of person. But perhaps that growth is necessary. Perhaps through the challenges this journey brings forth, we will find renewal. I will update once we have made some substantial progress across the land. Faithfully yours, O. Comment from The Pilgrim, April 2nd, 2020, 9:58 p.m. Depth, 10 meters.
I feel the walls closing in around me with every second I plummet into the abyss. But I've only started. Is this truly how I wanted my journey to go? To simply entrust my life to fate and take a dive, literally, into the unknown? Perhaps this is for the best. A true test of my resolve still shines on me as I descend. A reminder of how close I am to the world around me still. This will not last. Nothing does. It exists for a time. It flourishes. It crumbles. It dies. For now, I am in the throes of ecstasy as I begin the journey to the depths. Every moment of it. I am nothing more than a pilgrim on the search for my own holy grail. It's here, somewhere. I will find it.
April 9th, 1970. We passed through the greater Sturgeon fields, a nod to the Mantis Bay Great Lakes, and onto Minotia, our last bastion of civilization before entering the Great Expanse. The government recently began building a greater road system through here, as you know, to connect Sturgeon to the wider continent. They think the project will take a decade, given the mileage needed to cover and manpower required. I wonder who I'll be by then. Or who you will be, more importantly. Hopefully, someone proud of me for finding what I'm seeking. Not a memory in a scrapbook as the result of a terrible incident, questions left unanswered as to my whereabouts, or, worse yet, an abject failure. Someone who overpromised and underdelivered. Well, not much to be done ruminating over the future when there is so much here in the present, eh? For now, we press on. The spring weather is remaining remarkably pleasant. We're crossing over the myopic road and through the forests this night, bringing us to the border of the wildlands. They call it the myopic road because legend says if you venture there alone, full of regret, they will manifest out of the very woods themselves and confront you, sometimes with hostility. Back in the Middle Ages, it was said a figure of great repute from Sturgeon ventured here for both inspiration and absolution. They never re-emerged, leaving a grieving widower and children behind. They sent a search party out, finding only their journals and sketches of their final moments. A voyager to the end, it seems. Though we'll never know what occurred during those final days, I hold that event close as we traverse these woods and emerge out the other side. Regret is a most powerful tool to motivate, but this place serves as a stern reminder that when in verse, it can break any man of even seemingly unbreakable constitution. But it will not break me, nor my contemporaries. The trail has begun to thin out, the trees once swaying softly overhead in a welcoming dance have grown tall, hostile and cold. Brown bark now seems grey and scorched. Thick branches jut out from the sides and threaten to hinder our progress. Archie swears he saw a visage of his father up in the trees, calling out to him, demanding he explain what he's doing on an errand for fool's gold instead of managing the family business. It was strange. There was no doubt the voice was Mr. Downey, a booming and stern voice I'd heard many times in my youth spent at Archie's estate. But the figure, if they were indeed a figure, ensured it stayed obscured in the treetops, never moving too much and hunched over. I could say that what glimpses I did see were man-like, but I would not wish to commit beyond that. Archie, to his credit, challenged the voice to show itself and did not lose his nerve. The voice simply repeated the command of his father, as if on a tape recording. Unnerved but not deterred, we continued moving, the figure leaping from tree to tree and, after some time, changing its tactics. It was an hour or so later, as the moon reached its zenith in the sky and all other light was snuffed out, that the voice did switch cadences and begin to target Saunders. Now a lilting, tender voice on the wind. His mother's, asking him to join her in the branches and observe the gorgeous view. The problem is, Rodney's mother died when he was 9 years old. He simply bit his lip, fought back tears, and soldiered on, saying nothing of the encounter. We picked up our pace from here and continued in silence until we reached a break in the trail, a circular anomaly stretching out about 50 feet, with which we could pitch our tent and start a small fire. The voice had ceased some 40 minutes back, and we hoped, with cautious optimism, it was done with us as we set up. Sleep, however, would not come quickly. As we lay in our tent, rustling could be heard around our encampment. Heavy footprints and the sound of sniffing. At first, we thought wolves, but when I called out to the intruder, the response was enough to chill my blood to the bone.
Hello? Is anyone there? We mean you no harm.
A pause, then something overhead rattled a wheezing, pained voice, as if straining vocal cords that had not been used in decades.
Hello? There? Mean you harm?
Archie and Saunders stared at me, the former reaching for his rifle when I shook my head and, without speaking, pointed first up and then placed the finger to my lips. This thing wanted us to respond.
I will find it.
It's been 2 hours and the creature is still rummaging around, making strange calls into the night, but we will not be deterred. Perhaps this is what got Sturgeon's first Voyager, but it will not get me. Faithfully yours, O. Comment from The Pilgrim, April 2nd, 2020, 10:06 p.m. 30 meters.
The light has already begun to fade. The last vestiges of light pouring in from above are now beauteous rays that turn all structures and fragmentations into things of pure joy. Color in a monochrome world that my simple eyes are not worthy of gazing upon fully. Your encounter is fascinating. I will find a similar one as I sit in my self-imposed Faraday cage and begin to hear knocking on the wall. Something pleading to be let in. When a voice speaks to us from the void, we must think carefully on our response. Friend, foe, or something in between. I do not know what to make of this, whether or not I should even entertain the guest outside. A reflection of our own world and current events, perhaps. If you're alive, you likely know of what I speak. But as I descend further away from the madness of the world above, I feel more at home with the creatures beneath, the great slithering things that hide in the dark and live simple, monastic lives. They do not know or care if the world is burning, only that they will survive it regardless, for they are worms and know of nothing else. I must conserve my energy, my precious thoughts, for there is a long way to the bottom. But know that I am observing with great interest.
April 11th, 1970. I feel that night will live on in infamy for us all, but we elected to relegate it to a future nighttime discussion and press on. Come the morning, a scorch mark ran the length of a branch that perched over our tent. I have a feeling we may see this spectre again on the road. We were on the road not long after, passing a riverbank that in olden times marked the end of civilization and the beginning of the wild unknown that spanned for untold acres. If there was a name given, it's been lost to time. Saunders voted on the Waltz River because the strange, single trajectory of the water made it look as if it were dancing in a rhythmic pattern. I liked it, so we made an official marker in the book before pressing on. Once through the clearing, the wild lands were upon us. Minotia with its verdant forests lay to the east, Coralla and its rustic quarries to the west. This would prove to be the monotonous part of our journey, one with a multitude of conversations, frustrations, and pensiveness. But we were prepared, and the mountain range would be upon us in 10 days if we made good time. The weather was decent too, a clear sky with some indicators of rain in the distance, but that was preferred over the scorching heat an early summer could bring. I imagine I'll not have much to update you on until we reach the mountain summit, but should something of note occur, I will chronicle it. Faithfully yours, O. Comment from The Pilgrim, April 3rd, 2020, 8:16 a.m. 40 meters.
Darkness envelops the world around me, slowly but surely. Soon the last vestiges of light will dissipate from my purview, and only the depths remain, an unknowable, fathomless pit from which multitudes of eyes, teeth, and appendages lay in wait to observe, grab, and taste me. What will they think of me, I wonder? This is the last stop for us both, isn't it? The last chance to turn back, go into a life of monotony once more, and live our lives as we are expected to. I could stop reading here, and go no further. I could rush to the surface, gulp in the fresh air, and let the sun cleanse me. But you never did. You soldiered on, and cursed us all. Now, I must follow in your footsteps, like a good pilgrim. Let the darkness consume us both.
April 18th, 1970. As expected, the wildlands were not much to write home about, literally. We traversed them with gusto at first, then exasperation, followed swiftly by frustration before picking back up into exuberance at the prospect of the hard part being over. For brevity, I will be including in conversations Archie, myself, and Saunders have within. I worry that simply codifying their exchanges makes these entries far too dull. Who knows? Maybe they'll see them one day and give me a thrashing for not chronicling them properly. It was the final day of our walk. The large open fields gave way to marshes that stretched on for several miles. It was said that if you stepped in too deep a section, the lower half of your body would become one with the marsh, feeding it slowly while your conscious top half waited for the harbinger of the swamps to separate you and take you away. An old wives' tale, naturally, but the caution of sinkholes and quicksand-like environments was well worth the heeding, regardless of the story. As the clouds began to gather and the skies darkened, the headlamps came out for the final leg of the journey. We estimated that if we followed the upper section of the swamp, we would eventually come into contact with the mountain range as the map suggested. Historically, it was said that wisps would flutter around near the edges of the swamp territory, a way of guiding wayward souls out of the marshes should they become too lost. It was feared that staying there too long would rouse the harbinger's hunger, and they would come searching for you. Our nerves were frazzled by this point. The long walk was exhausting, and we began talking to keep our focus.
What do you think is out there? In the swamps?
Archie chirped up, ever the curious mind, stout heart, and chiseled frame to match. Oh, I'm not sure. Maybe a natural predator of the lands? Something the locals and ancients turned into folklore, or just nothing. Simple natural hazards that remained unexplained by less scientifically enlightened minds. I mused, each step becoming more laborious than the last as big boots sank into thick slush before forcing their way out.
I'd have to disagree there, Oliver. I think we know that there's more to this land that meets the eye. Are we really going to dismiss the likelihood of a creature like the Harbinger, especially knowing where we come from?
Saunders called, the farthest of the three of us back in the walk, a thick fog beginning to roll in, making him seem faint.
Ah, that's right. You two are Sturgeonites, ain't you? Old blood. And then you moved to Dondella?
Archie scratched his chin, the thick beard shaking free leaves and insects. Rodney came from a now dissipated bloodline of aristocrats, and my family is still, in Sturgeon for generations. When my father passed and the inheritance was split between me and my siblings, I took our share and moved to Dondella, setting up in the summer estate that we now call home. Wanted to carve out my legacy. I could feel the air changing, but I pressed on and tried to keep my focus.
And a legacy it is, my friend. But, as our esteemed colleague has asked, are you really going to discount the notion of it being a native beast the likes of which we've never seen? With all that Sturgeon houses?
Archie chuckled, stretching and stopping at the front of the line.
Seems to me that, if anything, we're on the hunt for something just like that.
I wiped the sweat from my brow before thinking, but as I opened my mouth to respond, an ear-splitting shriek ripped through the quiet of the marshlands, and we turned to discover Saunders was nowhere to be seen. Panic gripped the both of us as we began hauling through the thick swamps, following the rapidly diminishing screams of our friend before hearing one god-awful noise that to this day still sticks in my skull. Gargling.
Sinkhole,
Archie breathed as we picked up the pace. Saunders had fallen into one and was about to be pulled under. We'd never find him in the fog if we weren't quick. Every single bubbling pool of muck and water was being looked at as we darted through the area, making sure we too didn't get caught.
Rodney! If you can hear us, yell! Or splash, or I don't know, anything!
I bellowed, loud as I could. We tried not to run too far from our initial spot, knowing it could take us farther away than we needed to be. Silently, agonizingly, we stood and waited for the response. A swish and a thud cut the air and we turned. Some 20 feet away, we saw a hand slapping the soil and being slowly dragged under. Without thinking, Archie leapt through the air and gripped onto the hand, I grabbing his ankles and then a stronger hold on his knees before we pulled. I was terrified, thinking that we couldn't resist nature, that Saunders would suffocate long before we got him out. But something happened that to this day I cannot explain. I heard the swish sound once more, directly by my ear as I was hurled backwards as if no longer pulling onto anything. Archie coming with me and Saunders, covered head to toe in muck and coughing for his life, pulled back with me into a heap. In the madness and adrenaline, nobody else was looking towards the exit to the marshes. But I was. Darting out of view and into a patch of thick reeds were a pair of wisps. A tall creature carrying a large blade, following closely behind them. Faithfully yours, O. April 20th, 1970. I imagine these will get longer from here, but this was the night we came perilously close to death. We made it past the threshold and found a small outcropping on what appeared to be an incredibly old mountain trail. The fog was still thick as we laid down our camping gear and began to set up. Saunders understandably wishing to wash off, and we had no reservations about giving him some of our water rations to do so. We passed the time with a prototype of Archie's new game he wanted to pitch to the company when he got back. It was called Shark Tank. A general knowledge test of the world around you, coupled with the excitement of never knowing who would draw the shortest straw. The loser had to answer a question or do an action from the winner, or lose a round. The round was typically terrains. He drew deserts, and I drew mountains. I'm not sure how the scoring system was determined, but I apparently won.
Damn, you're good at this, Ollie.
He smirked, taking a swig of Mama Killer's Pulse Thumper, a local delicacy that allowed the imbiber to recoup their energy from the day's events. I, on the other hand, stuck to Ornstein's Little Red Devil, a spicy drink with a hell of a kick that kept me warm during the colder nights and ensured I didn't lose my sharpness. I'm not sure it's anything more than luck, Archie, but I'll take your word for it. I guess this means I can ask a question now. I paused, the cinnamon-laden punch of the drink hitting my throat, acrid aftertaste lingering as I met his gaze. He leaned back and stretched.
Yep. Go right ahead, bud. Not like I have anything to hide.
All right. What would you do differently if you were in charge of the Downey legacy?
The legacy?
Yeah. Let's say you're the head of the family instead of your brother Mulgrave. What do you do differently?
Damn, that's a good one. I'd probably try and update some of the way shit's internally run. You know, more people of color, more women, more, well, everyone else, I guess. Mulgrave is stuck in his ways. Thinks that mixing ain't good for business. Hell if I know where he gets that from, because our daddy sure didn't mind, and neither does our sister. But Mully says, what's in the home isn't the same as what's in the office. But I think he just finds those who are different to be scary. He sees one person in a wheelchair, one afro, one effeminate-looking guy. He jumps in his little polished shoes. He's a paper tiger of a leader. But he's the eldest, so it goes.
Archie took a long swig of his drink and held it up high.
To Mully, Sturgeon's biggest pussy. May the Farmers Collective buy you out and sell the name back to me.
He clinked my glass while I sat there, dumbfounded before drinking it dry and gesturing me to respond. Oh, you want me to answer the same question? Well, shit. All right. Naturally, the Gahart family is a bit different to yours. I'm not even sure all of our bloodline is fully human these days, but If it is, it's a well-kept secret from the public eye. I suppose, in a way, I am the face of the family for the time being. At least, the part that they are putting so much faith into, hence this expedition. My brother Sigurd is a politician through and through. He'll do wonderfully in the Sturgeon Diet. I have no doubt he'll make it a chancellor one of these days. A moderate, certainly nothing like Mulgrave, but he has his limits, as it were. Relentlessly bullied Saunders, for example. He found out how he felt about me one summer's eve and decided to try and humiliate him. It's not for me to say how that went down, but it caused a rift between us. Sigurd may not be as hateful as others, but he believes every man has his station, and to rise above it is blasphemous. Honestly, I worry about my own children, how they'll be influenced. I'm the outlier in my family. The explorer, the vagabond, the
New Age thinker? Yeah, same here, pal. Why'd you think I wanted in on this expedition? Either we find something extraordinary to bring back and rub in their snooty faces, or...
The conversation grows quiet. The night air is cool and the distant sound of crickets chirping an ambient backdrop. Saunders returns to the camp, toweling himself off.
Or you die out here with your unclean assistant, and the family can mourn, then move on. Better for our elimination from the family's estate and coffers. It's a gamble, much like your amusing Shark Tank game, Archie. You'll forgive me if I don't play. I'm a sore loser,
he finished, briefly locking eyes with Archie before walking to the edge of our encampment. We sat at the corner of a steep incline, the swamps a few hundred yards below and the ramshackle trail of stones, small patches of grass and dirt snaking off far into the distance. It wasn't much, but we were so close that we knew we were about to find the mountain summit. It was during that malaise that Saunders threw out a thought that none of us had to that point considered.
What if we find something out there that we can't bring back?
His voice soft, contemplative, carrying weight on the wind as he turned to us, concern racking his otherwise youthful face.
What if we cause more trouble discovering something than if we left it alone?
Then we chronicle it and we leave it be, I replied, almost dryly before catching myself. We don't need to prove anything to anyone, Saunders. We're doing this for ourselves. Shoving it in the family's face is the bonus, but the legacy, that's our own. We have photography, sample beakers, all manners of ways of proving our worth without disrupting something that should be best left alone. I placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled. You know me. You know us. We wouldn't put our families at risk, would we? He smiled. I knew that smile and did my best to placate him as Archie joined us, a hand on my shoulder in kind.
Exactly. So let's have a fucking drink, celebrate your cheating of the Reaper once again, and get ready for the beginning of the discovery phase tomorrow, eh? Next pulse thumper is on me.
Does it really count as on you if it's part of our supplies, Archibald?
Saunders teased as they made their way back to camp.
Careful, Saunders, or I'll make you serve the drinks to me personally.
Like that'd be a punishment.
Wait, what?
They walked back to their seats as I stood at the threshold of our encampment and stared off into the darkness that stretched into the foreground. And I'm not ashamed to admit a little doubt creeped in during that moment, wondering if Saunders was right. Oh, how right he would be. The summit is next. I will update once we have made substantial progress. Faithfully yours, O. Comment from The Pilgrim, April 4th, 2020, 10:10 p.m. 60 meters.
And so, the light goes out. I am brought back to the state in which I was made. Absentia. In utero. Nothingness. This is where things took their turn. Where the sane deviate from the insane. The line goes from a simple, illuminated path one follows to a Mobius strip only the most depraved and ill-fated soul would undertake. Though no senses remain with me at this depth, I still see the lights of the deep. I still feel the flanks of the bottom feeders passing by me. I still sense the hunger of those things we deign to forget about, lurking further beneath me. I wonder, did you forget? When the walls closed in on you and the next half a century of consequences spread out in front of you like a cascading waterfall of failure and misery, did you forget that this could have all been avoided? Now, the crushing weight of this deepening pit will do its job, and we shall sink beneath the waves.
April 22nd, 1970. We've made camp within the mountain. The heat is substantial and the carvings are remarkable. Saunders is nursing a fever and... Let me back up. After my last entry and a fitful sleep spurned on by some damn good alcohol, we continued towards the summit, finding a large archway constructed from materials both familiar and not. Great boulders with almost perfect smoothness and an iridescent hue, bay leaves containing thick veins running the course of their structure, underbrush around the edges and a fine balsamic wood frame with ornate carvings littering the posts. Not a damn clue what they mean, but they clearly intimate something of significance. That, however, was not the focus of our group's attention. Instead, Saunders blurted out the words hanging from a ramshackle sign above the makeshift gate, almost hypnotically.
From here, you who traverse become enshrined in history and intertwined with fate. Should you desire a mundane life bereft of tragedy, steer clear of this here gate.
We looked at him, neck jutting up at an awkward motion and seemingly unaware of the discomfort before Archie broke the silence.
How the hell could you interpret that? It's just a bunch of shapes and scribbles.
He gestured, and sure enough, to the both of us, it was indeed indecipherable. Saunders simply shook his head and shrugged, his senses returning to him.
I just knew. I can't explain it. It's as if it was instinct.
He pinched the bridge of his nose, taking his glasses off.
I feel a little off. I'm gonna take 5.
He stumbled and sank down against the mountain wall, breathing heavily. In the light of the torches, he appeared pale, sweat trickling down his brow. The ordeal he'd been through was not lost on any of us. This could just be a delayed reaction of some sort. Archie, would you mind... I looked to Saunders before looking to our pack of supplies. He nodded and got out the medical kit, attending to Saunders while I inspected the gateway. It was old, yet staunchly maintained. The torches on either side were made of modern material and looked polished. The fire bursting from either one was at the very most a couple of weeks old, unless whoever looked after it knew something about eternal flames. The main thing perplexing me in that moment was the point. Was this concealing a way through the mountain itself? The trail ended abruptly a quarter mile upwards, and there was no through route to continue safely. I placed a hand on the gap between and felt something rumbling on either side. Perhaps the inside of the mountain had activity we weren't afraid of. Putting my ear to the structure, however, gave a very different conclusion. A heartbeat. The unmistakable rhythm of a heartbeat pulsating through the hard rock. I pulled away, checking my own quickened pulse before going back to the mountains. It stayed slow, intentional, rhythmic. It's alive, I breathed, looking over to Archie before repeating myself. Archie, the mountain, it's alive. The final consonant didn't leave my lips. Seeing Saunders seizing on the floor stopped that, and panic set in. His skin had grayed, something bulbous bursting through the skin on the nape of his neck. his eyes rolling in the back of his head. No. The swamp! I choked out the words, looking at Archie, who placed his wallet in Saunders' mouth and a pillow behind his head as he lay him flat, the worst of the seizing beginning to pass.
Aye, something hexed him. We need to lance this rod on his neck before it gets worse. There's a scalpel in the medical kit. Hand it to me and hold him still.
Plunging a hand into the bag, I felt blinding pain and felt the edge of the scalpel slice through my finger, ripping the skin like tissue paper as blood cascaded down my hand. Without thinking, I leapt back and placed my bloodied hand on the wall to steady myself, panic setting in as the blood pooled and dripped down the mountain face.
Jesus Christ, Ollie. You alright? Get some fucking bandages and hand me the scalpel. We haven't a ton of time. I trust you to not even look when grabbing a sharp utensil, you daft bastard.
Archie chuckled, a nervous habit but a welcome one to diffuse the tension as I moved to assist. Bloodied scalpel exchanged, and after a few minutes, the hand successfully bandaged and disinfected. Before we could lance the growth, however, we felt the ungodly sound of rumbling emanating from the rock face. Turning to see the blood forming into invisible indentations, filling the gaps of these newly formed runic symbols, each one dripping in my blood, until without warning, the stone began to shift and turn, giving way to an entrance within the mountain that stretched at an increasingly steeper incline into the darkness. A storm was gathering around us, so little time was available to debate. Archie and I exchanged a look before hauling Saunders and our supplies some ways into the tunnel. No sooner had the entrance gone out of sight did the doorway cease to appear, the torches on the walls now serving as our guide upwards. So, here we are. It's been a few hours and we've managed to lance the growth, provided Saunders with the necessary countermeasures and some well-needed booze for the pain. He keeps telling me he loves me, but I think that's more the strong scotch loosening his lips than anything else. I love him like a brother, naturally, but... Archie is concerned about the writing on the walls, but I think for the time being we need some rest. By our calculations, the route through the mountain will still take over a day and a half of hiking, and it will by no means be easy with the incline. I will report back once we have reached the top. Faithfully yours, O. April 22nd, 1970. We made camp in a small divot on the way up this everlasting trail. I said I would update you when we made it to the top, but... Saunders' condition is worsening. His fever is rising and he's beginning to lose consciousness for longer periods. He keeps saying he can see Asterius sleeping in the heart of the mountain, that our entrance within the veins of this structure will awaken him. We managed to rouse him for long enough to get his movement up the slope, largely brushing off his concerns until the path began to twist to the right, flattening out into a long corridor with a gust of hot air billowing from the unceasing blackness ahead. It narrowed until we were in a single file, crossing the breadth of a football field in almost total darkness for what felt like hours. Then, regrettably, Saunders had another fainting spell. Luck be on our side that we were attached by a rope, and Archie had enough strength to spare that saved our dear brother from oblivion. But it was in that moment of panic, that natural inclination to scream and react, that we saw it. Out of the blackness, as if lunging at us, was an eye. The pupil dilated before it darted from each one of us, the hot air intensifying as something guttural rumbled in the distance.
You're a big boy,
Archie grumbled as he pulled Saunders up onto the ledge.
And we will be leaving you to your slumber. Move, lads, move!
With that, the three of us bolted across the small trail with reckless abandon, the inhuman wailing of this behemoth right behind us, unseen lights turning the once dark pit into a beauteous cavern of ochre, indigo, and magenta. In the moments where my focus lapsed and I could take in the surroundings, I spied crude trinkets and keepsakes on the walls, carvings of animals and various items hanging from stalagmites. A horrifying pair of thoughts, worse in their sequencing, crossed my mind as my footing nearly failed me. The first, the giant was not born here, but imprisoned here. And the second, this giant has sentience. An immovable tomb of rock and stone and magma encased for all eternity, barred from the outside world. No different to being nailed in a coffin while still breathing. We reached the other side of the expanse with nary a moment to spare as a large, sharp, clawed hand swiped at our location and caused rubble to fall over the opening, encasing us in the remaining section of the tunnel. I couldn't tell you how far up we have to go, nor could I speculate heavily on what we just witnessed, but my companion's responses will stick with me for the rest of my days. Archie was stoic, yet his constitution rocked from what he'd seen, muttering something about how
his grandfather had been right all along. What are the odds? I owe that drunken fucker a drink.
But Saunders was inconsolable, tears in his eyes as he rocked against the wall.
Asterius was born and destined to take up arms against the gods themselves, the child of the earth and the sky, brought down by a warrior and celebrated in his demise for daring to challenge their rule, their law, their structure.
He turned to look at me, his glasses still seemingly shimmering with that same iridescence of the expanse we'd just escaped, as he added, with a distinct weakness in his tone.
Asterius, to mean starry, assured brightness. Ironic, isn't it?
Faithfully yours, O. Comment from The Pilgrim, April 7th, 2020, midnight, 120 meters.
True isolation is the test of all social creatures. It tests our resolve, our patience, and the limits of our fortitude. Right now, the world at large has ceased. The lights have gone out, and virtually everyone is contained to their domiciles. Adapt or die, so they say. I can do neither, so instead I suffer. The fish around me swim so comfortably. They don't even know their contemporaries are drowning, getting the bends or being eaten by larger predators, blissfully ambling their way to oblivion, one gentle stroke at a time. I will not amble to that finish line. I will not be the giant in the mountain. I will dive deeper, and even with crushed bones and a fractured mind, I will bite down on the source of my misery with full force. That secret is within your entries, and I will find it.
April 24th, 1970. The peak has been reached. It is 9:40 a.m. and a brisk, overcast Friday, but the clouds are breaking to reveal something absolutely unheard of as we stare from the top of this concentric ring and down into the pit of this peak. A settlement. We have discovered Octan, my love. In this moment, I am validated. In this moment, I am vindicated. In this moment, your trust in me has borne fruit. I will report back when we have made contact. Eternally yours, O. April 30th, 1970. Tomorrow night we will be the guests of honor and come the morning make our way back, so it feels apropos to recap the past week and look forward to a wealth of discovery and hopeful renown for our respective legacies. The settlement, at a glance, was bizarre. A sea of yurts and what looked to be gazebos littered the circular space. Some 30 of them stretched out over an area the size of a small town, surrounded by a black lake and a small rocky border. To know that this mountain had a caldera was startling. In none of the journals or speculations did anyone theorize this stalwart mountain region was in fact a non-active volcano, or, even more bizarrely, home to a settlement. Many thought Octan was beyond the mountain and in a pasture or secluded region, unreachable due to the craggy rock and discomforting terrain. In historical scriptures, and even in our plays, the mountainous region was described as the land of the demons, once a far more hospitable area turned to unforgiving pillars of stone and ash by the crown prince, or some unheard of calamity. We were greeted by a pair of young helpers before we could even strategize scaling down the rock face, with a delusional Saunders still on our shoulders. Both helpers aged around 25 to 30, one of an olive complexion with a thick Spanish accent, whom I later found out was named Hector. The other, a charming individual from Zambia named Mizozi, or Miso as they preferred. After touching down, a boat ferried us across the silent expanse and towards the larger of the two islands, where a group of people awaited our arrival. Their leader, a tall individual with a shaven head, a litany of piercings and modifications, held out a prosthetic hand and flashed silver teeth as they spoke.
Pilgrims, you have heard the call and arrived at your destination. I am Chia, leader and speaker for this community. All who are accepted by the mountain are welcome with us. You are safe. You are without prejudice. You are protected. Welcome to Octan, the border realm. Lodgings will be made for you, and our physicians will attend to your friend. Please, come and rest. We know the travel has been arduous, and we can speak once you have had ample rest and food.
Before we could even reply, we were gently led to a large yurt in the center of town, and our belongings taken with kind smiles. I realized that every instinct within us should have urged us to flee or resist, but I cannot stress to you the atmosphere of our encounter. It was as if we were at a family reunion. We knew no malice, no hostility, no imminent threat. We just felt acceptance. Weariness had overtaken us, and neither me nor Archie were in any position to argue as our feet began to ache more in protest. Saunders was taken to a separate tent, and once we arrived at our own yurt, seeing my bed was the last thing I recalled for a solid 16 hours. My dreams were fitful. I dreamt I was back in that expanse with the giant, only they weren't yelling at me anymore. No, instead they were simply staring at me with those big green eyes, pupils dilating and reflecting my horrified expression within them. I felt something unusual. Familiarity. Then when the giant's face burst from the darkness, I'd awoken screaming. Once I rose, it was late at night. A banquet had been laid out and music was playing gently from a communal area. Archie was already sat with the elder, elbow deep in some dish and hollering for me to come over. But I took my time observing my surroundings. Someone nearby was preparing their notes for some kind of slam poetry, and each of the community seemed eager to both share and listen. I realized it sounds like some kind of hippie commune, but the kinds of people here were so varied. Archie clocked it first, what can only be described as a salaryman or a congressman-looking type. Clean-cut, whiter than milk and church on Sundays, sitting jovially between an Afro-punk with metal in every section of his face and a jacket full of spikes, and opposite a queen of the night, full makeup, beautiful hair, platform boots and sequin dress, black lipstick littering this guy's face and neck as he bumps fists with the punk. It was an odd kind of harmony. If they were on drugs, I didn't see any being passed around. Hell, I may have asked for some myself at this stage.
Your friend has told us much of your travelers, Oliver. This is a truly remarkable journey you've embarked on, but I am curious, what did you hope to accomplish?
Chia leaned forward, hands clasped together and fingers underneath their chin, eyes awash with curiosity.
To seek glory is one thing, but something else seems to be driving you forward. Many who come here do not seek the former. They seek shelter, safety, companionship, understanding. You seem to have these things already.
Archie and I shared a glance as he scarfed down hunks of meat and cheese, pausing to speak up.
I didn't want to lie to these nice people, but I didn't want to yap away without you being here. What with you being the leader of our humble expedition, after all.
He winked and I felt a knot in my stomach. Archie was in no way a coward, but was clearly feeling enough at ease that he could pass the proverbial buck on to me without conflict. I sat down and sampled their food. It was a mixture of familiar dishes we'd have for a typical supper. Some more unusual ones I'd seen at Sturgeon Sunday markets, with fish from Kerala, herbs and spices from Minotia, and traditional Dondella delicacies. More still beguiled me, their structure, smell, texture, and taste beyond anything I'd ever experienced. It took all I had within me not to lose myself in the ecstasy of good food after so long on the road. A small sampling with some remarkably aged cider that I dared not ask the source of, and I felt just as at ease as Archie, though I had my concerns. May I ask, before we finish our pleasantries, is Saunders well? Our friend we brought with us. We'd like to see him. I pained the thought of his confession in isolation, but he'd understand in time. Chia smiled warmly and gestured with their head to a brown yurt some 50 feet away.
Your companion is resting. Our healer should be done by tomorrow, and he will need to stay in bed for a further day, but he will be ready for visitors as soon as the rituals are concluded.
Chia leaned forward.
Now, honored guests, let me ask you something bold. Look around you. Do you think of us as savages, freaks, lepers, the discarded?
The question was not asked with hostility or malice, but there was intent within it. I once again peered at the revelry, the mixture of class, race, gender, or lack thereof, pairings I would not see on the mainland and behavior that may pass for uncouth. But while these things were unusual, I felt nothing but comfort and security around me. I exchanged a look with Archie, who smirked and held up his glass.
Hey, any port in a storm. I've always been the odd one out at home, so this is essentially no different to a fucking family reunion. Whatever you folks do here, with each other, so long as nobody is hurting, it ain't my place to judge. Hell, I'd go as far as saying you got some mighty fascinating and beautiful people in your community, Chief.
He chuckled and knocked back his drink, slamming it down and wiping his beard.
So, if it's all the same to you, I'm gonna go mingle and try my luck. Happy trails.
Before I could stop him, he had confidently wandered over to a group and effortlessly joined them. I knew where this was going as I turned back to Chia, still staring intently at me. I'm the same as him. Our viewpoints would likely not be shared by many of our mainland compatriots, to be truthful. Our world is one that's still catching up to the idea that self-expression can transcend the basics of normalcy. But I've always kept an open mind, as has Saunders. At this, Chia's eyes grew wider and they placed a hand on mine, the stars overhead twinkling and bathing us in their luminescence.
I trust you know your companion's feelings towards you. Do you reciprocate? A place where you can be free to express, to love, to linger? Would this not be paradise for him?
I felt that knot in my stomach tighten as I pulled my hand away sheepishly, flashing a sad but short smile as my eyes fell. Unfortunately, I am promised to another. I mince no words when I tell you that she is my soulmate. Perhaps in another life, but I cannot ignore neither my obligation to her nor the unending love that we share. Saunders is my dearest friend and, well, he knows. We have made peace with it. We simply want to learn of your people and report our findings, within reason so as not to expose you to the wider world. Chia studied me intensely as I spoke. The expression hardened as they observed my countenance and perhaps even the measure of myself as a man, the conviction in my words. After a moment, those expressions softened again, and pearly whites flashed me with joy as they raised their glass.
Then we will provide you with as much information as you wish. Though there are some conditions.
I traced the rim of my glass as the cold air hit me, the black lake shimmering in the moonlight. Name them.
We will not tell you of our ways, but we will show you why we live here. The solstice is coming to a close, and there will be a ritual on the lake in 4 nights. Stay with us and observe, and decide if you wish to reveal our location to your companions on the mainland. But you cannot tell them how to get here, nor can you provide them with the details of the ritual.
Very well. Why?
That will become apparent once you've witnessed it. No names of our residents. Many of them have become missing persons or voluntarily disappeared. They would prefer to keep it that way. They come from places you'll never have heard of, and vice versa. It will only add confusion and exposure.
Understood. Anything else? Chia paused before naming the final condition. One that, if you'll forgive me, I have to omit from my pages for the time being. Even documenting it was forbidden. I will endeavor to explain in person when I am reunited with you. With that, we clinked glasses and an agreement was made. I joined Archie for some of the revelry before he slinked off with a couple of the locals. Tomorrow, we begin our extensive coverage of the people of Octan. I will report my findings in my next letter. Faithfully yours, O. Comment from The Pilgrim, August 8th, 2020, 2:17 p.m.
I am lost in the endless void, yet compressed on all sides. The miasma of my failures, my hatred, my disgust, surrounding me on all sides. I see no fish, no life of any sort around me. I am lost, but I will be found. All things buried resurface eventually.
May 2nd, 1970. It is the final day before the ritual, and while there is much I wish to share in these letters, the majority will have to be saved for our hopeful reunion and eventual journaling. Whether or not I release them is another matter entirely, to be frank. The more I spend with these fine people, the more sympathetic I am to their plight. Octan started as a commune in its current form over a decade ago. Chia says they were one of the first to show up here, traveling from the shores of a distant land and heeding the call, as they aptly put it, never stopping until they arrived at the mountain summit.
It is a siren song in the night, speaking to me as I spoke to it, yet no words were ever exchanged. From the moment it first called to me, I was no longer able to see myself the same way. I was transformed, enlightened, anew. I felt I had no choice but to follow the calls, so I left everything I knew behind and came upon this place.
Chia spoke almost dreamily of the encounter.
I was barely 30 when I first came here. Derelict structures of a bygone age, and only 2 residents to greet me. A kind pair always hidden behind cloaks. They prepared me for leadership and equipped me with everything I'd need to survive, thrive, and cultivate. By the time they left, our first batch of new members came along. The rules were set in place. The first ritual occurred, and we were blessed with rewards. So Octan came to be in 7th era under our loving hands.
People all around the world disappear every day, as we know. Sometimes they get bored of their lives and simply pack it up. It could be debt, mental illness, infidelity, foul play, or something esoteric. But there are those odd few who are simply drawn to a place. They heed the call and come here, no different to the instincts animals have when they reach maturity and must climb to tall branches to molt or fly to fixed points to mate. It may be a more complex conclusion than that, but the process is eerily similar. Salarymen, artists, politicians, former religious figures, people from all walks of life gathered here and living with the acknowledgement of who they were, yet not defining who they are now. Saunders was awake and, though weakened, very much eager to explore the settlement with us.
Archie, covered in bruises and love bites, quickly got Saunders some well-needed R&R the following evening, though it took some convincing for the poor man to leave my side. After a drunken heart-to-heart and a lengthy hug, he eventually got into the spirit of things and found someone lovely to dance away the night with. A gentleman never tells, but it was heartwarming to see him losing himself in the revelry for once. He does so much for our family. He never allows himself time to just... The ritual itself remains shrouded in mystery. We won't know anything until we're ferried to the adjacent island tonight, when the moon is at its zenith. I imagine anything else I may learn will have to wait until the ritual is concluded, at which point we'll be saying our goodbyes here and making the long haul back home. Suffice to say, my excitement for seeing you again knows no bounds. I have deeply missed you, but it will not be long now until we're reunited. Faithfully yours, O. Addendum, 30th of August, 2000. Well, it's my birthday, and this old fogey just turned 58, if you can believe it. I've had precisely 5 more visits in the intervening months, so thank you kindly for taking the time to review my strange activities, and you have my sincerest apologies if you came here searching for giants, only to discover it was in actuality about a strange, far-off land. I didn't mean to deceive you. I wish I could include photos, but I think that would break the terms of my age-old agreement with Chia. So I'll have to refrain, and you could simply chalk these up to the ramblings of an old man inching ever closer to senility. I'm adding this addendum because it felt like as good a stopping point as any to let you know that the final entries were effectively lost, both in the journey home and the ensuing damage. Much of what I wrote was panicked, messy, and not usable. Fortunately, I have never forgotten the events of that day, and will endeavor to paint the final part of this picture for you in as gratuitous detail as I can. I'll leave you with one final addendum afterwards. Cheers. Oliver. May 4th, June 13th, 1970. So much of what happened in the lead up to the ritual feels like a blur, a hazy memory half glimpsed in momentary respites. But it is as important as the event that occurred when we crossed the lake for the ritual, so I will endeavor to tell it as best I can. Once we'd eaten and shared stories with one another, forging the bonds of friendship with the locals and hearing their own pain, sorrow, and newfound purpose, we were directed to the isolated yurt of a soothsayer. She had numerous trinkets, dolls, items of strange origin with which she allegedly used divination to ascertain forthcoming events. In our case, she used tarot cards. The room was humid. An acrid scent hit the nostrils as we were directed to 3 distinct chairs opposite a marble table. I expected an older woman, possibly even a hag, but immediately chastised myself for assumptive behavior when a young woman of no older than 21 stared back at us. I could not place her origin nor nationality, but her eyes peered straight through me. She said nothing as she shuffled her deck and placed the cards in front of us.
The past, where we all began and yearn endlessly for. Our roots can never be fully detangled from our soul. They cling in ways we can never fully remove ourselves from.
Her voice was clear, hypnotic, forceful. First to Archie.
Temperance. You were faced with much pressure as a youth. The expectations of those you loved and respected weighed heavy on you. Yet you did not falter. You were not afraid. You knew your path. You walked it without hesitation.
Then to Saunders.
Judgment reversed. You were directionless. You feared yourself and what others would think of you. They festered and grew into doubts, to self-loathing, to aimless wandering. You were lost. So very, very lost.
and finally to me.
The sun. You were a welcome addition to your family and considered its crown jewel. Whatever expectations were put upon you, they were met and exceeded. It came easy to you. Your path was laid out, and you walked it with joy in your heart.
The lights dimmed, and the smoke grew heavy as we moved to the present. Once again to Archie.
The star reversed. You recently had a change within your home. It rendered you without faith in them. That faith will never return. You will forever wonder if things could have been different.
Archie began to sweat, eyes fixated on the card design as her jewel-covered fingers moved to Saunders' card.
The devil reversed. You have found freedom, and in doing so, restored control that was missing from your life. This community has provided that for you. It is up to you if you wish to keep that.
Saunders did not look at either of us, but we knew what he was thinking as my card was revealed. A deep creaking filled the rooms, the lights dimmed to such a degree that only the lamp by the soothsayer's hip was illuminating anything, her face appearing gaunt in the light.
The tower. Something bad is going to happen. Something that will irrevocably change your... Change? No. How?
Her eyes bulged and her jaw grew slack, as if she was aging 40 years in front of us. She reached out and grabbed my palm, still bandaged from the injury sustained on the hike up.
How did you come to find us? Tell me. I must know.
Her voice coarse and cracking, no longer sounding youthful as finger and thumb dug into the wound. We came to the shrine of the summit. I cut my hand attending to our friend and the blood opened up the doorway. We traveled inside for roughly a day and a half, past the giant in the center, and... Searing pain shot through my body as she instinctively gripped my hand tighter. Fresh blood oozing from the cut where her nail caught the bandages. Wrenching my hand away, she stayed still for a moment, staring into nothing.
Giant stirs.
She muttered, before her eyes snapped as she stared at the final 3 cards, trepidation hanging in every word as she spoke again.
I'm so sorry, gentlemen. Your fortunes.
She flipped Archie's card first. The hangman reversed. Needless sacrifice.
They are irrevocably tied to the mountain, to this place, to whatever will happen next. They are fixed.
Next came Saunders' card. The hermit reversed. Isolation.
And I fear absolute ruin will come for you all, but none more so than you, Mr. Gerhardt.
She took my hand as mine was flipped. The magician. Trickery and illusions.
You will enact a series of events that will direct and impact the lives of countless people for generations. You are change itself. But this change will be steeped in horrors unbeknownst to man, things we were never supposed to see. I do not know what awaits you at the end, but the giant stirs once more, as above, so below.
She repeated the mantra as the lights brightened, her youth returning to her and the atmosphere shifting. All we could do is sit there in bewilderment for a few moments.
Tell no one of what you heard or saw here.
She finally said after regaining her composure, handing each one of us her future cards.
These will serve as reminders, mementos even.
How in the fuck?
Archie began, but she held up a hand.
Please, I am tired. You came to me and were given answers. I cannot help you discern their meaning further. That is a path you must walk. May we meet again someday with better fortunes.
With that, her attaché led us out and back to the group.
You don't think
Saunders began, looking at his card.
I mean, she wasn't wrong. I do like this place, and...
If you want to stay here, Rodney, we support it. Wholeheartedly. I put a hand on his shoulder with a smile. We want you happy above all else, even if that means without us. Saunders grinned, but his smile faded as he looked at the cards in our hands.
If what she said is true, we're not going to be here for much longer, are we? Something bad is about to happen, and I can't imagine it being anywhere else.
Archie put his card in his breast pocket and shrugged, stretching his arms.
Well, nothing much for it. I got laid, had good food, and a great experience with 2 phenomenal fucking people. Can't ask for much more than that. What happens next, so...
He pulled us in both for a huddle.
Once more into the breach, dear boys.
We grinned, putting the fear behind us as we made back for the group preparing for this evening's trip, hoping things would ultimately play out for the better. You, of course, know what happens next. Utter ruin. We ferried across to a small island known colloquially as the Conclave. A place of isolation manned only by the most attuned of the commune's people, those who eschewed outside contact unless it was for the rituals they performed once every lunar standstill. I was to understand these occurred once every 18.5 years and had already passed us by. But Chia waved their hand and said these folks could make it occur overhead every 12 months, though no explanation was given for how this was possible, and at this stage in our expedition, imitation voices on the myopic road, creatures in the swamps, giants in the mountains, this was by far not the strangest thing we'd heard. The island was 1/5 of the size of the mainland area, maybe a football field in total circumference, though we were not permitted to wander. Instead, we were led to the center of the island where a large archway had been constructed, the shape very akin to that of a Japanese torii gate, but with some modifications to the interior. Rather than being clear, it was housing a pair of tall oaken doors, black and brown, the light bouncing off of them and the thick carvings and indentations shimmering. No handles, no knockers, just a single thin slit with which the doors could be opened, but no means to do so.
The ritual is almost upon us. Please take a seat some distance away and observe, but do not make your presence known once it starts. This is for your own good, gentlemen. This is what our calling represents, and the cost of our peace. Simply witness.
Chia smiled and turned to face the commune gathered near the steps of this grand archway.
My siblings, our time has come once again to give in exchange for sanctuary. While the world at large sleeps and Sturgeon remains blissfully ignorant, we keep the watch. We protect their way of life, gaze into the abyss as it gazes into you, so the saying goes. But we do so with a smile on our faces.
The crowd claps and cheers, tears staining their faces as the hooded acolytes begin chanting, the moonlight overhead almost too remarkable to believe. Bold, bulbous in the sky, a strange kind of light bathing this strange union.
The door shall remain open, and one will be chosen to step through. Do not resist. Do not try to stop them. No matter how much it hurts, we must all eventually say goodbye. Nobody continues unabated forever. Our backs are a bridge for those who come after to cross to sanctuary. To Harper's wake.
The crowd repeats Chia's last statement as the door begins to open. A blinding puce light rips through the center of the island and directly in front of us. I turn to shield my eyes and catch Archie doing the same thing. We smirk, before realizing that Saunders was sitting between us and had not done the same. Looking back, painful as it was, we saw him mechanically getting up and walking towards the doorway. And against everything Chia had just said, both of us instinctively grabbed a hold of him. Maybe I thought he was not eligible as someone who had just arrived here. Maybe I was simply being selfish. But Rodney had already decided to stay here, and that had somehow made him a part of this commune. Life simply isn't fair, is it? The moment we placed hands on him, a shockwave erupted from the door that pushed us all back, followed by a guttural howling and the sounds of wet tearing, screaming, and absolute panic. Something had come through the grand door and was making its presence known. Keeping my head low, I looked over to Saunders, who had already righted himself and continued to walk towards the doorway once more. Archie, meanwhile, was transfixed on something out of my peripheral, one shaking hand pointing with wide, frightful eyes as something ungodly clicked and shuffled our way. I didn't see it. I didn't dare attempt to. I simply grabbed Archie by the shoulders, slapped him with everything I had, and pulled him towards Saunders. All around us, the sounds of people being dragged or ripped or, God forbid, eaten filled our ears. The sky above was absent of moonlight, and the stars were so bright, painfully so, pulsating as if in angry communication over our infraction. But we persisted. Saunders was 20 feet away when I saw something reaching out from the doorway to meet him. It was a long, pale arm, crackling with energy and light, the hand outstretched like a trapdoor spider, ready to grab him and pull him into oblivion. Without thinking, I shoved him out of the way and let it grab me instead. Pain filled every cell in my body to the point that conscious thought almost entirely left me. I could not hear, smell, taste, and the world was black. But I could most definitely hear. From the distance, an ear-splitting howl cut the air, followed by a shockwave that flattened everything, including the arm holding me. Through the ash, I could see that something had burst from the mountain. It was the giant. First came the eyes, red and filled with rage. Then the sound of whooshing as two great objects were lifted high into the air before a tumultuous crash that absolutely decimated the gate. The ensuing blast sent me into unconsciousness, and from there, my account of the next several days would be almost incomprehensible. I awoke in a hospital bed at St. Martin's 3 weeks later. My ribs had been crushed, I had a broken femur, skull fracture, punctured left lung, damaged spleen, swelling, and some nasty burns. They estimate my full recovery will take 2 years. Saunders doesn't speak of what happened. His guilt is so paramount that he refuses to leave my side unless the family forces him to attend homely duties so he doesn't cause a scandal with unclean rumors. He should bear no blame, but he does, and I have no voice with which to resist. Archie's family suffered a tragedy while he was away, one he hasn't yet shared with me, but seems to have haunted him. Unbeknownst to me until after I regained consciousness, he'd actually looked into the doorway. It seems to have had an effect on him. We told the doctors it was an expedition accident, nothing more. Saunders was careful to omit details and seemed to be on top of the organizational aspects of my recovery, thank God. When I had my pen and paper, I asked with great difficulty what happened and how we got back.
Chia was able to get us to a healer on the main island and stabilize you. When you came around, you...
Saunders hesitated, biting his lip.
You said you wanted to go home. How much you missed your family and just wanted a good night's rest. A small hole opened up in front of us, and I'll be damned if it wasn't a glimpse into William Street and Central Sturgeon. Chia said you'd come to understand this as a boon and a curse, that you'd come back when you were ready, and to not blame yourself.
I blinked. I remembered none of this, and Saunders could sense my confusion. I decided it best not to complicate the conversation when writing was already difficult, so instead I asked something else that had been on my mind during furtive dreams.
Did you see the giant too? Saunders paused, shaking his head.
No. As far as I know, the giant, if it is a giant, is still under the mountain. It never left.
Again, I felt bewildered, but exhaustion took me and I fell into sleep. Perhaps I will ask more once I am better. Alas, it is a long, long road to recovery. October 23rd, 1974. I have damned my family. That much is certain. I don't know what passed to me while the thing from beyond the door held me, but it seems to have provided me with ungodly abilities that I can put into practice with great exertion. Latent thoughts made manifest by my will. As such, I have called it manifestation. Saunders has some similar yet much milder afflictions. Archie as well, though his is channeled differently. He is able to put them into the games his family makes. Somehow, nobody is the wiser yet. Recovery was brutal and the confusion more so. I still have nightmares, and no matter what I do with these blasted powers, I cannot get into the mountain nor bring the giant to fruition, as if it is the one thing that eludes me. I went back to Octan last week. The short way around, naturally. Chia was overjoyed to see me, and the commune is mercifully in a better state than when I first visited back in 71. More people, less infrastructure, but they are trying. The new doorway was completed in 73, but it has remained shut since the incident. Nobody has dared attempt another ritual, and all those who knew how to perform the lunar standstill every year were killed. So it's another 15 years unless a new acolyte comes along. We drank and talked over things. I told Chia my good news and shared some of my insights into the newfound gifts I'd achieved. Suffice to say, they were welcomed in Octan. Not so much at home.
You will have to live with these gifts until their purpose becomes apparent to you, Oliver. We don't always know what to do with blessings or curses, only that we must live with them.
Chia offered me a drink and a smile, scars now littering their face.
That is the journey of life. We persist in spite of hardship.
This particular entry isn't going to be read for a long, long time. Not until you, or someone like you, shows the same aptitude for abilities I've had. I was in your nursery earlier, helping you through a rough night. Amelie, your mother, was exhausted, and though tirelessly supportive, was understandably constrained by the limitations of sleep that motherhood brings. It could be a trick of the light, my own tired brain making me see what I want to see, or even just a cruel joke. But I could have sworn that I left your empty bottle on the nightstand, yet in a flash, you had a fresh one in your mouth laying back in the crib. My child, if you truly have inherited this, then you too will one day seek out Harper's Wake, the land of Octan, the last giant under the mountain. The giant is still sleeping, still waiting. And one day, it will awaken again. Faithfully yours, O. Addendum, 1st of September 2000. So, there you have it. If you read this far and somehow found this either through happenstance or because I surreptitiously left this information laying around for you, probably in the form of puzzles, then you are being told your inheritance. This is what it means to be not just a Gahart, but a particular branch of the Gahart family.
I've already seen it in your sibling, so I know you have it too. What you do now is entirely up to you. But if you tell me you want to see the giant, I will take you, and I will teach you. One way or another, we will uncover the mystery of Harper's Wake. Together. Oliver.
Comment from The Pilgrim, December 1st, 2022. The Abyss.
The giant stirs. Harper's Wake will unleash itself on the land. Dondella will fall into ruin, and it will be at your hand.
There are crickets on my skin, scratching their little legs and making a deafening sound in my skull. I feel every hook pierce my skin and send signals to my brain that I need to detach them and comb the area with my nails, pull out all the hairs and leave it smooth. There is a weight on my chest. It bears down on my sternum, and I swear I hear crunches reverberate throughout my torso. I cannot see what it is, but it hums with the crickets. There is something in the corner of my eye, twisting every reflection of me I may catch in the house, on the way home, in any photo ever taken. A malformed, grotesque version of me that smirks back as if it knows it is taking my place and feeding off my energy every day that I let it hog the spotlight. There are crickets on my skin, and they won't stop screaming at me. Out of the endless nothingness, a voice calls.
Putting pieces back together is always difficult, but we do our best with the tools we have. Respond to my voice, formless one, and awaken.
They don't so much as awaken, as they do simply jolt into consciousness, like that kind of urgent rousing from sleep that brings with it the ancestral hypnagogic jerk which kept us all safe as apes up in the trees. In this instance, however, they are not greeted by the comforts of home, or any kind of comfort, for that matter. They are without form, and sensory information is fleeting. As they take in their surroundings, they cannot tell if they are blind or simply existing somewhere beyond their understanding. It's strange, they think, to acknowledge the surroundings and yet be fully separate from them, existing outside of oneself entirely. Perhaps instinctually, they try to speak. They form the questions in their invisible mind, send the signals racing from the speech center to make the fleshy mess that is the mouth move as the engine of the voice box rumbles to life to produce the consonants and vowels. But of course, nothing happens, for they are without form. Instead, the words project themselves listlessly to this omniscient voice. The tone is unfamiliar to them, and for a moment, they wonder if someone has stolen their thoughts to speak for them.
Where am I? What is this place?
No more questions, they thought. especially given the circumstances. The voice thought audibly, the sound of which reverberated around the space they occupied, though how the Formless One understood that is unclear.
This part is always messy. You forget and I rebuild. You were at the start once more, preparing to attempt it again.
Start what again? Is this heaven? Are you... God?
Start life again, my child. Not God in your interpretation, just an invested parent. Shall we get started?
The Formless One thought for a moment, unsure of how thoughts even carried themselves here, before stumbling across a vital question that all life asks at least once.
What am I?
A single question with many answers. You are dead. You are struggling. You are a human being. You are vengeance. You are gestating.
Do I have a name?
Once, but it did not fit you. It was a name given, not a name chosen. It was cast aside, among other things. We are here to reshape you. It is up to you to choose your path. Do you accept this?
The Formless One did not hesitate in their acceptance. A blinding light burst through the miasma of the void, and 5 distinct shadows formed in the gap.
You must reclaim your identity, find the key components, and undergo the trials to become one once more. Each trial will provide challenges, but you will find a guide along the way. Now, tell me your name.
Lux.
The name shatters windows and sends birds soaring into the air. Trees shake and mountains rumble at the mere mention. They are now Lux. They have always been Lux. The light gives way to a house. It is shrouded in absolute darkness, a facsimile of a home and nothing more. But a single light comes on in the top right window, bringing with it a sense of comfort and familiarity.
Welcome to the beginning of your new world, Lux. You must track down and secure each piece of you that was taken. A light will shine on this house with each successive acquisition. Once you have completed the tasks, you can come home. You are at the steps of the first stage. Your guide awaits you. Be safe, be smart, and be proud. I know you can do it. Trust in your instincts. Trust in Nolus.
Lux does not yet understand the concept of belonging, but they are coming around to the idea. Opposite the home, a bright red door materializes out of the nothingness and begins rapidly rushing towards Lux. Or perhaps they are rushing towards it, it's hard to say. Regardless, the door swings open and Lux is flung through the archway into an overstimulating environment. The first thing they sense is physical contact, that of the rough carpet pushing against their sternum and knocking the wind from them. A blistering voice bellows in their eardrums as the impact registers.
You are receiving a direct message from Prefrontal Cortex Maximus. Will you accept?
100 billion nerves, trillions of synapses all sending the same message, kid. Lux is a dickhead for making us feel that. Are you happy? Before Lux can so much as intake breath, another message ricochets around their eardrums.
You are receiving direct messages from B-stem, cerebellum, and parietal of the lobe family.
Oh, you want to breathe in? Yeah, no. You got hit hard. Sucks to be you. I'll get to you when I'm ready, bitch.
Caught in a cycle of birth and death, we can only view our mortality through a myopic lens as we turn to dust, only to be recycled once more. Your knees feel like broken styrofoam being chewed on by an eager Doberman.
You are terribly overstimulated right now, old chap. Those bright lights,
The rough burning sensation of the carpet against your skin, the stench of burned coffee, BO and shame wafting in around you, the noises both inside your head and out there in the flesh zone. Let's not get into what you taste. It's all new, and new is best left unspoken. Good luck. Overstimulated isn't even the best word. It's just the one Lux's mind finds as the closest approximation. The burning of the carpet against their raw flesh, the sensation of pain erupting through their spine as signals rush out to the rest of the body that it's positioned in a manner that isn't natural. Lights burn the retinas, and the overwhelming sounds of social hustle and bustle assault the ears like the screams of the damned.
Make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop.
Lux tries to push the words past their teeth, their tongue eager to please its new master as the slimy mass rhythmically dances and enraptures the lips to follow suit. But no sooner had they started their attempt, did everything go quiet for Lux. The overbearing bustle became a muffled cadence. The bright lights dimmed to allow a single focal point for Lux to hone in on. A hand clad in complex tattoos, chains and rings reached out. The luminous starlight nail polish shimmering in Lux's eyes as a single internal voice cuts through the malaise.
You are receiving a direct message from Amy G. Dalla. Do you accept?
You do not know this person. You have no reason to trust this person. But the more your eyes focus, the more you realize that their very cadence brings you a sense of comfort. You don't know it yet, but you are in love. Take their hand. Don't look back. Make them your raison d'etre. But don't tell them that. That'd be weird. Just don't say anything. Just smile. Don't smile.
They smell nice. They look nice, old bean. They bring with them the sunshine and the ability to focus. Their voice carries on the wind and makes your heart all aflutter. I don't know how a heart can flutter. It's best not to worry about that.
Yes, best not. We don't want to freak out.
Lux has been staring at the hand for a few seconds before the voice snaps them into reality.
Hey, you're back! Took you long enough. Come on, I'll help you up.
Lux doesn't even think as they take the hand and are hoisted up in one fell swoop.
Life is a series of motions from stagnation and gestation to multitudes and platitudes. We run endlessly for the pursuit of the moons and the stars, but they do not wait for us. When we reach for them, we grasp at nothing, for their light has already died. Reach for your balance, lest you take a tumble into the abyss.
Whoa, you alright? Do you remember how to walk?
Lux looked down at their legs, shabby, shaking stilt-like things propped up by rickety knees. They saw the cuts and felt the bruises. These were legs that had not seen very much action, or perhaps too much. They felt dizzy and balanced against the wall adjacent to the both of them for assistance as they took in deep breaths.
Each intake of breath makes you stronger, so be grateful, I guess. I won't keep helping you just because you need it. Earn your oxygen. Earn your strength. Don't make me regret this.
As they steadied themselves and looked over the drab wallpaper, they noticed the concern written on the face of their assistant. Jet black hair with red tips, complex jewelry and tattoos as far as the eye could see. This person was built for exploration, Lux thought. Kind brown eyes peered back as the lip curled into a friendly smile.
Okay, seems this one was especially tough for you. No matter, it's not our first rodeo. My name is Asani. I'm your guide and friend. Null tasked me with helping you through the stages and getting the items you need. I'm guessing you can't talk right now, huh?
Lux shook their head as Asani sighed, hands on hips and chewing the side of their lip pensively.
Well, nothing more for it. We'll just have to press on. Though...
Asani paused, sighing.
I'll be damned if I know which way is the right way. Might as well be nowhere.
As the two looked around, they took the gravity of their surroundings in fully. The carpet that had the smell of a drab office environment was empty. There was no furniture to speak of, no structures beyond the essential walls and pillars, no windows, no people. In every conceivable direction for as far as their eyes could perceive, it was the same amber hue tinged with magenta from the carpet to the walls and to the ceiling. Asani had read about this. There were few people interested in the unknown who spent time on the internet who hadn't. The idea of a human being falling through the cracks of reality and ending up in the between spaces. The loading room of life itself, colloquially known as the backrooms. Of course, such a space wasn't actually tangible, Asani thought. Collective human consciousness was powerful, but enough to turn folklore into reality. Or maybe... Asani's heart beat that little bit faster as she realized this wasn't a dream, and Lux met her gaze. Asani swallowed, the minimal saliva scraping across her throat and causing more harm than good. All systems were now on alert. Or maybe some slither of memory in that reptilian brain of ours allowed the tiniest fragment of this place to remain, just enough to know it is to be feared when we enter it. Still, Asani had done this before. She just had to trust the process.
So, north or south?
Asani said, forcing a smirk and looking at Lux.
Take a breath and pick a direction.
Lux followed Asani's wide-eyed stare and for the first time since entering the room, took a deep breath, letting the scent of the room and everything both familiar and unfamiliar fill their lungs.
My. You know this scent, don't you? It has the aroma of a day long since past, yet one so tangible you could step through it at a moment's notice, given physical form. The look of a cozy summer's afternoon with a friendly older relative when you were a child. The dulcet tones of a classic show ringing in your ears. It's all still there, Lux. You can sense it.
Then, for the first time, someone new joined the conversation in Lux's crowded head.
You are receiving a video call from Dr. H. Campus. It is marked as a priority.
Lights flashed, Lux's skull hummed, and the senses began to connect in their mind to tangible memories. The more Lux focused, the more they knew where they were. July 1970. The summer was particularly brutal that year. Barbecues were a feature in every garden, as was the music and accompanying revelry. There was a freedom to that time that has been lost in the digital age of post-meta cynicism, fetishistic levels of social media usage, and hyper-awareness. But not here. Here, in the foyer of your old home, the journey was well and truly underway. This is the impetus, the first stage. You can't voice it yet, but you know other ways by now. Use them. Remember your abilities. Lux closed their eyes and let the voice carry through their mind, honing its words to a fine point in the center of their forehead before opening once more and utilizing the strange gifts that had been bestowed upon them some time ago. Manifestation. As clear as they saw Asani, they now saw the figures from the same stories Lux had been told as a child, the same ones Lux had researched on their own time, the same ones that stuck in their mind during the most difficult of moments. First came the man on the left, his tall gait not the least bit imposing as his kind, emerald eyes and slicked back black hair threatened to become askew from the laughter his body language indicated in the freeze frame as he was formed. His perfect attire cleaned and pressed to perfection. Even amid the laughter, there was something clear in his gaze, something wanting. Lux looked across the sprawling room and the second man formed a few feet away. Shorter, bulkier, far more garish in his choice of clothing, gait, and stature. This man was an anomaly even for his own time. An explorer's attire clad with trinkets and memories of his travels, the familial hazel hair tied back and his beard wild as he told a passionate story to his compatriot. To their immediate right, a third man took shape. Muscled and imposing, he seemed a gentle giant as he too was in the throes of this conversation, slapping the storytelling man in the middle of his back. Clad in leather and weapons of all kinds strewn over his body, it was disarming to see someone clearly so accustomed to violence being this friendly.
Lux, are you doing this?
Asani breathed, taking a step back and feeling a hollow thump before turning to see oaken furniture where an absent space once occupied. Sure enough, the more Asani looked, the clearer it became. This echoing yellow chamber was becoming tangible. Before her eyes, it was now a fully lived-in space. Lux nodded and continued to focus, turning the still life moment into a living memory as they stood back towards the now visible threshold where the grand double doors stood and became passive observers to what was now taking place, somehow knowing they were there to watch and not interrupt. Before their attention was fully on the men in front of them, Lux nudged Asani and pointed with trepidation to the large set of stairs leading to the upper floors. Asani nearly gasped when she saw what Lux was indicating. It came in waves, as if seeing a photograph develop in real time and knowing you're bearing witness to something you should not be privy to. First, it was the size of the building. It was beyond comprehension, far larger than any structure should be. It felt imposing, as if it would be ever so easy to become lost within. Beauty in its colossal design. They were not a part of its grandeur, an anomaly to the brutalism, but something lingered within the walls, something familiar. The second was when Asani fixated on a singular point at the top of the stairs where there sat a large grandfather clock, marking each moment of time within the grand structure. It was breathing. Asani thought it a trick of the eyes before allowing her eyes to sway with the motions, and then she caught it. For just a moment at first glance, and then continuously. The little hairs, the beady eyes swaying, the rhythmic pumping of the clock. This was a living structure. The final, however, was the most puzzling and the one that sent Asani into a panic mode. Not enough to scream, but enough to freeze and focus. A message had been scrawled into the top of the first floor wall above the grandfather clock. It confirmed any suspicions Asani had about where they were. Stage 1, Foyer, Impetus.
What do you think it is?
Asani breathed, holding the rest of her thoughts, concerns, and hopes, not wishing to spoil the splendor in front of her. Lux was unable to respond, but their brains certainly began firing up. You have been here before, Lux. The words can't come to you yet. Nor can any words for that matter, but you know what this is. The yin to your captor's yang, thesis to antithesis. You're creating this, evoking this, maybe even resurrecting this memory from the depths of decay and discarded atoms. This is your birthright. Every cell within you has ached for this moment. When someone gets a powerful scent, tastes something special, or hears a song for the first time in a long time, it can create a marker on the brain, old chap. A way for the neurons within the mind to navigate back to that pristine moment when it was new, when it was fresh, when it was special.
But it is a good kind of special, or a bad kind of special. A childhood memory kept close to the heart, or a nightmare. What are we evoking right now? Are we the great calamity above?
It is not for us to say if we float or if we sink. The decision is made for us before we begin to bounce and bubble and drown. Life is a constant state of entropy from one extreme to the other, like the life cycle of a cicada or a butterfly. Birth, eat, growth, death. Your body feels like it is being caressed by a murder of hamsters. Fuzzy, but deadly.
Did they just say hamsters?
They did. Best not to dwell on it. Lux's eyes were wide both at their own machinations and the three spectres turned men in their person. The two of them stared ahead, fourth and fifth wheels to this pantomime emerging.
You are a riot, Marceau. You think we could chart a course so perilous? We're not young bucks anymore. Some of us are staring down the 4th decade.
The man in the middle smirked, winking at the tall man in the corner.
Archie here is 38 going on geriatric.
40 ain't the age it used to be, you know.
Archie sighed, leaning back as his muscles flexed against his flannel shirt, scratching his beard.
I look like I'm turning 30, and I act like I'm turning 20. A damn sight better than you, Oliver.
Huh? What's that? You're feeling flirty with Gertie?
Oliver held up a mimicked shaking hand to his ear, a comically elderly tone in his voice as he responded, much to the other's delight.
Sir, you really must not push him too much. He's strong enough to choke you into unconsciousness.
Saunders pleaded, a gentle hand on his friend's shoulder as Archie chuckled and gave him a thumbs up.
And beyond, with ease, Aerart. Mind your manners.
He cackled as he sat forward.
Come on now, Rodney, none of that sir or master nonsense. My dad may have employed you, but you're still my friend. We're too close in age to be employer and employee. It's just weird. You know of Archie's connection to me, and we have no issues. You promised you'd stop for me, especially if we're to embark on this daring plan of yours for the summer solstice.
Oliver's eyes were alight with excitement, and both Asani and Lux caught Saunders staring just a bit too long before he sheepishly turned away, rummaged in his bag, and pulled out a map, spreading it across the adjacent wall and pinning it up for the others to look at.
Very well, Oliver. Archie, I believe this expedition is doable. We have the time, we have the funds, and we have the strength. Oliver, you've talked at length about getting your name in the history books for something special, and I spent an entire year looking through Sturgeon's archives for something special. A little birdie in one of those shady orders gave me this, Archie. I think you'll be very well enticed by the legend. Gentlemen, I give you the lost kingdom of Harper's Wake.
Lux looked closer at the map. Something about it felt familiar. Your skin tingles as you recall this very same poster hanging in the parlor room of your childhood home. A copy of it used to hang in the theater where you would assist your grandfather, but it's been gone for a long time. This is the map of your grandfather's grandest expedition, his search for the last giant under the fabled mountain. Your favorite bedtime story growing up was The Marvelous Journey, though you struggled to recall the end. Did he ever tell you? Maybe you just don't like endings. Asani and Lux watched in silence as the men gathered around and plotted their route. Starting in Sturgeon, they would make their way from Mantis Bay towards the port town of Kerala across the lake, then traipse through Minosha's vast forests and hills, onto Angleron's desolate plains, before entering the cave systems that would take them through to the fabled settlement in the middle of the mountainous region. Octan, the realm of the giants and the people who follow them, the Octan Ra, giant siblings. If anyone could help them find Harper's Wake, it was the Octan Ra. Legends claimed they'd been there as long as the very mountains themselves, but being so reclusive to outside forces, it was impossible to tell. Still, it was the lead they had all settled on, and one they were determined to follow through with. Oliver's eyes gleamed, his breath quickened, and his shoulders arched as he surveyed the end of their storied destination.
It'll take up to a year, but that's nothing compared to the journey it took to get to this moment, eh?
He beamed at his comrades and put his arms around them, a sense of resolve washing over Asani and Lux.
We can do this. We can be the ones to unlock humanity's secrets. It all starts here, at the Gerhardt estate.
I promise, Oliver, we will make history and bring your own glory to the family name. I will retire in shame if I fail.
Rodney's voice quaked under the pressure of his own declaration, Oliver smiling and chuckling as Archie stretched and scratched his beard.
You're not the only one. If I want to live up to the Downey name, I'm gonna need some fresh ideas and a damn good story to tell. So, what are we waiting for? Let's celebrate and get to planning.
Lux feels the pride practically bursting from Oliver as the three men smile, recognizing the youth of their grandfather and how far that passion took them. Something deep within Lux stirs, and a voice rings in their head.
This is a message left for you by Unknown. You have regained your sense of personal history purely through standing and watching. Congratulations. Please move to the second stage.
The visage of the three men grows bright, their luminescence blinding Asani and Lux before trails of their forms speed off past the stairs and through an adjacent door leading into the basement. Asani staggers as she looks at her companion, now bathed in that same glow for a few moments.
Are you okay, Lux? You look like you leveled up. Or got radiation poisoning.
Asani's eyes flashed and she smirked, holding out a hand.
But fuck it. I'll risk it. Let's go.
Lux's breath catches in their lungs, their skin electric as they take Asani's hand and make a beeline for the door. All the voices in their head grow deafeningly silent as they traverse towards the second stage. As the door opens, few pieces of sensory information greet the pair. Absolute darkness stretching on into infinity around them. Small, ornate torches stacked at strategic positions on either side of a large marble staircase that led down for an inconceivable depth. Lux didn't dare let Asani's hand go, lest the voices come back, but they knew it would be an assault of the senses when that time came. The walk persisted for what felt like hours. Time dilated to complete irrelevancy in the absence of any kind of stimulus. It was Asani who first noted the wrongness of their trajectory, letting Lux's hand go in order to gasp and point it out.
Holy shit, Lux. Look at the side of the staircase. We're not going down.
But as Lux looked, so too did the senses within them. You've known of liminality. You've studied it and found both comfort and fear within its strange walls and ornate color palettes. It is the realm of the lost, the forgotten, the unwanted. A place where physics goes to take a siesta and lets its hair down metaphorically and literally. You've not been traveling upwards for quite some time. In fact, you can't even say if you've been traveling in any direction at all. This is just like the null space. A holding pattern. A place of purgatory.
If we're in a holding pattern like a plane, what if we run out of fuel? Will we plummet, crash, and kill everyone on board? Will they name us a tragedy or a martyr? Or will we be forgotten in this nothingness? We don't like nothingness. Apes need something to focus on.
Nonsense, old bean. Existence is for existence's own sake. We are here for a reason. This traveling is not for nothing. We may not have the full picture, nor are we playing with a full deck quite yet, but we have more than enough at our disposal to steer this ship through the darkness, eh? We simply need to take a breath and remember where we are and find the path home.
Up, down, left, right. These are arbitrary concepts when in a space that moves in unlimited angles and dimensions. The mind boggles and the vision blurs at the prospect of unrestricted dimensional movement. Your teeth feel fluffy, and you want to pull them out to make the world stand still.
Lux takes a breath and, after a moment, looks over the side of the staircase. What greets them is a Mobius strip that descends and twists into the abyss below. Or maybe it's above. Attached to it in places is a great pillar, of what material Lux couldn't say, but by fixing their gaze on the darkness around them, they began to hear the sound of a bell. Faint at first, but growing with each mental recognition. Almost like echolocation, but personal. Asani, sensing Lux's focus, walks to their side and waits, staring into nothingness for a sign of what to do. Turns out, it would come to them. As if breaking through the fog, the staircase traverses the Black Sea and comes to the base of a grand mountain. Of the Grand Mountain Oliver spoke of in his journals. Octan. Black and blue, this behemoth stretched into the very same sky they felt they'd already conquered with their traversal, but now they stood on its banks, the stairs finally coming to an end, a singular bell impaled into the ground. Without waiting or discussing, Lux grabbed the large rope and pulled, ringing out a tone far louder than it had any business producing. As the very air around them vibrated, they waited for a response from the imposing mountain. Sure enough, it came. One thunderous roar rang down the mountainside, splitting open the skin in front of them and giving way to a well-lit and rustic workshop carved into the very mountain itself. Someone hunched over a grand table of complex mechanisms, beakers, Bunsen burners, and weaponry. It spanned the entirety of their vision and stretched off into the ether, down a corridor, and into the darkness that they couldn't follow.
They think that the giants have long since abandoned this realm, moved to greener pastures, died off or evolved in newer forms.
The voice hissed, a hurried intonation in their tone as they busied themselves at the desk, the clicks and whirs of something unseen coming to life.
But I will show them that the inverse can also be true, that the giants never moved, but nested, didn't die, but slept, no evolution, but maintenance.
The figure turned, a large metallic mask covering their face as they held up a medallion on a thick chain, a beautiful purple hue emanating from a central chamber in the heart of the circular medallion, spinning at an expedient pace as a smaller, circular mechanism rushed to match it. The shades of purple almost coming off of it in waves as the figure held it out towards Lux and Asani, seeing something that they couldn't.
We'll show them that cicadas aren't the only things that can re-emerge from a long slumber. Together.
They watch as the tunnel darkens and an ear-splitting shriek rips through the stairway, an image of the mountain cracking open as ash and rock fill their vision.
The day of your grandfather's expedition. The day it all went wrong. The day the door to Harper's Wake opened and it emerged. You remember the stories, how he swore up and down the giant emerged from the mountain to save them all?
If that giant was still there, still sleeping, how did it get back into the mountain? You can't restructure a mountain to what it once was! It's not a puzzle or a Lego set!
Definitely not. The rock is in such monstrous clumps and minuscule parts that it'd be physically impossible. Why is this even a question?
A better one then is if the giant didn't escape, is it still sleeping? Waiting for someone? And if it did, where is it now? What if it sees us and seeks revenge for something our grandfather did?
The giants do not observe us as we observe them, for they have to concern themselves with the giants of their own world. Our impact on them is akin to that of a parasite on the eyebrow or a hangnail on the finger at best. Your shoes bite down too hard on your ankles. The laces can be an effective disciplinary method. Trust me.
The smell of ash and the noise from the mountain is rather overstimulating, old bean. Struggling to make heads or tails of it. Agreed. Though we need to do this with a degree of coolness. Someone is next to us after all. Don't want to projectile vomit out of panic like our birthday, do we? Let's not talk about our 14th birthday. Lou's enjoyment of absinthe on that night still brings us dread.
The urge to vomit is rising with every second we spend on this. Please, no more.
Legs aren't working. Stomach, however.
Lux drops to their knees, hands clutching at their stomach as they dry heave while the split in the wall plays out in front of them. Asani only notices when she turns to talk to Lux, marveling at the horror and wonder of it all.
Oh shit, are you okay? Panic attack? Overstimmed? What do? Can you move? Oh fuck.
Asani breathes, panicking with every question as Lux curls into a ball, sobbing. Then, a voice breaks through the mania playing out in front of them. One Lux recognizes.
Hey, my little light. Open your eyes. It'll be okay.
Grandpa? In an instant, Lux feels more at ease, looking through tear-stained eyes to see their younger-looking grandfather offering a hand, though he is battered and beaten beyond belief.
Thought that might help. You seem to have conjured your own tulpa solution. Just don't get into the habit of it too much, eh? Might be a problem if you can't dispel it, or we, God forbid, gain sentience and alternative motivations to you.
He flashes a cheeky grin and wink as his rough hands wipe away Lux's tears.
You've got a hell of a journey ahead of you, kid. But you're the light in every room. So long as you trust in yourself, the path will be illuminated.
He places a single bloodied finger on Lux's forehead, which glows as his entire visage does so in kind.
You just needed a little bit of focus.
Lux connects with this tulpa of Oliver and feels the sense of renewed focus come into view. The vision blurs and brightens until both are blinded by it. Once again, something stirs in Lux's head and begins to speak.
This is a message left for you by Unknown. Through mental toil and reconnection of the old and new, you have regained your sense of sharpness and focus. Congratulations. Please move to the third stage.
The brightness fades, and in place of the tunnel were two brightly colored water park slides, one red and one teal, named for Asani and Lux, respectively. Soft water flows through both tunnels, the sounds of revelry and an indoor swimming park echo from below. Above both tunnels, the lights for Go are not yet lit.
What the fuck? They gave us both a tunnel each? What if they don't lead to the same place? Think we could, I don't know, both take the same one?
Asani places her hand underneath the water, feeling it against her skin for a moment before stepping over to Lux's, immediately repelled by an unseen force.
Okay, no, definitely not. It's like a player 1 and player 2 situation. Only the designated person can take that route. Fuck.
After a moment, a loud buzz filled their ears before the lights switched to Go, and once exchanging glances, the two took their positions and readied to go down.
This is the worst decision we have ever made. A dark tunnel going to nowhere, and we're sitting in water fully clothed? Fuck that.
It could be worse, old bean. It could be a dark, dingy tunnel filled with sewage, or no liquid at all. Ooh, imagine the friction. At least the atmosphere is nostalgic. You recall a time when your whole family went to an indoor swimming park one summer. Your father rented out the entire thing for your brother's birthday. There were never any lines, and you won the competition for holding your breath underwater the longest. A pleasant memory, to say the least. As the two took a deep breath and slid down, the darkness enveloping them save for the small lights they passed at great speed, they saw a new word form above them, interspersed with the dark, following them incessantly as they descended. Pool rooms. Gestation. For Asani, the bright red hue of the slide was a strange calm, the brightness fluctuating with the speed of the turns. Though there was running water, it didn't seem to register with Asani's senses, which she made a note of. Left and right, the tunnel whipped frenetically about, jostling Asani until her head smacked an errant barrier overhead. Dazed but not unconscious, voices began to rush up the slide and catch her attention.
You always shut down on me when I try to express something. Why?
Because you are incapable of having an adult conversation without resorting to shaming me. You are nothing short of a bully when you want to be.
Oh, that's rich coming from you. The one who has a total inability to let go of any mistakes, any infractions, or any slight toe out of line. Admit it. You enjoy watching me bend over backwards to appease you when I don't want conflict.
Fuck you, Madness. You will never be able to fix the things you've broken, no matter how much you try to moralize it.
It's always this way. I'm sick of being stuck to you like a cancer I can't treat. And for what? Status? Money? Comfort? Because it sure as hell isn't love.
A slam, then silence, then soft weeping. The slide slows for a moment before a sharp descent. Asani plunges into darkness. The red hue has dissipated. On the other side, Lux has been traversing for some time with no incident. In fact, the slide has barely moved its trajectory. A simple slow descent at a comfortable pace. Lux assumed they'd gotten on the easy slide as a pair of familiar voices floated from the unseen corners.
What are we going to do? We can't go through this again.
I don't know.
We're going to be ruined if we can't fix this. One scandal is bad enough. But a second?
I don't fucking know, Steph.
Well, you'd better start figuring out a solution, my dear. These children will bring shame on us if we let it continue unabated. Something has to be done.
The voices stop and Lux is dropped into the abyss, falling for some time before coming out into a large, empty water park. As Lux fell, they spied the complex series of colored slides wrapping around one another as they sprawled across the ceilings of the building. But panic immediately gripped Lux as their eyes darted down, begging for water. Mercifully, they found it and collided with an emphatic smash as the sting sent shockwaves through their body, the numbness seeping in as their muscles screamed. For a moment, it felt as if the impact would be enough to keep them underwater, but they spied Asani struggling further below, and the motivation was enough to push them on. With a jolt of energy, Lux pushed through the pain and, with difficulty, grabbed Asani's wrist and began swimming up, their barely conscious companion gripping back with little strength. Lungs burning and muscles aching, Lux broke the surface at the final moment, gulping in air as they hauled Asani onto their shoulders, swimming for the nearest ladder. Both breathing heavily, they lay on the tiles and breathed in the chlorine-scented hot air.
Holy shit. I thought that was it for me. Something whacked me in the tunnel and oh man, you're the best.
Asani held out a fist. Lux bumped it while coughing up water.
Why didn't you, use your powers? Could have manifested a lifeboat or a pool floaty or something.
Asani chuckled, mimicking the bobbing notion. Lux blinked. The thought hadn't occurred to them, and shame filled their face before Asani pulled them in for a hug. It was nice, comforting, warm. The kind of sincere hug we simply don't get enough in this life. Lux embraced her back, and all fell silent in the world for just a little while. After drying off, the two began exploring again, the pathways around the vast pool works making traversal a seemingly simple task. Though once cutting into the shower rooms, it rapidly became a complex maze with very few signifiers to tell them when they were in a loop. An errant flip-flop, broken door, or stain on the wall had to do in place of a proper marker. After passing the showers with the overflowing sinkhole for the third time, Lux pointed to a set of spiral steps that hadn't been there before. Without waiting, they ascended and began to hear voices coming from the top, muffled but furtive. It was impossible to pass the conversation, but it was obvious it was heated. Every step filled Lux with the trepidation they knew all too well from their youth. This was something they were not supposed to see or hear.
You should really turn back. What if it's state secrets and they have to kill you for learning about it? What if the secrets of the world are beyond these stairs and learning the truth explodes your mind? What if it's someone you really respect and they're talking to someone else you don't like, happily discussing their shared disdain of you? It's too risky. You should leave.
It's none of those things. Your gut instinct is solid. You know what this is, and you know where you were the last time you had this feeling. You won't like what you find if you are right, but it's vitally important you continue.
The chlorine is making us nauseous. Too strong, old chap. Why is it always too strong?
Oh God, is it in our nasal passages? Tell me it isn't. That is impossible to clear once it's embedded.
The stench of chemicals should not bring nostalgia any more than a piece of plastic brings comfort or a doll brings familial sensibilities. You are lost in a labyrinth of your own making, and the spiral is endless. It is a magnanimous representation of your own life, always spinning, the feeling of ascension merely an illumination. Your nose burns with the fire of 1,000 suns.
The two of them reach the top of the stairs and come face to face with a bright blue slide. There is nothing else in the room other than a single sign hanging above on a ramshackle piece of balsa wood. You could still go back, you know. It was always an option. Stage 3. Rooftop Deceit. This, of course, felt immensely confusing as the tunnel slinked and pivoted left to right with alarming frequency. The smell of chlorine and the gust of warm air pulling both far from the concept of a rooftop. Sure enough, however, they would emerge at separate sides of a grandiose pool, embedded into the fine marble rock that completed a rooftop apartment. The expanse stretching out for untold miles in either direction, dotted in places by brutalist structures that stretch into the night sky. Great unforgiving spires of metal and wires punctuated in random sections by bright lights, shadows dancing within the windows, their defining features impossible to make out. Lux's thoughts went silent. Something within the air paralyzed them. At first, Asani didn't know whether it was the atmosphere of the rooftop or the buildings, but as she followed the direction of Lux's eyes, she spotted a small divot in the distance, from which their vantage point gave them a bird's eye view into what lay within. A pair of high-back chairs, both black with separate tinges of azure and scarlet, sat facing one another, a rapidly dissipating fire between them, alongside a long coffee table full of documents, half-finished bottles of alcohol, and photos that neither Asani nor Lux could make out. Though the latter didn't need to, they knew full well what they were and what was going on. Two individuals with their features mostly hidden as the light blots out any identifiers point animatedly at one another from across the table. The more slender form in the red chair, the broader one in the right. They gesticulate wildly as the wind carries their words to the two observers.
I don't understand. The inner sanctum was supposed to fix these issues, not make them worse. What the hell did they do to our kids?
The male voice slams the papers down on the table between them, a series of reports on the elder Gahat siblings. You know what those papers say. You remember finding them in the parlor room not long after this argument. You were watching from the crack in the door, and they were too animated, too drunk to realize. How long ago was this? 10 years? 15? Regardless, it was before you and your sister were sent there in the reformed format it undertook. But those words on your siblings are still burned into your mind. Finley, 18-year-old male, physically malnourished and poor hygiene, polite to staff, suffering from Cotard syndrome, refuses to wear clean clothing, will not acclimate to modern amenities, insists on speaking an older dialect and using more complex terminology, is inconsolable if books are not left with him to research, does not sleep without sedatives, insists the lights be kept on at all times, speaks into the back left corner on frequent occasion. Therapy has been unsuccessful. Immersion techniques have proven fruitless. Prognosis is prolonged stay within our care or to be released to home care with frequent visits. Hope that with time and patience, he can acclimate or be accommodated. Bennett, 22-year-old male, physically fit, well-kept, and generally in good health. Mentally regressive, isolated, and prone to violent outbursts. Largely does not engage with therapy techniques, both extracurricular or invasive. Pain stimulus is non-responsive, and only psychological responses have been recorded. When not asking for Morgan, simply draws with or without materials provided. Long-term prognosis is bleak, likely to require regular care and attention if ultimatum is met. We'll discuss with you both in person for actionable plan.
For fuck's sake. We wanted them to be presentable to society, not terrify the twins or make our peers recoil in horror? Why can't they be normal like the Mulgraves or the Henriksons?
He sank into his seat, downing a glass of port before pouring more for himself, the woman next to him leaning forward to look at the papers.
It's their first year of operations. Maybe they're still working out the particulars of their methods. Or perhaps...
She trailed off, the fire roaring in the absence of their conversation.
Perhaps what? What are you thinking? That this is somehow my fault? My faulty genetics?
He stood up, large back still firmly to the pair.
I'm just saying. They know full well how to fool these professionals. What with that ability you all have. Both of them have the whole facility fooled. We know damn well both boys can get whatever they want, whenever they want it. Outside of a way out, of course.
She drank her wine and placed the glass down delicately before standing up, looking at her husband.
I don't know what you want me to do about it. That's all.
I want you to help me figure out a plan, Desiree. These are our kids, and whether we like it or not, they have roles to play in our home and our future, not as two queer boys with even queerer peculiarities that will make them easy prey for our colleagues, but as powerful men.
He was impassioned as he spoke, the very room codifying his words and spurning his conviction. But just as he reached his peak, his wife spoke in such a way that deflated him immediately.
One of them is ours. The other, he's yours to deal with, Magnus.
She turns to walk away, towards the door where a much younger Lux stood on the other side, Magnus standing in place with fists clenched.
You're still the only mother he knows, you know. Wouldn't kill you to acknowledge that.
He barked, looking at the reports with a grimace.
Maybe then he wouldn't have turned out this way.
Maybe then he wouldn't have turned out this way. On both accounts, my love, you were the catalyst in ensuring he knew nothing else. Ask Noelle, or Morgan, who has blame for their cherished one's downfall. Because it does not lie with me. Good night.
Desiree walks off to the left, the sound of a large door opening and shutting as Magnus, with his back turned to Asani and Lux, sobs quietly as he clutches the report papers, casting them into the fire. The embers flicker and glow before floating past him and up towards Lux, before bursting in a flash.
This is a message left for you by Unknown. Facing down the ugliness of your past, you have regained your focus. Please move to the 4th stage, but do so with haste, for something is following you.
Holy shit. You okay? It's never good to see your folks fighting, even if it's not about you.
Asani looked to Lux, sympathy racking her youthful face. Lux's lip quivered, but they nodded and pointed to the spot they were just staring at. As if a spotlight was shut off, the small enclosure within which Magnus and Desiree performed was erased, leaving an absence of anything but unforgiving concrete structures stretching across the vast rooftop. In the distance, they could spy a small doorway at the foot of a large concrete pillar. With no other way forward, they began the walk.
My folks were no different, you know.
Asani began, hands in pockets as she looked up to the sky, observing the numerous stars twinkling fervently.
Even if you don't come from tradition, it's a hard habit to break. First it was questioning things. That's a big no-no as a kid, especially as a girl. Asking why your big brother got more attention, or wasn't as heavily punished for the same things you did. That sort of thing. You know how it is with older siblings, right?
Lux nodded, the chill of the night air beginning to give them goosebumps. Asani continued.
Well, as I got older, it was being stubborn. Not giving in to male demands or expectations. Being told who I've got to marry when I'm older. Giving respect to older male peers that were in no way respectful themselves. Just constant desires to lessen myself to make someone else happy. After that followed fashion. Personal hobbies, piercings. You name it, I did it. I was a walking advertisement for a metal festival, and I loved it. Heavy metal and the alt culture allowed me to feel me for the first time in my life. Mama tried her best to be understanding, seeing a young girl trying to fit in and be rebellious as a normal teen. But Papa, well...
Asani paused again, misty-eyed as she rubbed her wrists.
Some scars go deeper than the skin, but they'll sting you all the same.
Lux thought back to their own childhood, being the youngest and largely coddled by the family, perceived issues largely ignored or not discussed, parents who wouldn't lay a finger on them but simultaneously would almost never hold them, hug them, express how much they loved them. It was a different kind of neglect, one that Lux wasn't entirely sure of how severe.
The raised voices, the constant threat of worse consequences if things didn't change, the expectations of performance, the standards one is held to being impossible to reach. No, not physical. Never physical. But it's like she said, some scars go deeper than skin. How long did they lock you up for? How long before they acknowledged the hurt? How long did they conspire to change you?
Lux shivered at the prospect as they came closer to the concrete wall, the archway pitch black within but the sole way forward. Undeterred, the two held hands as they walked into the darkness once more. It didn't take long before Lux felt the sensation pulling at their psyche, the urge to utilize this newfound gift. Like honing in on a specific song you've mastered or a new skill you've spent years fine-tuning that you have to showcase. Their mind was begging them to go further. As if the very tapestry of darkness folded at their whim, Lux reached out and pulled at the frayed edges, allowing a soft blue light to eke out from underneath. More and more they pulled until the obsidian veneer of night came away and the exit to this tunnel showed itself some distance away. The dulcet tones of a soft piano playing in the distance, each key reverberating within a narrow passageway and bouncing off of their ribcages in playful exuberance.
Every time you do it, I'm just in awe, Lux. I'd ask you how, but the voice thing.
She chuckled, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lux for a moment before giggling and running ahead, still holding on to them. Heart rate increasing both from the momentary connection and the running, the two come out into the most surprising expanse yet, a bustling strip mall. Clearly disused and long since abandoned, the now much clearer piano music interspersed with atypical mall tones as the two almost fall over the railing they've emerged in front of, a sheer drop down from several circular floors, ending a beauteous fountain display that appears to be emitting a shimmering black liquid. Stage 4, the mall and the observatory in Skytia. How long had this mall been here? Where was everyone that should have been keeping it active and thriving? It was a husk, the organs within harvested for all their worth and the bottom feeders taken their fill. Now the echoes of what it was all that remains amidst the rebar, concrete, glass and filaments that made up its once wondrous inner structure. This was a place people once congregated to make memories of a lifetime. Now it's a hollowed out corpse, a relic of a bygone age, waiting to be buried beneath the earth. Lux doesn't know why, but a pang of familiarity wells up within them the longer they stare. Something within the fountain is drawing them in, like a moth to a flame. That's their next destination. They felt sure of it.
Whoa, let's not fall from here. It's a hell of a way down, and I'm not sure the fountain's deep enough to break our fall. That where we gotta go?
Asani nudged Lux, nodding to the fountain they were still staring at.
An ancient fountain emitting black liquid. It'll either be housing the Black Death or maybe a vengeful god. But either way, I'm in.
Pulling themselves back, the two look around with wonder, just long enough to hear a smattering coming from down the hall.
What the fuck is that?
Asani breathed, taking a step back and bumping the rail once again as Lux's brain begins lighting up.
Now, I could be wrong, old bean, but that rather sounds like rainfall on a tin roof. Or perhaps the sound of applause. No, it sounds rather like...
Someone running. effort getting closer to your position. The voice said you are being followed, so don't be waiting for them. Move, now!
Lux indicates to Asani they need to move, their gaze fixated at the long hallway opposite them. Countless stores boarded up, gutted, closed off or smashed in, all with their lights either off or flickering, the sole light sources coming from the barely functioning fluorescent bulbs still crackling above, but slowly going out. Something was definitely coming as a shadow rounded the corner, but that wasn't what caught Lux's eye or disturbed them the most. It was the store names. They were gibberish, unfocused, as if their brains simply could not transcribe it, or didn't want to. Didn't you have a recurring nightmare like this, Lux? Of waking up in an abandoned building, music playing and the hand spiders chasing after you? Isn't this oddly familiar? In fact, isn't this whole process rather strange? Like a recap of your best and worst hits? Where are we?
The speed in which we perceive the world is but a fraction in the life cycle of a star. We blink, we are walking. We blink, we are running. We blink, we are resting forevermore. It is a blur, a beautiful, complex, painful blur. Your eyes are sour grapes soaking in their sockets, threatening to burst. Don't push your luck, or we'll be on our backs long before we should be.
Without a moment's hesitation, Lux grabbed Asani and began running across the circular length of the mall and towards a set of desiccated escalators heading down, the slush wave ambient tones of the mall's soft music beginning to distort, though Lux couldn't tell if that was from the adrenaline or something else. As they descended, Lux got the briefest look at the creature before booking it for the nearest store to hide in. Hands. So many hands. Eyes where the nails should be, blackened and wide, all focused on them. Spying a curio shop that wasn't fully boarded up, the two crawled underneath the shutter, careful not to touch any glass as they hid behind the counter, waiting. The pattering continued. Like a thunderstorm rolling in, it began to grow in volume and frequency. More and more hands smashing against windows and floors in a desperate attempt to find them. However, after a few minutes, it died away as the creature moved on. The two sat there for a minute, breathing heavily and taking in the silence of the mall, neither wanting to break the tension for fear of an errant hand springing up and attacking them both. Fortunately, they wouldn't have to, for the staff room door opened up with an agonizing creak as a thin, tall creature in orange and blue vestments glided into the room, and with a thin appendage sprouting from its chest, beckoned the two to follow.
Do we follow?
Asani breathed, desperate not to let her voice grow louder than a whisper.
Strangely enough, I don't suspect any danger. This feels familiar somehow, as if it's meant to assist us, like a tour guide or a seeing eye dog.
It doesn't look like either one of those, nor smell like one though. But even so, it feels welcoming.
Yet we've never seen it before. Most definitely not. But we should follow. A quick look exchanged between the two before they nod and follow through the doorway, darkness enveloping every sense they possessed before emerging at the other side, stood in front of a large ivory tower puncturing the canopy of stars above, nothing around in any direction, no matter what way they looked. An unending sea of black sand glistening in the pale moonlight and twinkling of innumerable stars. The tower itself was nothing short of remarkable, a structure built of marble, limestone, brick, and other materials as if steadily constructed over the centuries, each culture laying their own foundations into the building as time passed by, the sole identifier of their existence within the brick and mortar that keeps this monolith standing. A sign stood half buried in the sand, its advertisement still legible, though the show times long since claimed back by the sands beneath. A grand showing of the cosmos, as divined by Starseeker and Wunderkind Lubel G. See the stars through her eyes and learn the truth. One visit per soul. The creature stands in the archway, waiting for the two to catch up. As if their feet walked without their input, they followed, heads still abound at the sky above as they crossed the threshold and began ascending the stairs. Soft, lilting piano tones echoed throughout the spiral structure, the path large enough to allow other patrons to pass by without issue, a faraway look in their eyes as if changed by what they'd witnessed. As they ascended, various openings in the spine of the spire showcased banquet halls, cabaret clubs, art galleries, and theaters alike. Dozens of pundits standing, seated, eating, and cavorting wildly in each nook that they crossed. The atmosphere of each one inviting and alluring. The color palettes of each room somehow matching the invisible vibes they possessed. Amaranth for the banquet halls, glaucous for the theater, Fallon red for the cabaret club, and powerful viridian for the art gallery. Soft hues, not overbearing but enough to constantly draw in Asani and Lux's gaze, before their continuous walk ejected them from its magnetic pull. Neither Lux's thoughts or Asani spoke aloud as they ascended. All was quiet and serene. The piano grew louder, accompanied now by a soft choral singing of a dozen or more vocalists in bright, powerful pitches. The more Lux strained their ears, the easier the instruments came into the forefront of their mind. A glockenspiel frantically playing a repeating scale, a harp stringing delicate notes, a cello providing the powerful low notes, and a harpsichord tying it all together to create one thought that stuck with them as the ascension reached its end and the three emerged at the top of the spire, the circular path winding into a smaller and smaller staircase, emerging out into a vast and luminous observatory. This all felt oddly familiar. As if on cue, the music swells to greet them as the pair take in the sights of the room. Curios and knickknacks litter every shelf. Books in strange sizes and languages cover every table, alongside various specimens and jars. Papers of research strewn about the surfaces, and photos of blurred people span across every wall. Some in ornate portraits and others hastily stuck on like bedroom posters. For whatever reason, the people themselves are indiscernible as the two are led to a pair of beanbag chairs in the center of the room by the figure, who, with their escort job completed, glides up to the back of the room where a bedroom canopy sits. After crossing through it, a young woman emerges out the other side. Slender, jet black hair tied into messy space buns, jewelry adorning every finger, and long, flowing robes attached to her frame as she floats to the center, excitement in her eyes.
Welcome, O newfound gazers, to the astral event of a lifetime.
She bows and upon lifting her head smiles, darting around the room and gathering various documents as she continues speaking, gesticulating wildly.
You've come here in search of answers, as countless humans have done for eons. Before the pantheon of gods, goddesses, and strange entities we bowed to before, offering up our food, autonomy, and even flesh to, we bowed before one thing that sat atop them all. The sun. That great orb of power, chemistry, and physics that we don't even think of as a star upon first glance. Isn't that odd? The average person likely thinks of the sun as its own entity, a tangible thing of nurturing heat and terrible destructive power, a bringer of life and renewal.
Lou pauses, walking over to a crank handle and beginning to pull it as the ceiling above begins to retract, allowing in the darkness.
This is where I began. In the darkness, where no light could reach. That was where the oldest of enemies lurked, you see. Those that sought hominid meat by night, as they could not capture it by day. The rival tribes that wanted resources, and waited in the underbrush. And the things that stood on two legs, but we're not people. I was born in this environment to let you know it wasn't safe. Peace is home.
Many nights you'd awaken in your room, the house no longer feeling familiar or safe. You'd be the only one conscious and the walls felt bigger, the darkness thicker. Every sound caught your attention. You knew, even then, something was watching you, waiting on you.
Falling. Always falling. Without an anchoring point, we are destined to do nothing but tumble into the abyss. Our sense of self stretched out across the vast expanse of space as our toes exchange pleasantries with our tonsils. Your world is spinning, unraveling, unwinding. Tap your feet to the floor so you know you're still here.
These are stars, no different to our own sun. Yet their distance and size has us perceive them as otherworldly, strange, alien. Now you could argue that a good amount of people think of these as no different to our own sun, but there's a mysterious majesty to these stars, isn't there? Supergiants, pulsars, white dwarfs. We can only imagine them. To know them intimately is to know destruction. They are both life incarnate and death defined, only to be observed and admired at a distance, not to be touched or explored. Perhaps I am someone who seeks allegories in everything, but I find such beauty in the connective tissue of our universe. The stars look beautiful tonight, don't they? Perhaps.
Lubel moves over to the large telescope at the far right of the room, pushing it on wheels until its lens is pointed at the sky, at one particular spot, glistening in the inky expanse. Lux's heart begins to flutter.
You should take a look for yourself.
Asani grips Lux's hand for a moment, a reassuring squeeze before they walk to the telescope, taking in a deep breath and closing both eyes as they position themselves, before opening their right eye and peering down the lens. As they focus, a house comes into view, but not just any house, one all too familiar to Lux. It was the summer estate out in the countryside, far from prying eyes and gossipy neighbors, somewhere the press would not be able to report on. This is where they kept her, sheltered her away and pretended she didn't exist. Lux searches for her, darting the lens from position to position until, finally, they see her, standing in the top right bedroom, window open and staring back at them with pained, wild eyes. She's saying something, the words forming on her lips until Lux feels something pulling them away.
You should not be looking, Lux. You must cease. This will be the end of you.
Something else stood in the room with Lucinda. Something tall, covered in flies and detritus.
Death. Nothing but death and destruction. You need to leave.
The sound of cicadas screeching, the very walls peeling away, their fleshy wallpaper sloshing off in thick, wet chunks and revealing something pink and shiny. The night they took you, a forced sleep, a mistake that left you in the void. You will end up back there again if you don't pull away, now. A fetid stench in the air, Lux's own skin beginning to feel itchy, as if it needs to be pulled away, scratched and ripped until the soft, new skin underneath is set free. Maybe just one small...
Lux! For fuck's sake, look at me!
Asani's voice broke through the cacophony and snapped Lux from the telescope, their free hand held tightly by Asani, blood caked under the fingernails and a small hole in their forearm where they'd been picking aggressively at the skin.
I thought I'd lost you there for a sec. Look around. Whatever you did seemed to have caused a shift. We ain't in Kansas anymore.
Sure enough, as Lux stepped back from the telescope, it crumbled into black sand. Only small structures of the spire still around them, rejoining the earth. They were once again alone, stood in the unforgiving obsidian desert, without a single bright star to guide them. It twinkles rhythmically as Lux continues to stare at it, trying to make sense of its communication. Instinctively, they reach out to try and pinch it in that way that kids do when they see a huge object on the horizon. The terrifying naivete of a child unaware of the creative prowess within them, mercifully restrained by the laws of physics, for they would snuff out entire galaxies on a whim without pause or malice. But as Lux's hands glow and they begin to slowly squeeze, the star acquiesces and matches, becoming almost flat in their hand and sending out a beautiful horizon of light across the expanse as Asani watches on, enraptured. What is it you see in your mind's eye when you focus? What haunts your dreams? The symbol that is burned into you, manifested. You know of what I speak.
The symbol of your pain, your power, your ultimate sanctuary ripped away from you.
Sharp, acute, instantly recognizable.
Lux concentrates and begins pulling at the star, pinching the sides and grinding into two fine ends, smoothing out the base before compressing the top into a third and final point, flipping it upside down and slamming it into the sky with force. A triangle. A black triangle, pulsating in the sky. Just like Lux had seen in their visions. The same one reported in the skies over Angleron long, long ago. The same one that...
No, not yet. Not while she is around. We can't trust her, not fully. This is too much to share with anyone.
Agreed, old bean. There's enough information going on for you right now without adding in more concern and stimulation. Best to keep that one locked away for the moment, eh? The sand feels nice on your feet. The air is cool, and you're not detecting any gag-worthy smells, so all's well that ends well, eh? Besides, something about this worries you. Aren't you forgetting something important, Lux?
This is a message left for you by Unknown. You stared into the abyss and the abyss stared back. Cliché, but ever truthful for all creatures who have any desire to grow beyond their past selves, their pain, their weaknesses. You have regained your determination. Please proceed to the 5th stage. Time is running out.
No time to dally. Lux looked to Asani and pointed at the triangle, nodding affirmatively.
We gotta follow that, huh? Well, who am I to argue at this stage? It's practically a sightseeing tour. Let's go.
Hand in hand, the two continued their walk towards the towering structure, growing in stature with seemingly every step. It doesn't take long before the pair begin to feel something crunching underneath every few dozen steps, then every dozen, then every few. Asani stops at one point to take a look, the sense of foreboding building within her as she begins to allow the fear rippling through her body dictate her decisions, momentarily taking in the bleached complexion of what was just crunched beneath her steel toe-capped boots, small flecks of yellow and white caking the shimmering black leather. But Lux squeezes her hand tighter and nods, resolute that they must press on without distraction, eyes momentarily darting to the right, gesturing in a universally understood code. Something else is behind us. Do not look. The two walked in sync for a few more minutes, stopping whenever Lux put up a finger, the sounds of crunching always ceasing as they did so. Naturally, Asani thought, since they were no longer moving. But after a couple of full starts, she caught it. The unmistakable sound of something shuffling, skittering, and ceasing.
Man, this is just like a nightmare I had a while ago.
Asani breathed as the two began walking again, their pace quickening and sweat trickling down Asani's head.
It was late one night. I was in a room with an odd structure. Circular, larger at the bottom, like a deep pit. The walls were lined with small indents you could climb, or crawl up and out of the room from. I was in some kind of ceremonial gown,
found my body was heavy. But to begin with, I couldn't understand why.
Doesn't this sound familiar, Lux? Haven't you had nightmares like this before?
Indeed, old bean. The sound of soft buzzing, the stench of sweet rot, the feeling of pressure.
It always started off as paralysis, but it never stayed that way. There was always pain soon after.
Their pace increased to a light jog as the crunching became rhythmic, prominent, noticeable. The triangular shape became ever more foreboding in stature as Sasani continued.
I thought it was sleep paralysis. I guess it kinda was. But I looked down and see bodies. So many bodies. Faceless and featureless. But in the same outfit I was. All laying around me with chunks of their bodies missing. No movement. Just dead weight. I'd scream and find no sound existed in this room. As if soundproof even to my own ears. I fight. Because of course I do. To get out. God, the way the bodies moved, it collapsed under my hands. But I get up and start to make my way to the side of the wall. A faint rumbling noise coming from behind me.
But it wasn't from behind you.
But it wasn't from behind me. Not really.
It was inside of you.
It was inside of me. The feeling bursting from my back and forming wings. My hands turning to claws as I...
You crawled up on the wall before flying to the top and escaping.
I crawled up on the wall, my wings flapping and allowing me to fly out. Then...
The jog was now a full sprint as something large began pounding in the sand behind them, the feeling of its hot breath almost scorching their backs. Was it the thing from the mall? Something else? The pair spied a dip in the sand and bolted for it, leaping without a second thought into the pit underneath the triangular shape that now consumed the sky above. They tumbled down the side and into a blackened pit, the sand here cold, hard, and stained with multiple specks of white. They laid there, breathing hard as they waited for the inevitable chase to culminate in some violent encounter. But it never came. No sound, save for the shuffling of the very sands around them and a soft pulsing of the shape above. The two were laying in opposite pockets of the embankment as their eyes met. Asani swallowed and prepared to continue her story, Lux's mind ablaze. Then you saw what waited for you at the top, by the entrance. You saw who waited for you. Asani opened her mouth, seeing Lux's focus, but closed it before hesitating, and finally saying,
Then I woke up, screaming. Not much more for it, I suppose. If you're good, we should keep moving. Who knows where that thing got to?
She knows, but she isn't telling. Why is that? Lux got up on shaky legs and pointed first to the underside of the triangle, then to the center of the pit they were in. Above them, in the familiar writing, their next location had been outlined. Stage 5, Elephant Grave, Epicenter. Some distance away, at the very center of the pit, stood a decrepit mausoleum. Ornate white marble had given way to a pallid grey hue, the centuries of neglect combined with the elements eroding its once remarkable beauty to an almost depressing degree. The structure stood over 100 foot high, pillars still propping up the grand building in spite of its age. The large doors opened just enough to allow someone entrance. The two began walking towards the mausoleum before Asani stopped, crouching down and sifting through the sands, face hidden from Lux's view.
Hey, I need to say this because if I don't, I think it'll haunt me.
She breathed, voice cracking.
The reason I brought up my nightmare, well, this place, it reminded me of it. You know what an elephant grave is, right?
Legend says that when an elephant reaches the end of its life, be it through disease, injury, or a combination of events, instincts compel it to travel without stopping to a particular spot where its kin have all fallen. It will do this above all other desires and self-preservation, walking until it cannot walk anymore. When it falls, Its body decays, feeds the soil and the scavengers, its bones becoming the newest additions to the appropriately named Elephant Graveyard. They always die alone, far from the group.
What awaits us when we can no longer move, when we can no longer experience? A world different to before we entered it. For now we are cursed with sensation and fear it's taken away. The end comes for us all, and it comes for us without mercy. Your joints rattle like errant windows in a storm. You are not built to last this night.
This place. Did you look at the bones?
Lux, for the first time, looked down at the pieces between their shoes. Summer 2006, one of the hottest years on record. The tarmac baked in the unforgiving sun, bubbling and turning into a thick black paste that burned your nostrils when you were out playing. Nearby, you found several curled over insects roasting in the midday heat. They were translucent, empty, but unmistakable. Cicada shells. Countless cicada shells littered the sand, malformed and bulbous in places, some with just a few legs and others with none at all, their size shifting from one discarded shell to the next. But as they walked, the pace growing furtive as they reached the mausoleum, Lux saw something else mixed in with the shells, swirling within the sand itself as if swimming in the ocean. There were bones in these pits, but not one of them resembled an elephant.
They're people. All of them. A mass grave. We should move quicker.
Asani hissed, picking up her pace as the noise of the sand shifting became more prominent.
That noise, the incessant hissing, the low rumble, the large shifting of the sands. It's all coming back to us now.
The fog is lifting. We're almost there. We just need to face it.
What lurks in sand pits, Lux? What creature lays in wait for its prey and drags them beneath the sands?
Say it.
Shout it.
Hurl it at the very skies.
You must say it, Lux.
An Antlion.
Lux mumbled through damaged vocal cords, the consonants forcing their way out slowly but with purpose. Asani stopped in her tracks and shook, turning her head in sheer disbelief, eyes wide as something behind them picked up speed. Lux roared as they began running, grabbing Asani's hand and rushing for the doors, turning back only as Asani worked to force them open further. It was the definition of rot, decay, hunger, and malice, all huddled beneath the surface of a thin veneer of blackened sand. It didn't want to be seen. Not fully. Not yet. Instead, it barreled its way towards the structure, either unaware or uncaring of its defenses.
It doesn't need to be seen. We already know what it is. But why doesn't she? Surely she would remember such a terrible thing.
The constant bright lights, the long hallway, unknowable time but always tired. The room in the far, far left, the one with a hidden chamber. They told your parents it'd just be for a little while. They wouldn't hurt you in any way. But they lied. That chamber holds so many secrets.
Hurry up! This thing is fucking heavy!
Asani called, the sliding door of the mausoleum resisting her as she tried to pry it open with her nimble frame. Lux nodded and ran through into the inky darkness, the door slamming behind them with a great thud as the Antlion smashed into the entrance. For a moment, the pair were plunged into darkness. No senses save for the fine marble floor beneath their feet and the echoing of their footsteps as the building settled.
Just like before, after the Great Ripping.
All senses taken, sometimes in segments, sometimes all at once. Overwhelming stimulation followed by absolute silence, including awareness. We simply were there, then
We're not.
Horrifying. Never again.
Without a guiding light, we are but shambling little things, blindly stumbling in the abyss and begging for something or someone to hold on to. Please, give us clarity. Give us direction. Give us a path. We are directionless. The only way in the darkness is down. Do not send us back to the absence.
Holy shit. I can't see or feel a goddamn thing. Lux, if your powers are working, for the love of all that is sacred, please find us a fucking path forward. I feel like I can't breathe.
Asani's voice trailed, giving both Lux comfort for the stimulation and fear for how distant it sounded despite the two only just entering the space. As Lux took a breath and began focusing on a single point, Asani kept talking, words sputtering out in frantic bursts as if unable to stop once she started.
My father put me in a place like this once. He'd been repurposing our basement as a sort of private prayer chamber. One night, when I was 16, he discovered I'd been kissing someone he didn't approve of. He got mad. Really, really mad. I'll never forget the fear as I walked through my front door, the smash to the side of my head, and the feeling of my shoulder dislocating as he dragged me to the basement door, before pushing me down the stairs, screaming all kinds of obscenities as he did so.
Asani shuddered before continuing, a small but familiar light appearing in Lux's peripheral.
I'll never forget how I looked up at my papa, the man who helped give me life, sheltered me, and nurtured me, with this wild look in his eyes, as he told me how the news had told him all about people like me and my friends. How even the government abided by getting rid of us if we couldn't be persuaded to change. He said he knew his rebellious baby girl would never relent willingly, just like her mother. So he put me in the correction chamber.
An apt name for those who are usually forced into submission through physical or mental coercion. You've seen it happen in history before. Some of the most evil institutions and people utilizing both cutting-edge and barbaric techniques to get the desired result. All the while it happens, its most staunch allies try to stop you noticing. The light grows larger, the picture less murky. Lux feels blood trickling out of their right eye, but they persist.
3 days he kept me down there, switching between deep sobs begging me to relent and absolute rage as he beat me. Eventually, Mama called the cops on him, and I was rapidly rushed upstairs, cleaned up, and presented as a mentally damaged case. So they shipped me off to the inner sanctum. And do you know what I learned in that time, Lux?
Tears stained Asani's face as she began to lose what little constitution she had left, the darkness enveloping her mind, body, and soul. Lux listened intently, but focused on the picture in front of them. It was almost there.
This world is so cruel. It rewards those who spread hate, disinformation, discrimination, and outright violence with money for engagement. It gives platforms to anyone with internet access, and elevates the average bigot into a full-time influencer. Everyone, regardless of moral standing, is out to get everyone else. If anything to score a quick clout or take someone else down, because it makes themselves feel better. Hell, we have people forming relationships with fucking robots. Fucking robots, Lux! Our world is so miserable that we'd rather engage and cultivate fake relationships with ones and zeros than face the ugliness of what we do day in and day out. Every time I turn my fucking phone on, it's genocide in this place, assault in this one, rights taken away here, outright blatant thievery and misinformation reworded here. People like us? The non-religious, the minorities, the queer, the disabled, the outspoken? It's not enough that we're not accepted in society. It's not enough that we're struggling. We've emboldened the hate in people to such a degree that they won't be satisfied until we're in coffins. I'm sick of it! Why don't they get punished? Why didn't my dad get punished? What the fuck is the point of this?
Asani, beside herself with grief, drops to her knees and sobs as the light engulfs the pair and they're thrown into a large circular room. Every wall is filled with books, fossils, jars of unusual specimens and diagrams of medical procedures. The wallpaper a faded yellow, patterns of various bees dot around the room. Pocketed in random spaces over mountains and hills of a continent Lux wasn't able to identify. The parlor room, a place you spent many long nights hiding away from the world, from your abilities. You pored over every book in this room, desperate to find an explanation for what happened to you.
You never did find it. That scared you. It scared us. Every cell in our body told us we were wrong, broken, shameful.
But then you remembered your grandfather, the help with the play, the website he linked you to, and so you did your digging. But you weren't the only one who was discovering things long since buried. Across the parlor, in a tall red leather armchair situated against the roaring fire, Phineas sat hunched over, voraciously consuming a copy of H.P. Lovecraft's story, The Tomb, finger to his lips and mumbling as he scanned every line carefully. In the light, he looked healthy. This must have been some time before he ended up isolating himself further from the world, before his perception of himself eroded those naturally beautiful features. Hair neatly slicked back like his father's, kind but curious eyes like his mother, strong jawbones that ran through the family and built like a string bean.
It makes no sense. I have followed the same steps as Jervis from this tale, and yet I cannot summon the entity at will. Perhaps it is all in my head. What if Grandfather was wrong? What if I'm not able to learn his teachings? Am I destined to be yet another failure from the House of Gahard? Socially awkward, barely able to look my own kin in the eye, let alone a potential companion? Not that I have any interest in that sort of thing. What is the point of my existence if not to be the looming shadow that haunts the manor as my elder brother's art continues to soar, my sister's education continues to excel, and my youngest eclipses me in both intellect and awareness?
Phineas pauses, standing up, book in hand and fingers gripping the spine of the book tightly, before hurling it into the fire, spit flying from his mouth as he screams.
I just want to feel alive!
From the flames, something crawled out of the pit and towards the center of the room, circling the large rug before releasing in a column of fire. A figure emerged, clad in a thick black veil, multi-limbed and with desiccated arms, hissing as it leaned towards Phineas, the fire beginning to rush around the parlor. Lux turned to Asani, realizing they hadn't spoken since they'd arrived in the parlor. But instead of seeing them, something else stands across, watching the exchange intently. A beekeeper, their limbs twitching and oozing a mix of what appeared to be honey and pus as the joints try to move in a natural manner. The face obscured, barely meeting their gaze as it simply holds up one hand to display 3 fingers, before turning their attention back to the exchange. Phineas on the floor, staring up in disbelief at the spectre.
What is this? Did I summon you?
The creature did not respond. It couldn't, not in the natural sense. It instead held out a hand to pick him up, which he obliged, feeling its bony hands wrap around his own.
You... Grandfather spoke of this. I thought of something akin to life and death, the technique which he wrote up in his journals. This is manifestation, the boon of my family. You are my patron.
The fire began to rage around the room, licking at Phineas's heels as he saw the damage before rushing from the room in a panic, leaving the spectre who, within a few moments, dissipated, extinguishing the flames along with it. This was the night Phineas left the house, rushing for the shack in the cemetery near the family plot. you wouldn't see him again until
the night of your rebirthing.
The darkness, the rushing of the water, the impacting of the soil against your skin, the slow, painful drowning.
You are almost complete. Are you ready to go home?
From the hallway, something stirred. The same voice from the beginning of Lux's journey through their memories. Noldus.
The lights in this home are all but returned, save for one. You know which one. Walk to that room and face down your fear. All will become clear once you do, and you will have the tools to fight back against the monsters who would see you wasted in a padded cell.
Lux didn't need directing, nor did they ask where Asani or the beekeeper had gone. They obeyed and began walking out of the smoldering parlor room and across the second floor hallway to the east wing staircase. The west led to their parents' master bedroom, but the east. Lux began ascending, step by tentative step, as they recalled every moment they'd endured and enjoyed under this roof. Petty fights, cherished memories, achievements, and failures. Nearly 2 decades of their life summarized in a set of rooms inside a 400-year-old building on a plot of land. They stopped at the top of the hallway. Only 2 rooms lay on this wing, their bedroom and boarded up, chipped and faded wood, disused for the past few years. The workshop, Bennett's workshop. We can't. Not now. We're so close. We must keep walking. Tearing themselves away from the pain of this room, they made it to the steps that led to their bedroom. Once a safe haven from the outside world and even the dissidents within the house. Now the site where their greatest betrayal occurred. The pair of beds, still situated on either side of the room, regularly used even when Lucinda and Lux had grown too old to be sharing a room, simply for the comfort it brought them as twins. The walls covered in portraits of art. His art, for how deeply did Lux admire the prowess on display whenever he painted. A reflection of the pain they felt, almost to a point that Lux was regularly on the verge of asking them if... But they never got the nerve. The computer still sat in the corner, next to the balcony doors, the website bearing The Last Giant Under the Mountain still up, as if frozen in time. The tabs for the Sturgeon Nexus, review of the celestial event in the Emperor's Kingdom, and forums for both local crime enthusiasts and speculation there, though Lux didn't recall making them. Lux just stood there, rooted to the spot, riddled with fear but fully aware of what was required as they took in a deep breath, focused, and spoke aloud.
I'm ready. Show me that night.
A boom rattled around the room as Lux was hurtled backwards and into the corner, the entire room darkening as time began to move. Lux and Lucinda asleep in their beds as a discussion between their parents echoed upstairs, only fragments of it eking through the wall.
They say they can do good work. Fix the issue. Maybe it's not such a bad idea.
I'm not sure. We made this mistake before. Are you sure we should?
No, you're right. We have to be better. It may be too late, but we have to try.
All right. I'll tell him. We can discuss it as a family tomorrow and find a better path.
Time passed before Gail finally materialized into the room. The flies circling and buzzing as they stood in between the beds, observing intently, before placing a bandaged and rotted hand over Lux's mouth and disappearing. The walls broke away as Lux was transported to an art gallery, led by the hand as Gail pointed out the various drawings of La Serva, the art that had once so deeply inspired them.
This is where the boon of my existence bears fruit. I test divinity on them before we get to you, naturally. There's countless souls needing to be saved, but there is only one of you.
Gail spoke softly, almost lovingly, though the visage bore no familiarity to Lux.
You will be my greatest work. But it is up to you to take those steps, and we have a long night of work ahead.
They walk out of view as present-day Lux watches another man exit out of a room, well-dressed and with a manic smile on his face. He presses down on his outfit and ensures his teeth are clean before going to the door and answering as a young individual gingerly walks in.
You are our honored guest for this evening, I see. Welcome to Sturgeon's most esteemed art gallery highlighting the great artist La Serva.
They continue to talk as they walk through the gallery, but Lux is pulled away, the building becoming smaller until new walls replace it. White. Pure white. A circular room with... No. Not this room. Not this person. Shaved head, strapped into a movable slab, bruises and bites all over the body. Lux stares up at the eager face of Dr. Luann Coleman, who places something in Lux's mouth before giving them a gentle slap. Without waiting, Coleman walks over to the wall and pushes the switch, sending shockwave after shockwave through Lux's body. The pain is nearly indescribable, and even while watching it happen in a memory, Lux feels the pain renewed. We cannot stay here. We must not. Another time. Find him. Find Gail.
The burning, the biting, the invasion. No, I won't. We won't.
The rest is a flash, before one night being led by Gail's hand in a broken daze to the chamber, only to be sedated and lifted into an ornate coffin as Gail and Luann become the last thing Lux sees.
You will be reborn, or you will drown. It is time to find out what kind of monster you shall be afterwards.
The lid was closed, the coffin chained, lowered, and sat into the deep dirt. Then the water came, spilling into the coffin as a still dazed Lux fought desperately to escape, muscles too weak from malnutrition, and mind too scrambled from the torture they'd endured.
I'm gonna die. And that's okay.
Lux breathed.
Born so different, my own family feared me. Struggling to understand anyone inside or outside of my own home to the point I just stayed inside. Every time I so much as think of something, I make it happen and I'm shunned even further. All my life has led up to this moment, daring to exist and daring to be happy, daring to be peaceful. And what did passivity get me? Nothing. It got me torture, pain, suffering, and a fucking coffin in the middle of God knows where, suffocating. Fuck you, Gail. Fuck you, Coleman. Fuck this entire world for turning its back and blindly letting the most vulnerable in our society have their blood spilled on the very streets they take their families down. If I ever make it out of this, I swear to Noldus, I will be the monster you want so fucking badly. I don't care anymore. You hear me? You fucking hear me out there? I am a monster. I am a monster. I am a monster. I'll be your fucking monster.
With every defiant shriek, another punch, more powerful than the last, smashed into the fine wood above them, letting in more water. But Lux was beyond caring. This was their last stand, and they would not relent. Punch after punch bloodied their knuckles as they continued until their fist finally broke through, utterly filling the casket. For a time, the casket stood still, until Gail appeared, standing over them with a sense of pride and retrieving Lux before dematerializing. This is where things began. The play. The confrontation with the Crown Prince and Bilbo. The eye looking in. The drill in the autopsy clinic. We have found it.
You manifested that world, Lux. You lived a half-life while Gail took you away and found solace in the very play you and your grandfather released with the public. But even in the depths of your manifestation skills, Gail found you and brought you back from the brink. Now, the question is, what will you do?
What will you do?
Gail's voice called out from the darkness of a dingy basement Lux was chained up within, the broadcast from the Sturgeon Nexus just ending. It had been some weeks, maybe even months that they'd been there, biding their time, waiting. Already messages had gone out to their loved ones. A direct message to Phineas, the stars to Lucinda, a tumor to dear Dr. Coleman, an Easter egg in the line notes of the play, and a directive to Bancroft. They weren't just waiting, they were gestating.
The one on the TV. I want him. I want him to know exactly what he's done.
Lux growled, bitterness in their voice.
Oh, I suppose that could be arranged. But aren't you worried about what people will
Fuck what people think! They already decided I'm a monster a long time ago. Enacting revenge on murderers will not change their mind. They'd sooner watch me flayed alive on national television for their amusement. I want him.
Gail smiled as the buzzing reached a fever pitch.
Good. There is some beautiful art to be made here, I think. Perhaps through an old game. I think we've all the participants. We just need a little time. Which reminds me.
The shackles are removed and Lux rubs their wrists as Gail hands them some keys and a manila folder.
You should probably get cleaned up and take a read of that. Then, it'll be time to send out the invites. I'll give you a week to get your strength back. Do not disappoint me. Divinity awaits behind the gilded door for us all, if we play our cards right.
Gail's chuckle rattles around the room.
What's in here? What gilded door? I never understand you. Can you just speak fucking plainly for once?
Lux protested, weakly picking up the folder and seeing the title.
No.
Inner Sanctum Patient Report. L.C. Gahart. Written by Asani T. Walker. Lux's blood ran cold as Gail put a hand on their shoulder, power erupting through him.
In that file is the revenge you seek. I made sure to pull them out before the end of your journey, so the surprise would be more appropriate. As for the gilded door, it is where our gifts come from. Beyond this land lies a secretive community that guards a great gate that houses creatures of divine power. They speak to me, to us, asking for only pure souls to be prepared. For when the door is open, they will feast, and it will be glorious. This land is already divided. They feel they're shunning the unwanted, and the chosen is already decided, but they have no idea. Harper's Wake is only for those touched by the Null God. For us.
Lux's eyes shook and their backs seized up. Harper's Wake. The same place from the historical texts. The play. It was real?
This will help you, my child. Some revelations and a refresher course. I look forward to your righteous anger at the games.
Gail patted their shoulder before walking away.
Games? What games? I thought this was a gathering!
Lux called, watching Gail's large, malformed back shudder under the weight of his cackling, as he turned once more to face them.
Oh, indeed. A gathering for a most devilish game. You'll learn all about it in Oliver's report on the last giant under the mountain. It's called...
White teeth, stained with blood and bits of flayed flesh still jutting out from his canines, blood seeping down his chin, yellow eyes still hidden beneath the bandages.
Shark Tank.
Chapter 9 Shark Tank. The rules. Shark Tank is a game that revolves around the callousness of your nature, meaning you must utilize your worst nature in order to survive. To be kind will not do you any favors here. After all, we are all in it for ourselves, are we not? Each player is given one card per round of a specific theme. The lowest ranked card amongst the group will be the Confessor. The highest will be the Absolver. Whoever wins the round will get to decide the fate of the loser, with advisements from the other players swimming nearby should they choose. The winner can choose the fate of the player: feast, famine, or freedom. We learn what each of these entails as the game progresses. Only the winner can reveal who the loser is. Anyone else attempting to do so will be immediately removed from the game. Shark Tank is named for the inspiration of its creators. Brothers Mulgrave P. Downey, who bore a deep fascination with sociology and marine life reproductive cycles, and Archibald O. Downey, who desired a fun way to better understand his peers through intense games during periods of great strife when exploring with his compatriots Oliver and Saunders. It was then updated by Archie's grandson Atlas P. Downey to, quote, reflect all sides of the modern trend of accountability, safeguarding, puritanism, and fetishistic desire for gossip and superiority in the terminally online space. In short, a way to navigate discourse on all sides. But this is no mere game around a campfire with friends or a holiday season indoors. This is a void, the maw of a sleeping god and the miasma of nothingness. The last place a sentient creature finds their conscious thoughts drifting before the sharp teeth of a predator clamps shut on their fragile carapace. This is where hope goes to die. From the void, a small tear opens up, and over half a dozen people awkwardly shuffle through, stumbling over each other as they come face to face with the tapestry of their Last Supper. A large circular table with a thick oaken rim and a dark purple mat surrounding the inner pit. A single light swaying from above with no feasible cable running through the remainder of the void. Places for each card outlined in black charcoal and a symbol aligning with each player's mask affixed to their face. For each player, a chair to match their gait. A gaming chair with ergonomic support, a pair of thrones with high arched backs, a humble stool, a refined business leather seat, a regal red leathered armchair, and an egg-shaped chair litter the table as each finds their location to sit. Jupiter, Neptune, Pluto, Uranus, Saturn, Venus, Mars, Mercury, Sun, Moon, and Earth. Each player in a long black robe with a perfect circular orb adorned over their heads, covering their faces as the deck is shuffled by unseen hands.
This place... how did I come to be here? I see.
We are in the belly of the veritable beast, the innards of the sleeping, unknowable, malformed calamity itself. No light can escape from its jaws, nor pleas be heard upon its deaf ears. We are alone. We are returned to what we once were. Null.
That's bullshit. I'm sure it's just some kind of prank or weird social experiment. They'll pull the curtain down eventually and say, "Gotcha! Welcome to Punked," or something like that.
Yes, I agree. This is just an elaborate hoax. A way to test our mettle and our psyche. I'll play along. There's no way someone could be this cruel.
Well, if they are, I'll be ready to smash their teeth in the moment they smile at me.
Whatever it is, I'm in. Can't be any worse than what I've already been through.
Does it matter? There's no way out that I can see. Why even bother worrying about it?
Of course it matters. Want to know why I'm here and what they expect me to do? I don't deserve being treated like this. Do they not know who I am?
If you'll be so kind to direct your attention towards the center of the table, I believe we're about to find out.
Sure enough, a small tape player appears from the void and drops into the center of the table. Without prompting, it begins to play, a distorted voice crackling through the speaker.
Welcome, one and all, to the Shark Tank. You were chosen with specific reasons in mind.
Those of which will become clear the more you play. The rules are simple. You will draw one card for every themed round. The player with the lowest card will confess their sins, and the player with the highest card will be responsible for listening and absolving them. They can choose feast, famine, or freedom, with a little help from the other sharks if they so choose. What do these choices do? You'll see. But remember, being kind does you no favors here. The world is not interested in that, nor is it interested in timidity. It wants the truth. It wants justice. It wants purity in all forms. Every round must have an outcome, no exceptions. Failure to do so within the allotted decision time limit will result in a double expulsion. There is an uncomfortable air as the players take their seats, seemingly drawn to their chosen furniture and attempting in vain to sink into them like the comforts of home. But it has the same feeling of trying to relax when an unfamiliar presence is hovering around the home, or maybe even haunting it, just out of earshot and therefore out of the safety net. Alien, unsettling, unwelcome. They try to get settled as the broadcast continues. Sharks eat their siblings in utero until there is only one left. A true survival of the fittest in nature. You will go through the same hell in order to be reborn anew. The game starts now. Your first round is the food chain. A mechanism in the table rotates the cards and spits them towards the players one by one, until every player is in possession of one. The bright lights switch to a neon glow, and a gentle hum permeates the imposing atmosphere as they begin.
You cannot be serious. Why was I brought here? I did nothing wrong. I followed the rules and did as I was told. Why would I be punished here like a criminal? Like one of them.
An ear-splitting shriek leaves Uranus's mouth as something unseen begins assaulting him from within, hands gripping the sides of the mask until he becomes still, twitching. Conversation before showing your cards is forbidden. Only once the winner and loser have been declared and we enter confessional can conversation begin. The silence is palpable, thick and tense. A fog of contempt rolls in as each player declares their card, silently, purposefully, and with trepidation. The sun picks the Komodo dragon, an apex predator unrivaled on its native island. No other predators to fight with. Elite, but isolated. A relic of a bygone age that continues to erode all it touches. 7 out of 10. The moon picks the trapdoor spider, an ingenious builder burrowed deep into the earth and waiting for the slightest movement to strike. Opportunistic but small, Yet it knows its place and as such is only hunted by something more tenacious than itself. 3 out of 10. Earth Pix, the owl. Nocturnal hunters with unparalleled sight and hearing. They never make a sound when they swoop in for their prey. But there's always something bigger. Always. 5 out of 10. Neptune Pix, the great white shark. Hungry. Always hungry. Never stop swimming. Never stop moving. Never stop or you die. Nothing can stop you so long as you keep on moving. 9 out of 10. Mars Pix, the polar bear. Another unrivaled apex hunter, but a starving one. A dwindling one. It fights against the enclosing walls until it is either crushed to death or forced to hunt easier prey. It will die out before long, but it will not die at the hands of another predator. 8 out of 10. Mercury Pix, the tardigrade. Water bears that can withstand virtually anything. The crushing weight of gravity or societal expectations to the vacuum of space and the existential fear of the unknown road that death leads us all down. Not high on the chain by any means, but survivalists all the same. 2 out of 10. Pluto Pix, the Emperor Penguin. One of the most dedicated hunter-gatherers in the wild, fiercely loyal and unbelievably motivated. These creatures speak to our very souls, but often get lost in the miasma of the deep blue and devoured by hungrier, faster, and more ambitious predators. 5 out of 10. Jupiter Pix, mankind, the hunter to end all hunters. Everything this intelligent beast touches falls under its purview eventually. Ambition is boundless, as is the lust for violence and control. Voracious, ingenious, unkind. 10 out of 10. Saturn and Venus Pick, the vulture. Remarkable creatures that can give life and feed off of it. These birds know when the end is coming for their potential prey, sustain themselves on their rotting corpses, and provide their own young with that same fetid flesh. Life is as cruel as it is beautiful. 6 out of 10. Uranus Pix, the parasite. The lowest of the low, survives solely by leeching off of its host until disease, discomfort, or death dislodges it. Disgusting, filthy, and loathsome creatures. They do not deserve the hand that feeds them, nor the host that provides for them. 1 out of 10.
There is a long pause as the cards are read out by the hidden host, and once they were finished, they announced the end of the round.
Round 1 is over. Our winner is Jupiter with mankind, and our loser is Uranus with the parasite. Now we move to the confessional. Uranus, you have the floor to confess your deepest sin, and, in doing so, give your future over to Jupiter's hands. Our other players, naturally, will be listening in and may cast advice to Jupiter. So, if I were you, I'd ensure I was honest and forthcoming. Because once your confession is up, you won't get a second chance. We don't do those here in the Shark Tank.
The lights switch off, and a pair of red spotlights illuminate Jupiter and Uranus. The rest of the players kept in a blue hue. A timer appeared over the board. 5 minutes.
What do I even... This is madness. Utter madness. I'm not supposed to be here. I should be at home with my mistress and preparing for an interview. It was going to be my big break. A stepping stone to get out of my current job and onto the talk show circuit. How did it come to this? I was told if I kept on doing what they asked, I'd be set for life. Help me. Please.
Uranus looks around the table at the other players. They simply stare back,
the masks not allowing for any emotion to sift through. Jupiter sits opposite, their body language stoic as they lean forward.
You have 4 minutes, Uranus. Is this how you wish to spend it? Complaining? We're all in the same purgatory as you. If you don't tell me anything, I'm not going to save you. You'll be dead weight in a game designed to drop as much of it as possible.
Uranus panicked at this, their whole upper body shaking uncontrollably as they tried to get the words out.
I am not like you. I'm special, damn it. I'm supposed to move on to greater things. I can't let it end here like this. My life end here? I have things to do. Things to look forward to.
And like everyone else, you're faced with your immediate mortality, and all that stops mattering. We all go to bed one day, excited for the events of our future, and one day, we all run the risk that we don't wake up. As I said, purgatory. 3.5 minutes. Confess.
The group looked between the two, utterly fixated on this exchange of calm stoicism versus existential dread as it develops. Uranus takes a moment before speaking again.
And if I confess, you'll save me.
Jupiter doesn't reply. None of them do. They simply stare a hole into Uranus. The clock ticks to 3 minutes as they finally speak once more.
I'm a journalist. Was a journalist. Now I'm a television anchor. But one that largely gets their notes done by interns and is paid to sit there and look nice alongside my co-host. Our station is managed by a media conglomerate that is, shall we say, not friendly to bleeding hearts and those who want to enact change. What side you're on doesn't matter. Never has. They love to get the two riled up and fighting because it's easier to feed the week's events in different narratives. Sure, you'll have your disagreements, but it's multiplied by 100 to sell stories and pad the pockets of politicians and grifters. Always has been.
Uranus takes a breath. It's disquieting, quivered, and full of anxiety.
Every few years we get something new to either fight for or rally against. If you follow the culture wars, you'll know it's trans people. Want to know how good we are at our jobs? Half a century ago, it was largely considered a taboo. A sin and immoral to be gay. Illegal in half of the modern world and punishable by death in a third. Now, we have the survivors of those times and their descendants fighting against their own goddamn siblings under the Pride banner. People think it's just one group of another type of person who runs the media too. Again, a manufactured threat. Keep them divided. Keep them hateful. But with that, we're caught up.
The clock continues to count down. 2 minutes.
You all watch the news or hear about it from someone who makes a living commenting on it. So you're all familiar with the Antlion. Another serial killing psychopath we gave a cool name to. Fuck is wrong with us? Well, this little cretin captures, tortures, and in some cases eats his victims. All queer, all trans. Folks say he tries to convert them and when unsuccessful, takes a pound of flesh. Fuck if I know how or why, but my bosses love the guy. So much so they wanted to ensure he got better at what he did. So they paid me to inform the public on the types of victims he went after, how he did it, and to speculate on why for all of Sturgeon to hear. 38 million people right at our fingertips. Can you imagine the power? They certainly could. So when the last missing person came from a rich family and we were explicitly told not to say anything, we just ignored it. Spiced it up by dead naming the victim too. Knew it'd get clicks in circulation. And boy did it. Conservative outlets lauded us for our bravery against the woke mind virus. There's a phrase that'll die on the hill in 10 years. And liberal outlets campaigned to have us cancelled. All the while the search for that dough gets murkier and murkier.
1 minute left on the clock. The atmosphere is tense.
I confess that I took a payout from our sponsor, the Inner Sanctum. and my bosses to knowingly stir the pot on public sentiment towards existing and potential victims of the Antlion, because division serves to make us money. In truth, I find what the Antlion does to be abhorrent and disgusting. But I've got a fucking mortgage to pay, and that sentiment does not feed me or my family. I'll live with this regret for the rest of my days.
The room stirs, and there are mixed reactions, but nobody says anything as they turn their heads to Jupiter, the clock running out. As the counter hits 0, the smooth yellow numbers rise in red and 3 words hang beneath it. Feast, famine, freedom.
Your confession has been heard, Uranus. I think I speak for all of us when I say your fate is not in doubt whatsoever. I guess we'll see what the future may hold for all of us.
Jupiter raises a hand and taps the word feast in front of them, the timer stopping at 15 seconds out of a possible 60, and all lights, save for the one on Uranus, go out.
No! Please! I'm sorry. If I hadn't have done it, someone else would have. There's always someone willing to do the dirty work, to sell their soul and step on someone else to make a profit.
Maybe so, but it's you sat in that chair, not them. The decision has been made.
Hands from the darkness pull at Uranus, some pinning him to the table as others pull violently and rip off his mask, revealing the face of the television presenter of the Sturgeon Nexus, Trent Menlo. His eyes stained with tears and his perfect pearly white teeth locked in a grimace as the hands hold his head in place for a moment before he is forcefully pulled back from the chair, his distant screams punctuated by wet slapping sounds and the guttural moans of pain as snaps join the discordant suffering he was experiencing. With one final ear-splitting shriek, a great puncture is heard and a spray of blood erupts from the void and coats the section of the table where its doomed player once sat. All that's left of him now are his hands, still fastened to the edge of the table at the stumps.
With that unpleasantness out of the way, allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Kronos, and I will be your host for this evening. You may have a 3-minute coffee break to dissect what you just witnessed. Cigarettes, alcohol, and other substances are available should you require them. Simply place your order on the screen in front of you. Don't worry, we won't judge.
The host disappears, a timer in their absence as some members hastily enter their options before turning their attention to the still warm body parts of their former competitor strewn across the floor like a slaughterhouse tour.
This is utterly barbaric. Is this some kind of terrorist cell? A new psychological torture method designed to break the enemy down?
Pluto tentatively walks over to one of the hands and picks it up, still dripping warm blood on the floor, and inspects it before hurling it towards Mars, who instantly shrieks and bats it away as if it were a spider.
Most definitely real, most definitely dead. A hand with no operator, a pair with no mind to give them purpose. When we are young, our hands aren't just hands. They are akin to proboscis, a way to explore the world around us and interact with it on an almost intimate level. We grow, their functions change to the basic biological imperatives, but beyond that, they give way to silent expression and a doorway to the artistic. We see here a pair that were denied that purpose in life, and as a result of their owner's own behaviors, have been cast away.
Does anyone know what the fuck this one just said? Cause I just heard a whole lot of nothing, son. You don't spend time around people much, do you?
No. Precisely because of people like you. Boorish, aggressive, unkind. It is not people I actively disdain. It is the fact that with every setting sun, people like you are becoming the norm.
Mars stands up to full height and takes a step towards Pluto, but upon his foot touching the hand, thinks better of it. He deflates, his chest contracts, and his constitution falters. Like most men driven by anger and ego, he deflates at nothing more than a slight stumbling block of logic.
Gentlemen, might I remind you that we are already in a game of life and death? Why hasten the Reaper's job for him? We know this to be real. We know the rules, and we know what links us all. Sins to confess. Admit it publicly now, or hold your peace. That is your prerogative until your number is called. But it is why we are here.
The clock ticks down to the final 90 seconds as Earth lights a cigar which materialized on his section of the table, taking a deep inhale and closing his eyes.
Is there a particular reason some of you have been more quiet than others?
Neptune looks around the room, fixating their gaze on the Sun, the Moon, Venus, and Saturn. 60 seconds.
I've been mostly thinking about a way out of here. Looking at the room and our surroundings. Not a single star in the sky. Don't you think that's strange?
I don't think we're outside, or anywhere that showcases the heavens above, so no, I don't.
Well, to each their own, I guess. We all choose our nightmares.
The Sun begins musing and humming as they continue to stare absent-minded around the room, the Moon shifting uncomfortably.
I'm simply trying not to implicate myself or get too attached. This is a life or death game and we're all against each other after all. Why be friendly when you can end up like that?
The Moon points to the hands and Pluto, still examining the stumps. The disconnect of human to corpse seemingly easy for them, but not so for the Moon. Neptune shrugs and directs their attention to the only other silent participants. Saturn and Venus look to each other before speaking, but the timer runs out.
Well, I hope you all used that time wisely, got your highs or your lows, and strapped in for round 2.
The cards are dispensed from the table as the lights once again dim to an iridescent blue, some shapes moving within the shadows. It's almost akin to a lava lamp, but the attention is quickly diverted back to the cards at hand. With varying levels of confidence and composure, the cards are revealed.
Natural disasters. Jupiter picks landslides. As far as disasters go, these are middle of the road, which sure is a statement when discussing loss of habitat and life, isn't it? Still, our compelling need to rank and codify everything means we have to do so here, and the lovely folks at home will still enjoy it as a concept, not as an action. Mother Gaia sheds some of her skin and sends it toppling down hills, mountaintops, and ensures it crushes all in its wake, even turning it into avalanches or mudslides depending on the weather. One thing is for certain, it'll bury your secrets. Oh yes. Yes, it will bury them. 3 out of 10. Mars. Volcanic eruption. Did you know that there are 20 supervolcanoes in the world, and you only need one of them to effectively destroy life on Earth? It's true. How do we know? It's happened before. Imagine that. A beast among beasts, just watching as smaller behemoths take center stage for their disruptive moments. Clouds of ash and towns of magma. Meanwhile, they wait. For millions of years they wait. For when these giants emerge and their rage is released, the very foundations will shake in fear. 6 out of 10. Pluto picks drought. When all the food runs out and the water dries up, what do you suppose people will do? I'll tell you. They will eat each other and kill their fellow man for the water they hold. It is in our nature to scrape, claw, and bite for what we need, want, and have. The dead pile up, and we still continue to turn the cheek, hide in our hovels and hoard our water, hoping someone doesn't come knocking for their share. It's not always the drought that kills you. It's what it does to your neighbor. 7 out of 10. Earth picks wildfire. Many things get taken in the flames.
Natural beauty, frightened creatures doing their best to shield their young from the pillar of fire and hate surrounding them, homes and monuments all fall to the great conflagration. You can try your best to put out the fire, but it is best to starve the flame of its anger, not feed it. You know this now, but if only you'd known back then. 4 out of 10. Neptune picks flood. The water takes everything back, eventually. The tsunami is feared for its great walls of impenetrable waves on the horizon, preparing to smash and drown all in its wake. But they forget that water is patient. It is malicious in its quest for revenge, and it has no issue dragging you down slowly. So it waits. It pushes inside the home like an uninvited guest and slowly takes up inch after inch until it snuffs you out in your own safe space or on the last vestige of hope, your roof. Water is patient and hides within it such deep beasts the human mind simply cannot comprehend. What are you hiding, I wonder? 9 out of 10. The moon picks eclipse. In ancient times, people interpreted these rare events as divine signs for their deity of choice. They slaughtered innumerable people until they or their god felt satisfied. The modern sensibilities would lead us to believe this is no longer the case. But for every charlatan in the world, there is a rube waiting to be sold the concept and betray everything they loved for the promise of infinity. 1 out of 10. Venus and Saturn pick earthquake. The very ground beneath our feet erupting, cracking, and swallowing us whole as every facet of our homes comes crashing down around us is pretty terrifying, isn't it? Imagine, if you will, your very home becoming a tomb of memories for the life you once had. All happiness eroded away with time and trauma. The very safety net you had within callously cut because the thing you gave life to decreed it so. Why? Because life isn't fair. There is nothing you can do in the moment, only after it when sifting through the wreckage. No happy endings here. 8 out of 10. Mercury picks tornado. You look outside and see a small whirlwind in the distance. It's at the very least a 30-minute drive from you, but through the benefit of the flat plains ahead, you can see clear to the next town. You smile and think nothing more. It's going in the opposite direction, and these things never really come your way. You forget about it until you hear a crack outside. With shaking hands, you open the door as the very breath in your lungs is ripped from you. It is so large it blocks out everything, so loud it bursts your eardrums, so utterly destructive that there is nothing that you can do but wait for it to devour you. You let your guard down, you foolish person. They will find you mangled in a ditch tomorrow. Another senseless victim. 5 out of 10. The sun picks global warming. It's getting hotter out there. The bees are disappearing. There is no planet B. Every naysayer is either dead or wishes they were. You are sat staring at the stars, wondering how this all came to be. The heat is rising, and it won't stop. 10 out of 10. Round 2 has concluded. The loser is the moon with eclipse, and the winner is the sun with global warming. You have 3 minutes for your confession, Moon. Let the Shark Tank commence. The lights switch to red, and the shapes coalesce in the inky blackness as it swings around the room, jostling for position and dancing to the heartbeats of the tense guests.
This doesn't have to go down this way. We can start over.
No, we can't. Confess.
Moon stares for a moment as the clock ticks down.
You know who I am?
I do. Confess.
Moon looks back at her card, checks it, and looks back to the sun. Though we cannot see her face, incredulity is within her words.
Why would you... Do you not love me?
I did. Now, please, confess.
The clock ticks away. 2 minutes left. Moon's entire body trembles as she begins.
I was married once upon a time. Stupid, really. We are young and eloped as both a dare and the throes of an infatuation. But it gave me insight into my wife's difficult situation, especially with their siblings. I was supportive during the final stages of the tumult in the house. I defended them vehemently online, though it hurt my brand and got me targeted as part of a hate campaign more than once. But after 2 years of this situation never ending and my wife unable to move on.
Moon stifles a sob and takes a moment to breathe before looking at the sun directly.
I was approached by someone who understood my plight. I kept a private blog where I'd occasionally share tidbits of what was going on to my socials. They found them and they sympathized. Not sure how, since it wasn't exactly popular, but they said if I did as they asked, provided certain info to the doctors at the inner sanctum about my wife and their sibling, they'd pay me enough money to leave her, leave Dondella and start over. Even got me a nifty identity change after the marriage was annulled. All I had to do was pass that info over and cut contact.
And it was easy, I take it?
Moon attempts to move around the table to Sun, but hesitates as she puts a hand up.
Don't. How dare you?
I always loved you. I still do. It was all too much, that's all. But we can still move past this. You can join me.
60 seconds.
You sold your wife and her family out, and you want her back because she caught you red-handed? Disgraceful.
Cowardly. Unconscionable.
I don't care what any of you have to say. Only what she does. You have my life in your hands once again, but you always had my heart. So, what will it be?
The sun is practically vibrating in her seat, and on first glance, one could mistake it for an overwhelming emotional moment of reconciliation. But this is not a happy place.
You are the thing that dwelled in the stars, the unseeable beast in the deepest void that eats and eats without giving back. The light stealer that made every day of mine in that hellscape even gloomier. You took my life, and you wish to take my autonomy. Fuck you. You want that life without me so badly, I release you unto it.
The timer runs out as famine appears. All lights go out save for the one above Moon's chair, who is still reaching for Sun and pleading as her mask cracks to reveal the face of Minerva Gahart, now known as Misty Torelli, as she is pulled from her seat by unseen hands, her body growing limp before being tossed into a portal with a single building in the countryside, surrounded by twinkling stars. A hell of her own making.
Where does famine lead? Nobody knows, but it's a touch better than feast and a gulf away from freedom. Nevertheless, we continue with round 3.
Again, the cards are dispensed, and again the lights make that eerie switch from crimson red to oceanic blue, the shapes remaining in the absence of light and seemingly becoming faster the more you focus on them.
This next round will be very telling. Few humans wish to venture into its realm, and we know more about the stars above than much of what this location contains. It holds many secrets and gives none back. Let us begin with round 3, Creatures of the Deep.
So the round continues. The cards are dispensed, and the body language continues to wilt away as the remaining players see their futures laid before them.
The sun picks the White Margin Stargazer.
all that time watching, waiting, wishing, sat there only gazing upwards at the deep blue, each twinkling light exciting your very bones until the poison barbs break through and pierce whatever dares to block your view, no matter who it is. 2 out of 10. Jupiter picks Colossal Squid. Every culture has a tale about you. Some say you're as large as 3 admiral ships put together, others that of a small island. One thing is certain. You drag unsuspecting men to their graves if they get close. Not just fish, not just predators. Men. Those that survive tell tall tales of you, and nobody knows if they're true. But you leave scars on even the biggest creatures in the sea. Nobody forgets you, even if they know so little of you. 9 out of 10. Earth picks Blue Whale. Old. Impossibly so by modern standards. But having so much experience and lingering so long comes with just as much pain as it does wisdom. How much have you lost on your long sojourn across the Big Blue? How long was that heartache? Do you even remember it? Your memory is vast, but your wisdom has its limits. One day, you will have the option to sink into the depths or go to the beaches. Which will you choose? 5 out of 10. Venus and Saturn pick Box Jellyfish and Lion's Mane. Thoughtless, heartless, spineless predators. You fuck, you eat, you live, and you die. Should anything get in your way, you simply wrap your barbs around it and shock it until it stops moving. Until it ceases to resist. Nobody suspects you. Nobody needs to worry about you, for you are easy to avoid. It is only when we step into your world that we know true fear. 7 out of 10. Pluto picks Coffin Fish. Solitary, defensive, calculated. Should anything dare come close, you catch, puncture, and defend all at once. You can showcase your skills, yes, but are they all just for show? Someday you will let your guard down. Someone will float by, and you will match your namesake. 3 out of 10. Mercury picks Sloane's Viperfish. Well now, aren't you something? From a distance, an unsuspecting prey is brought in by the lights, the charm, the niceties. But once they get close and see you for what you truly are, it's already too late. A poor man's anglerfish and not nearly as talented. You are still a feared deep-sea predator, so long as you remember, there's always bigger fish in the ocean. 6 out of 10. Mars picks the Orca. You thought you'd get the shark, didn't you? Well, sorry to disappoint, but you are just that little bit more coordinated in your homicide, more tactile in your violence, more organized with your contemporaries when it comes to mob murder. Oh, yes. Yes, your deeds have not gone unnoticed. The whole ocean fears you and your like-minded kin. But remember, even the apex predators can be taken down. All that needs to be done is a little push towards land, and you're at the mercy of nature. Just keep swimming. 9 out of 10. Neptune picks the anglerfish. Lurking within the crushing, blinding depths, luring in its prey with false hope before snuffing it all out. Only seen when it wishes to be. Only the unseen devour it. The only thing to eat an anglerfish is another anglerfish. Or perhaps 10 out of 10. With that, round 3 comes to an end. Your winner is Neptune with the Anglerfish, and your loser is the Sun with Stargazer. You have 3 minutes for your confession. Let the Shark Tank commence once more.
Crimson returns. The shapes dance and jostle for position. We know what this means.
I knew I couldn't run from this forever. After that display in the last round, I'm in no position to clutch my pearls.
Are you ready to confess?
I was always ready. I was ready from the moment I made the error, and I have carried it with me ever since. How many years has it been? 3? 4?
3 years, 8 months, 1 week, 22 days.
Of course you'd know. How could you forget?
Time is all I have. Confess.
I remember the night we had the argument. Everyone in the room was staring at us with these wide eyes, absolute horror and fear. Not just at what we were saying, but the way it seemed to bend the very foundations of the house around us. They were scared of it. No, they were scared of you. Things got heated. You turned to me, and I will never forget the look in your eyes. A look I have known since the day I was born and has haunted my every blink since. A look of desperation. You told me to tell them I know, that I have seen what you've seen. I knew, I had seen, but I met their gazes and I just froze. I remember looking back to you and the last light in your eyes began to go out. I felt a piece of myself die in that moment, you know.
The clock ticks away. 2 minutes.
Yet you still told them I was insane. Making it up. You threw me to the wolves so you could eat another meal and stay safe in their shelter. You killed me.
And not a day has gone by that I don't regret that. But I did something even worse. Something I'm not sure you even know about, but I will gladly face the feast if it means my conscience is cleared.
Jupiter mumbles something, but Neptune puts a hand up, leaning forward. 90 seconds.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
The night you were taken, you thought it was planned. That some unsightly individuals took you away from the home under the guise of a plan by the rest of us. But that wasn't the case. We hadn't even made a decision. Someone else had been watching us for a few nights. I know you sensed it too, but after the incident, you never spoke to me. I felt them loom over me more than once in the nights leading up to the day you left. The smell of rot, the flies buzzing around, the ugliness of their breathing. I hated it. But they didn't take me. They whispered something to me before moving to your bed, knocking you out, and disappearing into the night.
45 seconds. The crimson light is practically pulsating as the others lean forward.
Lie to them, or I will come for you, was all he said. But I felt the malice and hunger in his voice. I was so scared, you have to understand.
30 seconds.
When they asked me what happened, I told them I didn't know. That I suspected you were taken in the night, but no idea by who. That maybe you ran away, but I stressed it wasn't likely. We searched so hard for you before finding out where you were. We waited, but
15 seconds.
That was the last time I saw you. And I know that we are meant to be brutal in this, both in confession and in execution, so I will not ask you to be lenient or kind. I only ask you to hear me, and one day, forgive me.
A fever pitch as the clock counts down to 0.
I will always love you. You are me, I am you, we are twins. I do unto you as I would do unto myself.
Freedom appears above the screen and the lights glow a faint magenta. The sun's mask cracks and falls away as the tear-stained face of Lucinda Gahart stares ahead in disbelief. She can barely say anything, but hold back pain-racked sobs as gentle hands lead her to a small portal with an unknown destination, helping her through as the light is snuffed out and 2 words replace the aforementioned freedom. Coffee break.
We only know that which we don't know is dangerous and best left in the dark. It's too late for reconciliation, for realization and repentance. Do not waste your words when there are only so few we each get.
My, takes quite a bit of restraint for you to realize that. Are you quite well, Sir Saturn?
We have had enough time to think on our actions, our sins. We know full well it is our doing that we're all gathered here. The blame and the blood lay at our feet. I can gussy it up however I like, but it's a fucking mess.
How is it your fault? How could it possibly be any of our faults? We're just people dragged in from our homes for this sick little jigsaw-like game.
It's terrorism. Those dirty radicals want to take family values and ensure they never see the light of day, damaging free speakers and free thinkers like me in the process.
Dude, no, it's not radical leftists. You can't just blame things you're frightened of on those you don't like without proof.
Oh no? I take it you heard what happened to Professor Coleman and her subordinate Rawlings. Or what about the incident with Dr. Faust? Critical thinkers suffering terrible fates for daring to challenge basic principles.
You know how many queer people are murdered each year, Mars?
Oh, here we go, pushing your agenda onto us. Why can't you people just...
No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to run your fucking mouth and then play victim. You and all your little critical thinking friends left to play the playground bully game, and it's not flying here. You post all this hateful shit under the guise of humor, or that the snowflakes can't handle it. But then when the snowflakes actually say something, you clutch your damn pearls and act like you are the victim.
We are the victims. In case you haven't noticed, young lady, we are at war with the...
Mercury reaches over the table and volleys a fist into Mars as hard as they can.
Then consider this a parting shot, you fucking pig. I know exactly who you are. Tell the human trafficking alpha male, the mold-addled face of the turfs, the politicians hiding behind anti-woke meme accounts who want us to either be pussies that say nothing or crazy radicalists who overreact when our deaths are fodder for more jokes. Tell it to the people who with one single tweet can send a queer person to their grave. Meanwhile, incalculable brain-rotted influencers broadcast their commentary and reactions to their equally brain-rotted audiences who regurgitate them like little mascots to seem cool. All because they're afraid of their classmate putting on a fucking dress!
Mercury leans over and grabs Mars by the collar, masks almost bumping. Around them, a heavy booming begins to rise, the murky waters beginning to rush with activity.
One patriot, one devotee. I can ruin your entire being. Wouldn't take much to find your info, your dead name. Broadcast that from a harmless little throwaway account. Maybe some famous author picks it up. Maybe an influencer. Who knows who it might get back to that has a grudge for creatures like you. Might even be one among your own. A beast among beasts.
Mercury hits Mars again, this time in the stomach as they wheeze. Mercury starts kicking as the room pulsates in time with each violent kick. Something is wrong.
Fuck you! Tell that to all your gender inquisition friends who ask children to see their genitals to prove that they are who they say they are. To the grown-ass adults who make them feel unsafe for entering any bathroom. Who mercilessly hound them and pervert their entire existence. We know damn well what you're doing. Moving the goalposts bit by fucking bit until we're pushed to the precipice. Hide or convert or die. You want to see a beast? I'll show you a goddamn beast!
Neptune runs over and grabs Mercury from behind before they can stomp on Mars's head.
Stop! That's enough! You think you're gonna make your point clear by killing him? That anarchic violence is the only way?
Revolution is the only way forward, Neptune! We do not get anywhere without radical change. What are you, a centrist?
I am not murdering this man without a fair contest. People must be held accountable and given the opportunity to reflect and change. Even scum like him. You kill him, you have become his narrative of what he perceives you to be. Do you speak for every person in the community? Would they want you to wake up tomorrow in even greater fear because of your actions?
No, of course not.
Then sit down and let the game play out.
Guess what, you evil cunt? I will die before I change who I am. And if they dig me a grave, I'll make sure you're buried along with me. Marsha P. Johnson once said, "My body was a bridge for you to cross." My body, on the other hand, is the wall you'll never scale, nor the one you can break through.
Mercury spits on Mars before storming back over to take their seat. Mars gets up and nurses their stomach.
Whatever you are, God will judge you when you die. Of that you can be assured.
Man, fuck your God. This is a place of freedom, not Christian nationalism.
From now, we're coming. Like a cicada, we're waking up and beginning to rise.
If you two are quite finished, I wish to ask a question before our break is over. Do we know for certain that famine or freedom aren't just our own demise? We have no reason to believe this game will set us free, or that it will play fairly. We've seen it can be violent, and Feast is very much what it says it is. But something in me is concerned. This is a game we will lose.
If it is a chance to lay our sins bare, perhaps at best we lose. We have lived a long time with ours. We would relish the chance to see them excised.
Venus and Saturn hold hands and affirm their commitment.
To hear you say those words, to actually hear you recognize your own failures, you really have changed, haven't you?
We've tried. It has not been easy.
But any effort is worth it if it means we can be reunited.
All who wish to get to heaven must first go through hell.
The group looked at Jupiter, who points to the screen, showcasing the quote and the end of the coffee break.
Indeed. You all have your sins, your great regrets, and your specters in the closets. It's time to let them out, to consume your flesh, and for those at home watching with glee at your very downfall, to live with the fear they themselves won't one day end up in these seats. Human nature is so fascinating, isn't it? We are so easily corrupted by the powers we are given or that we take. Very rarely are we ever infallible, held to a standard by those who see us as more than we are. Strangers desperate for companionship, projecting their loves onto us like a specter haunting every room. Of course, some sins are not to be forgiven, but others? Well, the recovery of failure is not as delectable a tea as the downfall, is it? No, that is what brings everyone together on Shark Tank. The idea that you watch people fail and relish that it's not you. After all, you're safe behind that computer screen, aren't you?
The group shifts uncomfortably as Kronos chuckles before turning his attention back to the group.
Things are heating up, so it's time to give the people what they want. Suffering.
The lights shift, and for a split second, you could almost see the glint of a camera in the distance before it is once again engulfed by the shapes of the deep sea. This time, a deep crimson is accompanied by bright orange hues rising from the bottom, bubbling and frothing as if near a volcanic rock. No, it's different. As the cards pop out, the group realize why.
Let us begin. Round 4. Circles of Hell. Earth picks greed.
A man who had everything one could wish for within his station: love, security, knowledge, and respect. But it wasn't enough, for he wanted more than he was permitted. Isn't that always the way, though? A life yearning for that which we cannot have could be argued as a life of pursuance and therefore meaning beyond meaning. Love is the ultimate driver of passion, but it can also be its absolute ruin. Could this be lust too? Well, perhaps. But it is the greed of wanting more that stains your name. 4 out of 10. Neptune picks wrath. Rage isn't a defining word for what you feel on a near constant basis. Apoplectic may be a more apt term, but maybe there's not even a word in the human vocabulary to rival your emotions. What else could a human being crushed to the cells that make up who they are, only to be reformed anew, feel? At every turn you have been wronged, manipulated, lied to, and used. Wrath is, of course, intoxicating. It keeps your belly full and renders you drunk with its power. But it will turn on you too, given enough time. 7 out of 10. Jupiter picks envy. Of course you have envy. What else could you be? Your story is yet to be told, so I will not spoil it here and ruin your grand entrance. But rest assured, upon reflection by all who know you past, present, and future, this will not be a surprise. It is the spear of Longinus with which you once wielded that will pierce your puce heart and spill its contents. Your ending is not yet written, but I doubt it will be a happy one, because I don't know if you're capable of contentment. 6 out of 10. Mercury picks betrayal. Impietas, the lowest circle of the Abrahamic hell, yet it is shared universally amongst all beliefs and cultures that betrayers are scum. For you have to turn on your own people, your own kind, and sell out anyone from your colleagues to your kin in order to get what you want. Not the half-hearted betrayal of one under duress either. No. This is a frozen wasteland reserved for those with hearts that bear the same material as its surroundings. You sit atop a pile of bodies that look just like your own, barely stuttering a breath as they take their last. Your retribution will be brutal. 9 out of 10. Saturn and Venus pick pride. You, like all caregivers before you, sought to ensure your guidance was somehow better than the way you were brought into this world and educated. However, you fell into the same pit all do when undertaking this path of folly. You gave birth to an all-new brand of monster. Like Victor Frankenstein and his electrical machinations, you play creator and destroyer all in the span of a generation. You devoured your firstborn, only to spare the rod for the latter spawn. But it was too late to change, and you know it. You will never undo the mistakes you made. You set this all in motion, and you must watch the world burn for it. 3 out of 10. Pluto picks sloth. How long do you plan on sitting at the edge of infinity and bearing witness to the atrocities committed? Do you intend to hide away in the cold interior of these dead buildings until you can join them inanimately? The world will not stop for you. It will not bend its knee to you, and it will not change for you. You must adapt to it while not losing yourself. And yet, you completely lack the constitution to do even the decent thing and tell the truth now it's staring you in the face. It is not your actions that have brought you here, but your inactions. You suffer by doing nothing. 5 out of 10. Mars. Gluttony. You have so much ambition that if it were a commodity, you'd be rich in that too. Like all men of your upbringing, generation, and station, you are not happy with what you have. But unlike envy, you're more than willing and capable of getting what you want. Contentment isn't the issue. It is simply a desire for more. But even in your case, it's unique. You don't just want more power, more authority, more respect. No, you want more death. More bodies of those types piling up in unmarked graves. More reports of people going missing. More undesirables being lampooned across all forms of social communication. More until none are left. The goalposts will keep moving until they're so inexorably far apart that they cannot be met. And when they are gone, your greedy eye will turn to the others in that community, the ones who played ally, until only your people remain. But it will never be enough blood. Not until there's just two left, ready to eat each other for final supremacy and an ocean of flesh and tears surrounding you. 1 out of 10. That concludes round 4. The winner is Mercury with Betrayal, and the loser is Mars with Gluttony. You have 3 minutes for your confession. Time starts now. Lights, shapes, the throbbing of a dwindling audience within, and an unknowable one without. A pin could drop as the countdown begins.
I will not stand for this. Do you hear me? I am the highest authority in Dondella. I will be heard.
You're not standing, you're sitting. You're not the highest authority because you're here. You are being heard because it's your confession. Less than 3 minutes to determine your fate. So let's go. Clock's ticking. Don't you want to make Dondella great again?
I will not be mocked by a child, by a degenerate, by people like you.
Oh, I'm not mocking you any more than you and your little talking heads do to everyone else you dislike. What's the matter, Snowflake? Is it just cringe when someone hurts your little feelings, but super cool when you do it?
How dare you? You think you got the upper hand here, in this pathetic little game? Mark my words, when I get out of this, I will.
You know this isn't a game. You know you won't get out unless I deem it so. You've wasted 30 seconds trading barbs with me, and it's not influenced my decision at all.
Mars drops to his knees and begins praying, his voice almost wailing as he does so.
Oh, Holy Lord in heaven, my Savior, Jesus Christ, please protect me and grant me amnesty for the things I have done. Forgive these people, for they know not the evils they commit against you. Please, Jesus, spare your loyal soldier and grant me eternity at your side.
I think he's leaving you on red. This really how you want to spend your last 2 minutes? Confession is a natural part of your faith. I'd not recommend going to meet your savior with a guilty conscience. But what do I know? I'm just a heretic.
Mercury puts their feet up on the desk and leans back. Mars keeps reciting his prayer until the clock ticks past the 90-second mark. He grows silent.
He's not coming. This is it, isn't it? I'm about to meet the great beyond. My work not nearly finished.
Seems that way. But from what I know, that won't curry you much favor with him if you go with all that baggage. Confess.
Mars's hands, shaking and still clasped in prayer, fall to his side as he gets up, head bowed and hands rapidly turning into fists.
I confess. I funded a special group of like-minded individuals to uproot problem elements within our beautiful, God-fearing town and eradicate them. We masqueraded it as a health clinic, a way to help those struggling with maladies of all kinds, but we employed people who knew a thing or two about conversion, suggestive cognition, and returning people to the way society expects them to be. Someone in our R&D department came up with the cicada chamber program, and so it became a part of our therapeutic services, eventually forming the slogan underneath the title, The Inner Sanctum.
60 seconds. The reaction around the table was that of horror, anger, and disgust. The shapes swam closer to Mars.
I'd do it again. I'd send everybody in those chambers if they failed to change to the way God made them. Send them right back to his throne for divine judgment if we were unable to do his bidding down here. The moment they went into the facility, they were no longer people to me. I love the Antlion's work, sloppy and medieval though it may be, for he is carrying out our will, and I'd see him do it for as long as he sees fit. He is a hero to this nation.
30 seconds.
Call me what you like. The Lord will vindicate my work. I even ensured the latest missing person was named appropriately on the news, not that stupid, made-up shit you people do to yourselves. No, the genuine article.
Before Mars could say another word, Mercury slammed the feast button, and the air in the room turned foul. As if rotten meat had been strewn about the room, Mars's mask cracked and broke away to reveal the face of Dondella's governor, Leonardo Di Stefano, a radical reformist politician who platformed on a campaign of more religion, more family values, and a populist policy of change. Suspicions ran rife that he bought his votes, but it could not be proven. It would later be revealed that he had a prior criminal record for coercion and sexual assault within his parish. But naturally, it had been expunged.
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not wander.
This time, the shadows dove in to take pieces of him. Bit by bit, they tore him away until his torso was mangled, his eyes wide and full of fear.
You've already strayed too far. Now go to the abyss.
Mars is devoured by the darkness, his blood spraying the seat and the table as small chunks of his flesh are spat out.
With that unpleasantness done, we must move forward. Time waits for no man. We've seen your sins, we've seen calamities, and as we weed out the numbers, we get to those things in Sturgeon that lurk around every corner. The unmentionables nobody likes to think about. Round 5. Mythical Monsters. Venus and Saturn pick the Sleeping Giant. You've known of this beast, the last giant under the mountain, for some time. In fact, you've known about it your whole lives and never said a damn thing to anyone. Inherited knowledge, a family secret, a taboo, a skeleton so deep in the closet it may as well be in the catacombs that run under the property. This is from an ancient land, one that worships the last giant in the hopes it never wakes back up. They keep it placated with dreams of never-wers, must-nots, and maybes. This largely hidden tribe has rituals that make your skin crawl with familiarity. Why is that? The sleeping giant will awaken again eventually, and it will shake your manor when it does. 5 out of 10. Jupiter picks the Shapeshifter. Ah, yes, this one. Call it by many names, it rings true across humanity. Some we won't utter here, but Fleshgate seems to be apropos. Why are we so scared of the things that look like us, but not quite? When we were huddled around open fires and the dark was only kept at bay by its meager flames, what else sat with us? We know it wasn't other tribes, natural predators or prey, but the cave paintings suggest it was something else. The unseen threat. It can almost perfectly mimic us. Almost. Maybe you'll be the one to snuff out the threat. Or will your last words be played back to you as a macabre epitaph? 7 out of 10. Earth, the Great Spine. It lays deep within the earth and bears the weight of those on its curved back. Always building, always fighting, always digging. Still, it persists and it bears the brunt of the weight, for that is its purpose. One day, that spine may snap and the world shall fall.
Or maybe, just maybe, the creature attached to the spine shall stretch to its true height and emerge. Time will tell, and time is rarely ever patient. 9 out of 10. Neptune picks the Chimera. Long has it been rumored that there exists a creature that can change itself, adapt and learn through each struggle it encounters. A hand of one beast, a face of another. It has been speculated to be an amalgamation of animals. But what if it was something more? What if it were a new kind of life form? One that took the secrets of the old and combined them with the present. A human that could do more. Terrifying or benevolent? Well, that remains to be seen. You've got the whole world in your hands. 8 out of 10. Pluto picks Noldus. They are dead. They have been discovered. They are no longer mythical. 0 out of 10. Mercury picks the Sphinx, the legendary beast that guards the ancient tombs and treasures. It befuddles the traveler with riddles, and if it fails to answer them, it will devour them whole. So I ask you, traveler, what is the secret of the Shark Tank? 6 out of 10. Round 5 has concluded. The winner is Earth with the Chimera, and the loser is Pluto with Noldus. 3 minutes on the clock for your confession. Red, beasts in the shadows, tension. It begins again. Forgive me. You, mother, father, my siblings. Forgive me.
You never needed my forgiveness. Only my understanding and my love. You have both in spades, my lad. Go ahead.
I will meet my end with grace and dignity. I confess to not doing my due diligence. No, for once I will not hide behind flowery words. I failed as a brother. I failed as a person. I sat away locked in my room, then the study, then the graveyard, reading, immersing myself in worlds far kinder than this one because I couldn't face the changes in my house and out there. People dying by the thousands for wanting to exist in one place freely where another says they cannot. People dying for who they wish to love. People dying for the right to better their education or pray to who they believe in or lack thereof. So much hatred and broadcast to us at a near constant pace. It is maddening. This is not a world designed to live and experience in without ridicule and scorn. It is meant to be trudged through with reckless abandon, a stiff upper lip when the going gets tough, and resigned frustration when it gets worse. Small happinesses are permitted along the way. Little treats are all we get because we can afford nothing more. We float in a miasma of nostalgia because we have nothing but our past to look for comfort. I simply took it to an extreme level, it seems. Pluto's hands shake. 2 minutes. I'm sorry. I just wish this to be known before I'm gone. I deserve nothing but feast, and I will accept that. In fact, I already confessed to my sins. You see, I wrote them in my journal for anyone to find should they make it into the tomb that I was hiding in. I confess to knowing full well of my siblings' unique abilities, to forsaking my twin in their plight and pretending I knew nothing of their special nature. Though I had my suspicions of who took them, I did not say that either. Partly out of resentment for our parents for putting them in that position, partly out of a desire to be left alone. Selfish all the same. I confess to helping Gail with his sick experiments in the graveyard, though I swear on my very soul I did not know what he was doing with the bodies, nor who lay in them. I would sooner have put myself in the ground than take part had I known.
I know you would have, son. I answered your call that final night. Don't you remember?
Pluto looked at Earth, tilting their head to the side. I only called to inquire about Mother and Father. You said there'd been a fire.
No, son. You called to tell me you committed a horrific sin. The worst kind of sin imaginable. One against your own blood. You were crying. You said you didn't deserve to live. I told you that wasn't true. That we could work things out. But before I could speak further, you told me you were dead already, and the line went dead. That was some time ago.
Oh gods, I can't remember. Why can't I remember? There is a silence in the room as the clock continues to count down. 60 seconds.
Are you really going to say nothing? 2 of your children are about to be removed from this plane of existence, and you won't even acknowledge them. You may have changed, but you're still the same heartless beasts I began serving so long ago.
Venus and Saturn shift in their seats as Pluto looks straight ahead at Earth.
What is there to say? I can't fix this. I can't make it better. So what would be the point?
I do not want them or need them. My only parental figure was you, and that was all I ever needed. I am responsible for my siblings' kidnapping, imprisonment, and the horrors they went through in that coffin. I'm no different to the other monsters we've sent to the abyss. If you ever cared for me, you know you must do what is right. 60 seconds. If you are among us, dearest sibling, Lux, know that I love you, I see you, and I will forever regret my decisions that put you here in the pit of the abyss with us. While I go to stranger tides, I will never stop looking for a way to get back to you. You are the bravest and strangest of us all, but strange is by far the best thing about any of us.
Phineas.
Pluto's mask breaks away to reveal the tear-stained face of the once stoic Phineas Gahart, who smiles and nods to Earth. I am ready. I am content. Earth looks around the room first, and with trembling hands, makes his choice. Freedom.
Your story does not end here, son. There's still more reading for you to do. Maybe start with that old story I told you about the last giant under the mountain. No time like the present.
A portal opens up behind Phineas, its destination obscured from us. Perhaps we will learn someday. A wind picks up through the room as the shadows slip away from him and the light turns amber. His chair begins to pull away from the table and he utters one final word before being dragged through and onto the other side. Father.
I know.
Coffee break.
You spoke out of turn at the end there, Earth.
If I were not a man of my age or constitution, I would smack you where you stand. I may have served you my entire life, but in here, those rules do not bind me. How could you watch your own flesh and blood go without saying anything? How could you be so callous?
I do not take joy in watching what happened happen, but I had no choice. My sins are already too heavy a burden. Bearing weakness now will only make it harder to confess them. You are right. I am callous, not by choice, but by circumstance.
Seems more like cowardice to me, but I don't know you from Adam, so whatever.
No, you're right. It is like cowardice. We're learning every day to try and do better, but it's an uphill struggle. I don't know what the right thing to say is, when to say it, or how.
If your sins are to be put on the chopping block, will you own up to them? Will you admit to what you did? To him?
I would confess to any wrongdoings against Phineas and more.
Not just him. Your eldest, too. The firstborn.
Do you speak for him? Is he not among us to speak for himself?
An ugly silence permeates the room for a handful of seconds before Jupiter speaks again.
He is not here. Truth be told, I don't know where he is. None of us do. I speak in his stead, as does Neptune. We only ask that, should your sins be the ones up to confess, you ensure transparency. Absolution is coming for us all.
We will do what needs to be done, if our ticket is called. Lord knows we've sat with the burden long enough, painful though it may be.
You do not know the meaning of the word painful.
The lights dimmed and, for a moment, the group were bathed in total darkness. Not your usual darkness, not the dead of night wake from sleep darkness, nor the one someone may experience during a comatose period. No, this was as if all life and sentience was snuffed out, if but for a moment. An all-encompassing, crushing yet absent darkness, an eclipse of the soul. But as soon as it came, it went. Replacing it, the visage of Kronos signaling the coffee break was over. With that, we move to our next round, one with an intent to widen the scope of human ambition and to signify how utterly small it is in one go. For we may survive calamities from Mother Nature, the monsters in the night both familiar and otherwise, the afterlives we envision or fear for our souls. But there's more out there than we know. So much more. We are but a dust mote, a single-celled organism in the rapidly expanding body of a behemoth, a fractal of a blink that this reality will barely acknowledge. Within this vast, unknowable expanse, we personify forces as beasts, or, better yet, we call them Round 6, Celestial Phenomena. Neptune picks Hoag's Object. What a phenomena this is to behold. Imagine looking upon all of creation and, with what limited knowledge you possess, seeing something that wasn't just new, it was undefinable. It broke the barriers of normalcy, of scientific reasoning, of physics themselves. That is you. An object floating into an arena of strangeness, barely quantifiable. One day, we will figure you out. But until then, you'll be a curiosity we look to for answers. Jupiter picks Supermassive Black Hole. That which all things in the universe both fear and recognize as the great inevitability should they exist long enough within its confines. An end result of something that burns brightly and leaves its husk behind to feast on whatever dares come near. But it is never satisfied. So it grows. It inverts and becomes the ultimate blot upon the skyline and the space which it occupies. It devours until there is nothing left. 10 out of 10. Mercury picks Oumuamua. Studies say that this unique shape does not follow the conventions of any known asteroid, meteorite, or naturally built structure floating through space at an exorbitant pace. Yet, here you are. You even entered our solar system and passed close enough to be noticed, far enough to not cause any damage. How interesting. Almost as if there's more to you that meets the eye. 4 out of 10. Earth picks Pillars of Creation. Every time you are rendered by artists, it seems to fail to capture the true beauty of what you are. Perhaps that is by design. I wonder what humans of the 21st century would think if they were able to view you in your glory at a cursory glance. Would we scroll on within a few seconds the way we do most things? Would it even stir the deadened dopamine receptors within us to know that there was pure beauty beyond our borders? From you, all things spread, the best and worst of us. When you look upon us, are you proud or are you fearful? 8 out of 10. Saturn and Venus pick Dark Matter. You are nothing. You are an anti-material. You haunt every facet of reality, yet you are never seen. We know you exist by the energy you bring to anything you touch. A thing we can never be rid of. 1 out of 10. The rounds come faster and faster. This concludes with Jupiter winning once again with supermassive black hole, and Saturn and Venus losing with dark matter. Confession has once again descended upon the Shark Tank. Begin! So it goes. The clock starts its grisly countdown and the remaining contestants shift, squirm, and struggle. Cerulean serenity gives way to an infection of crimson. It is time. 3 minutes.
Very well. Since Lucinda was here, I can only assume at least one other member of our family may be sat among us. So I will direct this to you.
I just want to hear you say it. I want to hear you admit to all of us what you did, why you did it, and how you're sorry. I want them to know what monster hides underneath human skin and masquerade as their family.
That's not fair. It was a different time. We tried to learn and grow, to understand as the world changed around us.
Jupiter slams a fist down onto the table, their bodies shaking with rage as they push the pain-racked screech out of their throat.
I want to hear you fucking say it! Say it was your Judas, your viper in the trees, your abomination you had to hide away from the world. Say it!
Is this what B would want? Would he wish for you to play judge, jury, and executioner of his parent? If you were close to him, surely you would understand. Are they callous? Yes, absolutely. But you cannot condemn them for.
When I want your opinion, I will ask for it. Bennett is in a sea of confusion, unable to make decisions for himself or even represent his own pain properly. If you were capable of that, he would be here. Instead, it is left to myself and Neptune to pick up the broken pieces while he runs from his problems and whatever threats he thinks are over his shoulder. He cannot help anyone until he helps himself. So, I ask you again, Patriarch and Matriarch of the Gahart family, speak.
Earth shifts in his seat as Saturn puts a hand on Venus's shoulder. 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
When our firstborn came into the world, we were a family of status. We were raised in such a way that a certain code of ethics and a culture of religion came along for the ride. Behave in this way, do these things, never those things, understand the house rules and that of the holy book, so on. All those things are fine, but not to be adhered to in a militant manner. Of course, we didn't know that then. We were so young, had an image to uphold, and the code was the code. My father, Oliver, wasn't always there. When he was away, it was left to my mother and her lover to instill those values into me. Of course, Father tried to open my mind to more fair ways of thinking upon his return, but I was bitter and stuck in my ways.
I never wanted a relationship. Never wanted children. But our marriage was an agreement between two powerful families, and I was told what I needed to do, who I needed to love. There was no option forward but passivity. I was 19 years old, and I had met your father just once, 3 months prior. I did as instructed, but resentment grew between us when I could not give him what he wanted. Both being young, he didn't understand or want to. The word asexual wasn't a well-utilized term then, and it would not have been tolerated had it been so.
2 minutes. The shapes danced. Anticipation grew.
I was a terrible husband. I spent more and more time away from the house, partied and cheated. I met my future mistress one night out, a person who seemed to dance in an almost hypnotic pattern. captivated me with barely a word. Noelle de Leon. She took my heart on the first affair and was pregnant by the third. Of course, the first child of the Aerart family could not be an illegitimate one, born from a fling, so... After some discussion, arrangements were made. Noelle sold the baby to us and was gently instructed to move out of Dondella, far from Sturgeon. It broke my heart, but it had to be done. 14 months later, our second eldest was born. We tried in our own foolish way to raise them, but with Bennett's proclivities and Phineas's eccentricities, we left it up to the house staff to educate them.
I tried to be a doting mother. Truly, I did. But I felt such little connection to Bennett, the bastard spawn of my husband's infidelity, and a vast gulf between myself and the world Phineas inhabited, that I often found myself adrift, hating myself for not wanting to be closer, and yet unable to find a path there. Instead, a numbing absence of emotion overtook me, and I knew I was losing them every day. As they grew, so did Bennett's proclivities for art. A truly talented boy. We saw so much potential to elevate the family name, but we were incapable of patience or empathy, and so when Bennett fell in love, we saw it as a distraction and would not tolerate it. We took steps to keep them apart and isolated Bennett as we had Phineas. It left scars on them both in different ways. Where Phineas sank further into himself, Bennett lashed out.
60 seconds. The tension was palpable. The air grew hot and steam rose from the shapes around the group.
After a decade of pain, trials, and tribulations, with no small intervention from Oliver, my father, he began making conscious efforts to change, even in small ways. And then the twins were born. We saw it as a chance to change our ways as parents, as people. We sought to bring them up more liberally, to try and engage more. As a result, they were happier, well-rounded and adjusted. All sins come back to haunt us, and those manifested in what happened.
We reverted to our old selves the night of the disappearance. Now I see a family connected by blood and very little else. I cannot help it, and I know an apology without sincerity would only make things worse. We came here knowing full well what would happen to us. We accept it. We deserve it.
One thing that is indisputable, we did the best we could. We still love our children in our own way. Whatever happens, happens. We set this all in motion. We see it to its logical conclusion. That is our confession.
30 seconds. They hold hands and stare Jupiter down, who is shaking as he turns to Neptune, sharing a long stare before they shake their head. 20 seconds passes before Jupiter's shaking subsides. He takes in a breath and hits famine.
Killing you would put a foul taste in my mouth and likely ensure Bennett never speaks to me again. I won't do that to him. Go. Live with the damage you created and spend the rest of your miserable lives wishing you could make it right, knowing you can't. Your children will grow older and stay distant. You will never know their love, and that is your own doing, not theirs.
The portal opens up behind Saturn and Venus, whose masks begin to break away to reveal the faces of Magnus and Desiree Gahart, the parents of the Gahart children. They look tired. Very, very tired.
You must care for Bennett very much. Are you close?
More than you could ever know.
Then pass on a message for us. Whatever he is and whatever he does, we accept him, and he will always be our son. We all have our failures. We still love him.
With that, the two are guided to the portal, a facsimile of the Gahart family estate, before it closes. The deep azure blue returns, and Kronos appears again.
We're getting close now, folks. So very, very close. Agonizingly so. What better way to commemorate the end than to have a round dedicated to it? For what else is there to ponder but the end of all things? Long after this ball of rock is gone, the universe persists. But all things end. All is finite. In this round, we will reverse the fortunes. The smallest number wins. Memento Mori. Round 7. The End. Neptune picks the great devouring of the universe. Similar to the black hole theorem, only on a much, much grander scale. All things will fall into the great maw, the unflinching jaws, the schism itself. Nothing will escape it, not even light. Only darkness awaits you. You will be left screaming into the void, and it will not answer. 9 out of 10. Jupiter picks Kugel Blitz, Event Horizon. All the energy concentrated and honed to a fine point. Heat, light, and radiation coming together to form a brilliant event horizon. A visage of something so beautiful and intimidating, but nothing more than a prelude to the end. After all, art begets destruction. Most beautiful things have something horrifying within them or surrounding them, and you are no different. Those hands that could make beauty only invite destruction. Much like the Blitz, you will destroy everything around you, come hell or high water. 6 out of 10. Mercury picks Nuclear Hellfire or Asteroid. Man will always be the biggest scourge of his own kind's existence, a creature gifted with unrivaled intellect and using it to find new and creative ways to implement destruction of all forms of life on an unimaginable scale. To have that power for offense or defense matters not when it is wielded by those who see others as competition, and lesser, othering them to the point that the trigger finger on the launch codes gets far too itchy. Should we escape the horrors of nuclear winter, may a great calamity from the heavens bring with it a new extinction event, for we are already enacting the 6th mass extinction in the Holocene. Let it end for us with the 7th. Shame on us and on you for what we have done. 5 out of 10. Earth picks old age and time itself. Time, the most patient of all killers. It waits as the most stalwart creatures and spectral objects crumble to dust. Even as it too falls onto its own sword of Damocles, it does so with a smile. Time comes for us all. Memento Mori. 10 out of 10. And with that, we see a true reversal of roles. Our winner is Mercury with Nuclear Hellfire, and our loser, Earth, with time. How unfortunate. Still, we move to the confessional stage. We dance once more in the dreaded red light. 3 minutes.
I knew many people at this table. You are not one of them. But I will confess, all the same, for those still listening, I only ask you ensure a message gets passed on to one particular member of the family, should any of you make it out of here. I have served the Gerhardt family for over 40 years. I watched that house flourish and thrive with each generation and was proud to be their steward, their ward, and their guide where I could. But I am no different to the other confessionals we have heard here. I failed and I deserve to be part of this contest. My card of sin was correct. I did want more than I was permitted. I fell hopelessly in love with the last patriarch of the family, Oliver. A kind, considerate, and adventurous man I admired more than words. I would do anything for him, then as much as I would now. Alas,
takes a deep breath.
He did not return my affections, but he did understand them and sought to try and alleviate my heartbreak with true friendship. When he left on his last expedition, the one from which he would not return, he made me promise to look after the latest children of the Gerhardt family and guide them where their parents could not. How could I say no?
But your guidance failed, didn't it?
Regrettably, it was not enough. I did my best to be their confidant, to ensure they felt safe no matter the situation. But inevitably, I failed to see the oncoming storm. The burden falls on my shoulders for how things turned out, just as much as it does Magnus and Desiree. I feel like a failed parent just as much as they do. I confess that my inaction and inability to be the parent they needed led to this disaster. I accept the consequences.
Earth sits silent for the remainder of the confession as Mercury composes themselves before replying.
And what message am I to pass on before I read their judgment?
Tell Lux that Oliver is within the mountain with the last giant, and that if they trust themselves, it will all work out. To remember, while there may only be 3 bees in all of Europe, they can still find a colony. They can still fly. They can still be free. Tell them I love them, and I will see them again. I believe in them.
20 seconds. The bloodlust is at a fever pitch despite the maudlin tone, as if the things unseen are baying for blood, begging Mercury to indulge them. Yet, they don't. Their hand hits freedom, and Earth's confused face is revealed as the mask cracks away to reveal that of Rodney Saunders, butler for the Gerhardt family.
Why?
Because you're one of those same bees, and I will not be the one to stop you flying. Tell Lux the message yourself, one day.
The portal opens up. An unfamiliar garden appears as Saunders is led to it. He turns one last time to address Mercury before the portal closes.
I hope you pay close attention to your card.
The atmosphere maintained its intensity as the final round approached. The pulsating increased and the shapes rushed about the room as if ravenous. It all reached a peak state of height before dissipating in one go. The bright lights, the ravenous shapes, the almost game show style effects died at once. Now, there was a single spotlight hanging over the table, still strewn with the viscera of former competitors, swinging from side to side and casting unsettling shadows over the 3 remaining participants. Kronos reappeared, haggard and desiccated, his hologram glitching as his body twitched. With a shaking hand, he pointed to the group and rattled out a single word, ushering in the round. Death. No light changes, no sounds, no moving shapes. Absolute silence greets the players as the cards are manifested from the abyss. a smoky complexion adorning the edges of their bezel. Mechanically, purposefully, they take their cards as our little game comes to a close. Final round, Ways to Die. Neptune, Götterdämmerung, Twilight of the Gods. Legends speak of the ruin you will wreak across space, time, and reality. Long have you been prophesied to careen from the heavens themselves and smash into the earth, uprooting trees, houses, and mountains. You will awaken the last giant under the mountain, and while invoking the name of the formless god, bring the calamity upon our world just as Angleron once experienced in that kingdom of forgotten rulers and strange machinations. From you, new life will spring forth, but you will not be there to see it. Jupiter, the Rapture. You have waited for this day. They told you in the white room that smelled of sulfur you would one day stand hand in hand with your protege and watch this world tear itself apart like a rat king. Death will come for you in the absence of divine light by the ones you love most. Your ending will be the longest goodbye. 6 out of 10. Mercury. Did you figure it out yet? All these people seemingly intertwined and interconnected amid their disdain, their love, and their ideals. But where did you ever fit in with them? Only you know the answer to that. But did you figure out the riddle of the Sphinx? What is the secret of the shark tank? It is to be devoured. 3 out of 10. So the final round is completed and the curtain is almost ready to fall. It has been a pleasure being your manifested host for this evening. Our loser is Mercury. Our joint winners are Jupiter and Neptune. For in the shark tank's uterus, 2 pups can survive. Mercury, make your confession. The world is watching. The timer starts up. Small circular ring lights pop up around the formless void, and a sea of cameras sit behind them, each one focusing and blinking. The shapes were the various lenses popping in and out, or so it seems. 3 minutes. Mercury is shaking like a leaf.
It's a live stream. All of this time, it's been streamed on the internet? To who? To where? Is this some dark web shit? Or are we just playthings for some fucking streamers to sit and react to? As we're systematically murdered?
Silence. The other 2 don't speak or move. There is a low hum in the room.
Answer me! Are we just eating each other for fun? For their sick amusement? To prove a fucking point? Are we really debasing ourselves to further fuel the notion that human beings can't go 24 hours without consuming content that they know is bad for them? That fucking rage bait is the greatest driver of engagement and profit? That morally good people get their kicks from attaching their happiness to the downfall of their icons? Because what? Now they're miserable too? What the fuck are we?
We are sharks, and we're waiting for your confession. All of the above is opinion-based. You cannot reduce humanity, its nuances, its complexities, and its prejudices down to a single perspective, and to do so is pointless. Every word you speak, every idea uttered, will inevitably infuriate, offend, and outrage someone. 6 people sit in an elevator, they will have 9 opinions. There will always be someone consuming information like a gluttonous mass without thought or feeling. Someone who meticulously combs every facet to be the cleverest person in the room for a fraction of a second because they require validation. Some silence, unless their particular brand of information becomes viable. Endless variations of endless people, and it's all so boring.
Confess, Mercury. That is why we're here.
2 minutes, 30 seconds. Mercury puts their head in their hands.
I have nothing to confess.
Liar. You will not lie to me a second time. Don't you dare do that after what we went through.
I never intended.
Confess. Now.
90 seconds. The boom increases.
I was admitted to the inner sanctum a while ago. You can guess the reason. Rich family didn't want to see their daughter all messed up in the head over what gender she is or isn't, and who she likes or doesn't. They did horrible things to me. Unspeakable. I spent weeks begging for death. Told if I didn't accept their doctrine, I'd go to the cicada room. And I did not want to go there. I knew what happened if I went in. I wouldn't come back out. The sheer volume of people who never came out.
60 seconds. The cameras zoom in. The boom is beginning to shake the environment.
One day, someone comes to my cell. I don't see their full face, but I see the smile. It's that of a kid who's ready to play with a new toy. Almost innocent, but dripping with the sadism of a twisted adult. I was told I had a choice. Go to the cicada room, or do some recon work for the sanctum. In exchange, I'd be let out and could go home. I'd have to follow some troubled case and report back everything they did. But I was only thinking of myself, and I agreed if it meant that I could survive.
30 seconds. A fever pitch. Mercury's mask begins to crack.
Shark Tank. We all eat each other to survive. I deserve this, don't I? I confess to abusing your trust and ensuring you were always going to end up here, in this trap, in the clutches of the very monsters you sought to escape from and take down.
20 seconds. Neptune looks to Jupiter, who tilts his head.
I want to settle this myself. No cameras, no voyeurism, no outside influence. Let me be what you trained me for.
You don't want them to see? Isn't that part of why Kronos brought us here?
He gestures to the cameras around them. Neptune shakes their head.
They've had their fill, and so have you. Now let me have my revenge.
Jupiter considers them for a moment before sighing and getting up, placing a hand on their shoulder before walking to the other side, where a portal to a wooded area and a big-top carnival can be seen in the distance.
Very well. Follow me after you have done. I'm going to give Bennett his come-to-Jesus moment. It is long overdue.
Unbeknownst to Neptune or Mercury, Jupiter pulls their phone out of their pocket and spies the stream that had been set up. It was extremely active. Many commenters expressing their sick delight for the events, comment after comment praising the confessions of the victims, sharing solidarity with their views from behind a mask of anonymity, and donating large amounts of money to the inner sanctum. A perverse smile rocks across his face as Jupiter's mask crumbles away to reveal Gail, who saunters through the portal to his next victim. The timer is over. The game is over. The cameras shut down in one swoop and only the swinging light remains again. Mercury's mask cracks as the face of Asani Walker breaks through, tears in their eyes and a distinct croak in their throat, the kind from anxiety and heartbreak.
So, what happens now? We fight, hug it out, and continue on with the mission?
Neptune does not respond. They sit there, arms folded, as their own mask begins cracking.
Lux, please, I started as a spy, but when we met, when I got to know you, when we fought through that hellish null realm, I saw what you were doing, how hard you fought. I saw where you came from, and I loved your passion. I began to love you. I swear, I would take it all back if I could, but I can't. I can only move forward.
Did you know when he was going to take me? Did you know when he was going to put me in that coffin? When he was going to bury me in the ground? Did you watch as the coffin filled up and I drowned?
Did you know what would happen to me in the mortuary?
Silence. Asani's face grows pale. A cold sweat runs down their brow and catches on the piercings, dropping to the table as they stare downwards. The lights keep swinging. Neptune's mask keeps cracking. Something undulates beneath it.
Did you help him? Did you help him?
Yes, for a time. But I swear I stopped after we met. I didn't know what he was going to do to you. I promise you.
Look at me, Asani.
The light swings further. Its arc flies up to the ceiling and bathes the two sitting opposite each other in total darkness for just a moment before reorienting and flying in the other direction. As Asani looks in Neptune's direction, they are rooted to the spot. The light swinging above is not attached to any fixture. It is attached to Neptune. The pulsation returns, as does the light change. A soft blue pings in and out with a gentle hum. Rhythmic. Almost pleasant.
You were my final lifeline to this world. My last hope that I could trust someone, but even those who have suffered the same as I have would sell me down the river to suit their own interests. Gail wants me to be a monster. Well, maybe I am a fucking monster. Do you remember the card I got in the deep sea creatures round, Asani?
Asani cannot speak. They are mesmerized by the glowing light, as if it were a lure. The mask breaks away to show a terrifying visage of trauma, pain, and monstrous rage. Leathery skin, gills, dead eyes, teeth like the bars of a prison cage. The face of a nightmare. Lux Gahart has embraced the role given to them.
I am the anglerfish, and I choose feast.
With a final flash of the luminous lure, the room is black and silent, save for the sound of flesh being ripped and torn to shreds. For on this night, the Shark Tank has two winners, and has birthed a brand new monster to lurk in its depths. Chapter 10 Choose Your Own Nightmare, Editions 2.1 and 2.2. Blurb: You're the star attraction of your own carnival, or maybe you're a soul trapped between realms. It's impossible to say. Choose from a possibility of 28 endings. Can you find the true path to stardom or to salvation? Presenting House of Songs, House of Lies by Beaufort Dion III. Adapted into audio by Dusklight Studios. Beware and warning. You are about to read a tale like no other. This is not your run-of-the-mill adventure book. No, this is something entirely different. For not only do you control the story, but in our desire to strive for excellency and unique content, we elected to try out a new formula. Choose your own nightmare. The scares will be aplenty, and some may chill you more than others. Only you can further this tale. Only you can decide how this ends. When all is said and done, you must live with the choices you make. Inside this tome are adventures, horrors, challenges, and vital choices with severe consequences for every decision you undertake. If you are reading this or hearing this, you are undoubtedly an individual of guile, skill, and cunning. These skills and more will be tested to their absolute limits in order to pass the trials within and come out in one piece. I should caution you, reader. One wrong move could end up splitting your soul in irreparable ways. This is the part where I tell you that you can go back and make another choice, isn't it? Well, not on this occasion. There is only forward. There is only the constant progression and the march towards inevitability. Should you fail, that is a permanent stain you cannot erase. It will engulf you until there is nothing left of you. There will be no second chances. The choice has already been made for you. Good luck. Your name is lost to you, but you know your title off by heart. The Great Creator. You are famous around the world for your ability to conjure anything from thin air, captivate audiences with your charisma, and seemingly twist reality itself with your skills. Crowds swarm you wherever you go, almost ravenous in their attempts to see your great tricks and sleight-of-hand techniques. Of course, they don't know your secret, that there is no sleight of hand or technique to your performances. You are a creator, though you don't know how this came to be. In fact, you could not record a time before you were blessed with this technique. Much like the time before your very birth, it is a blank slate to you, absent of all senses, memories, and feelings. You just know the carnival, the dusklight circus, the ringmaster who recruited you, and the knowledge it has rolled into a brand new town called Dondella. Your final performance has been a rousing success. You were signing autographs late into the evening and fielding many curious questions until you retired to your trailer. But you did spot someone amongst the performance and waiting in the shadows, cloaked up to the nose and staring daggers at you. It perplexed you, and you felt a strange sensation overcome you as you retired to bed. That was your last memory before you awoke in the field adjacent to the carnival. It is dark, cold, and you are barely dressed as the autumn breeze brings with it an unforgiving chill that rattles your bones. The normally friendly stars twinkling above almost appear menacing as they pulsate ahead, the larger ones giving off a hum as you feel compelled to get to your feet. Little do you know that this simple motor function action would begin your journey and your nightmare. As you right yourself, you become painfully aware of two things. There is someone watching you, unseen but clearly nearby. There is a lone door situated in the field, a faint glow from beneath the crack. Do you 1. Inspect your surroundings for the intruder, or 2. Go towards the door? You have chosen option 2. You approach the strange, gilded door with trepidation. You sense that this is no ordinary door, but you do not wish to stay in the open for longer than is necessary. With every step you take towards the bizarre display, the bigger the door becomes. As if an optical illusion, not dissimilar to the sort in the Dusklight Circus's funhouse of illusory magic, you feel this once modest rectangular archway balloon into a looming structure towering over you, almost blotting out the brighter of the stars in the night sky. Your body begins to vibrate, and you hear a rustling from behind you. If you wish to open the door, choose option 1. However, if you wish to confront the rustling, choose option 2. With your breath quickening, you continue your approach to the door, the rustling growing in pace and aggression as your own body vibrates in a macabre synchronicity. You see bright lights emanating from the slit beneath the door, and upon approach, spy multiple handles of various shape, design, material, and placement across this grand entrance. Your heart rate doubles as you sense the rustling has ceased. You must make a choice. To grab the rusted lever handle, choose option 1. To turn the gilded doorknob, choose option 2. To pull the engraved magenta handle, choose option 3. You make your choice, pulling the engraved magenta handle as the door swings open, a plume of warm air hitting you in the face and the overwhelming brightness blinding you as your body is forcibly pulled through the archway and into this new, bizarre realm. Upon regaining your faculties, the sounds of heavenly choruses rain down on your ears, and a message finds its way into your mind. Directionless one, you have found your way to the House of Songs. Here, you will be tested. You may be aware that outside of this realm, something is hunting you. Who or what it is are things you will come to know in time. You have a journey to make. Ahead of you are several doors containing fractals of your life, allowing you to piece together the person you were, the person you are, and the person you wish to be. Discern the truth in the House of Songs from the deceit in the House of Lies, for should you get lost within the House of Lies, or begin to acquiesce to its deceptive nature, you will remain forever lost. To that end, you have 3 choices, for there is always a choice. You may go straight to either a House of Songs or Lies, or you may wish to brave the threat looming overhead and find those doors for yourself in the real world. The voice sounds as if it is smiling as it speaks again. You have a beautiful gift, Manifester. We wish to see it realized to its fullest potential. Choose. If you choose a doorway to the House of Songs, choose option 1. If you choose a doorway to the House of Lies, choose option 2. If you choose a doorway to exit this place and to brave the horrors outside, choose option 3. With a nod of acknowledgement, you make your choice. In doing so, you step outside into the relative cold and gaze up at a sign in neon lights, the sounds of music and revelry in the distance. Welcome to Sturgeon's own Golgotha theme park. Bright lights, scents of cotton candy, popcorn, and the feeling of a warm summer's night flood your senses as the door closes behind you, leaving you to your faculties. You are positioned at the entrance. The ticket stand is empty, and not a single security guard in sight. In fact, despite the sounds of revelry and joy echoing on the soft breeze, you don't spy a single soul around you. The park is alive, but there is nobody inhabiting it. You feel something in your pocket and fish out a dog-eared map, faded print and well-worn but still legible. On it is a comprehensive diagram of the Golgotha theme park, broken into 4 distinct realms for you to explore. Medieval Madness, Adventurer's Cove, Scientific Spelunkers, and, most curiously, the Dusklight Circus. Your circus. Each one meticulously marked with symbols that you don't fully understand. With map in hand, you walk through the gate and stand in front of the signs. If you wish to go to Medieval Madness, choose option 1. If you wish to go to Adventurer's Cove, choose option 2. If you wish to go to Scientific Spelunkers, choose option 3. And if you wish to go to the Dusklight Circus, choose option 4. Clutching the map tightly and doing your best to ignore the creeping dread crawling up your spine that implies you're being watched, you make for the first stop on your trip, Adventurer's Cove. You pass through a large walkway, the built-in vendors shilling their trinkets, souvenirs, foods and oddities, all abandoned but their wares on full display. You think about grabbing a memento, but the sheer notion of stopping as your unseen accomplice is so close behind fills you with an extra boost of adrenaline, and you elect to pick up your pace, darting down a side alleyway and through an unlocked door just as you see their shadow filling the small space you've traversed down. You did not realize until after you stepped through the threshold that you'd entered one of the special doors. But was it to the House of Songs or the House of Lies? We see a manor house, the furnishings screaming opulence, sophistication, aristocracy. All of it draped in that old money feel that comes from rural Western homes run by elders who claim it was always more challenging in their day, quick to dismiss your achievements whilst bolstering their own. You don't know why your mind went to such bitterness, but as you walk along the reception area and follow the sounds of conversation to the drawing room, you remember why. This is your home, and upon further inspection of the room, its occupants, and the conversation within, you know that it's roughly 20 years ago. The image not remotely faded, The words no less powerful, and the memory as clear as if you had an eidetic memory. There sits little you, handing something sheepishly to your parents and wringing your wrists in nervous anticipation of their reaction. 2 silhouettes cast upwards along the study you're all sat in. Tall, hawkish, unforgiving in their looming stature. You cast your eyes around the room to see if their influence reaches as far as that of their owners. But in an instant, you are brought back by the voice of your father, the king of this house.
What kind of ludicrous caricature of yourself is this, Bennett? Explain!
His intonation cuts through you like a well-thrown hatchet, cleaving your fragile composure in twain without any effort. You often wonder if he speaks this way to others, and as you gaze at your nervous mother, you gather that he does.
It's how I feel, Father. Inside, when I think on myself, the way the other boys around me behave, the way the girls act, I feel I don't fit in with either, to be truthful. Morgan said I might be an alien, but...
You trail off, picking at the skin on your thumbs. You hate when you do it, but your irascible father hates it more. He grabs your picking hand and squeezes it in his own gargantuan paw.
You will not dirty our floors, Bennett, nor will you dirty our lineage with this filthy habit. You are becoming a man. Act like one.
His words hiss in your face. You catch the scent of strong alcohol and mint on his breath. You can see your reflection in his bared teeth. You're scared. You're vulnerable. You are without help. He leans back and stands up, turning away from you and still clutching the drawing with shaking hands.
This is a sickness, Bennett. You are having delusions not dissimilar to that of others within our family history. It will either consume you or you can consume it, but I will not have it become your weakness that you show to the world and damage our name in the process.
He shows the drawing to your mother, a patient but distant woman who had long since abandoned any pretense of motherly care towards you. Her form bristles, and she purses her lips as she stares down at you. She tells you every Gahart family member has their skeletons, and these are yours to bury. She hands the drawing to you with unflinching features, statuesque in her demeanor, as she tells you in no uncertain terms to put it into the ground, to kill it, now. They watch little you. You watch your younger self, shaking like your very soul is desperate to burst from your flesh prison and escape into the ether, to go anywhere that isn't here and start anew. All those raw, incalculable emotions we are taught to bury through years of heartache, strife, and failure just bubbling beneath the surface. You clutch the drawing in your hands, and as hot tears stain its contents, it glows faintly, something stretching beyond the borders of its existence to break free from its bonds. It's slight, a murmur at absolute best, a prelude at absolute worst. Little you does not see it, but your parents do, as they watch you cast it into the fire. So you go back into the ground. The scene pulls away from you before the door slams in your face, and you are provided 2 pathways to walk down. Songs. Lies. You step towards the music and take the songs path, emerging from a tunnel and into a small circular room filled with jungle decor, a sea of exotic animals in various enclosures, enough rainforest sounds to deafen the outside world, and a cut-out mascot standing in front of you. Strange. He's wearing a beekeeper's outfit of all things. Bulky, ill-fitting, 3 digits on either glove, the face totally obscured by the mesh on the front where the face should be. Nearby, a sign says, Benny the beekeeper says, adventurers always inspect their environments before taking the plunge towards the cove. You ascertain he's a mascot of some sorts as you look around your new surroundings. Do you, option 1, look closely at the animal enclosures, or option 2, proceed down the trail. You decide now is as good a time as any to take stock of your surroundings and look at the bizarre animals, many of which seem to be taxidermy or animatronic from a distance. Along the left circular wall, you spy bright blue primates with scorpion tails, their eyes bulbous and yellow, chewing on something obscured from your view. On the opposite side, a reptilian humanoid standing on 2 hoofed feet, holding primitive tools and trying to impale something in the treetops of its enclosure. Thunder echoes in the enclosure, and the creatures stop moving. A silence grips the environment, and you realize you are gripped by it too. You look closer at the primates first, seeing they're chewing on something still writhing. An insect, perhaps? No. Something else. Something with a face. A face in absolute anguish, staring at you with beady little eyes before a sharp incisor punctures the soft flesh and tears it from your sight. Unsettled, you step to the other enclosure and see the reptilian humanoid is watching you, licking its lips as it sways rhythmically, positioning its sphere before launching into the brush. You don't see what it catches, but you hear the ear-splitting shrieks. They sound unlike anything you've ever heard before, each one punctuated by a great hunger. Do you? Option 1, inspect the tree. Or option 2, leave for the trail. Electing to leave this behind, you make a beeline for the trail and head down the dark tunnel, barely lit, save for some guiding soft purple lights on the floor. Every now and then, a new iteration of Benny the Beekeeper pops up with a bit of advice. You walk and listen to each one, taking in the neon swirls and the fish tanks around you. Though, strangely, you see no fish.
Hey, adventurers! Remember, a true adventurer always looks after their friends. They're like family. Adventure is for everyone! Did you know that there's more fish in the deep sea than anywhere else in the ocean? So many creatures in the dark depths we've never seen. I wonder what's out there. I'll stick to the bees. Speaking of bees, did you know that if you were to put all the planets in the solar system into one nation, it would be the spatial equivalents of 3 bees in all of Europe? Gosh, that sure is far, huh? Studies have shown that insects may actually experience pain. Think about that the next time you see one being eaten alive.
They continued on until you reached a clearing, one large tank drawing your attention, a strange light pulsating from within.
When we think of predators of the ocean, adventurers, none are more terrifying than that of the anglerfish. Using a lure on its head, it entices its victims in until...
The light blinds you, and once again, the sound of songs fills your ears. When you open your eyes, you are once more in the house of songs and lies. It's your study, a repurposed atrium your father allowed you to have when your burgeoning talents began to gain recognition. You are now 17, a budding artist, and each piece you produce is marveled by the wider community. You had heard of another in La Serva, but yours was all that people talked about. You were putting the final touches on your latest piece when someone walked through the door. He's young, possibly the same age as you, possibly a bit older. His raven black hair tied into a messy bun, thin locks brushing down the side of his tanned skin and tucking just underneath his jawline. God, that jaw. You could trace the lines of his entire being if you had time.
You never stop working, do you, B?
His playful mocking tone echoes around the room and sends your brain into overdrive. But you keep your cool. You have to.
It's what I do, I guess.
You stammer, hands shaking as you try to focus and finish.
Not all that. Not all that I do, but right now fuck.
You feel a flush of red and you refuse to look him in the eye. You know you can't. You know what will happen. This is a snapshot of a deeper issue, and you feel as if you're intruding on your own privacy, bearing witness to your own car crash. But he is undeterred as he crosses the room full of your drafts and half-finished meals, placing a calm and heavily ringed hand on your shaking one, drawing your face into his and kissing you. You don't like watching this. You feel the burning shame of exposure, and you know what is coming. You want to find the door of lies, but it is nowhere in sight. You are a witness to your own misgivings, your own regrets, your lost loves. Just like everyone else, for a moment, you are ordinary. He breaks his embrace and looks at you, your mouth simply whispering his name.
Morgan,
I know, but I don't care. Dad'll have to deal with it. It's not the 50s. Why is this a big deal? You bristle in your seat and try to find the words, but they don't come to you. Instead, you show him your latest work and let it do the speaking for you. It says more in 5 minutes than you could have done in 5 hours. It speaks to your agony, to your expectations, to the ruinous path you will both walk if you stay hand in hand. It says everything, and it is devastating. Morgan says nothing as he looks at you, deep ochre eyes meeting your own. Both so young, but you can see your everything within him. Infatuation or not, it is intoxicating to you. He accepts the path, and you do too. You kiss again. But your father storms into the room and in one motion throws Morgan off of you and volleys a right cross into your jaw.
I told you what would happen if you brought that degeneracy here! I can accept it for your artwork so long as the family's reputation increases, but this, I will never accept this!
He shakes a finger at Morgan, knuckles bloodied from the strike.
So help me, if your father wasn't his patron, I'd beat you within an inch of your goddamn life!
Morgan runs over to you, but is shoved away by your father, bashing his head on a coffee table. You don't see what happens next. You don't want to. Instead, you rip the pages from your book and make your way to the House of Lies. A slam against the window pane. Not a fish, but a hand. Something rots the very plexiglass itself as the lights flicker. Your pursuer is gaining on you. To your left, the tunnel connects to medieval madness. To the right, scientific spelunkers. Do you? Option 1, take the left path to medieval madness. Or, Option 2, take the right path to scientific spelunkers. In a flash and a pivot on your heel, you race towards the left tunnel. Your breath catching in your chest and producing a sharp sensation that runs through your abdomen and down your spine. You felt the looming fear of death in there. You know it. You don't stop to process. You know to fly, and fly you do. After a minute of running, you slow to a slight jaunt and see the tunnel open into a large field, the sky above red and the sound of medieval music piped into the dome-like building. Ahead of you stands a makeshift black castle, its gates half open and a small town propped up. The craftsmanship to be admired. This is the kingdom of Angleron, long since lost to time. It was presided over by a powerful ruling family. Then, in the midst of a holy war, there was a cataclysmic event and much of their culture was lost to time. It was from these ashes and refugees that Sturgeon, the great municipality, was born. You of course knew full well of the legend. Your grandfather had helped translate the latest edition of the play, covering these historical events. You used to love hearing it growing up. But the details seem lost to you now. Only one way forward. You walk through the lowering gates and into the castle proper, a grand courtroom filled with mosaic paintings of the largely embellished history of Angleron. The great warriors, tinkerers, soothsayers, and royal family litter every section of the walls in grand renditions of their deeds as you keep walking. Their tale, though tragic, is an important one for artists everywhere, for it is vital we never lose sight of the loyalty and love a parent can have for their children in this or any age. Your stomach contracts on those words as you spot a pair of large gilded doors behind the twin thrones, the title above the door bearing the name of the Crown Prince, Sovereign. Do you 1. inspect the prince's chambers, or 2, continue looking around for another way forward. You walk with determination towards the chambers and feel a sense of purpose with every stride you take. You know that every door you encounter has a chance of leading you back to the House of Songs and Lies, but on this occasion, you do not care. You must know what lies in the chamber. It feels personal to you. With shaking hands, you push the doors open and you walk inside. Inside, the chamber has been ransacked. It is crumbling away, and the heavy rain and thunder from outside has infected almost every square inch of the room. Manuscripts are torn and flying around the sparse room. The bed is stained and destroyed. Nothing of love lives in this room anymore. It is a place made for suffering. In the center, you see a young man, withered and hunched over, feverishly creating something on a canvas. His clothes hang from him like the last threads of his own sanity. They are tired and fading. His passion, however, will not leave him, not when it is feasting so wonderfully on his anguish. With every deft movement of his hands, he creates something unique. He is, somewhere in his consciousness, aware he is birthing something that will outlive him, something that will be talked about, pontificated over, and discussed by elites, amateurs, and artists alike. He is creating a legacy from the deepest pits of grief. Someone stands in the opposite doorway, holding an umbrella and watching as he speaks into a phone.
Yes, I see him. He's no doubt making something remarkable that will only add to his legend and that of the brand itself. I estimate we can sell it for a minimum of 6 figures, 7 if it encapsulates the more grotesque aspects of what he's experiencing. Those troglodytes on the internet will love it. Smarmy little shits will lap up the falsified empathy it generates, project themselves onto it, and proliferate it amongst themselves. More degeneracy. The lightning strikes and the wolfish grin of your father flashes for but a moment, before something truly human flickers across his face. Following his eyes, you see your younger self, now 22, finished with your work and utterly broken by it as you trace your bony fingers across its finished canvas, humming some listless tune between pain-racked sobs. You look back to your father, and, for just a moment, he looks like a father. Carl, I think this may be the last one for a while. My boy needs treatment, and that grief isn't going to go away until he gets it. At this point, further exposure unabated will push him over the edge. No, don't worry. I know a good place. They're a new facility in town. I'll fill you in on the details later.
You remembered. You remembered being given this horrifying corner of the suburbs to work. You begged to see Morgan but were told he had been scared away by your father, found someone else and moved countries. You were devastated. Even more so when news of his accident reached you. If he asked for you, you weren't told. You were left to sit there and let the grief fester in you like a mold, growing through your spine and into your brain until it was what drove every facet of your life. You remember this piece, the hurt it caused. You remember burning it not long after you got home. But you know that home is elsewhere now as you walk to the House of Songs, stopping only when at the threshold to see the rest of the memory, where the thing inside the painting began to split from its prison and, while still screaming, tried to find meaning in this new world. Your younger self, driven mad by fear and grief, grabbed it and pushed it back into the canvas before it fell inert. Your father said nothing, but a mix of fascination and fear addled him. He knew what was coming. This was the night that your gift was truly born. You pass through the archway and now find yourself at the entrance to the final section. No more games. We know where this ends. The Golgothan Funhouse. You look up at the manor house. For so much of your life, this has felt like the entrance to the biggest monsters you knew. One that spat venom and one that held its tongue and looked the other way. Now, it feels like coming home. You don't even ask how the theme park recreated it so perfectly. You don't ask anything anymore. Instead, you steel yourself and begin the walk up the trail to the front door. You sense something behind you, a figure lumbering in the distance, not even running so much as hobbling. The flies follow them wherever they go, and you swear for a moment it's your tormentor from the woods. But no, something else comes into view as you reach the porch and wait for the doors to open. Torn suit, filth caking its legs, and the face visor damaged. The beekeeper, in the flesh. They shamble closer. You push on the door, but they do not give. Panic rips through you, but you can do nothing. There are no choices to be made, for what can someone do against something that defies choice itself? The beekeeper is close now. Very, very close. But they do not harm you. Instead, they hold up a single hand to your face. 3 fingers. 3. The doors burst open and you tumble through them, finding yourself in the large reception area with a pair of doorways on either side and the stairs leading upwards. The choices have stopped mattering, at least for now. This is fixed, though we wish it wasn't, as we do with many paths we walk in life. You know you have to go upstairs. You returned after a 5-year absence with minimal contact, completely cured and ready to start your job as an art curator, though you needed to move home for the time being. You felt what they drilled into you was normal, though you felt more like you were donning a human skin suit at times. Your parents seemed warmer than what you recalled, though that could be the medication or the therapy helping you see them favorably. Your younger brother Finley approved of your return, though he kept his nose in his books. Your youngest siblings, the twins, were elated to see you, having grown up considerably in your absence. They were toddlers when you first left, children when you were institutionalized. Now they were in their mid-teens and firmly within their own identities. You were shocked at how utterly carefree the house felt now, the presence itself less crushing. You hear the buzzing of the flies, but you ignore them as you follow younger you upstairs and towards the parlor where your parents have asked to speak to you. They close the door and relay to you some of the things they feel were mistakes. Your father, in particular, is immensely remorseful. His once powerful gait now diluted to a diminutive husk of a man. Still powerful, not decrepit, but softer. He is tearful as he explains his failings of raising you. That his own torrid issues within his marriage and the lack of freedoms led him to brutalize his firstborn. He explains, through croaks, that your mother is something called asexual, which, while leading to 3 beautiful children, did mean he was with her for convenience, nothing more. He stops short of discussing how you were born, but it catches in his chest. He steadies himself before continuing. 3. Your father said 3 beautiful children. This is the night they told you of your lineage, that your mother was not your mother, but someone else. She came into your father's life like a whirlwind and gave him everything his wife could not. Emotional security, safety, sexual liberation. From her, you were conceived. From her, you were taken. From her, your mother's resentment bore fruit. Your mother, upon this revelation, tears up too and says that though there was resentment, she always loved you and found your art beautiful. That your birth mother would be so proud of who you were now. That they never knew the facility would be so brutal. That they tried to get you out, but that there were so many loops to jump through. But they were reunited now, thanks to some deep reflection with the help of their 2 youngest children's own struggles. You remember the world growing numb at this point, hearing that your 2 baby siblings had identical issues to you and were not beaten for it, but instead coddled and praised. You almost glaze over the origins of your birth, a shockingly cavalier approach despite the maudlin tone of the conversation. Once again, the feeling of being overlooked washes over you. From the moment of conception to the moment of adulthood, you have always been cast aside, and only now do you get clemency and ask for forgiveness now that the younger generation has entered the fray. They will never know the wounds you carry within you, for they have been spared the rod. Do you, 1. Lash out at your family and prepare to burn everything you love to cinders? Or 2. Accept with quiet humility, hone your therapy, and wait? No, you cannot lie here. Not now. You took a deep breath, ignoring the rot and the stench, and moved to the kitchen downstairs. As you did, you passed by some curios on display. A wood carving, a mini flesh-like door, a black orb. Strange, but not your focus at the present. You needed to escape the stench of what was chasing you. You head through the kitchen, trying not to focus on the rapidly shifting scenery around you, for you could swear that instead of a well-stocked pantry of pickles, meats, and fruits, you saw brains, intestines, faces, and jars. No, it was the adrenaline and the tests, that's all. Pushing on, you find the back door and pull hard, heading into the deep recesses of your backyard. You loved it here, spending hours as a child playing the adventurer you always wanted to be, hacking through the jungle to find the lost treasures of yore with your childhood best friend Morgan. Sometimes you'd pretend you were scaling that legendary mountain of Octan, looking for the last giant. Now, it was an overgrown mess caked with mud and weeds. You sifted through until you heard voices calling from the shed halfway down the property where Saunders lived.
But a word of advice, Phineas. The night can play tricks on your mind.
Do you, 1. Peer into the windows, or 2. Continue with the lie, be an adventurer? You peer in through the windows and see a terrifying creature of filth and decadence leaning over a small table at your brother, instructing him to watch over the chained coffins until the sun rises. You feel sick. Your eyes sting. You must press on. The music is becoming deafening, as is the buzzing. You look to the far corner, a sea of poorly attached stones, plywood and cardboard making the most miserable kingdom an adult could envisage, but any child could say with absolute certainty was the realm of kings and queens. You recall one summer where all of you played in the kingdom, recreating Angleron's events from your grandfather's papers. You always wanted to be the emperor, but you were frequently overruled. Your youngest sibling loved it the most. You don't know why you stopped playing, but one day, you woke up and didn't see the kingdom anymore. Its great spires, imposing structures and strange customs now just looked like nothing more than a child's paltry fantasy. You had changed, and with that change, the kingdom eroded before your eyes. You trudged through the rest of the underbrush, wondering how this place got so out of shape in your absence, before reaching the edge of the yard and stepping through the last set of neck-high weeds. On the border of another neighboring property, you see a young woman hopping over a rock wall on a phone call as she hurries back into the house.
The stars sure are bright tonight. I think it's time for another trip. Thank you for listening, Doctor.
She puts the phone down before rushing to her home, and you feel your feet carry you before your conscious mind can react. You must follow her. You sprint across the open fields, careful not to look at the sky for too long, though you can't understand why, before spying a slightly open window on the ground floor. The rain and thunder mask your approach as you peer inside and see a woman in deep distress. On the phone again. Your sister, Lucinda. She looks so fragile, so vulnerable.
It hasn't moved. It doesn't make a sound. Am I hallucinating? Am I just crazy? Am I...
Something in the room shifts, and though you don't see it, you hear it speak.
You told them, didn't you, Lucinda?
No, I didn't tell them everything.
This is why you can't be trusted.
I did as I was told.
This is why you have to stay here. This is why Minerva had to go away. Because you cannot keep your promise.
I kept my promise. I swear I kept my promise. Please don't be mad. It wasn't my fault.
The figure raises a hand as Lou pleads her case, and a bright light flashes before Lou rushes from the room, and you are pushed back from the window, landing flat on your face. Your phone begins to rumble. Do you, 1, answer it and face the consequences, or 2, continue to walk this path of ruinous lies? Bleary-eyed, you grab your phone and answer without saying anything. A gruff voice pierces your ear and stabs your brainstem with its information.
Good news and bad news. They found a body at your old home. Be ready. They'll be coming for you next.
And the good news?
You hear your raspy vocal cords wheeze out before the voice pauses, and you swear you can hear a smile.
Coleman was found asleep at the wheel, covered in her own filth and the blood of some passerby she hid. She's been committed to a facility. Early onset dementia caused by a tumor, they think. She won't be a problem. Time to get back to work, son. How long until we are ready to open the door?
Maybe a few more. The world is turning at such a pace. So many things. It's overwhelming.
Speaking of overwhelming, not sure if you know the details, but that incident at the clinic was regrettable. But we've sent Bancroft on paid leave and told the public that Faust took his own life in a death by misadventure. He was a perverse sort. They won't find it surprising once his browsing history is leaked.
The gruff man cackles. It's like sandpaper.
I have to go. I've got a symposium to attend to, and I'm making some special dish. I'll be in touch. You're doing the Lord's work, son. God go with you.
The phone line goes dead as you dust yourself off and find yourself in a hallway. Once more your family home, and with one final door to walk through. The final door to exit the House of Songs and Lies. You remember the brief events preceding this night. You caught the two of them talking about secrets. One professed that they were going to elope with their girlfriend when they turned 18. The other said they had a new name in mind. Lux, they chose. It felt foreign to your ears and brought tears to your eyes, but Lucinda loved it. They shared a moment before Lux hesitated and told them that they noticed they can do things. And before waiting for a response, you saw them. They manifested, same as you, but far more power. How? You confronted your parents, demanded to know why they would accept their children for what they were, but not you. Why they would put their eldest out to pasture and torture him into being normal, but not them. Your father, again, apologized and tried to get you to see his side, even going as far as to mention Morgan. A mistake. You struck him, but he did not fight back. He called that penance and retired. You felt no shame. Your mother told you she would have plucked you from her very soul if she had not met your father, and you were perfect as you were. A pointless attempt at appeasing your ego. This woman did not birth you, did not conceive you. She held your mother back from you out of pure spite. As a result, her appeasement did not have the desired effect, and instead sought to irrevocably shatter your heart all the more. But you did not show it. You retired to your room. You waited. You planned. And you got to work. The sound of the song is rattling in your skull as you slowly walk to the lone door in the room, passing through and into a dead end with a set of funhouse mirrors stacked up against the wall. You know the end is in sight. You walk towards the central one, your figure being distorted into bizarre shapes with every step.
We don't need to play this game for much longer, do we? We have work to do. Divinity awaits us.
The rotting, bandaged husk of a man emerges from the right, shambling towards you.
How many times did trial and error fail you? How many rituals did you undertake? How many were saved versus converted into art? How long before consuming them was no different to consuming a meal? How long before we can go back to being normal? How long before consuming them was no different to consuming a meal? How long before we can go back to being normal?
You feel anger, indignation burn inside you as you keep walking.
I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. You see divinity in one, and so many are expendable, right? Because it is not within you. Only the art remains.
From the other side, a young artist, haggard in stature and matted hair, walks towards the center.
No, only the job remains. We will enact our judgments, and we will bring about divinity through Lux. It is a matter of patience, and I have that in spades.
The three of you walk closer to the center of the room, towards the mirrors. Do you? Option 1. Finish this paltry facsimile of a game and exit the House of Songs and Lies? Or option 2. You snuck in, the night after their birthday, taking Lux with no resistance and bringing them to the sanctum. You knew what you had to do and you would see it through. The three of you come into full view as the mirrors warp, twist, and distort before merging into one cracked but complete mirror. This is you. This is Laserva. This is Gail. This is Bennett Cochran Gahart, the Antlion. There was only ever one ending, only ever one choice. This is the path you chose to walk. We just chronicled it. We all choose our own nightmares. It's simply a matter of how we choose to live within them. I sincerely hope you enjoyed this evening's production on Dusklight Radio, hosted by yours truly, Everett J. Blackwell. This strange ritualistic tale of watery depths and sea kings was crafted by Janitor Supremo TJ Lee. You could check out more of TJ's work here on the channel, as well as his books on Amazon. I want to take a moment to thank all of our patrons for making this possible. If you want to sign up, it's as little as $1 a month and you get exclusive content, early access videos and stories, updates, and more. But times are tough and we will always be grateful for support no matter what form it comes in. Financial, spiritual, corporeal, maniacal, whatever you want. It really helps us out. A shout out collectively to all of the Sturgeon faithfuls. And next, I want to thank all of our Purple Crayon Eaters. Feeny Von Karma, Max, Fi, Amara, Ashabel, Candyman Gloving, Mike, Alex, Gail, Echo Kane, Ian Hancocks, and Okami-san. Then our janitors, Alex Nunez, Arkham Cookie, Amy, Adrian R., Heather Cayley, Scott, Death 31, Sabine Eclipse, Joy Flint Healy, Dux, Shane Lewis, and Allie. Our Nightmare Detectives, Fox Clifford and Melanie Schaefer. Our Void Walkers, Professor Creepypasta, Rat Squatch, and Josh Woods. And lastly, our Blackwell family.
Great Uncle Vin Blackwell with his forbidden esoteric knowledge, Dellera Blackwell, our resident doctor and plague, pestilence, and poultry dispenser, Izzy Blackwell, our resident bug devourer, TJ Blackwell, who seems hell-bent on stealing the spot of our janitor supremo and his purple crayon wife, Adela Blackwell's fire-bending and illusions, Ethan Blackwell, abyssal fisher and repo lord, Jackal Blackwell, head chef and mystery meat purveyor, Clue Blackwell, the chrysalis of unknowable horrors, Tabitha Blackwell, void water baron and forever frenemy to our last entrant, Papa Kyle Blackwell, from his Tower of Bones, Broth and Spines, alongside the Hobo Queen, preparing for the outer gods to recognize his claim. We love and fear you, Papa, and we love and fear all of you Blackwell family members. We thank you humbly for your patronage and look to see you bright and early for Dusklight Orientation, Purple Crayons, and Existential Dread will be provided. And one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink some pink lemonade Snapple, watch a video on lost civilizations or derelict theme parks, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station.